cut me off. I want the real answer. He just wanted to talk to that one guy.
See, just real quickly, what I find hilarious is that it's 16 of you guys around the world talking that believe the same bullshit, and you back each other up and pat each other on the back with
Piss off, Jazza, as if we don't know you, as if we don't know your game, bro. Piss off out
Yeah, I will.
Your own urinal, Pete.
I'm gonna back
Jazza, did you get injected? Did you get injected, Jazza? How many times did you have to get injected to continue to fly your helicopter upside down in Australia?
I'm going for my third one tomorrow, Pete.
Yeah, see, you don't need to be here at all. You need to find another little child's playroom where you can go and talk to people on your own level. Everyone here knows the story. You don't. You're living in a fantasy world.
Boom.
Living in a fantasy fucking world.
Yeah.
You took something that there was
Okay,
nothing
all
wrong
right,
with
all right.
to begin
Come on,
with.
enough with the shit slinging. I'd like to hear about syncretism. Can we make that transition? Let's pick that back up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Santos Bonacci, he was a Jehovah's Witness for like 20 or 30 years. You heard of that guy?
Yeah.
I like to ask the lady, I forgot her name. Kim, is it Kim?
Kim.
Yeah. Have you heard of syncretism at all, Kim?
She's gone.
Oh, she left?
Oh, she's gone. Okay.
Kim said goodnight to everybody. If you weren't talking over her, you would have heard her.
Yeah, so
I didn't hear either.
Santos Bonacci, he knows the Bible story inside and out, and he goes the next step further, where he can explain all of the episodes in the Bible, and associate some of the meanings with the way that this earth works, the way that this place works. I don't know. It's worth a look if you haven't looked into Santos Bonacci's work. It'll open your mind. It'll blow your mind.
So the other term I think you would say is astrotheology, right?
That's his channel, Mr. Astrotheology.
Right. Yeah.
And I think Whitsitt, I think Whitsitt and Santos Bonacci would actually have a really awesome podcast if they happen to cross paths one day. That would be a really interesting conversation, because Santos Bonacci is heavily into exploring all of the facets of electromagnetics and all of the same sort of stuff that Whitsitt's into.
Does Santos accept or deny the Abrahamic God?
He accepts it, but he has a different interpretation.
Yeah, that's telling right there. He has a different interpretation than all the other Abrahamic God followers, I guess.
Yeah, so he puts it down. He puts it down to a story, pretty much. He explains that it's a story.
Yeah,
it's like before you could write stuff down, you had to remember it, and you had to have a story to remember stuff, because you didn't have the means to record stuff down. So it's the explanation. Some of the things that he says can explain the way that the heavens work.
So you know the problem with people saying the sun equals the sun, like SUN equals SON, because in different languages the sun equals in French like soleil, and different languages have different words. So I mean, sure, it works in English, but all the other languages, sun and sun doesn't really work out.
It kind of does, like etymology. It cross paths. It doesn't have to be exact same sound, but you can break it down to one word, which is all is atom, ATOM.
Yeah, it could be, but like I haven't looked into as in depth, but like sun and soleil, maybe soleil means what you're saying it means, and all these other things about. But to me, like sun and sun, and then sun and soleil, and then sun in Spanish and sun in Japanese, it's like it doesn't line up like sun and sun. But maybe it does. I'd have to look into it. But
I mean, yeah. So like that's a good point to bring up, because if we're just talking about phonetics, right? Because in Greek, which is what we're talking about, right? Because that's where we read the story about the Son of God, right? So the word that is the biological human son is upsilon, iota, omicron, sigma, right? So it's UIOS, UIOS. But the word for sun in the sky is HELIOS. Like there's no fucking correlation. You know what I mean? Like so Northern's point is a pretty good point for us to, like, we're talking about this, Pete Shea idea of like all of these words being intrinsically tied together, but it has to always be English that ties them together. Crazy.
It's only because you're speaking English. That's why it has to tie it together. If you weren't speaking English, it's not phonetics, by the way. It's etymology.
I just told you, though, that in the Greek, the spelling of the word sun, S-O-N, and S-U-N aren't remotely similar at all. Did I break up?
No, you didn't.
no, I heard you.
Just contemplating what you were saying. Now that Kim is gone and we've sort of gone through her 1 year worth of study, which is pretty good. She's really talented. She plays the guitar, she sings, she's learnt the Bible in 1 year. And not just the Bible, Enoch and all of that. And yeah, it's that once you sort of get one-sided onto one track, like for example Christianity, you sort of you I believe you're sort of like end times. What about the people in between end times? What about the people now? They don't get to experience end times, do they? My understanding of, if there is going to be an end times, at least we need to get to the end of technology, which is what they're trying to do. Is I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to lead us into a virtual reality world and turn the world upside down, so everybody's in a virtual reality.
Yeah, but
I don't think that technology is it's far from virtual reality now. I mean, it's only a blink of the eye, and we've got electric cars everywhere. So technology does sort of the speed of technology doubles every 6 months, so they say. So you can work that out how long it's going to take until we're all in the virtual reality world.
So, your point about the end times, right? That even that phrase, I don't think is a very helpful phrase, because the Bible doesn't use end times, right? It's the end of days, it's the last days, it's the last day, and it's the latter days. Okay, so we have to understand the context for that phrase in the Bible. Your question about what about those people who aren't right now and blah blah blah. Look, we need to understand that the last days are in the past. Okay, any other attempt to wrench out this concept and make it future for everybody is an absolute butchering of the literature.
So I think what you're trying to say is that end times have already passed.
That's correct.
I'm with you, man. That's you're onto it, because I think we're past that and now we're into the unknown.
Well, that's an interesting way to trajectory to take it. My only point is that the Bible is very clear, if we take the time to let it speak, and rather than be told by other people what it means, that the the context for understanding the last days is very simple. I mean, once you take the time to look at it, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, but Copernicus, you just said about the Bible, right? That's all well and good. But what's going to happen in 1,000 years when you're not here to back yourself up?
When what? Wait. In 1,000 years, when what?
When you're not going to be here to back yourself up what the Bible says.
He doesn't believe in the end times, man.
No, I said the end times are in the past. I didn't say that they're in our future. I didn't say that.
Yeah, but you still believe what the story says.
The past, it's in the past.
Yes.
Okay, look. The book of Corinthians was written in the 1st century. That's in the past, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all you need. I mean, like, it doesn't have to get any more complicated than that.
Okay, so how is that relevant today?
Doc Brown already has the 6-shooter.
Jazz, I would say that my view of the Bible is the same as my view of the Iliad. It's an ancient piece of literature.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's an ancient piece of literature. Exactly. It's a story.
Yeah.
So what makes you think that that's true? It's a story. It's literally a story.
Okay, look. You have to understand that my perspective is the ancients' way of depicting truth is not our way. So the Bible is true within itself. It is true internally, right? It's consistent.
Oh, I totally get that.
Okay, so there you go. That's why it's true.
I totally get that you think that is true because 500, 2,000 years ago, that's what these people thought. They had an excuse to think that back then. Now you don't.
Hang on, man.
Okay,
Those are the same people that built the pyramids. So I think you should take some credence. You should put some. What's the word for it?
Okay,
there
take 1,000 years off.
There is definitely
hang on
something.
a second. Let me stop you right there. The people who built the pyramids were long before the time of long before.
Hang on, mate. You don't know that either.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't. But go ahead, Godred.
No, I wanted to say that. I mean, at least history dictates that it's closer to 5,000 years as opposed to 2,000 years. Did I get that right? You can correct me if I'm wrong. Just wanted to initiate that.
Okay, Godred, my main point is 2,500 years, 1,000,000 years, 500 billion years. It doesn't matter. The point of the equation is that we have shit now in the last 150 years that tells us differently. And you don't want to,
Can you give us an example?
Let me say something.
I'm not even going to waste my time.
I think you're talking about Western science, which is like 300 years old, maybe. You want to exchange what we learned for 300 years recently. Want to exchange that for what we knew to be true for 3,000 years. So think about that. Go ahead.
Yep. Earth's a globe. Sorry.
Ocean waves prove that it cannot be.
How do ocean waves prove that it's not a globe? They prove that it is. How do they not?
Because ocean waves are 2-dimensional, and that doesn't work on a ball.
Have you not seen ocean waves in a wave fucking simulator thing? Do you know how
have you
waves work?
have you ever seen one wrapped around a ball?
they dissipate when they hit each other from different angles.
They're in a flat swimming pool.
Oh my God, dude! Seriously, are you serious?
There was a debate. Who was it?
Are you Are you actually serious?
Yeah, I'm pretty damn serious, man.
I know. I know. I'll put fucked up at the same time. But anyway, go ahead.
Yep. Like, come on. Like, you have to admit. I mean, if you admit that ocean waves are 2-dimensional, then that can't happen on a ball. Think about it.
I've thought about it a million times. I'm thinking about it again, and I can think about. I can think about it.
Jazz.
Waves. Holy flying fuck train.
What is your best glow proof without NASA or pointing at the sky? What is your best glow proof without NASA or pointing at the sky, Jazz?
Oh my God. See, it's funny that you say that. What is your best proof without pointing at the best proof?
Yep. Best proof without NASA and without pointing at the sky.
What he's saying is that you have to have faith in NASA. Tell us what space looks like, because we can't go there for ourselves. What Earth looks like from space, what vacuum is, what a low pressure, the moon, what the moon is, and what Mars is. Like, have faith in that.
What's my best proof without pointing at the absolute truth? Is like saying, look at this guy that you literally just watched kill this dude with an axe, but you can't use that because you didn't actually see it happen. It was on a CCTV camera. And you fucking idiots, in the nicest possible way, go, well, that's a camera that can be fucking edited.
So
that's
your best proof
what
without
like.
NASA and pointing at that sky is some TV screen?
I have no reason to be that fucking paranoid as you guys, obviously, that the government is trying to kill us all, chemtrails and shit. I have no reason. I've got no reason.
They don't start wars for profit. They didn't kill millions in Iraq. They didn't steal the land from the Aboriginals in America and Australia. None of these wars happened. They're all justified.
Jazz, are you a Biden supporter?
I'm a fucking get shit done supporter. Biden, no. Trump, no.
Jazza is in like southern. Yeah, he's not American.
He's from Gore.
Yeah, he's from the land of British immigrants that stole the land from Australian Aboriginals and threw them out and imprisoned them, and yeah,
from
so it's like Diego Garcia.
The land down under, down under.
Yeah.
Who steals lands from Aboriginals? What are you talking about? Who's this?
Yeah, fuck you.
Australia, America, multiple countries, Canada. They stole the land from the Aboriginals who lived there originally.
They stole the land, so you're implying that these Aborigines owned the land. So why could
the Aboriginals lived there.
I'm just trying to hear that retarded take.
They had societies. They had pyramids. They had their own mounds. They had their own cities. And then the white / Zionist bankers came and stole the land. The Jesuits, whoever else.
White and Zionist bankers in the same fucking picture. All right, mate. Don't do that.
Yeah, they don't. The Zionists and Jesuit bankers do not print the money out of thin air, right? Or do they?
Yeah, you're a paranoid ignorant asshole. That's all I can say.
I appreciate that. I'm an auto host. I do not trust the government in any way. If the government says something, it's an automatic lie until proven otherwise.
Exactly. You just said it. You're a paranoid ignorant asshole. I don't
I'm a
trust the
skeptical
government.
person who does not trust
I'm a
liars and
skeptical
murders in
person
government.
that doesn't
I
trust
admit.
the government. I'm an asshole.
With that type of thinking, though, you just really have to manage your own sanity. Because if you watch IPS 24 hours a day, you can go insane.
Imagine being an asshole.
IPS? That's 2017 shill. He's a 2017 shill that was exposed over and over back in 2017, 2018. Like, IPS is a demented psychopath.
Okay, dipshit. That you just said that everyone's a dipshit psychopath. Just realize as you go
I said
into
IPS. IPS is a dipshit psychopath. Not everybody.
Okay, but everyone that you are listening to and joining on, I just realized that when you go and join them and you think that you're talking to an audience that believes you, which you are, that's the hilarious thing, is that means nothing on a global scale, not a fucking thing.
So what if there was an on the fencer who heard my words and was like, "Whoa, maybe he's right. Maybe the government is a terrorist. Maybe the government does lie." So I mean, my words could have some impact at some point.
And you just said maybe my words, my impact.
Yep.
Is that only a very
scale,
tiny amount of people will listen to what you're saying.
No one wants to hear you talk, Jessa.
Global scale? What's that, Jazzaconda? Please explain that. Like,
all right,
is that like a thing?
Same amount of stupid
is that like
people listening right now.
Is that a living thing? I don't think that matters to me. What's a global scale? Kill it.
Oh, okay. The same amount of global scale is there's going to be fucking 50 million billion people listening to you tomorrow night. You stupid cunt. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't care. Kill them all. They sound retarded, like you.
No, you're retarded, and I guarantee you there'll be less than 1,000. You stupid cunt.
Do you even understand how grassroots movements begin?
Yeah, there's water and there's nitrogen, and then the grassroots start to move.
Dude, he doesn't understand what you're saying, dude. That's pretty embarrassing.
That's how grass starts to grow, you dumb cunts.
No, he's talking about grassroots movements. It's not like an actual plant thing, dude. You're embarrassing yourself.
I just can't give a fuck with these stupid cunts. I really can't.
This is you're representing your people, dude. The bunch of what I'd like to say the true cunts that really can't understand what's being said, and they just bullshit around, talk like a big asshole.
First there was the Karen, now there's the true cunt.
Yeah, the true cunt is really he's in the server. We've got him.
I'm out.
And he's pissed off because we think for ourselves, and we're assholes because we don't trust these Zionist bankers. We're all cunts because we don't trust the Zionist bankers, dude. That's,
no,
cunts. That's so fucking funny to me.
I'm out because I don't give a shit about trusting anyone. I give a shit about that you're here because
you're mad because you don't trust the science.
You're
okay,
paranoid.
Right?
You're paranoid as fuck.
You know what? I think thinking for ourselves is not paranoid. I think you do yourself a favor and maybe research a little bit before you get yourself in too deep.
And that's the funny thing. That's the funniest thing. That's the funniest thing, you paranoid dumb fuck, as you say.
I'm not paranoid. I'm actually
no. You are. You are because you say research.
You know, you're one of those people that thinks like guns are like really
Everyone
bad.
That doesn't research your stupid shit is not welcome.
Are you afraid of guns? Do you put yourself when somebody mentions that they have a weapon?
No.
Are you afraid of things like that? Are you afraid of an inanimate object?
If one of you flat earthers come over to my house and shot me dead, I would write a fucking suicide note and said I wanted to end it. And this dumb motherfucker shot me dead because he thought the earth was flat.
This is like Branch's younger brother, isn't it?
Jazza, is it true that Australia was
a little bit dark? Jazza,
is it true that Australia was created from outcast criminals?
No,
well, Jazza's Kiwi. He's not Australian, so.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't think a baller would go. I mean, a flat earther would come to your house and shoot you. I think you just need a hug.
You know, I think you need to be a dumb fuck, to be honest.
Yeah, nobody's really like.
I'm sorry, what's a Kiwi? I'm sorry. Hate me. What's a
New Zealander, Kiwi. It's like a bird in New Zealand. That's what we call them.
I'm sorry. I'm so
yeah,
off.
Jazza. Yeah, not Australian
like,
Jazza. You can tell he sounds different.
Yeah, my dad went to Los Angeles, and there was this black American dude with his hood up. We call it a bonnet here, fixing his car, like looking at his engine. And he started talking, and he said, "Where are you from?" He said, "I'm from New Zealand." And he said, "Oh, New Zealand! I drove there last week, man." It's like no one knows where New Zealand is in America.
That's one thing I can agree with you with. They got no idea.
Are you just afraid of flat Earth?
New Zealanders haven't figured out how to leave New Zealand yet, though.
No, because
aren't you guys like close to the ice wall though? Like
Kiwis can't fly.
Yeah, you will see Godric and whoever said that that's the thing, is that New Zealanders are fucking smart as fuck because we've been.
No, you just think that because you have a poor education system, Jazza. That's why we're nice to you in here. You know.
Can you see that?
Come on, motherfucker.
I have to say though, that most New Zealanders have a fucking low IQ.
You know what they do in New Zealand?
What the fuck did you just say?
You know what they sell in bars? They sell, what is it, like donkey semen? And people are buying it and drinking it. That's New Zealand for you. Just call me crazy, you know. Call me paranoid. I think I want to drink donkey semen. I'm actually not gonna buy donkey semen shots and drink it. I think I'm paranoid, boys. I need to see a doctor.
I can't be fucked stupid to talking to dumb cunts.
You know the I think the selling point, let's get jizzy with it, didn't do it for me. I think I'm paranoid. I'm a flat earther now.
Especially now, you just come up with a new fucking new Mountain Dew flavor. Jesus fuck.
I couldn't imagine. Do you know what that tastes like? Sound like a guy who would know what that tastes like.
I don't even want to know.
You're the one who trusts the science.
It tastes like camel piss, man.
Yo, Isa and that, I've talked to you before. I'm gonna.
Does it taste better when it's cold or when it's fresh out the tap?
Fuck's sake, just stop it.
You guys.
You should be a comedian, man. Fucking hell. Laughing until I'm crying.
Yeah, I hear this shit all day. Like you guys want to complain about how, like, oh, you guys, you got all the guns, you got the fucking school shootings, yeah. You got McDonald's and Donald Trump. But I can't say shit about what you guys are doing.
I don't know if
You're
this
like
one
right
is
of the
true.
Concord, man. Do that Kiwi accent again. It's fucking funny.
I don't know if this one is true, but I'm pretty sure I just seen Afghan Himalayan mountains.
You're all paranoid. You don't just blindly trust the science, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you guys entertaining him?
Himalayan mountains, 50 cal gun nest.
You don't sterilize yourselves. You don't put a mask on your face.
And that Australian guy before, where are you from?
Australia, mate. Just south of Sydney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, south of Sydney. Have you ever been up to Perth?
Fucking Perth.
I've
Where's
got
that? That's
cousins.
fucking west.
Yeah, I've got cousins over there. They swear that it's the best place in Australia to live.
Perth, eh? Yeah, so I don't know. That's on the other side of the fucking continent. The place is fucking huge, you know?
Apparently, it's the most isolated city in the entire world.
Yeah, it would be, definitely. Not many people over there.
By head of population, it sure is.
What happened to Pete? Did you go to sleep, Pete?
It's isolated. Is Perth a large city or a small city?
I don't know.
It'd be a small city. Yeah,
How
it's
many?
on the west of Australia, so...
What's the population of Perth? I know, like, Melbourne's like 5 million. So it's
yeah, but
probably
that's the
about
whole
2
other side of the continent, right? So, and Australia's fucking massive, right? You compare it to the size of Europe, say. Perth is on the whole, it's on the west side, and no one lives over there, mate.
like Perth owns half of Australia.
Yeah, I think there's about 25, 28 million people in Australia, and 95% of them live Sydney, Brisbane.
Yeah, they all live on the east coast. The east.
The
East
population
coast.
of Melbourne.
Yeah.
The population of Melbourne is the same as New Zealand.
Are you saying there's no 5-star hotel in Perth?
We only have 5 million in all of New Zealand, and there's only 1 million in the South Island.
Yeah, we got 30 million just in California.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
I went to Shanghai in 1999. There was 17 million people. 17 million people all stacked on top of each other. Fucking hell.
Can you smoke weed in Australia or New Zealand?
Yeah, just don't tell the cops.
You can get it from the pharmacy, actually. You can get it medicinally pretty easily.
In Australia?
Yeah.
How about...
well, not too easily, but...
And it's organic, too.
How about New Zealand?
Yeah, you can get it here. We have places called the Cannabis Doctor, all sorts. You just have to pay $99. You do a test online, and they say, "Yep, you got fibromyalgia. You're in," and you get a supply. Even the government can support you and pay for it as well. And it's the best marijuana you can buy when you don't even have to pay for it.
Man, I would imagine more like they say, "Yep, you're a cunt. You need weed. Here has a bag, you fuck."
Yeah.
Certified, bro. That's so it's good weed then. That's cool that like they let that happen, bro. It's a major step in humanity to allow people to have things that calm them down and make their
Yeah, but
life.
the stupid thing is that you can pay $99 and then you can go and get medical marijuana, the best stuff that you can get. But if you get caught growing it or smoking it on the street, then you're going to go to jail.
Yeah, that's well, if people were they could just behave correctly, maybe that wouldn't be the case. But it's pretty messed up that they kind of do that. Like smoking it on the street, like having a quick little puff, like it should be treated any more serious than a cigarette, right? It's pretty fucked.
My wife got stoned for the first time the other night, and she didn't even know it. Because we were cooking in our kitchen. We've got a Thai restaurant and Thai takeaways, and then someone was smoking a doobie outside the shop, and they got sucked in by the extractor fan through the door, and she got stoned as man. She didn't even know it.
She get like a little spaced out or something. Was she spacey or like what was it like for her?
Well, she was putting all the wrong ingredients in there.
It's great. Oh, you know what? Oh, dude. You know what's so funny? I don't want to get like way off topic, but for like 5 days, I couldn't get my microphone or my camera to work after I got paid. I'm your Copernicus. You're coming through with a lot of static.
You're coming through with a lot of static.
But yeah, I couldn't get my mic or camera to work for like 5 days after I got Windows 11 upgrade. And it turns out that once that upgrade happened, this program called Samsung Security, they blocked my mic and my microphone, so I wouldn't be spied on or some shit. Like, what the fuck? You think like everybody's got like some kind of meth lab, or like I'm talking about something crazy or whatever? Like, please listen to what I'm saying. Like, it would probably make day.
You're clear. The government is not listening to your phone, your TV, your fridge. You're completely clear.
Yeah, and plus, trust me, like, dude, I know that there's ways that they can check out what I'm listening to, or it does. They don't need to. My computer doesn't need to be on for them to look at what I'm doing or my files.
I have a question, guys.
Permission.
If I call this Siri and it's Siri, whatever, play music or something, doesn't that mean that my phone's always listening to me?
Your phone is always listening to you, whether you have Siri or not. Oh, you know what? In this conversation, now that we're having it, I was joking around with a buddy on Discord, like probably like 3.5 years ago, and one of those kinds of applications happened to be on my phone, and I had no idea about it. And like we're talking about it, and all of a sudden I hear, "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" And I'm like, "Whoa, what the hell? That's creepy." Like the whole time, like it wasn't even like Siri or Alexa. It was like Google or something, maybe. I don't know. But like it was like I'd never even mentioned them or said like one of those keywords. But like it was just something funny that like all of a sudden there was some kind of response for her. So it's like, yeah, somebody typed something in, had that program say it just to fucking tweak me out. Not gonna lie. It was pretty fucked.
Okay. If I'm talking to people in Australia and US and all these other nations, I'm pretty sure the government in my local area can listen to my phone. Like they're listening every time.
Why wouldn't
Well, that's what Snowden was talking about, right? Snowden exposed that. They're already doing it.
Snowden didn't expose much. He could have said a lot more. He was kind of like some kind of patsy, I guess you could say, if that's a correct term. But yeah, he could have really exposed some shit. But they don't, like, he doesn't like really tell you shit. Pretends like he runs off to Russia and acts like he's got it so rough. Nobody cares about him. He's not saying anything that they care about.
I would say, imagine the worst. It's the government. They're terrorists. They're going to do whatever they can to maintain control of their slave population.
The dude was pretty much being the government. Like, he's still like basically working for them. Like, as he's making these videos, like he's like, I gotta put a piece of tape over my camera and this and that, and it's like, bro, like, stop being so paranoid about them looking at you. Like, what do you got going on? that you're so afraid of them looking at your face. Really.
Dude,
Or looking at what's
did
going
you
on
know?
or
Did you
where
know
you're
the
at.
technology that's out there? It's like the most basic technology that's out there is that anyone can remotely review, like look into your house through your Wi-Fi. They can basically use the Wi-Fi bubble that is around your router, and they can physically, like, they can see, you can actually see every single detail of every movement inside your house.
Ooh, yeah, it's kind of like it's like it's got a scanning thing going on with the Wi-Fi waves. Like it's kind of like a radar. Is that what it is?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's just like that. It's like a radar, but it's more defined. It's like looking at a movie.
Yeah.
So what if when I go to Bing and they tell me my triangulation, sometimes they tell me I'm like 5 provinces or states over. Sometimes it's 500 kilometers. So like I myself am in an internet dead zone. So that's why the triangulation is so off where like they can't pinpoint me because I have no ground towers near me. I have no high speed internet. So maybe it's different in big cities.
If you get internet, and I don't think that it really matters if there's towers or
I
not,
think
bro.
just about everybody has Wi-Fi in their house, and if someone wanted to find out, like, listen to what you're saying and to see what you're doing, it's pretty easy.
Well, if you got data going to you, they pretty much know, like, for a pretty good estimate about how far away you are.
The
And
only
they
place you can
Oh, they
hide is up in the up in the mountains, away from all of the signals.
But that's kind of where they put
oh
some of the
they
towers, bro. You know?
yeah, they
They put
triangulate me 300 kilometers from where I am, so that's kind of odd.
Bro, they put the towers up on the mountains, bro. I remember I
And you're
was
saying they know what I'm doing. You're saying they know what I'm doing in my house, yet they tell me they can't even triangulate where I am to within 300 or 500 kilometers. Like I could see in high good internet areas they could possibly do that, but in the internet dead zones like where I am, like it's a bit more difficult when there's no ground towers. But
they know exactly what you're doing, bro.
But if you're only going off of that one tower and you can't get anything else from that from any other towers, that's probably it. You know what I mean? Like that's probably why you're untrackable. If there was a second tower, they're that much closer to you. But I mean, I'm not gonna be that paranoid guy that Jazza is just ready to go off on. You know.
I don't want to make you more paranoid than you already are, but they're already on you. And the guy
yeah,
that was just talking, they're already on you the second time. They're all over
I
you,
pay
bro.
my bills. They know where I live. They know what I research. They know I'm talking on Discord. They know everything I'm saying. And I'm
Exactly.
not a criminal. I'm not a threat. I'm not violent. So that's why they leave me alone. Or maybe they're going to come for me eventually. Whatever.
But you're a flat earther, so they're after you.
If you're not making anything like any improvised explosive devices or
No. Not
for
making
war,
any
I think you're
scene,
pretty good.
not making any sense.
Oh, okay. That says the dude from New Zealand. Freaking classic.
Yeah, crazy, eh?
Hey Jazza, do you
Bro.
think that like the governments like
Wrong
communicate
guy
with
from New
like?
Zealand.
Hang
Hey,
on,
do you think?
hang on. I couldn't hear
You know,
Isa. What were you
nothing
saying,
wrong
Isa?
with getting a little fucked up, but this guy, he thinks we're paranoid just because we don't believe in some kind of CGI bullcrap.
No, hang on. You just
We
said
don't just
CGI
believe
bullcrap.
everything
You're
people say.
paranoid. What was Isa saying? You interrupted him. Sorry, Isa.
Jazza, Jazza, do you think the governments were communicating with like the big tech people to stop people from communicating?
I don't see why, to be fair.
Well, like, but do you think it's possible, like, the big governments would tell these, like, social, like YouTube and all that, would they instruct them not to report certain stories or like ban certain accounts?
I can see why they would, like, you've got an iPhone or a Samsung Galaxy, Android, which we don't have any problems updating. I can see them.
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just wondering, like, do you think that the governments would collude with those big companies to shut people up?
I can see how and why they would do that to shut stupid people up.
So,
do you think that they do that, though? I'm asking you, do you think that they do that?
I think that they probably would, and they have no reason not to.
Wait, are stupid people a threat, or are the smart people a threat? Which ones are a threat? You'd be shut up.
Well, Godred, that's the thing. That's the real question. Who are the stupid people and who are the clever people?
The stupid people
What's your
are the
answer?
ones that. The stupid people are the ones that walk outside, stand as still as they can, and look at the skies and think that you're spinning on a ball.
Yeah.
Jazza, do you think, Jazza, that the government would work together like the mafia to do experiments like depopulation and listen to you secretly through your cell phone?
Well, there's not the population to do that. That's impossible. That very
it's impossible
to depopulate
the planet. Possible to populate the planet secretly, Jazza?
To listen to what you just said, a couple of 100 million people is literally impossible because there would have to be 600 million people to listen to those phone calls.
And nobody wants to listen. And nobody wants to listen to a bunch of flat earthers all day, right, Jazza?
Exactly.
I bet the flat earth debate is like the best thing to listen to. Oh, you guys got flat earth? Oh man, you're covering. So lucky.
Oh, so Godred, the real ramification of your question is there enough people to
listen to every cell phone in the world, Jazza? Every cell phone in the world. How many people do?
It's to justify what you're saying, and is there? That's the question.
You know, I heard they're building some massive computer that stores enough data to do just like unimaginable things. Maybe they're like storing our conversations in this data, right? Big database,
Yeah,
and they're like going through to see who's a threat to them, who's going to overthrow their politics, or who's going to vote. Just people that might be in dangerous.
Yeah, but Godred, you just said people in danger. Are you seriously that paranoid that the government is listening to you to create all this stuff that you need to happen?
I think they already have it. I mean, it's not like they're going to do it now. I mean, they've had it for decades, right? I mean,
hey, Jazza, have you seen the Twitter files
back in the day, the kings and queens made laws and shit, try to control their people, right? It's the same thing. It's still happening. You know, people in power want to stay in power. They want to control the people. You know, they want to have a cap on it.
Yeah, just very quickly. Sorry.
It's not like that. It's not like they're monitoring every single person in the world all the time. They're only picking up hot topics, and they're just like focusing on what they want to listen to, and they have the full means to do it.
Yeah, but
keywords. Focusing on keywords.
But sorry, dude, in saying that, you just emphasize that there is the population of the Earth. 8 billion people. Let's take that back to 100 million people, right? Let's take it back. Let's take it back that there's
We're saying the government.
Let him finish.
Government is storing information and phone calls.
Cell phone.
Not 6 billion.
Yeah, let Jazza finish his point first. He didn't even get done.
All I'm saying is just very quickly, let's take it back. There's 100 million people on the Earth. That's 99% less than there supposedly is. And let's
what
just,
the fuck?
Do you know how to do maths?
Do you know about supercomputers?
Where do you get this 100 million from? What is the 100 million? The government, the people? Like, this is some random number that you're just making up.
No, dude, I just took it back to 100 million people to make it easier, so there wasn't 8 billion.
Random, yeah.
So I was just trying to make it easier for you.
Have another Guinness.
Yeah, I know the government undisclosed number of terrorists who are guilty of crimes against humanity. So, like, what are you talking about?
Okay, so there's 100 million people left on the Earth.
When?
120 of them think that what you just thought.
You don't think that the government pays people just to listen to conversations? You don't think that's what's happening right now?
Do you really think that the government pays people to listen to everything someone says?
Yep. Not everything. Keywords.
Jazz, I would say that. Jazz,
hang on. If you think that, can you please get me a job? Because you need an equal number of the population to listen to that shit. From what you just said, you just did it.
Right? Because people can only listen to one thing at a time, and they have to remember everything too that was said. They couldn't even record it, could they?
Look, I saw this.
That's why you need a human to do it.
The compilation.
Computers pick up keywords for the word their algorithm.
I saw the clip of this movie, and the cops were listening to the guys on the phone. They were like, listen to their messages and their phone calls, and they busted them. They raided the house and got the drugs.
Yeah, they get warrants for that, though. But yeah, Jazz, have you heard of the Twitter file thing that just dropped yesterday?
Yes, I have.
So, like, you know what I mean? It's like coming out that, like, let's say, like, the Biden administration was having certain accounts banned at their just, you know, they were asking Twitter to ban certain accounts and quash certain stories at their direction. And Twitter was responding and handling all of the things that they were asked to do, which could lead one to believe that the government may be listening to a lot of shit more than maybe you think they are, right? Because they're actively, like, people are posting on Twitter and then they're having their accounts suspended because the Biden administration reached out to them and asked them to remove it, which is like, you know, any of these corporate interests would have the potential to make those requests and stifle freedom of speech. Would you think that you're I would think, Jazza, that you're a freedom of speech absolutist just because you're who you are. You know what I mean? Would I be wrong? Like, are you?
No, he's a hypocrite.
Well, no, Jazza's
no.
Jazza believes in censoring flat Earth, shutting down the videos, and then Yeah, let the government tyranny reign.
I think
in his opinion.
No, you got him wrong.
I think he says that just to trigger flat earthers.
Yeah, you got Jazza wrong.
Prove me wrong.
But no, you're not far off in some regards, because he does handwave dismiss what we're saying, but he'll also say he loves flat earthers and wants to be a flat earther. He just can't bring himself to get there, and he realizes we're right pretty much. Right, Jazza?
He's one of the only flat earthers in New Zealand, so he's got to keep up appearances.
Something like that. He likes to give us a hard time. His helicopter proves it, though. He's not.
No, that and his chemtrail activism.
I'm giving art. We all are.
That is not at all the reason, dude. All I'm saying is that I listen to you guys all day, every day. I have for fucking 6-7 years, and you're just giving me nothing.
I think there might be a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on. I think that, you know what? I think he's only a baller when he's drunk, Issa.
Well, no, but my point is that either, because my thing is like either you're into freedom of speech or you're not. And I think Jazza is a proponent of freedom of speech, and anyone who's into freedom of speech is on my team. That's how I look at it. You know what I mean? Jazza, you come in here raising hell, and it's like, I don't want to hear you censored. I don't want you censored from when you're ripping on some newbie flat earther or whatever it may be. I find it fucking awesome.
If you drink a lot, no, Jazza, you have to say, if you drink a lot, you have to be for freedom of speech, because you don't know what you're saying sometimes. Or you don't remember what you said. I mean, shit, if it was no freedom of speech, I know when I get wasted, I better be glad there's freedom of speech, or I might have said the wrong things and not even remembered it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, all I can say right now is that I'm on the wrong end of the flat earth. Wrong end of the curve.
Is there a right end? Is there a right end on flat earth?
If you like, but...
Spectrum. He's on the spectrum.
Yeah, totally on the spectrum.
Jazza, you're on the pear-shaped side, bro, so that might be... Yeah.
Totally on the spectrum.
I think you just haven't done your research. I think Jazza you haven't done your research. You just really haven't done your research, man.
No, he's done enough to know that he doesn't want to know.
Hare Krishnas say ignorance is bliss, yeah? So you're a Hare Krishna, Jazz?
Yeah, that could be. You just made me think it could. Another version of "Welcome to the Show" would be like don't go on, don't come on the show, because you don't want to know.
Because you don't want to know. You don't want to know. Totally.
All you have to do is ask Jazza, what's the best glow proof without NASA pointing at the sky, and then there you go. It's over.
Really, right? Dude, what gives you the experience you're on a spinning ball other than your interpretation of the sky?
Yeah, the coolest thing.
When you buy a car, you point at the sky, right? Incorrect. When you're putting carpet in your house, you look at the ceiling. Incorrect.
You know what though? Yeah, I was just gonna say, you have to remember this: flat Earth, right? All it's doing is bringing people back to the stalemate of the conversation about the shape of the Earth before the moon landings.
Yeah,
Flat Earth is not a winning. It's not going to win, right?
It's a conduit.
Hold on, neither is the ball Earth. No, hold on. Neither is the ball Earth. These two vehicles of expression of ideas about the world are at a stalemate outside of whether or not you believe that we went to the moon, etc. So it's just a stalemate. Yeah. So you can't tell, in my opinion anyway, I can't tell Jazza that he doesn't see curvature, because that's just wrong of me. I don't have the right to tell him what he sees, nor does he have the right to tell me that I see curvature.
Exactly, dude, because I was just about
he doesn't see curvature, and I'll say it all the time. He doesn't see curvature. No one on Earth has ever seen curvature, and I'll say it, and that's my right, because I know it's true. You can believe differently. That's fine. But
no,
I know he's never seen curvature. I know you've never seen curvature. What altitude have you seen curvature, Jazz Conda?
At every altitude. What altitude have you not seen it?
Whoops! Whoopsie!
Yeah,
you've seen it at the
whoopsie.
beach? Really? Whoopsie!
Yeah,
You've
whoopsie.
seen it at the beach? Whoopsie!
Yeah,
you've seen it at the beach?
Yeah, whoopsie.
No, you didn't.
What
Yeah,
altitude
you did
have
see it
you
at the
not
beach.
seen it?
Yeah, Neil
Whoopsie.
deGrasse Tyson says you have not seen the curvature at 100,000, 130,000. So, are you smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No.
I think he is, actually.
I never said
think
I
he might be.
was. I never ever said I was, but you seem to think that you are.
Dude,
Well, you're going
Jazz,
against
Jazz,
your globe
here's
priest.
your thought.
Agreeing with Neil deGrasse Tyson, dude. Why do you think that he's automatically disagreeing with him or something? Like, dude.
No, hang on.
Wait. Let's not just like start barraging him. I just want to ask him real quick.
Slow down for him,
Northern.
You just said you just said that you're smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson. So go ahead.
Who said that?
You just said that.
I said you are.
You just said
So
that.
Go ahead. I said you're smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson. But
yeah, I said, are you smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Okay, so
Neil
right.
deGrasse Tyson
Okay. So right now, should we just stop, pause, and deliver?
I told you New Zealanders have a fucking low IQ because Neil deGrasse Tyson, as a sponsor of the heliocentric model, says you cannot see the fucking curvature. And you just said, Jazza, that you can.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because Neil deGrasse Tyson's also very, very stupid. Not that you are, Jazza, but maybe you're not. How about this test? Hey, what if you went up in the air in a helicopter and you hovered, just like the flat earthers talk about, right? Well, let's say your helicopter can go really, really fast. Let's say you went up to the air, you hovered, but you'd already gone 1,000 miles south, right? From the north, right? And you were going there 1,000 miles an hour in the super jet type helicopter, like the F-35B that can hover in midair, 40,000 pounds thrust. It can fly 1,000 miles an hour, right? So it gets to its destination with its original conserved speed being much less than the destination it arrives at, right? So if that were to be the case, and it got there fast enough and didn't just gradually get Coriolis with this wind that magically makes it match the tangential speed, is there ever a time that helicopter could be stationary in one place, facing south, and then having the west to east movement of the Earth independent of the helicopter underneath noticeable?
Yeah, because it has freedom of movement. It can move wherever it wants.
We would constantly see that, even in planes and anywhere. We would constantly possibly see a drift of some sort of the Earth moving independently of the plane, which it is, in a separate reference frame. So that would have to be noticeable at some point, if not all the time. And definitely when you're landing, it would be a problem. That's the end of the globe, in my opinion. That really does seal the deal.
And what about that stupid conservation of momentum and that bullshit that they talk about?
Yeah,
a helicopter. Once that helicopter stands still and it goes in reverse and then it goes forwards and it goes left and it goes right, there's no conservation of momentum anymore.
Right. It'd be like jumping out of a car and doing three cartwheels in midair and just flying like Superman next to it indefinitely.
Once you change direction, you lose all the conservation.
The helicopter is hovering at 0 miles per hour. It's just hovering. It's not hovering at 1,000 or it's not hovering at 700, wherever it is on the Earth. It's just hovering at 0
miles an hour. Since it started at 0, that 0 is 1,000 miles an hour is what they think. Everything's like an illusion, including the neck break speeds that you're supposed to.
That would only imply one thing, that the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth, and it's provably not.
Yeah, because we in lockstep already. It'd be a greater circle,
we
greater
have
circumference. Yep.
Well, we have wind.
That too. Yeah.
The example they give is that the Earth is a car going down the highway. The atmosphere is inside the car when the windows rolled up. That's the example to give.
Yeah, they're delusional because that's a closed system and Earth is an open system in the globe model. So when they bring up the train or a plane, jumping in a plane, throwing a ball in a train, it's all bullshit because Earth is a closed, or Earth in the globe model is open system, but flat Earth is a closed system.
Yeah, Issa will tell you that there's way more money in selling them Coriolis insurance than trying to convince them that there is no Coriolis. Just think about it that way.
Well, they always go back to saying, well, there's an ocean and there's currents within the ocean, and that's how the atmosphere works. It's liquid dynamics, or it's what's the other word for it?
Fluid
But
dynamics. Yeah, fluid dynamics.
yeah. But it's not like that because the liquid in the oceans is not atmosphere. You can't compare one to the other.
Exactly. Right. There's a really good thing about dynamics that Brenner said. Everyone should read. I'm going to post something right now. Everyone should take a look at because Brenner does a great job of pointing out a big point that flat earthers should be using. I think the fact that geometry and kinematics are mathematical sciences or mathematical fields, whereas dynamics is a totally different thing, and they don't use dynamics with their model at all. They're just keeping it in the geometry kinematics category, which doesn't work with forces. So that's kind of a big deal. Here, read the beginning of this thing.
When I go outside and there's 0 mile per hour wind, there's 0 mile per hour wind. It's not 1,080 and then it's just canceled out and conservation and it's 0. It's just 0.
Right.
Like, there's no
way. Yeah. No, that's dumb.
It's like, no, you're going 1,000, but it's just like we call it 0 for some reason. Yeah, it's
so
like
stupid.
No, it's 0.
Why would anything be like it seems? That'd be stupid to think that.
Yeah. Do not. That's right. That's one of my best questions is like, do you trust your senses? And then the hardcore glober is gonna have the softest answer. But if you ask like a new person, they're gonna say, "Yeah, I trust my senses." And then later on, they're gonna catch themselves as like, "Oh shit, that's bad. I shouldn't say that." But the hardcore anti-flat earthers will be like, "Oh, maybe I shouldn't trust my senses, even though they help me every day in life."
So I got a question. We're talking about a kinemat. For an example of kinematics, we're talking about the currents of the ocean. Yeah.
Fluid dynamics. That would be fluid dynamics.
Talking about the sporadic currents of the ocean, there is no such thing, but in the atmosphere there is.
I think what I mean? I think the weather patterns do get a little bit of a vortex effect for sure. It seems like one.
Yeah, like on the big scheme of things, like on the big picture, you have the jet streams, right? You have on the big scheme of things, but in a small scale, you don't. And it's more sporadic. But in the oceans, you have very constant currents.
Yep, salt water with the electricity, whatever it is, some kind of electric, some kind of dielectric effect with the salt water. It seems, doesn't it? Pressure mediation that causes it too. It's all everything. One thing causes the other, obviously. The Machian principle, Ernst Mach, with the toroidal field outside of the possible whatever domish thing there is up there, could cause an effect of making the pendulum swing and Coriolis and all that with the weather patterns could be just that, it seems. Most likely, yeah.
Whatever it is that they're avoiding up there when they launch a space rocket.
What are they doing?
CGI rocket. CGI.
I don't think they're CGI usually. They just go up and just do a parabolic arch, probably go into the ocean somewhere. But yeah,
it's probably both. There's some CG, some real ones that go into the ocean.
Yeah, you're right.
But like SpaceX, I can't believe that's natural. To me, SpaceX looks super fake. Every single one, but
yeah, it looks so super fake. That's why it's so super real.
It's so fake. It has to be real. It looks so fake. It has to be real.
Did you see the Shane made me? I mentioned earlier because we were talking about Kanye and how he's like possibly going to come out as flat earther since he's friends with Kyrie Irving and Owen Benjamin. So that we were talking about how it would pit him against Elon Musk, with his space stuff. And I was like, we got to get Kanye sitting in the Tesla car. Someone's got to make that meme. Like 5 minutes later.
New. Hey, dude, did you see that? The symbol that Kanye posted that got him banned?
No, what was it?
It's like a Star of David with like a swastika in it, and it turns out it's actually from a group called Realism that Elon Musk is a party to.
Oh, I heard you talking about that earlier. That's crazy.
Yeah,
right.
so like what he did was he just exposed like the atheist cult.
Wow.
And like, and they're telling him he's a Nazi when in reality the sign he used is from this group that's been around for a while now.
And how did he use the sign? What did he do with it?
How do you spell realism?
I think it's like Riley.
It's like it's Raelism. Raelian. So it's like Raelianism. But it's interesting because
how did he do it? Did he have it on a shirt or what was it? Where was it?
I think he put it on like a Twitter thing, and then everyone thought it was the swastika and the Star of David, which it kind of is. But turns out it's not even his symbol. It's fucking like from an atheist group, a UFO group.
Well, now that they did the wrong thing. See, I think it's possibly just a show, and that they're showing who they are by having this guy put that out there, and then when they cancel him, and they look at the people look into what the symbol is, and they find out it's tied to Musk. The play goes on. He might be one of the fall guys if space goes down, right?
I don't think it's that. Like, I don't think it's like that too much. I just think it's interesting that he's exposing this symbol that, like, which everyone was condemning him for using, but it's actually an atheist group. It's like, it's interesting, man.
It's funny that symbol is also totally taken out of context to begin with, to even associate it with Nazism. It's an energy, right? Energy symbol. It's the fucking Big Dipper with the North Star in the middle. You've seen that, right?
Yeah, but like outside of that, it's just interesting. Like, for instance, like we were in here yesterday, and it's like I think it was, I'm not going to mention names, but somebody called Kanye racist and anti-Semitic for saying that he liked Hitler on Alex Jones's show, and I was saying, whoa, I can understand you don't like that he said he does, he likes Hitler, but he's not racist, right? Because he's black, hanging out with all kinds of white people, and he's not anti-Semitic because he thinks he's Jewish. So at least come up and use the correct terminology, please.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what they said too? Oh man, they do this every time. Once they say like anti-Semitic this or that, they have to say something about white nationalists and how they're racist. And it's like, bro, aren't Jews the biggest, whitest nationalists there are? Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't get citizenship in their state.
But unless you're like one of their tranny actors, then it's gonna be like, it's gonna take like 2 days and you got it. No problem.
Goy.
Goyze. No, it's ridiculous.
You're talking about Brenda.
They literally are the biggest white nationalists there are, and it makes no sense. They shame people. Nobody's allowed to be a nationalist besides them. That's the way it is.
Yeah, no, they're the original. Like, they are ethno-nationalists.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one weird thing is that Zionist Jews get different genetic diseases than whites, so they're most likely a different race. Although they pose as whites and they move to Hollywood and change their name to a more white name to hide and to cover so that people don't realize that it's all Zionist run Hollywood, so they changed their name to Betty White or whatever name they changed it to.
Yeah, that happens a lot, doesn't it?
You guys saw that Kanye is back.
Yeah, like
What did you say, Godric?
Kanye is back in Hitler.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing, man. The Hitler stuff, like the possible grabbling of all that could have been, like several different ways, and I'm not sure what to think anymore.
Well, it reminds me of Dubé when Dubé did that and said Europe is for whites only, and so like they're gonna say Kanye is a woke truther, he's a flat earther, but he's also a pro Hitler and a pro this and a pro that. And it's like, okay, well, they're trying to just muddy the waters.
Yeah, he's
like Kanye.
He's the perfect foil.
Like Kanye, to get where he's at, he's done so many rituals. How many rituals has Kanye done? And how much times is he sold out? Like, he's never going to be for the people. I don't think, at least. I can't see him being for the people ever.
What? Jesus ain't for the people? What do you mean? Jesus ain't for the people?
I'm just saying, if Kyrie Irving is flat, I think Kanye is flat.
I want to comment on that. I think there are people in the industry that end up not going with the agenda, and then they get blackballed, smeared, laughed out of the situation.
Yep. If you
maybe
don't do the rituals,
maybe he did something that wasn't supposed to happen, and now they're throwing him under a bus, trying to discredit his name. Like, didn't they smear the crap out of Bill Cosby right when he was about to buy his own content and have his own network or something?
Yeah, he might.
It's just the idea that, like, once somebody in a position of power starts getting slandered, you have to ask, what were they doing right before they got slandered?
They were putting the pills in the pudding.
For the music. I was going to say, for the music industry, you're worth more dead than alive, because once you die, your sales skyrocket. So I'm not saying it's connected to Kanye necessarily, but a lot of times once you die, you're more valuable to the music and Hollywood industry.
I saw a documentary, 30 minutes, let's lay out all the facts about that. It is true. You make more money after your death.
So, but that's the fashionable way. That's the fashionable way for the people that have the big names to just exit their fictional character and live on.
Exactly.
Yep. They're legal.
They can't. At the same time, they
even
can't
if
automatically
Kanye
just kill whoever they want, because then there will be an outrage.
Yeah, they can't kill. If they were just killing people, right? Nobody would want to play the game. I think that's a good point.
You got to do it deceptively. Like, what's the quote? Something about, you could get away with murder if you do it while wearing a velvet glove or something like that. Just make it a spectacle.
What do you mean?
It's just like the idea that if you plan, predict, and work behind the scenes and use deception enough, you could make people support murder.
Right. I don't think there's too many murders going on, though. I don't know. Maybe some. But I think most of the time they fake their death. If it's a big name like Michael Jackson or Prince or somebody.
The total package is a new user in here. Talking about voice verification.
Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can do it.
He's not in voice chat though. Oh yeah, he is.
Did he go through did he sign a thing? Or did he check the box? Guidelines.
Did you check? Fresh meat. Fresh meat.
Does he have to go on the voice verification as well?
Let me see.
Can you imagine if there was fresh meats?
He says, his thing says about me, this is why they call me the total package. Do you have the pain threshold to withstand the torture back? Let's find out.
Sounds like a total chat.
The chat hasn't loaded for like 2 hours.
How do I?
Who wants to test their pain threshold tonight? Anybody?
Sure, I'm kind of scared. Probably end up trolling us, and we'll have to like focus on some bullshit from the name alone. Sounds like, but I don't even know how to unmute him anyway.
Yeah, one of the best parts is like if he was a new person, there's no really like hardcore Globers to save him. Usually, when a new person comes, he starts saying "boats go over the horizon" or some dumb shit. Then all the other Globers come and try to save him and jump in, be like, "We don't want this dumb new person talking. Let's jump in and sophistry."
Oh, actually, what if there were a concave earther? That would be pretty cool, huh?
Why?
Well, for a laugh, I guess.
To make, I might be a concave earther.
There is one guy.
Yeah, he's gonna be a concave earther. He's gonna be like, guys, I've ascended. You flat earthers, you just stay behind in the dust.
No,
I have
no,
a real
guy.
reason to believe so. Oh.
You Lord Stephen Christ fan or something?
You're a concaver, Electric.
You're a bit low, Travis. I think.
Travis,
I have a weird belief that the North Pole is at the bottom of everything. I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard others say that too, so it's not so crazy.
Yeah, Antarctica.
Yeah, it's like a drain. Because Enoch talks about open mouths and where the oceans get led into. So I picture there's a drain. Could be
talking about hollow Earth?
No, not hollow Earth. That would imply a sphere still.
Oh, are you talking about like a basin Earth, like a wash basin Earth?
Yeah, like bathtub Earth.
Oh yeah, well that's flat Earth in my opinion. I mean, obviously something
like
has
picnic
to hold the
basket
water,
Earth.
So I don't know. I think the tub Earth is flat Earth because you have to hold the oceans in anyway. So that's not anything different. If you believe in concave Earth, it's like people are upside down relative to you again, but they're above you on the other side of the sun. And that's the craziness of that.
Oh no, I don't believe that. Okay, that model. No.
That's what concave is. Yeah.
Well, rather we're in like a spoon, like a tablespoon.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's the flat Earth. That's the flat Earth. That's not concave.
Here's how to debunk concave Earth like in 4 seconds, right? How the fuck is there something just floating in the middle of everything?
Well, you could ask the same, why is the sun floating up there above us anyway, right? Because you could ask
everything that's light goes up, you know what I mean? And the sun is the brightest light. No.
Right. Light as far as light as well as light. Like it might be that light as well as light.
Yeah. There's your humor for the day. I apologize who's overheard that one.
A projection of some sort would be light, for sure. Right? It would be literally light.
Yeah. It'd be the lightest thing. Like it doesn't weigh anything, so.
Right.
I'd even consider there being actually 4 corners. Like maybe we are on a actual square. I don't know.
Well, yeah, with more squares around it. Like I think if it's like that, if there's one of us, there's got to be more, right? We can't be the only one. It's got to be like a.
Well, you've got to take into consideration where that phrase comes from. Anyway, it wasn't just something that someone made up,
the
right?
biblical reference. Yeah.
What does 4 corners mean to you, Travis?
I think it's tied to the altar. The altar is symbolic, and it's got 4 corners because it's a rectangle. So it's just a matter of...
Oh, it's not to the shape of the earth. Okay.
You know what you just got me thinking of? Check it out. They call the 4 corners of a document. You ever heard of that, like saying?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
In law, they call it like the 4 corners of a document. So it's almost like the earth is the contract.
Ah, wow. The flat earth, right? The contract. The contract is... Don't talk about, first of all, flat earth is don't talk about flat earth, call it a sphere so we can have our fictional play game board to have all our fictional shit going on all the time, not worry about it. Right? Game board's got to be fictional. Then doesn't matter.
It's the contract. It's like the contract of the stewards of the earth. Are you a steward of the earth? Do you care about the things that God made, or do you just don't care? Because even like that's the thing I always think of. Yeah. Is I always just I don't know. It's like, it's like you can be combative about all this shit, but essentially, like, if you believe these are all God's creatures, man, it's like, Like, it's like every one of the anti-flat earthers that come in is still one of God's creatures, man. You know what I mean? Regardless if they think you're a lunatic or not. I'm sure the sheep think the shepherd is a lunatic.
All God's creatures got a place in the choir. Some sing low and some sing higher. Some sing out loud.
I know, that's nice.
You know what I read? You know what I read yesterday? I really liked this, and I got hung up on it. When in Genesis, when Cain kills Abel, God says, "I heard the cries come up from Abel's blood," or something. Like literally, he knew he was dead because of the cries from his dead body, or something. I thought that was interesting. Whatever that may mean.
Yeah.
What's interesting too is like in Islam, it says that even the rocks will point out where the unbelievers are. Like when the unbeliever tries to hide behind the rock is going to say, "He's right here."
Where's that from?
Islam.
Wow. You know what? I was reading a book yesterday, and there's a story that some Freemason got hit by lightning, and the papers in his pocket were revealing some agenda of the Illuminati. It's like, what are the odds of like God really struck that man with lightning so they could expose their.
Wasn't that like back in the 1700s or something? That was back. He was like riding on a horse, right?
I could pull up the quote and I'll find his name if you want right now.
Yeah, I thought it was like this old, like 1600, 1700.
It was supposedly a Rothschild agent that got hit with lightning, and then they found the papers or something.
Yeah, it got brought to light, literally.
That's convenient.
Yeah, like in the end, like they cannot hide their lies. Like I would say, like God always finds a way to spread the truth to those who he deems who he wants to give it to. There's no hiding. There's no way to hide it. It'll always find its way.
Yeah, I've been thinking about coincidences and how like there is in fact some kind of bigger thing kind of turning the wheel, and we're all subject to whatever it thinks should happen, even on a karmic type level. Like yesterday I was working real hard trying to make money, and it's fucking cold out, and I hear like a help, and you could barely hear it. I'm literally in the street and cars are honking and whizzing by, and I hear an old lady trying to shout for help. So I find her. She's like in between parked cars, and she's trying to hail down a taxi, but she can't lift her arms. So I literally like found a taxi, like directed him towards the old woman, and the old woman was so grateful that she gave me $40. But like that could have, I wonder how many people missed that opportunity that needed the money more than me because they weren't listening.
Well, here's a scenario. Like, say you're going to a concert, it's your favorite band, and then for some reason you can't get on the bus, you can't find a ride, and then you're stuck at home. You miss the concert, and you're pissed off. I missed my favorite band. But what if it was something trying to protect you from getting robbed, getting murdered, the stands collapsing on you? So like in the moment you're like, I missed the concert, but what if there's something more to it?
Hey, check this out. So, like a month ago, when the Flat Earth Flattoberfest was down in South Carolina, I was planning on going, and it ended up that work wasn't able to give me the day off, so that because it was a 10-hour drive, I wasn't going to drive down there unless it was going to be worth it. So they couldn't give me the day that I needed. So I was like totally bummed out. And when I got off work, I thought, well, I guess I'll go to the Chesapeake Bay and take some pictures. I had the most spiritual experience filming, because I saw 6 miles away with such clarity that I had never seen before. I felt like I was looking into the face of God. It was amazing. And I was thinking, if I had gone, I would have missed it.
Wow. Yep.
Yeah. Like
that's a thing.
Yeah. A lot of bad things can happen to you, and you can see them as totally bad, but there could be a bright side that we're not seeing. And sometimes you do see it also, like you see the picture, the 66 miles. Like sometimes we see it, sometimes it's a hidden blessing.
I have a story similar to that. The other night, literally like a couple weeks ago, I'm in my house. I have my electric bike, and then I lug it up 3 flights of stairs every time I come home from work. And I'm inside. I'm like, oh, I don't want to deliver food. I don't want to spend all that money. Let me go to the store, but I don't want to lug my bike down the stairs. So I'm going to walk significantly far to the only restaurant that's open. I ended up walking like 45 minutes. And then right before I get back to my house, there was a $20 bill on the ground. And I'm just like, I never would have seen this if I had taken my bike out. It's just the idea that I didn't mind the amount of time it would have taken to go and get my food. So while walking, I found money. And I thought that was like significant because I did something I normally wouldn't have done. I stepped out of my comfort zone.
Were there any other small little nuggets along the way that like you were taking in, just walking along, seeing the sights or seeing a, whatever? Or was that just the only thing that was memorable?
Was there anything else? Yes. Matter of fact, I was on the phone when I saw the dollar and I said, hold on, guys. Look at this. And I FaceTimed. I was like, I just found $20 on the ground. I looked up and there was like 2 guys that looked like they heard me say it and that they wanted to pretend that the money was theirs. So like, I felt like that in that moment, they wanted to walk up to me and say, hey, I just dropped that 20. But they didn't because they were reluctant to how I would react because of the area that we live in. I would just assume that they were lying and that they overheard me. So the interaction just did not take place. But for a split second, I thought, shit, is that this guy's money? If it were true, he would not hesitate to approach me and tell me that he lost his money. So I don't know. Weird thing happened right there.
Yeah, the pause gave him away, right? It's just the fact that they paused instead of running at you, going, "Hey, that's mine," right? Yeah, you knew right away that they might have acted like it, but that wasn't theirs for sure.
Yeah, you got to have your wits about you in this area. People will just lie to your face.
I mean, that's kind of like the way we operate, right? So it's almost like the odds of someone lying. I'm trying to think of a good example, but I have certain like experiences this way. Let's say, for instance, shit. How can I say this? I don't know. It's really hard to put this into words. That's really funny. So I guess it's like, it's not too many. I don't know how to say this. It's like it's the opposite of what you're saying. Like you like, let's say you bent down to pick up the dollar, and without saying it out loud, someone else is walking by and they see you do that, and they say, "Hey, that's actually mine. I just dropped it." Like, not too many people are going to lie about that, right? So the odds that they're lying is so small that you know that they're telling the truth. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Yeah.
The chances of them just like being that kind of person.
Right.
That's why I love. They're never ready for it. Well, I'll fight you for it.
Right.
If it wasn't my neighborhood in that particular time of night, I probably would have believed someone telling me that they were just looking for it. I might have believed them, yeah.
Now, if it was like 100, if it was a stack of cash, then you might have had a lot more people maybe trying to claim it with theirs.
I guess for me, I remember the most recent, probably about a month ago, maybe more. I was walking out of the store and I had just pocketed my cash. And as I got to my car, a woman said, "Hey, I think you dropped this." Now, I don't remember how much money I had in my pocket, but I do remember putting it loosely in. So it was like, yeah, that is mine. You know what I mean? But like, yeah.
You weren't sure at first.
No, it wasn't that I wasn't sure. I didn't even think about it because the timing of my putting my hand in my pocket, maybe even taking my hand out and dragging something out so that it fell. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Right. But just in case it is yours, you can't pause either, right? You can't pause to like,
right. You're like,
you have to like accept it right away, just in case it is your money, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you gotta feel their sense of urgency. If somebody's like creeping up to you, like coming up with their one-line script, right? versus somebody, hey, like all of a sudden someone's in your face telling you it's theirs. Yeah, you got to gauge that.
Yeah.
Sure, man, that's a good point.
If we were all just as good as we should be at telling the government, who we're an employer of, that actually the interest and the principal and the interest is actually ours, not theirs. We should be demanding it the same exact way. Right? That's my fucking money. Let me use that shit. Right, Issa? Discharge the shit.
Oh, wait, what? Oh,
I said we should be telling the government that we should be as confident with the government about what our money is, right? Principal and the interest.
Well, I mean, you would just, I think if you had, but you do all that in paperwork anyway. That's all quiet, privately.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, you're not like, I don't know.
No, you're not. You're not going and cashing in and taking the bank account with you, right? It doesn't work that way.
Well, it doesn't work like people think. People are like, you mean I got a check for you to get millions of dollars from me? Oh my God. Like, it's not how it works. It works off credit. But yeah, I get too serious about it. I missed the joke, so.
I was kind of joking, but yeah, it was awesome. Really hearing you. I'd like to go back and I missed some of it. But, I've heard all pretty much before, but it's interesting because it's so confusing. Most people are just dumbfounded that what you're saying, because it sounds like backwards to what. Of course, it is backwards to what people assume, but when you say that they owe us, it sounds like you could somehow just cash in on it. Well,
I think that's where the whole concept of forgiveness comes in. Because you have to ultimately forgive the United States the debt that they owe you. The problem is people are so one-track minded that they think, well, fuck that. I'm not going to forgive them. Look what they did to the Indians. Oh, my God.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they don't see it that's why it's the whole turn your other cheek thing. That's why I think the whole Christ message is all about discharge of debt, and as far as this system goes.
Well, then bankruptcy is not ever necessary then, because a lot of people think discharging debt is declaring bankruptcy.
Well, bankruptcy is the move of a debtor, and you're either a debtor or a creditor. And the point is that think of it like this. Just think of it. It's so simple to think of it. Who gave something to who first? Do you know what I mean? The child is given a birth certificate at birth because they're a member of our society, and every one of our members of society, every one of the people who are born in our vicinity, are given this document. Then what happens? Then you give over that document to the United States, and they give you an instrument of to do banking, to have access to your money through the banking system. The interest is that the United States, because you gave over the instrument first, so they owe you plus the interest for the value of the document. Now, when it comes to them or you accessing the funds as a citizen, you're accessing the funds that you essentially gave to them so that they could give to you so you could operate in society. Well, they owe the principal and the interest, and the citizen that they gave it to on the books is considered to be an employee of the United States. So they are trying to make sure that the accounting done by their agent, your citizen, is correct, so that when they approach you to pay you back, they have their books in order. But these evil bastards have switched it to where they've made people think that they're exclusively the citizen, and that they actually owe the principal and the interest to the creditor. The problem is, where's the creditor? Who's the creditor? Nobody can name the creditor. And the creditor is you. But it's you in the biblical capacity, not in the capacity as a citizen.
And is there a way that you could show a document that would explain it the way you just did to some degree?
Nope. There's no way to do it. The Bible. Go read the Bible. That's your document.
So this is just an interpretation, people will say, rather than something that is written in law and code. I mean, is there somewhere besides
better,
what you
I look at it like, it's better.
It's written plainly.
Well, look, it's those who have eyes shall see and ears to hear, and it's better that they label someone like myself as a nut job, because I don't need the fucking the flack for it.
Right, I hear you. I'm trying to get
I don't really give a shit. No one can save his brother. No one
When
can
I
say
explain
that,
it,
bro.
I'm saying Issa said it, right? And then they're saying, where did Issa get it? And I don't know where to tell them to go. Right?
Yeah, no, but you would go to the Bible. Because the
That's an
Bible says the
interpretation.
Bible.
Though,
Here's the
man.
thing,
I
right?
understand
Here's the thing, right?
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I'm just saying
My
that
thing is this: is like
how do I convince
you
someone
don't
else?
get no. You don't disseminate this information to the layman. That's
I
what you do.
understand that. Someone
You
that's worth
don't
it.
give this information. You don't give this. That's why I came to flat earthers initially, because I was like,
Sure.
wow, these guys have switched their paradigm. Like, for me, flat earth just sat in the puzzle piece, and I was like, yep, that makes total fucking sense. But because I'd already been studying this upside down world of law. And then when I heard about, flat earth, it just sunk right in. It's like, and that's why the way I look at it is like, I used to use the analogy that like all the judges are flat earthers, and like you're going into the courtroom and you can't blow up their spot, man. You can't reveal to the general public that either one of you is a flat earther, because the general public is retarded and will want to kill both of you. So it's kept under a strict military system that through signs and symbols, you show that you are a flat earther. The judge sees you're a flat earther and is like, "Gotcha, kid." That's what happens. And everyone else is like, that doesn't happen. That's not how they normally do it.
One second, please. I said, no fraud to begin with, right? Are you saying that the only way to go, or the only way to sort of proceed through life is to sort of look after yourself, tell your friends and your family is about the fraud and how you surf around it? Or surely God wouldn't put us in that situation? You know what I mean? How can a man expect
but there's,
to
you know what I've
live
learned though?
in a known
You know what I've learned though, Pete? It's like this, right? Like I remember when I first got into Islam, I was all gung ho about it, right? And I didn't eat pork, and I was all fucking about my shit. And so, I remember being there one year with my grandmother, and she's like puts a piece of ham with fucking, pineapple on it. You know what I mean? And she's like, here's your dinner. Like looking at me full well, looking at me like, what are you gonna do, bitch? And I thought to myself,
what am I, Hawaiian? Says you.
Right. And I thought to myself, how dare I refuse a plate of food from my grandmother, dude?
Mm-hmm.
How fucking dare I? It's one of the tenets, man. Respect your parents, respect your elders. Like that's the rule I'm following.
Did she know that you didn't eat ham though?
Oh fuck yeah.
Oh, okay. So
it was a total test of her.
her.
It was a test of her to be like, how far are you going to go with this? And I had that moment in my eyes where I was just like, you know what? Thank you, Grandma. Fuck yeah. And it shut down all their arguments. It shut down. It was a conditional acceptance.
Nice.
Because like what goes in my mouth doesn't defile me. It's what comes out, right?
There you go.
That kind of thing. That kind of Christ message, or like what I believe to be the Christ message. Because people will be like, well, show me that in the Bible. Well, that's just what it feels right. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, it's not what goes in your mouth that defiles you. It's what comes out. Therefore, it's irrelevant, like, that I ate a piece of ham. May the good Lord forgive me. You know what I mean? Even though, like, what was I supposed to do? Like, stand up and punch my grandma because I'm like, I'm a Muslim. I don't fucking, you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? Like, it's like these, check this out. It's like these Muslims that only want to marry virgins, only want to have, like, like ready to stone women for fucking, you know what I mean? All that shit. It's like, yo, dude, your prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, married a 40-year-old woman who was a traitor in Mecca. Like, you know what I mean? This is not like you're assuming this. You're putting cultural things on top of this religion thing, in my opinion.
Right.
And like, therefore,
how did they get convinced that heaven was going to be like 72 versions and all that? Like, what? Who has time for 72 versions? And why is there so much sex in heaven?
I like the idea. I like the idea that even the elders of Islam or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, the Quran, like whatever. It's like, to the materialist mind, if you were to talk about any kind of heaven for them, it's going to involve something material. It's going to involve, like, when you go to heaven, you're going to have 10 Teslas and fucking 3 mansions on the beach and and that's why you got to act right. And for some people, that's literally what they think is going to happen. Like, they're going to wake up in a golden palace and fucking 30 fucking. And all I'm trying to say is, that's, to me anyway, it's allegory from the creator to say, hey, you know what I mean? Like, the gold you're seeking, that concept of heaven changes throughout life, I think. And I just think, like, it's told to people like that because it's told to children that way. You're going to get all your toys when you get to heaven. All the favorite toys, the big, whatever it is that you didn't get, you're going to have it in fucking heaven. You just fucking don't do this, that, and the other thing and steal from your brother, because people are that retarded and they need those kind of rules.
Aren't
but
Christians
they're made
on a
retarded. They're
specific
made
goal at the
retarded
end
on
of the
purpose,
Bible?
right?
No, it's just the way that God made us. But then some of us see through that. It's like at some point, at some point you recognize that it's like Santa Claus. It has to exist because it has to push the level of discernment. It's like the globe, like we've said before. It's like the globe is not going anywhere and I don't want it to go anywhere because who am I or who are any of us to deprive someone of the awakening that happens when you realize that fucking there's something like you know what I mean. The point is that it's like not having a muscle. Like you need this muscle built in order of discernment in order to get through any of this and remain sane. And if you don't have that, if you don't have Santa Claus, you don't have discernment.
Santa Claus.
You know what I mean? It's like if you don't have the Satan, the adversary, you don't know what is righteous and good.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
That is
you know what I'm saying? So like while they go through but then by your fruits you shall know them. By the fruits you shall know them. It's like you see, like, you know what I mean? Like you just see it.
I can look at it both ways. Like the game board. The game board is like the perfect analogy, actually, because if the game board's a sphere, right? It's a fictional game board of a sphere. And there's so many people playing on the game board that you can't really have everyone realize it's just a game. There's gonna be some people that realize it, but if everyone thought, "Oh, this is just a game," it's not really a sphere. We know it's reality is totally not what we're.
The game
but they
board.
have to play along. The game board has to keep going so that there's people that realize it that have deeper levels to the game that they can go in without having everybody crowding. Like the concert you want to get in, right? There's a way to get in a concert besides those two doors. But if they didn't have the single file lines, it would be a mess trying to get into that concert for most people. So you have to have, the back door sometimes for people that are willing to search for it.
The game board is actually still the plane. We only have players on it who have, who think that the board is not a board. By the way, on the other hand, I wanted to ask, I think it was Isa, what is it that can come out of the mouth of a man that defiles him?
I mean, I think lies.
Mm-hmm. What about words of fornication and other very disgusting words?
Boobs.
Well, maybe if it's
why are words disgusting?
If it's like you and your old lady, I don't know. That's one thing. Context is everything. As far as
right.
But like,
It's the intention with the word, right? It's always the intention with the word, not the word.
No. There's distinctive things we tell our children not to use, and I think when you grow up, you should actually learn to be a man and have a clean tongue, because there was once a time in our period of history where man was actually called gentleman, and it was very highly appreciated when man has had the let's say respect for themselves to formulate their sentences equivalent to being a gentleman, right? But nowadays we have a generation of men who'd say that it's okay to not be a gentleman and use all kinds of words of disgustingness, and they always try to come up with some excuse to make it sound like as if it's reasonable to use these things, even though we would always go to our kids and tell them, no, don't do that. So I think it's very important that the church, regardless of what intention it might be, but the words we choose, they defile a man. And they come from
vulgarness, vulgarness and uncleanly, intentions and all that. But I just think you give more power to the words by making them taboo. Is what I would say.
Well, 1 second.
No, that's not true.
Yeah. 1 second. Here's sort of an interesting one, because on the one hand, one of the most rudest words on earth in the English language anyway is cunt, right? But yet, at the same time, we all accept that we live on cunt trees. So a word that is, unoffensive is generally used, but you're still incorporating the same thing. And actually, it comes back to our idea of what is a foul word. You know what I mean? So I think everything has been distorted in a great way. And I don't think it's got to do with the words more than the intentions behind the words.
No. You're using one thing to dismiss other things, but we definitely know, everyone in here knows the difference between a word that is that is definitely a bad word, a dirty word, and a word that is building up and good to use and is actually coming out of the mouth of a gentleman or a gentlewoman. So no, there's definitely a difference, and we cannot just go. That's exactly what I just meant. Nowadays we come up with some stories to justify the things to normalize it in nowadays society, and it's not normal. It's not normal that everyone is
how would anyone know you're a gentleman if there wasn't a contrast to people not being a gentleman using the words that other people think are vulgar? So how would there be any distinguishment if nobody ever used those words?
The thing is, there will always be people. The thing is that that's another weird. There will always be people using it. I'm not saying that we can get rid of it, but even if everyone would stop using cuss words, we would still be aware of the past, right?
Well, what if the word baloney, right, meant something completely vulgar in another language, and you didn't know it, and you kept using it, and these people were like, going to require you to stop using it.
But I'm not talking to people in other. I wouldn't talk to people that use other languages with my language. That would be also rude.
Sure, but maybe fuck used to be a beautiful thing, right?
Exactly, that's my point about
someone defiled it.
Yeah.
You're exactly fulfilling what I just tried to say. You try to come up with excuses. No, I'm not missing any point.
But like
the scriptures are the scriptures are very precise about it. It says, don't use foul or abusive language. Let everything you say be good and helpful, so that your words will be encouragement to those who hear them. If a person thinks that he is religious but can't control his tongue, he is a fool. He is fooling himself. That person's religion is worthless. Their talk is foul, like the stench from an open grave. Their tongues are filled with lies. Snake venom drips from their lips. Their mouths are full of cursing and bitterness. There's so many verses talking about it.
I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion, bro. Yeah, everyone's got their own way of interpreting things.
It's not my opinion. It is the word.
Stop shouting with your German accent. Stop shouting.
It is not my opinion, guys.
God made everyone different for a reason, right? Everyone's got a variety. The variety of life is everyone's not the same. So that's the beauty in it, bro.
Okay, but it's not my opinion.
I would say
the word.
New perspective is correct with baloney because it would be all about the intent. You could say baloney, it could mean something evil, but if you thought baloney meant the meat and you were saying baloney is the meat, your intent is the meat. But so it would be like the intent. When you say cunt, the cunt means bad. So like,
the point is, here's the thing, right? Let's take, hold on. Yeah. If you use the term baloney, right? If I say, if I'm making a bologna sandwich, it's one thing. But if I say in public, like, yeah, I'm gonna go give her the bologna.
There you go.
You know what I mean? That's totally different, right? So, like,
perfect example of
the point is this:
it's your intent.
Well, the point is this: what I'm saying? Like, his brother asked, like, what do you think defiles you when it comes out of your mouth? And I replied with lies. Now, I think that stands true. Now, the thing is that, like, language, like, is. Like, like, take for instance, like, I think I agree with you, brother. I think we should have words of encouragement and be, and be upful and bright and all the rest of it. However, also, like, if you're in the context of, like, with your wife in the bedroom, you could talk dirty and it's not like that's my opinion. But I hear what you're saying, and it's an interesting point. And it's a good point.
Yeah. It's the intent that matters because it's all about your intent. With your wife, it's your intent. But if you're talking to somebody else, it's a different intent. Bologna, saying bologna is the meat, and it could be
So it is the intent, right? So if I would stand in front of children or a group of children, just because I had a good intent, it makes it acceptable for me to use words of fornication, for example, saying F word.
It's not sometimes.
That's not good intent though. If you're saying fucking shit and piss in front of kids, that's not good intent at all. That's awful.
But hey, look,
but if you're saying baloney, you're saying kids.
Baloney is not these words. You're trying to put baloney right next to these words. That's what it sounds like to me. To justify the other things.
No, it's not. It's look. What you're saying, dude, is completely correct, and I think everyone here agrees with that. That's why we all are in here, because we.
You know what the irony is, though. The irony is the kids, like anybody that thinks that not saying it in front of the kids is going to make it so they never hear it and never use it. and never give it the power that you have to hide it, that they use and behind your back. Anyone thinks that's not what's going on, like by not using it in front of them. I know, I'm saying, but that's kind of like the idea that they never would hear the word.
It's the idea.
They give power to the word and they use it in that way.
Yeah,
they
but
use
it's
it
the
in the way
idea of being an example of how to behave. That's the point.
I understand that. I agree with that.
You know what I mean? Because it's not like because just because those words exist doesn't mean like a father has to teach his daughter about it. Like she's going to learn about certain things from her friends, just like she's supposed to, and then they're going to see how the adults behave. And if the behaves don't swear or curse, they most likely won't swear or curse because they know it's not the proper way to behave. So that's all there is to it. It's not a point of argument, really. It's just like silly.
No, but at the same time, you don't want to force somebody to be under some kind of doctrine or some kind of limited usage of the language for their own expression of creativity, or trying to give some kind of example of the fact that words are meaningless. Really, when it comes down to it, it's all about the intent. I mean, there's all those philosophical things that a daughter might actually understand and appreciate at some point in life.
I have a great example of intent where, like, say you're driving and you accidentally hit a cyclist and then it was completely accident. And then there's a different example of when you're driving and you intentionally hit the cyclist. What do you think in God's eyes is going to be different? The intention of hitting the cyclist or the non-intention? So, like, intention is everything, pretty much.
Same result to the cyclist, of course. He's dead either way, and who knows where he goes on to.
Yeah, but he was a martyr or a victim. But it all depends on what was the intent of the driver. Did he intentionally hit the person, or was it an accident? Are you going to be held accountable for a complete accident? Potentially, but it's different than doing it intentionally.
Hey, Isa, but you've talked about the Bible being a law book, basically. I wonder if like some of the manipulation that might have gone on was they figured out a way to make a list of words that they could tax people for saying, right? Or they would be an offense, officially an offense if you use these words, but it might have been at first like a common word that most people were used to using so that they could get more money out of them that way or something, right?
Jesus was registered. You know that, Isa? Mary and Joseph took Jesus to the compulsory registration. I think it's something new came in at the time. Maybe the Gospel of John or something.
Yeah, they went for the census. They went for the census, right? And
it's a birth certificate slavery, ultimately, Isa, isn't it? Isn't that what it comes back to?
It's not slavery.
It's not the slavery. It's slavery now, but all what do you call it? Stipulations, all aspects of the contract haven't been laid bare. So we're entering into something we don't know what we're entering into. So that's ultimately the foundation of the whole.
Right, but the thing is, in trust law, the beneficiary does not have to have the full disclosure of the trust agreement. So if you're strictly operating as the beneficiary, then you don't need to know the trust agreement. Only the trustee and the guarantor of the trust know the trust agreement. So the beneficiary. So it makes sense why they keep people in the dark. But the point is that the information is available to you. I think
don't we act as the trustee unknown to ourselves as opposed to the beneficiary?
Well, the problem is that we don't operate in the capacity as a trustee, in my opinion, because we strictly operate as the beneficiary. You know what I mean? That's the thing is that, and then what we don't realize also too is that we're the trustee, and it's like you could look at it like God is the guarantor. You know what I mean? Like that's like the idea is that's the idea the way I see it. It's like
Isa, can you give us an example in just like say an estate right now, like say grandparents, parents, whatever?
Yeah, no problem, no problem. So let's say like this. Let's say the mother and father have a drug addict son, right? So they give their money over to the bank, and they hand off, or they create a trust. They put the money in the trust, and then that trust agreement. There's a banker that runs that trust agreement. That banker is under instruction from the parents to give the child $500 a month. And that's it. To pay for his living expenses and food for his fucking fridge. Now, the guy who's the beneficiary doesn't necessarily, he gets a check for $500. And then he's over there bitching and moaning. He wants more money, this, that, the other thing. He doesn't know how much is in his estate. He wants to know. He fucking wants to find out how much his parents are going to give him, da, 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 da. But the trustee doesn't have to tell him. He just says, "Here's your $500 check," and that's all I'm permitted to tell you.
Okay, so but in what way do we have any beneficial experience? Like, I don't get a check from the government every month for $500, right? So, like, what is it that we have that's even beneficial? How are we a beneficiary at all?
You have a banking account. Through the Social Security account number, you have access to your funds. And you use that Social Security account to do fucking everything. Get a driver's license.
But see, here's the trick, though, right? Because we think that when I go to the bank for the first time as an 18-year-old or whatever, mom and dad are going to help me set up. Like, I think I'm starting at ground zero. I think I'm the one putting in all of the money. Like, I don't know that there's a back. What?
The money's already there. Yeah.
I was saying you are, because your bank account starts at zero, so you're completely right.
Right,
no,
but
wait a minute. Hold on.
Right,
Let me see if I can explain it real quick, Travis. Listen to this.
Yeah.
This is one way of looking at it, and this might be exactly what they do. It's a pound of flesh for a pound of gold, right? So the idea was, at least this is what I've heard, that when you're born, right, depending on how much you weigh, the queen would put aside that much gold as an investment on your person that's going to be living a life that's going to accrue interest over the time, that's going to have this account set aside, and it's the interest on the gold that gets that continues to expand. And if you're in a country that has the money to provide a pound of gold for a pound of flesh, then you're the rich country that has all of these pounds of gold now that they're constantly building up, but they're representative through these people, that are gonna be able to borrow against it, or use it as a way of providing this person with, if they were like home, say they were retarded or something and they needed social services their whole life. Well, at least there's something there for them that we don't have to tap into the bigger funds for, like that kind of thing. But you could discharge debt, which is a way of getting of them forgiving the debt with just their signature. And that's the tricky part, because if you do that, you have to do a lot of paperwork and a lot of writing, from what I understand. Like, you can get it'll affect your credit rating at first, because they want to put it on there, and you might have to write a letter to get it.
Not if you stop them before they start doing it. Yeah. Remember this: when you're in negotiation, there can't be a judgment. So if let's say like they send you a thing about you to ding your credit report or something like that, you could respond to them, and if you respond to them and in fairness and like, hey, could you show me this, that, the other thing, they're going to usually respond with exactly what you asked them for. But if you were to be like, hey, could you put it under notary seal? And if you don't put it under notary seal, then it may be agreed that you're making a frivolous filing.
Mm-hmm.
So if they don't come under notary seal and this has to go before the court, you're under notary seal. They're not. Therefore, they violated the contract because they were given an opportunity to cure, because you got a letter and you said, hey, I conditionally accept this upon proof of claim that, you know what I mean? Like, whatever. Like, I mean, you don't want to not pay your bills, though, is the thing.
Okay, but let me try to go back. I'm trying to put these pieces together bit by bit. Let me see if I can go backtrack to what was being said. So the I guess the breakdown of the analogy with what Issa described with the trust and the kid who gets $500 a month, right? So he has a limit on what he's given. So to a certain extent, let's say now if my social security number and my my bank account actually gives me access to an undisclosed amount that I could use to discharge. So let's say I do have.
Before you overcomplicate it, the best analogy I can give, dude, is like, have you heard me with like you give me a piece of gold, or you and a buddy give me a piece of gold, and then I give you both $1 back. You've heard me go through this, right?
Just do it again.
So just to break it. Okay, good. So like, if you were to give me like a piece of, like, you and New P give me a fucking piece of gold to live in my society, okay, and in return I give you $1. At the end of the year, I say to you that dollar has interest of 25%. Okay, so you both owe me $1.25 at the end of the year. So now I don't put any more money in the marketplace. So there's only $2 that you guys have, and I'm looking for 50 cents coming from 25 from each of you. So at the end of the year, one of you maybe sold something to the other guy, and the other guy is now out. He's down to 75 cents. So when you guys come before me at the end of the year to pay me the dollar and the interest, right? One guy's a liar and the other guy's a thief, because the one guy's going to tell me, well, I sold him this, and the other guy's going to tell me, well, this guy over here still owes me, so I'm going to have to pay you later. So I got a liar and a thief in front of me, and so now the remedy is you could say, let's say you were one of those guys, you could say to me, hey, where's the bill for the $1.25? And I would go, well, let me draft one for you. I draft a bill for $1.25. You want to make this official, kid? Sure. Boom. I give you the fucking instrument. You take that instrument, turn it over on the back, sign it with your name. That's your identifier. And you give it back to me and you say, hey, you know what? Knock it off what you owe me for the gold bar.
Would you put your social security number as well as your
hold
signature?
on. We're just on principles, dude. Just in theory, right? So, like, the idea is that you're saying, hey, don't, like, my point is this: don't forget that you gave them the gold bar, because the problem is what people are doing is they're coming and trying to argue why they don't have the $1.25 or why they do, how they got the 25. And what I'm saying is,
but if it's an unwritten thing, and people they know that account, that you are the trust holder, basically, right? You're the beneficiary. But getting it so that they understand that you get that there is that money, and they're not going to acknowledge.
Okay, let me clarify that.
They're not going to say, okay, you're right, we owe you. They're never going to say that.
Check this out. When you go and you ask, when you say, hey, knock it off what you owe me, you're operating as the trustee, if you will. And you're saying you're taking control of the account because essentially what you could say is, excuse me, does anyone else have authority over this account? Well, no one's going to stand up. So let the record show that I have authority over the account. Am I not the priority security interest holder here to set off the debt, Your Honor? But the point is like...
And you've helped people discharge debt before, right?
I'm saying, I've gotten rid of some bills and shit like that. I don't know how the bank or the fucking hospital exactly did it. But yeah, like, you know what I mean? I just think, like, because, there's two ways to do it. One is the concept of the idea that you're actually paying them. The other thing that what they realize is that there's a technical hiccup and they can't move forward. So they have to forgive. But at the same time, you want to make it so that you've paid the bill. And because you live in a bankrupt society that is literally codified in the Uniform Commercial Code. Like, Travis, please go look it up and read it for us. UCC 3603. Tender of payment. And read that and look how you're in a bankrupt system, and it's saying, it says, when tender of payment is made to the one entitled to enforce the instrument and the tender of payment is either accepted or refused, there is discharge.
Okay,
so if they refuse it, there's discharge. Because you are in a system that is bankrupt, and they are bankrupt and they owe you.
And like something you said earlier.
So they owe me, but when I start my bank account, I get nothing, and they print money out of thin air constantly, trillions of dollars, without being backed by anything, without being backed by bonds or anything. So
you gotta love Admiral.
It doesn't matter about my birth certificate.
That's why I love
they print money out of thin air, despite my birth certificate, despite what I'm worth. I could be worth $2 million. They print $5 billion out of thin air. So
yeah. So what?
Yeah. So like yeah, when I start a bank account, I start with zero. That's what Travis was saying. I don't get anything. I'm not the debtor. I'm not the payment or whatever you're saying.
But if you get a loan, this is what I was going to say. Easter, earlier you said if you get a loan, that loan, they have permission to tap into that interest that is
look, when you get a credit card, you fill out an application and you give it to them. Okay, what you didn't do was sign the back of that instrument, right? You didn't sign the back of that because you're like, this isn't a fucking check. Well, the point is that it is a check. And because you don't sign the back of the instrument, the CFO of the bank does. And the CFO is licensed by the SEC to make sure that you fucking pay. So they're accessing essentially your account through your social security number, which the bank is allowed to do under the SEC. Now you gave them a check, they fucking give you a line of credit for 10 grand, and it's backed by what you gave them at birth. That's where it's not even like that it's actual, like, quote unquote money. It's just credit. It's a concept. It's the Wizard of Oz. It's like fairy tale land.
But could you just go out and run up a bunch of credit cards and discharge that debt? Just like go spend $100,000 on 5 different credit cards, discharge that debt, and then get more credit cards? Or are they going to be like, hey,
no, I
you're
think the way
just
to do
going to
it,
discharge the debt. We're not giving you any more credit cards.
The move, I think, and this is why it's very experimental, man. But it's interesting, especially if we come correct, we're not wrong. And we're just looking to show cause how they couldn't set off the debt by the use of this financial instrument pursuant to the UCC 3603 or whatever the code is pursuant to the state, right? And you would say, hey, show cause how that you not accepting this pursuant to the UCC isn't a deprivation of my rights under the color of law just because you normally do it like that. And my thing is, you would create a relationship with the CFO, the relationship with your bank, and you'd shut the fuck up about it.
There is a way to look it up, by the way. I've seen it.
It's called a banker's. Here's the thing, it's called a banker's acceptance. Okay, and the thing is that it's all like it's interesting because it gets into like
you can see your social security number. You can look it up and see that it's worth millions and people that's been used on the stock exchange. That it's your social security number has been traded this many times over this
that's
period
what's
of your life.
That's what's fascinating with the notion of state-run jails, because the United States citizen is classified as an enemy of the state. So that's why they need a license and a residence, and you need all this permission to do everything because you're classified as an enemy of the fucking states, because you're a drain on the economy, because you're asking for more money. And when more money shows up, they got to put it at interest, which puts them further into debt. So nobody likes a U.S. fucking citizen. So fucking the states, when you violate a law or something like that, they hold the collateral, i.e. the body, if you're identifying as it, right, strictly or whatever, if they hold the body and they lien that account. So the state is taking their money to get paid via that account that you just talked about. Same account that gives you your line of credit, same account.
Right. I think Napalm made a good point. You guys were talking about this a while back about the money, like your taxes. Like you guys are talking about where your taxes go. Like, do your taxes actually go to fix the roads, or is it just like so completely complex in the way that money gets invested in BlackRock or whoever it is that money, as soon as you give the money to the people that know what they're doing with the money, it starts doubling in interest, or whatever, it starts accruing interest in this larger fund that you don't really have any idea where it goes, and it's not for you. You don't get that interest. You're paying it to them. They're making.
See, I don't think so. I just think it's all controlled. It's all controlled within the IMF, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So nobody, it's like nobody knows who doesn't need to know, and everyone else is just operating on the classical corporate schemata. You know what I mean? But then I think there's there's players.
The idea that you could actually access this account, and some of the people, because I don't think that all the people that are saying that, I don't think they're all liars. I think some of them actually believe it. And why is that?
Listen. My thing is
been around for so long.
Well, just to clarify, you can access the account if you go to a bank and get a loan, or that's how you access the account, is through the vehicle of this SEC licensed company. So that's how you have access to your account. The problem is these people are over here preaching that, well, you've got millions of dollars and you can get your millions of dollars. And actually, there were some guys who were doing these things called OIDs, and a lot of them went to jail for it. You know what I mean? Because they were going and they were getting the money. Like, they were filing these papers.
An OID.
And they were going to jail for it. And that's why I fuck that.
What does that stand for? OID? Someone asked.
I don't know. It's like I don't know. What is OID? Let's look it up. I forget. It's like
Yeah, I've seen a couple of videos that were pretty convincing. Like, one guy was saying that if you cannot leave, like, there's a private and a public, right? And you have to, there's two sides of the account, and you don't.
It's original issue discount.
You don't balance it perfectly. You have to have a zero amount perfectly.
So it's called the original issue discount, 1099 OID. Used to report a special type of interest from certain bonds that were issued at a price less than the value. you can redeem them for once the bond matures. So what these guys were doing was taking like a birth certificate bond and like using these OID things and trying to collect the interest from it, and they were getting it. You know
Well,
what I mean?
why
So,
would
like,
they get it if it was something illegal? Like, why would the
well,
process
no,
even
but
allow them to do
that's
that?
where it took the IRS a minute to realize, and that's where they came up with paper terrorists, because essentially they were taking stuff and they weren't being honorable about it. You're in an agreement. The whole point is to not have cash. The whole point is to forgive the United States for making it. Because
So
every dollar that's
explain to whoever
listen, every
why you're
dollar
not
that's
worried about them like quadrupling the amount of money in the last few years, like just like amazing printing beyond, like that scares a lot of people, smart people that I know
well,
that
no, it should.
really
Well,
think
and
that that's a
this is
problem.
why that's okay. And let me ask you, why is that scary? New perspective.
Well, because it seems like if you pump a lot of money and there's too much money that it's not backed by anything to begin with. There's so much money, it saturates the dollar and the value goes down.
No,
Okay,
I don't think that's the way it works. That's yeah.
You know,
like
that's the idea behind it.
Like just real quick. So I let's say I print off.
But why wouldn't it work that way, real quick? Don't lose that point.
I'm trying to explain why in my mind. I'm gonna print off in my basement $10 million. Now I just go out and just spend it on whatever I want. That's not going to do anything to any value of anything. No one's going to know how much I put in. No, you know, that money's going to exchange hands 10, 15,000 times. It's going to be there. The only thing that controls the value is the guys at the top who then raise the price of shit, like, so that I'm going out and buying food at the grocery store for $30 when last year I got it for 15.
Plus, you got to remember this too. It's like, I know I forget whether it's Keynesian or Keynesian or which one it is. There's two different guys. But there's like the economic model that we follow. It's like if we were properly following these economic models, we would have entered into hyperinflation fucking years ago, dude.
Right.
So like that's what tells you there's a gig, you know what I mean? Because that's what tells you that something's up. I remember being young. I remember asking a math teacher of mine, this real nerdy dude. I was like, "What is money?" And he couldn't break it down for me. Nobody can break it down for me.
So
Nobody,
new perspective, just real quick. So if we have inflation right now, right? So like I'm noticing that like I'm gonna have to like figure out how to start not spending as much money, because I'm almost spending twice as much on food sometimes. It's like fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But my point is, did they pour in money into the economy so that now the value of the dollar is less?
Well, no, I think it's like
happened?
this. They've admittedly printed so much money to like give to Ukraine. You know, Trump printed a bunch of money. So like, because these things are on the books, they have to show somewhat of an effect in society, I think, to keep the gig up.
But the money's worth is just a matter of what they call it. They could print 10 times that much and it wouldn't really change the value, because at the end of the day,
the point is
IMF
nobody would know. This is why what's interesting. This is why I think they are always going to have general amnesty for the populations coming in. This is why they are okay with the influx of all these people, because these people are going to bring birth certificates, which grants them the right to print more fucking money without destabilizing the value of the dollar. Get it?
You need your inflation first. The inflation comes, and then you build the excess amount of money up, and then you print it off. So
they're printing money despite anybody being born anyways. They print unlimited money no matter how many people are born. They're printing unlimited money, whether one person be born or 5 billion. It's unlimited money printing.
But for the books, this is why they're
True.
okay.
Yeah.
People coming in, like, this is why they're okay with it.
Yeah, but the books are flawed. The math is not reality. They can put whatever numbers they want.
I gotta think that their books are pretty fucking good. I just think they probably have a lot of
no way.
Yeah, no. They don't.
You can't count all the people on Earth.
No,
you can't count all the people on
No.
Earth.
I'm talking about the United States. Like, specifically like the United States, their accounting does not fuck up. They do not fuck up when it comes to accounting. They're balanced. They balance their books. And my point is, however they do it, is one thing, but what I'm trying to say, they could do that through bonds and through different things and mechanisms. Because the problem is, most people, if I talk, like I've argued at length in here one day, and everyone was like yelling at me. I was like, dude, money can just be a piece of paper. Like, and people are like, yeah, but how do you pay? That's not money. And it's like, no, money is like an obligation, a bond. Like, there's different types of money. That's why I think the government can issue whatever it wants and satisfy whatever it needs to. Because also, none of us are looking to collect, which is, great for them. You know what I mean? But it's not too beneficial for us, especially how irresponsible of us not to forgive the United States what it owes us so that it can remain
How about
solvent.
we all take our money, we go to the bank and we ask them for gold instead of money? Are they going to have enough gold for our money? Not
there
even
is no
close.
gold standard.
Of course not. There's no gold like that.
Exactly.
Right.
They
Right.
print
So
money out of thin
your
air. It doesn't matter
concept of
about the
money, right? So what I'm trying to say is, like, you're trying to substantiate how it's worthless because the gold isn't there. But that's because that's not money in the fucking first place, especially regarding a bankruptcy. Read the Bankruptcy Act. Like, read House Joint Resolution 192. Someone pull it up, man. There's like paragraphs in there in the very beginning where it talks about the emergency of the banking situation. And because of that, they made it illegal to buy or sell or do anything in gold. That's why they confiscated the gold of the state citizens, so that all the gold was being perceived to be in the Federal Reserve, whatever. What they did was they didn't realize there's not enough gold, and what they used as the gold was the bonds of the people who wanted to become citizens. So the gold is just a collection of fucking birth certificates that these people have, which are called indented deeds, which the system of that goes all the way back to fucking ancient times, called the Sestake V Trust. That's why you get one.
I don't think we ever talk about pensions, because the pensions is not talking about the pensions hold a value, which the government uses that money to put on the stock exchange and gamble at.
Like I said, they're and that would show how their books have gotten balanced by them having that record of that thing being traded and making the money to cover the whatever needed, even if it's just fictional. But my point is that their books are good.
Just fictional. And they're bankrupt.
Right, they're bankrupt, and it's almost, you got to feel sorry for them. That's why it's like, when that poor officer comes up to the side of your vehicle, it's like, nah, he's begging.
All right, what about this? What about when? What about? That's funny. What about when someone? Okay, one of the things I was watching was claiming that. Okay, I'm going to post this video actually. In the beginning, he talks about how the bankers, or the people that have a lot of money, they make money when more money's printed, but we don't. Why would someone think that's the case? That they make money off the money being printed?
Well, they think that people think fractional reserve banking is a thing, and then you get all these people come in. Yeah, that's exactly how they do it. You give them $1 and they print 9. And granted, it's an interesting theory. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised if it has something to do with it, but I just don't think that's the way that it works. I think you give them an instrument and they create a certain set amount of money based on that instrument. That's just how I think it works.
I bet there's weird. Okay, so it also seems like there's weird things as far as like one country compared to another. Like United States, they're the biggest the biggest creditors and debtors, right? But because a United States citizen is worth more on the stock market than any other citizen of any other country, maybe. I don't know if that's true, but let's just say it's up there, right? So that is always, as soon as you're born, the ticker starts, accruing interest with the Blackwater investment company that keeps track of all that, or the IMF, however it's done, right? So because you're a U.S. citizen, you're worth way more than any other country. So the value has to keep increasing because there's that many more people in the world, and your value rationally compared to the rest of the populace in the world has to keep accruing. So therefore they have to keep now a baby is, when it's born, they have to print 10 times as much as they did 10 years ago, because the whole world's getting more and more people, and that value needs to go up. And then and because it goes up that way, that up the chain, that there's money they need to spend at the end of the year, like anybody with their small business, they need to spend that. Otherwise they're not going to get it next year. right? So they have to spend it somewhere. Maybe that's where some of this deception about space travel goes, or that some of that money is just like burned or actually sent to space, so they can just get rid of it and balance the budget.
That's why I think horrible Hollywood movies are made. Like when you see the ones with like shitty CGI, but like some major A-list actor in it.
Right. Someone needed to get paid. Someone needed to spend the money. Otherwise, they're not. If you don't spend money, you're not rich, right? You're not rich just because you keep money. You're rich because you spend the energy, the currency. That's the other whole thing about it. The currency has to flow. So if there's more and more people, you're going to have a higher flow of currency, no matter what. And if America's the central area of the energy, there's got to be an overflow of money somewhere. And how do they take care of it? They need to have some sludge funds or just some way of frivolously spending it.
It's it's irrelevant to us in one sense, but I also think that they make every country feel that way. Like they make every citizen of every country feels as though they are worth more, that they are, somehow there's a little secret that the rest of the world doesn't know about because they're so fucking special. Like they've tricked all societies into like patriotism in that way. You know what I mean? Not that it's bad.
But on paper, don't they still consider the U.S.
I don't know what they do. I don't know their books, man. I don't know their numbers on those shits like that. But I'm
what
saying,
about the U.S. dollar? Because we hold the standard, right?
Well, maybe not. I mean, I think like who knows? Maybe like right now, like the Qatar citizens are worth more.
Right.
I really don't know, man. Like, you know what I mean? I don't fucking know. But I know, like, I think, America, I think, I mean, I don't know. I'm partial to America. I could see where you think that. I don't know, though. I don't think,
you scared me earlier, man. You scared me thinking that there might be like a point where they're going to come and pick us up.
Dude, that's what scares me.
Once they collect on the debt, you're a U.S. citizen. You're going in the van off to China,
That's
and
right,
you
bro.
admit
You
to being
thought,
one, right?
you thought it was all a joke. That's why I've often come up with like, hit, like that line of like, or whatever. As I've learned, it's like if somebody says, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" You know what I mean? Like my response is it a crime to love JFK, Marilyn Monroe, and apple pie, bitch? Like I'm not saying I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm just saying, is it a crime? Right? You know what I mean? Like because that's the correct question. We don't know what we don't know what our rights are, so we don't know what to protect. That's the problem. And all throughout the world, if you look to the United States code, you're going to learn about your rights too. Read Title 18, 242. You have all those rights, in my opinion, under the IMF, and it's just codified in the American systems because it's built for the people of the American system. That's the beauty of our system, is that it allows the layman access to the information. And it has.
Why are they so stingy with it then? If they need the debt to be discharged, why is it like you have to have a good credit rating before you can even get a loan? Sometimes you can't even get a loan once you have too many of them.
Well, no, the U.S. is trying to listen. Let me tell you why. Because the U.S. is trying to make sure that U.S. citizen is going to help the United States pay the loan back. Now,
right, by discharging it or by actually paying out? Because most people pay out the interest and stuff right out of their paycheck.
Not on the public side.
They have no idea they could discharge it.
Right, and they're not supposed to. So the fucking point is that you better have a job, better have good credit if you want to come access this shit, because that's also part of the agreement that you're going to help society, that you're going to be someone, you know what I mean? So like you're going to have a job and you're going to be able to work in society. You're going to, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. You're going to fucking, and then but when the time comes, it's also about, we'll let the record show. Can't you just, because they owe you is the point, but you agree to play a part in this game of society, wherein we all get to live like the kings of thousands of years ago because we have heating, fridges, running water, toilets, fucking, you know what I mean? Like, we take for granted, like just because you're not living like Jay-Z, chances are you're living like a king compared to a lot of people.
Relatively speaking, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So like, and like, you may not be doing the MTV Cribs thing, but fucking if you have a home and you're warm and you know what I mean? Like these are blessings. And like, I just think, we have to A, be grateful, and B, also just know that fucking, like, I don't know, I take solace in the idea that the creator wouldn't put us in a position we couldn't get out of. So if someone comes up asking you, are you a United States citizen? The question is like, you know what I mean? Is it a crime to be one? And like, you know,
do you really have honest fears that might be the case? That like the possibility
well,
of us
my fear is
admitting to being a citizen is actually going to get us incarcerated at some
well,
point?
I mean, if you're gonna study economics, then yes, that is a fucking problem, bro. Yes, that's a very serious, real motherfucking problem, dude. That people are, because of people's unawareness about economics and the effects thereof, that is a big problem. If you're the collateral on the national debt and they want to collect, who can stop them? You can't stop the marshals from coming in and collecting and taking your shit if you owe somebody.
All right. So what are the logistics of that? What would be the reason for grabbing the person rather than just taking their identity
Put them
and
in work
cashing
camp.
it?
That's what they do. They put them to work, bro. They put them in a work camp. They make them fucking breaking rocks, doing shit, fucking, you know what I mean? Whatever it is to pay back that debt, bro.
Well, then why can't you just charge the debt still if you're the citizen?
Well, you
like
could.
right
Well, if you're
no,
well, if you're, it's like me saying. Remember, this is like if you're a U.S. citizen or a U.S. national. It's kind of like being like, I'm a Jaguar versus I'm a Honda Civic, right? The point is that both of
so
those
the national is the Jaguar.
Yeah, because both of those statements are fucking retarded. Because you're not a car, you fucking idiot.
Right.
Right, because you're
But
not a
does the
fucking
national
right. Because you don't have.
citizenship
Because check it like this.
does the
Because you don't
national
have.
citizen actually have Jaguar capabilities compared to a regular citizen?
No, not at all. You could call it a fucking. You can pick any two cars. My point is this: is that saying
Okay.
you're a car, you look like you're fucking nuts, and you might as well be treated just as good as a U.S. citizen. Because if you're going to say I'm a car, that's what they're saying to you. Are you a fucking Honda Civic? Yes, I am. Okay, good. You go in the fucking van. You know what I mean? Because that's what they're saying to you. They're saying you're a fucking chair. And you're like, yes, I know I'm a chair. But I'm a chair that has rights. And they're like, you're right. Get in the back of the fucking van. So
Right.
fucking, you know,
Well,
they
if
don't
they're
get.
coming in to collect the debt, are they going to really give you the proper,
Yes, of course they have
you
to.
think?
Yes. Oh
Because
yeah,
you're
dude.
not
They don't
admitting to being the
they don't
citizen, and you're
they
saying
don't. Hey, bro. They don't know
how
if
are they going to collect otherwise?
they don't know if you're the son of the senator. They don't know if you're they don't know who you are. They don't know if you're a son of Adam, dude. The point is they can't. They got to ask you, are you a U.S. citizen? Are you a fucking, you have to identify what it is. And if you're going to say, are you a U.S. citizen, your best line, and I always thought if you're dealing with an AI robot, probably better than dealing with half of these guys, because you'd just be like, do you have a charging instrument for my inspection? And the AI robot would be like, they're not compute. Fucking move along. Because fucking, you know, the
Yeah.
idea is that the AI knows the rules. It's not,
You
not
willfully offered yourself rather than required what they needed to give you something to require that information, right?
Well, I always thought, like, you know, I heard like Gordon Hall put it well. He's like, you know, what happens when they tell someone to get in the back of the car? You know what I mean? Like, you know, they just get in the back of the car, right? And they're like, this is wrong. This is that, the other thing. Well, like, in reality, like, you have line of questioning that you could get in the back of the car. I'd love to, so long as you could show me a charging instrument, or else it's agreed that you are violating my rights. And, you know, get in the car. Okay, over my objection under threat, duress, and coercion, I'd like it duly noted that I'm only getting in this car because I'm under duress. There's things you can do and things you can say, but we don't even know what to protect. And I just think, like, you know, that's the point is that's where the conditional acceptance comes in. That's where the 4 doors come in. And this is why, like, you know, when you're dealing with them, it's like you have to be honorable and everything like that. And if you're not honorable, you're going to get wrecked. You know, like, our system is so, like, the cops and everyone like that, they're fucking so on point, dude. There's such honor. There's so much, like, dude, this is what I was saying about the United States. Like, their accounting is so precise and good. The officers are so good. The judges are so correct.
But you know that the thing I
guess
the thing I like to say about all this usually is that they're dumbing us down on purpose. That's not right to some degree, even though people are crazy.
It's
Like
the beneficiary of the
analogy,
trust, dude. It's the beneficiary of the trust that doesn't need to know. The point is, your parents should have took you to church. Your parents should have taught you this shit. Their parents should have taken them to church.
They were dumbed
Taught
down
them
on
this shit.
purpose too.
No, they chose that shit, bro. They chose alcohol. They chose drugs. They chose it, dude. There's no one ever been trying to really stop
My
people.
parents. Well, in case of my parents chose the system. They believed everything about
Right,
the system.
whichever which way it goes. But my point is that we, and this is the comeuppance, is that we have these phones. We have access to all this information right now. We don't need to deal with that fucking, that distorted lens.
Right. That is the advantage. Hopefully they're not going to change things up on us here, because it does seem like people are talking about a big crash coming up here.
Well, that's what gets me is like, dude, and if you have like, and that's why more than ever, it's like, that's why I felt like when they go into hyperinflation, the only way through this is discharge. The only way through this is
FEMA camp or discharge, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what I think. But I don't think, but I also, but I told you my theories on like that too. I think, these people understand that most people are not going to get any of this kind of stuff. But so their remedy is to blame it on China. And that's how they're going to discharge it.
Right. It's so funny. I bet you're right about that. I also heard there's a contract.
Check it. And I've been saying this.
And the Saudis own the American contract, right? Did you hear that? Before Trump left office, that the contract for America was signed over to some Saudi country, Saudis in general somehow. Did you hear anything of that? QAnon post indicate any of that or no?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, my shit doesn't come from no QAnon shit anyway. I've been talking about.
I know yours does.
I've been talking about exactly what I'm talking about for fucking like 6 years.
You have. You're right. I know. I'm not trying to say it comes with your QAnon rhetoric at all. Yeah, not at all. You have been saying this forever. That's a great. But why would the trickery? It's like a double snafu, right? Like people think that China owns the debt, which isn't true. But because they know people think that China owns the debt, they're going to have to find a fake way of getting rid of the debt through a fake pandemic that makes us think we blame them. And it's just so, I mean, it sounds fucking batshit crazy that would even be the truth, even though it's most likely very, very well the truth, just like everything else.
Right. And that's what makes it like, that's why Flat Earth just sat in the puzzle for me. Because I was like, oh yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, that makes total fucking sense. You know what I mean? Like, that our cosmology is completely different, that, that everything is completely different. And also that means, because here's the thing, right? Everyone thinks they're powerless against the state. And I think the most beautiful thing of that, and I've talked about that, I think I mentioned it last night, was the idea that, look, this, like, read Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown. And he talks about how everyone's under the impression, actually, that first paragraph should always be read before anything, man, because he reads and he's like, most people talk about the United States as an umbrella government, as a this government, as the federal government gives the fucking rights to the states. And he goes, all this is untrue to American history. And he just labels how it goes to the why. So the evidence for that is that, like, pot is illegal in the federal government, but the states have legalized it. And then there's counties in those states that don't want pot. But then there's towns in that county that do want pot, and they can have it. And then there's houses in counties and you know what I mean? Like, everything leads to the individual being the supreme authority on the fucking earth. And I wholeheartedly see that in the law system, where it says, it does show that as far as I could tell, like, the individual has the most authority. And that's completely inverse to what most people think also. And that for me puts like, well, because that immediately makes the world stop spinning. Because instead of spinning and you're just some little piece of whatever, fucking mold on a rock floating through space, instead of that, you're actually the center of perception for creation right now.
Yeah, it's funny, about a few years back, I had that aha moment listening to what you were talking about, and how it made perfect sense to me when I thought about it as, well, of course it works that way, because that's why it continues to go on. If they make the individual the most powerful or most protected or most valuable, right? But people don't know they're valuable, then anybody that really does the digging to find out the truth and finds out that they're the most valuable, they're not going to have any claim, right? Once you get to that point of figuring it out, you're like, oh, okay, so it was all for me, and I never realized it, but I'm not going to, of course, blow the whistle on it because now I realize it.
Right. Also, it's too complicated and you sound crazy. I mean, I take that risk.
Yeah, right. It's made that way as well. It's perfectly structured.
That's why that's why I always thought like it was cool to come out under the banner of Flat Earth. Like, yeah, this is crazy. Like, fuck off if you don't want it. You know what I mean? That's why I came even to the flat earthers, because I was like, wow, if you switched your perception enough. And then everyone yelled at me when I came with this law shit. Like, you just think the government's great. You're a fucking piece of shit. I was just like, wow, where's your Kundalini? I thought you solved all the problems of the world in your heart fucking vibe, dude. You know what I mean? Like, where's your, like how do you not understand the doctrine of forgiveness?
Well,
And
I'm
that's all
not
that,
trying to give
that's
them all
all
the
that this is.
excuses in the world, though, too. Neither are you, right? Like some of the bullshit we had to go through these last few years, was bullshit. And we have to say that it's not about like saying it's all good. They did give us a choice. It was voluntary servitude or voluntary, jabby jabs or whatever. But the thing is like it's just like flat Earth in a way. It's so simple. Of course, it's what it seems. Of course, it's not the opposite, right? That simple realization is what it feels like when you get to the bottom of this cup, right? Where you're like, oh, of course. Why are they putting a show on for each of us? Why do they care what we think so much? Why are they spending so much time with all this fucking illusion of, getting us to think a certain way or have an opinion? Why would they care if we're just slaves? Why don't they just tell us what to do or kill us? It's about the influence, because they can only build on our inspiration. That's the only thing that makes me feel like that another aha moment that may be true. Hopefully, to some extent, that illusion, ironically, people believing in the illusion might be the best thing we could hope for. Like you said, you don't want to get rid of the globe. People stop believing in the globe, then we might really be fucked. To be honest, because then we got all the NPCs all of a sudden waking up, and then it's like, wait a minute, now we're chaos. Oh, that's how they decided to reset. People demanded that they fucking tell the truth about shit, so they decided, okay, you go ahead and clean it up, or whatever. They could use it as an excuse, but people buying into the illusion kind of keeps the sanity going, and the people that can see through the illusion, are few and far between. But there's enough of us now where it's not, it's normalized. The conversation is normalized. We couldn't just be like individuals knowing these things without having the conversation be a little bit more spread out, normalized, so that we're not walking around the rest of our lives looking like the fucking kook to everybody, relatively speaking. And that's not the case anymore, right? And I do think they're going to use it. I think they're going to use it, Issa. It's gone too far. Kanye says flat Earth. They're going to use it. They can't keep it. They can't keep it. I think they've always planned on using it. Trump said, we're going to get people to believe in God again. And that's how they're going to do it, I think.
Right, but listen, man. The discussion about the shape of the Earth
I think he just got banned for something.
It's been a stalemate for eons. Nobody's going to be able to prove any of it. Like, that's the cool part about it. That's what I think what they wanted to do was destroy the imagination of mankind by doing the moon landing and forcing this fucking postmodern cosmology on people, because it kills the conversation and stops the creativity. But I think it's neither side. Like, each side has to recognize that without the third party space program shit, this whole discussion is a stalemate. You can't win it.
Well, I would argue maybe not in some ways, because, well, why would they fake it so poorly on purpose? In my opinion, I think they do. Right? I don't think it's a stalemate when you have fake as fuck, obvious CGI shit
But
representing
dude, that's
space,
like
and then
coming.
you have
Dude, that's like.
Occam's razor. Occam's razor is too sharp, man. The reason you're
But
not
bro, you know
spinning,
what?
you don't
You
feel
know
like
what
you're
we could
spinning, is
easily.
because you're not.
You know what you could easily do, bro? Is you could make a CG. Like, that's why I talk about the legendary footage of Leonardo Dodovsky, of his footage of the Eiffel Tower from Brooklyn. Have you seen that?
No.
because my point is right, because I didn't make it yet,
You
because I
can
actually
fake
fucking
that too.
literally
Right.
a couple years ago
It's a funny one.
I was trying to get, because we were gonna go out, we were
Get
gonna
a
troll Pete,
telescope.
we were gonna troll Pete Shea a little bit with the Dodovsky and see if he bought on the Dodovsky. And so like,
nice.
But yeah, like, so like the point is,
It'd be
is like,
hilarious.
if we had the footage of the Eiffel Tower from Brooklyn, does that prove our point? Well, only if you accept my footage. So the same thing. So just because why did they go and fake this, that, the other thing? It's just to pigeonhole the conversation so their side wins. That's all.
Right. The technicalities are there. Like we have an insurmountable amount of information, and it's totally, quantity over quality in their minds. It doesn't matter.
But I was going to ask earlier. In fact, if it is, or let's say you found out for sure, we all knew, and we were told, and we were shown and proven there is a dome of some sort, not just a dome, but like some kind of like it almost looks like a man-made structure that we're in, right? Like not that necessarily man could make the firmament, right? But if it was like an electronic, like say the sun and the moon are actually, projections of some sort, and it's kind of like more like an amphitheater we're in than anything, right? And if it had that kind of feel to it rather than the godly, construction. Either way, I'm just asking how would the Earth seem more natural or less natural if that were the case?
Was there any evidence of that at all, or is that just because of the antecedent gas pressure?
Well, yeah, there's other things that would make you maybe have a reasonable inference that there's something there with the sundogs, and the double rainbow is best proof I heard, because if there's two rainbows, right, that ever happens. My friend actually did a whole series of tests to figure out what could possibly create the rainbow in the way that it is. And he found that the thick glass with the first rainbow being a reflection off the inside surface of the said maybe dome, and then the outside surface would be the second rainbow, and the colors are flipped, right, because of the going through the thickness, and it's always a consistent distance away from each other, which would also be an indication there was a consistent thickness to this. There was a consistent thickness to it, right? That's possibly a good theory to explain double rainbows. And it's fainter, so it had to go through the glass or whatever that it's made of, some super fluid or super solid.
Yeah, my thing is that like gas and these things in nature, they disperse in all directions, right? Like a light source, for example, like I have a light and it disperses in all directions equally, right? I guess according to whatever it's in, whatever's resisting against it, right? But so I mean, what shape that creates a sphere shape, right? So like the sun dogs, you can see, or a rainbow, right? You can see like a rainbow will go through a mountain. You can see things that it's not through it, but you can see that it's not on a dome, that it's in the air, right? Around us.
It makes a full circle, in fact. You ever seen this full circle rainbow?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It does seem like that consistency of that arch does seem like there's some kind of arching somewhere that it's mimicking, right? It has to be something. The atmosphere doesn't make sense to arch it that way.
Yeah, I would say that like and what I observe, like what it seems to me is that these gases that absorb the radiation, right, and the rainbow will go through, or the sundog, etc. They move in all directions from their source, right, equally in a circle, like a sphere direction, right. And when the light gets shined onto these things and creates like a source point, you have a sundog. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Wait, I mean, are you saying that sundogs do confirm? Wait, explain that again. Were you saying it's a good evidence for it or not good evidence?
No, I say it's not good evidence, because you can see like a sundog, you can see the beams of light that look like they're in a spherical shape. You can see them get cut off by buildings and then come out on the other side. Like it's not on just the ceiling.
Mm. Well, it's a reflection off the ceiling, supposedly. It's not the ceiling. It's the effect of the ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, to me it just seems like these things are going in all directions from their source point, and then light focusing to that source, like light will focus like convex or concave, or whichever way, but it'll focus to a point, and then you get the effect of a sundog because the light focusing to a point. Yeah.
It could be some kind of reflection of some sort with, I don't know if it's a super fluid or even just like a thicker atmosphere fluid of some sort that could contain it. I don't know. I mean, we don't know, but it does seem like it would be different for everybody. Like the sundog I see, just like the sun reflection off the water, the sundog I see is going to be a totally different
angle than the sundog you see. Totally different, maybe not even there for you, but I could totally see it from the angle I'm at, right?
Right. Yeah, I like to ask people, not that I'm quizzing you for evidence, but like Operation Fishbowl, right? Like that seems like a decent amount of evidence. Like why go to Antarctica to try to is the ceiling shorter? Is the sky lower over there? Like why not just do it at the equator? But yeah, but not much
You
more.
ever seen that video where the kid reads the letter that's but it's just a guy that worked in Antarctica and is writing to somebody about his experience there, and that they were like all concerned with this blue ice or sky ice they called it, right? And it was this blue ice that was made mostly of oxygen, and it would evaporate in your hand, but without getting your hand wet. But you had to use gloves because it was too cold. Couldn't transfer it anywhere else to study it because it would melt by the time it got there. And then they tried to drill through the ice, the blue ice section. There's like some areas that are just regular ice and some areas that are the sky ice or whatever. And I guess the story, the way it's written doesn't sound like they're trying to psyop you, like they're trying to make something up to get you to believe in anything. It was just like, here's what I know. And I don't know any more than that. That I did get to touch it once, and then they've tried to drill through the ice in one area with this, one of those cuttlefish boring machines, and the thing like would it stopped, it wouldn't go any further because it got too cold, it froze up, and they couldn't even back it out. And then the ice enveloped the whole machine and it stuck in there, right? It healed itself and closed in on the boring truck. So that's kind of crazy.
Well, that happens in like everyday situations too. Yeah, I mean, but that's not that great. Well, I mean, if to describe it that way is, but you may know from like experience, like you go outside when it's snowing and ice cold outside, whatever tools you're using start to freeze up, even if you're moving them. Yeah,
sure, that's true. It could be regular ice.
Yeah, but
yeah, the ice would melt in around anything. It could be regular ice that would do that same kind of caving in effect, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, there's not like that is just the article that you're referencing, or like the information you're referencing. I have seen it like a couple times. I don't see it often, and it's not like easily accessible, and there's not much more on it.
There's all kinds of stories though too that aren't as well known that do exist, but beyond just the fishbowl stuff that we're told, like outer civilizations, the Iron Republic, all kinds of inside sources that have now gotten around enough that there was like whole civilizations that were talked about. Ask Whitsett about that sometime. There's somebody he talked to that said that there's a certain name I wrote down that talked about that. There's all kinds of stories of possible other lands, and that would make a lot of sense, right? Of course,
it makes. I mean, yeah. I mean, of course. I mean, to me, it's like common sense logic that there's more land only because of this, right? Only because of, in my experience, right? Everywhere I go on the face of the earth, right? If I go, if I start walking in one direction, I'm always diverging away from the starting point. I'm never coming back to it. I'm always going out further and further. Like I've never experienced coming back to where I started without making a turn. So logically, if I keep going further in a straight line, I'll keep getting further from where I started, and that's it. I mean,
why? That's kind of the other version of it, isn't it?
Well, just like everywhere.
At the same time, if you did keep north and you didn't know you were going in a circle and it was a straight line, if you thought you were going straight, but you were in relation to north, you would go around in a circle, of course. But
well, yeah, if I used a compass if I use a compass, but just without that, and if I could figure out a way to stay in a perfectly straight, everywhere I go, like if I went from this state to the next state, I'm always, if my starting point is California, and I'm going to walk in a straight line.
Aim at it. That's straight there, yeah.
Yeah, I'm always going to find more land, more ocean, more. It's never going to. I have no evidence of it ever stopping or coming back on itself. So logically, I would infer.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bring up the dead reckoning argument. They try to make it seem like you could just be on a ball flying over it in a plane, but you can never make a straight line because you're always following the ground path, and therefore it would never be straight because it's going to look curved from certain perspective, right, or a certain reference frame, right? So you just can't go a straight line on a ball. I'm like, no, wait a minute. No, what if I'm just aiming straight and I know what straight is? I've got a laser beam out in front of me, and I have that heading. Well, your heading's going to change if you're going by that because the ball's spinning with you, so you can't say that. So I figured out I needed to make it a star, like a fixed star. Doesn't work because the North Star would actually get you to, it would be the same no matter what area you're on. So you have to choose a fixed star like to the south that you've also calculated 15-degree rotation in. So in relation to that, you're going to go a straight line. And then you could prove, if you went in a straight line at some point, you went in a true straight line at some point, you should be able to record and observe the Earth moving left to right underneath you, right? Because then you're not in line with the Earth any longer. The Earth is rotating and you're flying straight over it. And eventually it's going to be going left to right underneath your plane in respect to your plane going south or north. And that's how you could actually prove that it's spinning, by doing that very test.
I think I get. Well, you have to presume that the star is moving and then adjust accordingly. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
And then only go south or north, not east or west, and then you would
Right.
measure a difference, right? Okay,
Yeah,
I see what
and
you're
then
saying.
you'd be able to see the ground moving independently of you eventually, because your tangential speed's not gonna matter, because that's where you would deviate, right? Like if you went in a straight line anytime, if you were actually able to go straight, by the time you got to the city, if you're going from New York to Florida, by the time you got to Florida, Florida's going to be to the left of you 300 miles.
And you have to do this while being off of the surface. Like you can't walk this line.
Yeah, you have to be in a separate reference, non-inertial reference frame to make it work. But you'll hear ballers. I'm like, ballers, hey, this is your best opportunity. Go ahead and prove it spins. All you have to do is go in a perfectly straight line. And then when you end up in Texas, when you were aiming at Florida, you proved it spinned. It spun, right? You would prove it. But so no baller's really excited about that. No, it's impossible. Man. Most of them are not at all excited about that.
Yeah, and I mean, so they claim that the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth. So if I get up from off the Earth, I'm still moving with it, but I'm using the star in the south.
Well, yeah, but as you go south, your the tangential speed of the equator is 1,000 compared to you starting at possibly even 0 at the North Pole, right? Or even like 500 miles per hour at anywhere in between. You're going to be then having to increase your speed to catch up to where you need to go. So you never catch up to it in the way that we actually fly planes, because we have a cruising speed. We don't accelerate. They can say banking is acceleration, but no, that's not. That actually slows you down when you bank. It's technically called an acceleration because you're moving in a direction, right? But you would have to constantly be speeding up to even get anywhere if you're going south to north. North to south, because the equator is moving faster than you, and your original conserved speed doesn't match that 1,000 miles per hour.
You know what's really funny is, there's I don't know if this will make any sense, but there was a Kiefer Sutherland and Dennis Hopper movie called Flashback, and Kiefer Sutherland was an FBI agent, and Dennis Hopper, they were on a train, and Dennis Hopper uncoupled his car and was drifting back. So then Kiefer Sutherland shot at him, and was in line of sight, and then Dennis Hopper faked his death. And when it came back around to it, Dennis Hopper said, yeah, but the physics counteracted because I was moving away faster than the bullet was coming towards me, so it never got to me per se, right? But my point, to come back to what you guys are talking about, is like, let's go back in the history books to find out when it was first scientifically established that the atmosphere was moving with the Earth. Like, what was it that led them to that empirical conclusion, right? We'd have to unpack like how they figured it out, because what you guys are talking about is what we understand on the microcosm scale. We understand what happens in physics in our immediate proximity. Like, this is what happens. Therefore, if you're telling me that something is bigger, but that the movement and the motions are there, then this should happen as well. So then they're like, oh yeah, okay, that's right, but it doesn't happen. Like the effect doesn't happen. So then, how do you? They just then come up with the ad hoc explanation, right? Because you can't measure. This is the same fucking conversation with the Mickelson Morley, right? There's a null result. It's a null fucking result. So what happened? Did the Earth shrink? Right? Did it appear to be moving and not moving? So then it appears stationary? Like it's a whole bunch of fucking psychobabble bullshit.
We know you moved. You just can never measure it. Just like with the Mickelson Morley, like we know that we are moving through the ether. We got a null result of the ether. Is what they say. They say it disproved the ether, but it was actually the Earth moving through the ether is what they were testing. So instead of saying we didn't detect the Earth moving through the ether, they just said, "Oh, we debunked the ether. We proved there is no ether." Total misinterpretation of it, which is supposed to be the Earth moving through the ether around the sun.
Misdirection.
Right?
It's look at
And then,
what this kid is doing.
it totally did change. You know, the thing contracted and the light slowed down. Therefore, therefore
But
it
at the
did.
same time, right? This is what the discussion was earlier this week with Austin. Why was it only the one arm that contracted? Wouldn't the entire mechanism contract? So then it would all be ground zero still. You see, you're not going to get away from the problem.
Well, yeah, you and I were making that point that just because you aim one laser in that direction, and you'd have to like know which way. I mean, if you ask anybody right now, which way are we headed with our planet? Which direction?
Well, I guess you would know from the falling away from the sun. They would know that direction, I guess, and they could say they aimed it in that direction. But the sideways one is still going through space and time and contracting sideways, right? To some degree. It's not going to affect the light, though, is the problem. Because the light's going with the
which is the whole fucking Emperor's New Clothes. They've got this fucking philosophical explanation where everybody's going like, he's naked, but they're telling me he's not naked, but I can see his penis, but he's clothed. I don't understand. I guess I don't want to be dumb here. So yeah, that's a beautiful clothes, set of robes you got on there, Emperor. Yeah.
That's why I was saying to Austin, they couldn't believe it themselves. I mean, it's obviously a bullshit story to try to make it still plausible that we go around the sun, but they couldn't actually believe it themselves. That was just to keep the exoteric from the esoteric interpretation of where we live. In my opinion, they had to know.
Which is an interesting thing. Is it was like, why is the esoteric message so much more important than the physical, empirical, natural, right? What is it about this story that they're telling us that's much more important to hold on to, right? You know what I mean?
I think a lot of it might have to do with the ether and all that. Like, yeah, if the ether is actually something you could manipulate or use harmonics and, all kinds of ways of communicating or using their, healing yourself and stuff with these frequencies, that would be a huge thing to hide for sure. Part of it. God, for sure. Like whatever it is, the creator, the fact that we're important.
I mean, it would almost be like, if you wanted to make this allegorical movie, it would almost be like this father who knows the secrets of the universe but never tells his children, and so they're suffering and they're all the while this guy's got no problems, like he doesn't want anyone else. It's like a miser, you know what I mean?
Well, if you look at it, one of his sons. If you look at it as God instead of man doing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get. I suppose so. It's almost like
man. They see them. They keep us like children. That's a great line that I've heard used many times. Like they keep us like children, and they dumb us down on purpose, which isn't really fair. But they do. I mean, we have all of the information to get there, and what like Issa says, like what would we have to wake up from if there was never a deception? What layers? Why would knowledge be like valuable at all if they just gave all the knowledge out to everybody freely? Why would there be any value in knowledge? Knowledge is power. Why would they give it out for free, right? So that makes sense that it works that way. But if you think about it as like you're in charge of a bunch of kids, or and you need to somehow make sure that they stay in the basement, because if they go upstairs, they're going to break the vase and all this other shit that happened last time you let them up. So you have to tell them there's monsters upstairs now, or some kind of white lie that keeps them in the basement, and the kids that are, responsible enough to come up and get a snack and whatever else, you give them a little bit of a pass because they figured out how to do it in a polite way. Maybe that's part of it. That's the best way I can give them. That's like the best case scenario of like their excuse for it. But maybe it would be worse
I guess you could use
we
that
were born in a firmament and told that God was real and that, you can't masturbate or he's going to send you to hell. That might have been a worse life for us. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, if we think about it in terms of spirituality and whatnot, in terms of transcendence and existential crises and whatnot, it's like that's what these lives are for, right? Is that you figure this shit out bit by bit by bit by bit. So each person is in the basement, and somebody's getting up to the next level, and he's now on the first floor, and then he's wandering around trying to figure that shit out, and then he gets up to the second floor, while a couple of different people are still stuck in the basement wandering around trying to figure this shit out. You know what I mean? It's just this whole system of, I guess the way that I would say it is that it's a system of maturity. You know what I mean?
Right. Why wouldn't there be that? Why wouldn't it work that way? Why wouldn't they lie? Right. And maybe the lie is the problem. Like we're like a lot of this. If flat Earth is a psyop to some degree, there is the certain people or certain edge to conspiracy that is just trying to, like Alex Jones or some of these people that I say are just trying to tell you who your daddy is. Like they're working in favor of the people that are controlling you because they're not giving you solutions. They're just telling you there's nothing you can do and you might as well just go fuck, not care about your life because they got us, your slave. Like that's what they like.
Right. Yeah. So then it's like, oh, well, I guess I'm just going to go watch TV. And then somebody else is like, fuck that. I'm going to figure this shit out. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
or take advantage of the system in the way Issa's talking about, maybe, or something. Use it to benefit, right? Like Issa says a lot of times too. I don't know if he's still here, but yeah, I love his analogy. If you're American, you don't even realize you got a Ferrari sitting in the driveway, but you know you have a Ferrari, but you're just sitting in the driver's seat going vroom, 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 like you're not taking it anywhere. You're not doing anything with it. You're just acting like you're driving it. When you really could have a Ferrari if you realized how the system's set up. I'd like to think that's the case, and I don't know everything he does, and maybe he doesn't even know everything he could.
there's, I mean, there's a certain extent. I'm just going to say it this way. There's a certain extent to where I feel the same way listening to Issa as I do about Peach. There's this linchpin that's not there. Like, I get what you're saying, but there's something else beyond what even you're saying that's like limiting my ability to put these pieces together. And whether or not, let's say, for instance, someone knows all of the information, like say someone knows every single point, and they're only giving you 3 points, and then they're watching you try to figure it out, knowing that they have to give you the 17th point, and they're not. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like he said, you can't actually look it up, and like this isn't like written down, so it's plain to see. You have to be able to read through the lines. The Bible's like a code book for it in a way, and makes a lot of sense when you look at it a certain way to some degree.
Well, but see, at the same time, that's not my opinion on the Bible. Like, I want to give you every single bit of information that I have, right? Like, I'm not going to withhold one little piece just so that you can struggle to find that piece. So my perspective is a little bit different. Like, I want to sit down with you if you're interested in reading the Bible. I want to give you everything I know, and then let you use those to either come to your own conclusion as to whether or not that's correct, or you need to look someplace else. Like, I'm going to give you everything.
But yeah, isn't it also? I may be walking in a little late, or just because I've been busy over here. But like, it's like regardless of your interpretation, like we have an ecclesiastical system, and that ecclesiastical system, the doctrine of Jesus, is about the forgiveness of sins and the forgiveness of debts, and that through the Christ and being like the Christ, right? You can perform all the miracles of Christ and even more, he says. So it's interesting that it's a doctrine based around fiscal forgiveness. and we live in a very fiscal society that has very fiscal rules to it. So the whole story of the ecclesiastical system is about the forgiveness of sin and debt by coming to peace with God.
Well, I mean, I guess
that's
I would,
all.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would be on board with what you're saying to a certain extent if the Bible stopped at the Gospels, right? But the rest of the New Testament, to me, especially the Book of Revelation, you know what I mean, is there's just more to the story than just an allegorical fiscal story.
Right, but the only part that you can actively participate in is the the fiscal part of it. All the rest of like the mysteries of God about what revelations and what it means about the beast, like that's something you can only talk about and you'll never actually have to exercise some kind of motivation about. You know what I mean? But the fiscal side of it is right in front of our face every day. That's what I find interesting is because it pierces what we commonly refer to as normal society. Because it pierces it. It's there every day. People are going to court every day.
I think that maybe one of the things that might be true that is a little unfair, or not unfair, but if we kind of like assume that we're all equal, like the people that go to the rich schools, that have the rich parents, that has the rich lawyer, that has the guy that knows the senator, that is totally got your trust set up for you to take advantage of that KV trust that is in your name. And that's why there's really rich people that never have to work their whole lives, because they've got it all worked out through the guy that knew how to figure it out for them and get that interest for them working in a way that the common
but
man.
that interest isn't coming from your account. It's just coming from their labor as like, an agent for the bank, and they earned a wage and they invested their money right. That's really all that comes down to.
Stock market. I thought
No,
that
I mean, no, it's not like they're operating under this principle to actually live. Like a lot of people just live their lives and earn a lot of money or get a big paycheck and do the normal routine of things. I just think in the normal comings and goings of what their jobs may be, they have to execute. Let's say like that person who does know, who does work, whatever. He maybe isn't discharging the liability that he owes either. He's just operating he's just a cog in the wheel of this system that doesn't disclose. It's so compartmentalized that nobody even knows, because the only person who's supposed to know is the Son of Man, who comes to the information, in my opinion. That's what's so, it's like, it's megalomaniacal to a certain extent, and forgive me for that. But at the same time, it almost is like when you come to that thing, you are the prodigal son. You are the one coming home. Recognize that you.
Well, when you go and you look up the social security number, and you can see that literally it's been traded on the stock market this many times, and it's worth a couple $1 million or whatever it is, it's worth at some point. And you can see it literally there. You know that there has to be somebody on the inside. And so like that just explained a lot when I thought about it. Like these people that have like the elite status, they have somebody that's working those families, and those kids don't ever lose that money really, because they got somebody helping them manipulate how to discharge it just right so that they're never
Yeah, but that
going to
has
be
nothing to
poor.
do with you.
Right. Okay.
So it's irrelevant. You're like arguing about how many beans somebody else has, and that's not
Oh, I
biblical.
understand.
That's to
Right.
covet what
But
your
I'm
brother
saying if
has.
there is a way to take advantage of it, couldn't the common man also just find the formula and do it himself?
Well, that's what capitalism is. The formula in like this society is creating something that people need, and and doing capitalism about it. But like but outside of that, there's also the remedy of discharge, which I'm just saying is like, I think it's something that it wasn't pertinent to know, because people could just go to, like, I don't know. I think like right now with inflation, what it is now, it's pertinent to know for people. Back 50 years ago, it might not have been pertinent to know, because everything was just great. Everything was just great.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was also going to say earlier, like Trump is kind of a good example maybe to talk about, because he's, he generates wealth, right? So he's a great system, is a great cog in the machine for the system because of the wealth he might generate with his businesses. But he's also declared bankruptcy how many times, right? So why would he have to declare bankruptcy? Why didn't he discharge the debt?
See, but you know what though? I wouldn't be surprised, and I haven't even looked into that shit. But it's probably companies that Trump has made that have filed for bankruptcy.
Right, that's true.
And a company that somebody makes and that goes into bankruptcy, that's part of business.
Right, exactly.
But
That's what
like
I was
but
going to
it's
say.
not a personal
Kind of like
bankruptcy.
discharging the debt,
Right,
right?
but it's not a
Like the
personal bankruptcy. It's like it's a completely separate entity from Donald Trump. It's just the idea that these people are so numb about life, they don't understand the distinction between like an incorporation versus an individual, and they try to blur the, or they do understand it, and they just, for public relations purposes, try to fucking tie it up as though Trump is, filed for bankruptcy so many times when it's probably businesses that he's owned or had an interest in that filed for bankruptcy. Like, and that's the
It's kind of
point.
like discharging
Rockefeller,
the debt when you go for a company
like
that files.
Rockefeller said, own nothing, control everything.
Right. Hey, what did you hear Jeremy talking earlier? I don't know if it was yesterday or whatever, but he said something about that there was that some other number like some $1 trillion or $1 billion of missing again. Like they announced that there was a 8 billion unaccounted for. Like why would they, if it's all kind of fake anyway, and that this money kind of goes somewhere that balances it out? IMF takes care of it. We should have had hyperinflation already. If that was the case, why are they telling us these things like right before 9/11 with the 9
Because
trillion?
it's like the vampire shit,
Why
like
are they
we talked
telling us?
about before. They have to. It's like the revelation of the method. It's they
Right.
have to tell you kind of thing.
Well, but is it even true? Is that number just made up to like show people how pointless the money really is, right? Because that's just ridiculous. If that's the case, what would that really mean for our economy if all of a sudden nine trillion dollars went missing? You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that do? What does that mean? What does it mean for the value of the dollar in the long run if it really worked the way it's supposed to?
What about this? Like, what if what Issa was talking about? Like they have to show their hand to a certain. They have to tell us what But then we're just sitting there going, oh, whatever, watching Sally Jesse Raphael and all this shit, right? We're not paying attention. So, what if we set up our own board of trustees, so to speak, or we're the investors and we're going to hold our managers to task, right? So like we and Issa and everyone else in our own little, like, we got to sit down and do this legally, right, Issa? Because that's the way to do this, through paperwork. You know what I mean? It's not through protests. It's not through petitions. Like, we who know at least a bit of what's going on can be that body that actually files a motion against these people legally.
What?
Give me a minute and I'll respond to that.
Like what? Wait, you talk about suing them? Sue them for lying to us, or what?
Right. Yeah. Or for mismanagement, or whatever. Like, so like the point is, like, if you or I were in a company and we mismanaged $500,000, we fucking get fired, or there would be some, ramification for those mismanagements. We'd either have to pay it back or whatever. But they're like, oh yeah, another 800 million. We don't know what happened to it, and everybody just goes on their fucking merry way. Like, oh well, like what can we do? I guess we go like, well, I don't know. How does this work?
It's set up though. I think that the idea that we actually have a say, I think, in some of these things is part of the misconception of who we are, in a way, because it's not really that we weren't promised to be told the truth about everything when we were born. There's no contract saying we're never going to lie to you. We're always going to tell you the truth. We're not going to make up big stories that you're supposed to believe in. That was never agreed to. They never agreed to that. In fact, they have a Smith-Moon Act now that says it's legal to lie to us through propaganda in the news, legally.
Right.
There isn't anything to sue them for, and NASA's not really doing a good enough job to really be fooled by it. Anyway, that's why they do it sloppy on purpose. Like, if you believe it, we don't feel sorry for you, and if you believe it, then you're never going to be the person smart enough to sue us about it because you were dumb enough to believe it in the first place, right? So, like, it's just the way it is. Like, maybe that the missing money is their way of like getting rid of some of the overflow. It's burned money. Maybe like I said, maybe that a lot of the space stuff is just to like get the money, currency overflow and people think it went somewhere. But the idea that we could actually vote. I mean, maybe they don't count that. Who knows, right? Maybe they don't even count things that makes people get into office to certain degrees, right? Maybe it's not about our place to do that, right? Like, but the illusion that we have a say is the most important part, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's got to be. I mean, the only thing that I can think to say is that those of us who are questioning the system, it's like Neo standing up at the very end in the Matrix, and he stands up when the agents fire at him, and he stops their bullets by just saying no. Right? I'm just going to say no. Like, this is not. I'm not going down this road. So it's almost like I'm going to take the license plates off my car. I'm going to cut up my driver's license. I'm going to cut up, this, that, and the other to remove myself from your system. Right. So there's no crime against any other person. There's no damage. So there's nothing that you can come against me and sue me on. The only thing that you're pissed off is that you're not getting money from me anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
they don't care. They don't care. They wouldn't care if you did that because they still have your pound for flesh, your pound of gold for a pound of flesh on the stock market, regardless if you were going to identify as that person or not.
Well, okay, that's fine. That's fine. But my point is that it's almost like wearing a mask right now. Think about people driving around in cars that are registered and licensed, right? Those are the mask wearers. Now, if I want to not wear a mask, I can do that right now. So I should be able to take all that shit off my car and just drive around. You leave me alone. You're not wearing a mask. Leave me the fuck alone.
But the thing is that they're not out to get you, though, Travis. They're not out to get you.
Travis.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to use your analogy real quick before you use it, baby. If you're out to lunch, okay. Wait, first of all, let me just try to be Issa for a second before Issa is Issa. You work for a company, right? The company ever gives the employees the right to vote for who's president? And then on top of that, let's say we're all going out to lunch, right? And you're in the office and you're like, oh, well, I'm not going to go. I'm just going to go have my own lunch somewhere. And they're like, okay, well, company was going out to lunch. We're not, we're going to go regardless if you go. And the way it works around here, you're not going to change the lunch plan.
Hold on. Hold on one sec. I'd love to know if Travis would want to be my guinea pig. Because Travis, I'm under the impression that what you would have to do is essentially what that license does for you.
Wait. I missed what you said. How did you start your comment?
I
would love to know what?
I said I wanted, if you wanted to be my guinea pig about that,
Uh-huh.
right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so because what you would do, under my impression, this isn't legal advice. You have a do, right? But fucking, you would notify the local police, you would notify the local state, or wherever you're going to drive in. You would notify the state, you would notify the counties, and all the appropriate parties with a letter telling them, hey, I'm going to be driving this car. It's got this VIN number. It's got this whatever. This is the make, the model, the year, the da-da-da-da-da. This is the address, you know what I mean, that it's going to be from. And I'm going to be driving it in these areas without any formal state licensing. And you would say, if there's a problem with that, please respond to me under notary seal, showing that I do not have the right to travel this way. And upon proof of claim that your failure to respond in 10 days under notary seal doesn't stand as acquiescence and agreement that I can drive this vehicle under these things, and I will, and I vow to you to stick to the laws that you have written for the people who do have a license. Now, if they don't respond in 10 days under notary seal, and you've got all those receipts, you got copies of that in your car. If you had all those copies, when you're in a certain county and that whatever officer pulls you over, hello? Hello?
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, we can hear you. I don't know why you said you're breaking up. I heard you.
Somebody's I'll figure it out.
All right, so here's the thing, right? So you would notify all those people if you got pulled over in whatever that area was. You pull over, roll your fucking window down. Officer says whatever. Say, how you doing, officer? I have paperwork here from your state that they didn't respond, and they said, and by not responding, they said that I could drive here. And you would show them your paperwork and just be like, forgive me, I know it's a little out of the ordinary. I'm just on my way. I'm on my way to point A, and then I'm going to point B. And, from what I could tell, it's okay that I do this in your state because I didn't hear anything back. Now, if that officer goes to move against you for driving without registration, without fucking whatever, without insurance, you know what I mean? Like that. Like also, too, in your paperwork to them, you would say that you take full responsibility for anything that you do that causes an accident. So you'd be liable. You're making yourself liable in a piece of paperwork under oath, given out to all the states that you're ready to accept full liability. And so when that officer at the side of the road deals with you, you may have a shot at being like, hey, brother, would you mind if I just carried on my way? And you know what I mean? And forgive me for being out of the ordinary. And if you don't mind, notify your other guys in the area that I'm driving, that I'm traveling through here. Because I honestly think if you did it with the correct decorum, the correct way, the correct tone of voice and all that shit, he would have to let you go. He would have to let you go. And if he didn't let you go, you could go take your case to the court and get whatever they're saying dismissed. And if you go and did that and you got it dismissed, the way to do that would be you tell the judge that you're going to go get a license, and you know what I mean. Like there's be a way to go. Well, you could go tooth and nail with it, but there's no reason to, because you know what I mean. That way you would be like harmless against you. You wouldn't have any penalties against you. It would be something that but that would be some guinea pig shit. I don't find the need to do that, but at the same time, it's interesting. Like for people who would be willing to do that, there's a way to do it, I think. But it's the problem.
There's people that do it already, right?
But the people, well, I mean, but they also get ticketed and this, that, and the other thing for it. Now, granted, you could do it with no paperwork. You know what I mean? If you knew your game really well. But at the same time, like, you don't want to have that problem every time you want to go out of the house. Like you said about the mask, it makes total sense. It's a great analogy, actually. But at the same time, when it comes down to having a license to drive, those things are just because you have a U.S. citizen who's an enemy of the state who needs a license to do everything in that state.
And liability, like without insurance, I mean, it sucks to have to pay insurance, right? But at the same time, if you kill somebody and or you damage something that you really literally don't have the money to pay, well, what are they going to do?
Right. And that's problematic. They're going to throw you in jail.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why, you can't take the reason that you get a license and everything is because it already signifies to the state that you've agreed to these certain set of rules. So instead of you having to write the letter to all those different parties informing them that you're going to stick to the law and da-da-da-da-da, and you know what I mean, be a good citizen or whatever the fuck, even though you don't have a license, I just think also too, in the capacity of the U.S. citizen, that's not something that citizen is capable of doing. You know what I mean? But you, as this, as whatever. But you don't want to do that in society. Like in society, you do wear the persona, the mask. It's only if you had to do this that the recourse is there for the banking side of discharge of debt. I don't think people need to get rid of their citizen. I think everything is established just the way it is, just perfect. You don't need to change anything. It's already set up for you.
Why is it beneficial to become a national? Why are people thinking that's the best thing to do?
Because they're retarded.
Is it as simple as that, Issa?
Yeah, I think so.
I've met some smart people that think that's really the key.
Right? No, they do, because they understand that what they're trying to do is trying to escape the notion of being the U.S. citizen who's the collateral on the debt. So they want to call themselves anything other than that. And that's why I said to you before, what they don't realize is that you're either a Honda Civic or a Honda fucking Accord. Like, it really doesn't fucking matter to these people. You're
They
collateral.
seem to think that they have your rights. You know how you say the U.S. citizen isn't protected under the first, 8 laws of the Constitution or 8 amendments of the Constitution, right? Well, are the nationals, because these people seem to think that they are protected if they're a national citizen, and that's what all the elite do, is they get their status changed and they're national citizens and they're instead of state citizens. And maybe when the China truck comes along
They're not allowed to collect national citizens. They can only collect state citizens. Who knows?
Well,
Is that?
national citizens, it's still a U.S. citizen because what's the nation?
I know, but what? Okay, have you really?
What's the? How about this? No, I'll ask you this: what's the nation that they're referring to as a national?
Right, corporation.
Right. So you're still in the bag of fucking beans, man. It's just a way for to get like. It's almost like a privilege card. Like they're like, you could be a really high. It's like you want to be part of Joel Osteen's super PAC Christian club. Get all the local, the latest emails. So you pay an extra little bit of money to be on that fucking list. That's all that is.
Well, what about what Pete Shader said the other day about the black credit cards, or the ones that are really, the really thick credit cards?
Dude,
they
just
seem to
have.
be.
No, they just issue those to people who have a lot of wealth, man. It's just so that they could spend like up to $1 million, and it's not a problem.
Like that's when you're accessing your account, they give you that credit
I
card.
don't buy that. No, that's not. I don't think that's maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that's just for like high government employees and this shit. You know what I mean? It's just it's like probably it's for a government employee or something. But I'm sure U.S. citizens are government employees. I mean, maybe if you establish some weird line of credit, I don't know. Maybe they give you one, but you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you start discharging your debt, they give it to you because they're like, dude, please discharge more. I don't know.
I think I sent a copy of it to you once because Iggs, you know who Iggs is. He told me that what you have to do is you have to declare, send in that form, like write your own birth certificate, basically. And once you write your own birth certificate, then you can actually profit as with a business. He's not saying go get your money. Like, he thinks that's distraction and misinformation on purpose too. But he says that you have to get a special stamp. It has to have the silver in the stamp. It's a red fox stamp. You have to mail this thing off with 2 witnesses that you're declaring yourself alive. And then therefore you have an advantage in the business world of doing business as. You don't lose the social security number.
I don't buy any of that.
Because you've written your own birth certificate, it gives you like some kind of advantage that I'd still like to hear you and him talk about. And somebody else was asking about you and Timor or Timor or
I don't. I don't.
Yeah,
really know. But like that, all that, like all of that, like get out of your citizenship crap. To me,
No. That wasn't it. It wasn't getting out of your citizenship. It was just declaring yourself a live person in a birth certificate you mail to yourself, so you have proof of that works in your favor in some way.
That's some bullshit. No.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why is the whole? Where does that come from with the red fox stamp and all that? Why?
I don't know. They're getting it from like the ancient seals probably, and like the idea that when royal paperwork was done this way, this is how they put the seal, and this is the seal that they used, and then people just take it to be like, well, if you use this seal, then everything's this, and it's like it's just not. It's under contract. It's under agreement with the other party. That's it.
I want to hear you and Jez talk too, because Jez has some of these similar ideas, and he's made himself post off. What do you call it? Postmaster. He's a postmaster, and there's a whole thing about the right to travel and all that, and being able to go wherever you want to go.
Yeah, I've heard it said actually. They say that the postmaster is like the most authoritative position in our government.
Right. But you could also become a postmaster yourself by doing the right paperwork.
Well, I mean, I guess you could call yourself the king of fucking your county if you want to, if you do the right paperwork. But I'm saying it's
right.
Like,
I'm saying
like the guy, but the position, the title of like the high postmaster of our system is a very very influential person in our system.
Right. It's crazy, huh? I don't know. I'd like the 3 of you and Jez and Yiggs I want to hear you guys just work it all out. Not that one of you has to be right or wrong. It's just that where do some of these ideas come from, and why are they either pushed as as real when they're not real, and what is the advantage to the system to have shills out there pushing disinformation? Well, that's obvious, but what is it? What is it? Why are there people? Why is this like it's like people talk about flat Earth? If it was a psyop, it would have lasted a month because people would have realized how stupid it is. But this idea that you might have like access to your secret account as well as being able to take advantage of things with paperwork like the postmaster, or being a national citizen, changing your status, all these things. Why are they
hanging around so long because people are really that stupid, like you say, or is there something to it maybe that you don't even realize? Have you looked into it as far as the postmaster claims or becoming a postmaster or national? Have you done a deep dive on those, or are you kind of just assuming it's like the rest of the misconceptions?
I mean, I haven't done a deep dive on it. I think it's kind of just misleading in my opinion. But I'm sure you could become a postmaster, but I don't know what good it does you.
He was saying something about the way that you're not restricted as far as where you go. But I don't know. You'll have to talk to Jess. He hasn't been around. In fact, the video I just remembered I was gonna post is that talk that he did that got his channel. I think I might have sent it to you. He had that guy that was talking about Bitcoin on, and he doesn't get into Bitcoin at all. But he did this talk where he said he's going to be an important talk, and I happened to screen record it because he took the one before that. He said it was going to be like a big deal. He took it down because he thought he said too much, So I decided to record it. I was in my car anyway, just hanging out, and so I left it going too long, but like for 4 hours. But the 2 hours that he did talk to the guy about Bitcoin BSV, the Bitcoin Satoshi vision, is the real Bitcoin. And when they forked it, the Bitcoin we know of as Bitcoin has been tampered with, manipulated, and isn't even the real Bitcoin with the ledger and the signatures, which is kind of a big deal if true, right? Even though it's all propaganda and what they make of it and what people think it's worth, which they can manipulate, the actual signatures and ledger are on the Bitcoin Satoshi vision, which is actually what gives it value, because if once you tamper with the number of the coins or do anything to compromise it in any way, the value is literally gone. Say it's worth something more. So it's an important talk if he's right. I don't know.
And they only call them coins. There's no shape to them at all.
Oh, whoever that was, couldn't hear you very well. Is that Snack?
Yep. It's shitty weather.
Yeah, it's been shitty weather out here. This California winter's been kind of cold, actually. I mean, relative to how it usually is.
Wow. Yeah, it's just raining. But it was crazy because it was it was getting to be cold. Like type of weather where you put socks on, because it's a good idea. But today, pretty warm actually, real humid, and then it felt like a tropical storm, something like that. And now just lots of rain.
Yeah, I love the way the rain smells, but I don't like the way that the dreariness.
Rain's a liquid. You can't smell it. You don't know what you're talking about.
There's a smell to the rain in the Midwest, man. It just has a distinct smell to it for some reason.
You think? Probably just pareidolia.
No, just the humidity in the air making the trees give off their scent.
Saying you can smell humidity. No, I know. I know what you're talking about. I'm just giving you a hard time. I should have kept it going though. That would have been great. Be like, no, you can totally smell it in the air.
I debunked your rain claim.
Oh man, no, but I've after that 6 or 7 months in the desert, I could smell a chlorine pool from 4 blocks away. I'd be like, I smell water, bitch.
You're right. Yeah, anything.
Yeah, that shit was nuts.
Fuck yeah, that was crazy. Seeing that place that you were out there for so long, and
does it look dry there or no? It kind of
dry,
a little bit, and then it's just
yeah. You said you had you grew a second layer of skin, right? All mud, almost.
I don't know about that.
You felt like it changed your skin. At least that's what you're saying.
I don't know. It definitely fucked my hair up a little bit.
I imagine. That's funny. You were walking. You found new ways to get ice packs into your clothes. You're walking around with the fucking ice pack suit.
It was water pockets. I was yeah.
Yeah, that was the best. I made like something like almost like a shitty. It was like a shitty version of Iron Man, but like with water. It was like Waterman, you know. But like you just had. There's no way to like.
I would call it Aquaman. It wasn't
It
already
was so
taken.
hot. It was so hot there, and then like the only thing like I
Would the
basically
water actually get too hot? Then eventually you had to take the water suit off because the water started getting
doesn't
hot.
get that hot. It didn't get that hot, but it gets warm enough to where you just feel like you're swimming around in your own temperature.
Yeah, right.
But it lasted for, and this was just like out of one like regular Poland Spring bottle. So you could, so the idea is like you could change it, you know, and then you could like walk around in really, really hot places and not die. It was super effective.
Right.
We could have built pyramids if we had our own suits. Well, yeah, we could build our own. Well, maybe we'll build our own. We'll get some duct tape and some tubes. But it's so funny because I like it's paradoxical. Like the more layers of cloth you have on, the more absorbency. So it's like I don't know. I took a bunch of flannels and sweatshirts and layered them on, each with individually between them. I had mylar sheets between them. So the whole effect is like once you put it on, like it's like 5 sweatshirts, and it's crinkly and it's wet, but you're at like 116 degrees or something, and it feels like you're in like a little kiddie pool, but like it's really nice. Like the more like the wind when the wind picks up and kicks up, it's like it just makes the whole suit feel colder. It's just insane. It's
I'm
really,
sure
really
there's some
fun.
point in the day where it's like, is it better to have the hot shirt on or let the hot sun be right on my skin?
It's just it's like so it just like I didn't know all this was gonna happen. You know, it's just like what the brain does to not die. You know, like it's I started like
Right.
trying to think of ways to like
I think
preserve
you
my.
turned to tequila. Weren't you on a tequila binge for a little bit?
Oh no, that was not really at the end, but
Jack Daniels or something.
that
I'm
was
sure that helped. The kiddie pool, and the Jack Daniels or something like that.
no, it's kiddie pool and Jose Cuervo with a Twizzler straw.
That's right. It was tequila.
That's the ultimate cure for heat. Tequila, kiddie pool, and Twizzlers. And it kind of doesn't matter. It could be hot, but like you get through it somehow.
Right.
Other than that, if you're trying to actually do work outside in 115, 120 degree heat, I suggest water suit. It's so fun. It's so like you definitely learn something about because like if it were that temperature when we were out there, you know,
Yeah.
you might think I was crazy talking about a water suit, but you might be wondering like, how do I make a water suit right about now? Because like
Yeah, if I was out there
so
for a
hot.
few days, I
It's
might
so
think
hot. It's
about
making me insane right now.
right. I'm trying to think of something that would maybe like you don't want to put pressure on the water. I'm just trying to think of a way of cooling the water without using, you know, like what
Oh,
kind
but
of
if you
easy.
just have Mylar and wind, it's gonna happen for you.
Okay, there you go.
Because yeah, that was an accident too. I found out that I could chill my beer back down with Mylar and water evaporating. Real science, man.
Yeah, you should have dug a hole maybe, huh? After all said and done, maybe like if you had started digging a hole with a little place underground to get cool at one point. Might have you were thinking about doing that, weren't you?
No. Other people were suggesting I do that.
Okay.
That may or may not have worked. I don't know. But also, you know, there's like tremendous amounts of ants and
yeah, that would have been
nothing's cool about going into the ground that way.
Yeah.
It's no fun. That's not cool.
You already had too many.
I don't know. I don't like them.
No. You'd have to have it professionally done where you weren't just in the mud. Yeah.
I'm like four legs maximum on something. 4 legs max. And if no legs, then it's a problem as well.
You know, there was that structure that they showed us on the news, that Saddam Hussein hole that they called a spider hole that he was hiding in or something. Remember that?
Might have been cool.
My friend, who's actually a really kind of a well-known artist, a high-pay artist, did like a 3D rendering of that. Did I show it to you when you were here? Maybe. Of the spider hole that Saddam was in. He thought it was just so silly the way they showed that picture, so he made like a big, huge 3D replication of what the hole would have looked like. But like in midair, just the outside of it, like the negative space.
Thing I want to think about that's inside of a hole, spider. That's worse than a hole. Fuck.
It was like somebody dug a vertical. The funny part about it is somehow they made it look like he dug the hole just big enough for his body to lie down in, but then he would have had to dug sideways. I don't know. Anyway, I'm sure that wasn't true whatsoever.
You Saddam was saying you don't dig your own spider hole, bro.
Yeah, exactly right. And you wouldn't
You
lie.
get somebody to dig you the spider hole, and then they're like, "See, I did this spider hole for you because I love you. You're my glorious leader." And then you pull the 22 out from your pocket and you snap him right in the head, and you say, "Thank you very much," and then you go hide and hide.
Right.
That's what you do.
Good thing you look so much like me. They would think I'm dead. No, he was I think that was all agreed upon. Even the guy that they hung didn't look like him. Kind of weird, huh? Like a weird version of it. Did anyone's head ever get chopped off for real? Is that all fake? Some of them look pretty shoddy, that's for sure. It's all the world spherical stage.
None of my business.
Yeah, I know.
People do with their heads. None of my business.
Right.
I'm sure people lose their heads in the United States all the fucking time. I don't hear about it. You don't hear about it. Is it going on? Probably fucking it is.
Probably, yeah. Yeah. If you could choose a way to die, would you choose that way? I guess it's the cleanest way to go.
It's just no. Just none of it.
Yeah. But gruesome. Yeah, it would have to be some kind of poison that you.
But we don't have a problem with that. We don't really have a problem with that. We have a problem if there's fundamentalists wearing black outfits doing it. Then it is a problem. Then it is really a big issue. But other than that, yeah, it does go on.
Yeah. Hey, there's still some countries chop your hand off for stealing, right?
Yeah, like in cartoons.
No, seriously, Saudi Arabia, I guess that's the way it is. So I heard, at least when I was a kid. Kid was from there.
Well, that's getting crossed off. Crossed off on my itinerary.
Places I don't plan on being accused of something I didn't do.
Yeah, anywhere with like a prison detention center that's more effective than the government, I'll go with that. And also cross those off.
Think about the extremes. One country, you go to jail for life for smoking weed. Another country, now you can go to the store and buy it.
What's the thing with remember we were talking about the Palawan and those places in the Philippines and stuff, all those little mini islands.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, and that one guy was saying like he has a place down there, and then like,
oh yeah,
had like coffee was grown down there, and marijuana just grows. I remember his name. Not trying to out nobody. But anyway, but you can't, but that's like illegal. You'll go to jail, like for smoking weed. Like
just for smoking.
It's like, but it's so beautiful. It's such a crime that like
right?
you can't do that there.
He's like, come on out. I'm like, wait. Did you say that you get arrested for smoking weed? That sounded great up until that part. Fuck.
Yeah, no, but no, like you go to jail. It's like bad. Like it's worse than like dealing like hard narcotics. Except hard narcotics are okay because they get the right kickbacks and not everybody can grow them in their backyard, so that's fine.
So is this black Olympic? What's her name? But she's still over there for real. Is this all a psyop? What is the deal with this? Is she part of some kind of act? What's the reason? What's the angle behind this psyop? It's not real.
Why? But why do any of these things go on like they do?
Yeah.
If they're real or not real.
I like to speculate about what the angle is. Like, okay, well, this happened so that people would think this, so that then they would end up paying more at the end of the year, or whatever it is.
No, I think one thing is that like nobody really understood exactly how fucked up the prison system is over there. I think, and without her shedding a light on it in a way, nobody was thinking about it. So that's interesting.
Well, think about it. I guess politically, it makes sense if it is fake. Let's just say if it is. You could do the if it is or if it isn't. But if it is, it does kind of like the timing on it with the Russia bad guy, Russia bad unreasonable people image that they're pushing with Ukraine being the poor victim that you need to send money to. Oh, they're holding that. And I can't believe they're still holding that woman over there. Those people are heartless, right? I don't know how true it is that they're heartless, but it does feed the.
Well, I mean, no. If you check out like what their stories with their prison system, like she's in the good part. The Brittany Griner, she's like in the good section, where she's just on regular suicide watch. At some point, then, like if she stays much longer, then I think they take her to work camp. And then because she's larger than other women are going to be there, they'll just put her on physical labor. So she'll just be doing physical labor. And then they've got like really notoriously like evilly bad healthcare for these prisoners there. So I don't know. That's like the situation over there. So that's weird, huh? It's weird that you can just be captured by another country, for something that's like
and it's
totally
obviously
illegal over here.
They didn't have to go after her. They obviously, whether it's true or not, if it is true, we'll do that part of it. If Russia's doing that to this woman, they're singling her out to make an example of for some reason.
It's not just to make an example, but because she's a high ticket item, right? Somebody's going to want to bail her out. They're not going to be like, "Hey, why don't you just serve your 40 years or whatever the hell?"
She getting an option to be bailed out. Are they offering that? Is that what it's about?
No,
Money?
no, but it would be about like trading criminals. From the United States would trade Russia criminals for her. Right, that's the idea. It's like they'll bargain for other prisoners. So, like, if a political prisoner is in the United States, then they'll transport her. They'll swap them basically, and then they'll just free her when she gets here.
Kind of puts a damper on like the whole. It could be also like the whole idea of like, the American dream is dying, right? Like you can't even get away with anything, even as to grow up and be an Olympic medalist, better not even participate anymore. They could just take you and put you in jail.
Well, like if you're in a country that has policies like that, you'd be a little bit foolish to walk that line anyway, right?
I guess so. Do you think they were really warned very well, or do you think it was kind of like, oh, we forgot to tell you, you're not really supposed to have those?
No, but it's not as if like Russia doesn't have basketball teams. It's not as if Russia doesn't have all kinds of people from EuroLeague come through to play at CSKA Moscow, right? Like Fenerbahce, like all the fucking basketball clubs in Europe go play there, So, right, and basketball is like one of their prized activities. And
sure, but do you think that every athlete that's ever been over there has followed the rules, but her?
Well,
yeah, Snack.
all I'm
What if it
saying
was
is,
just like an international trade?
yeah, but then it's like, is she a participant in that on purpose or not on purpose? You see what I'm saying?
I don't know. I can't tell anymore. It's a pretty good one.
Like, who do we get to play? Who do we get to play center for our team, though? That's what I want to know. Who do we get in return?
I don't know. I guess you have to believe in like the athlete super spy who works for the CIA, but also is a peak physical athlete. And so if that's the case, then maybe that's what this is part of. Other than that, it's just, man, sucks to be her. And man, but, yeah, that's just a regular person had that happen to them. That sucks real bad. Maybe, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, what if she is a spy, and they were like, "Yo, we're just gonna say she was the forward for this women's team."
Yeah, because like all this I don't know. Well, if the human rights if there's like something like human rights violations going on in the Russian prison system, you know what I mean? Well, it would be worth it to find out, you know, from somebody to be able to like, I don't know, stop that from happening. Or who knows? There could be like all kind. Man, you got to wonder what could go on in a women's prison in Russia. I mean, they base whole like Cinemax movies on this concept. As I look away from the.
Let me point this out.
Anyway.
I don't believe that anything they're telling us about Snowden is real at all. And it's just so funny that he went there for amnesty, like he's being protected by the Russians from the American government because he told secrets that would get out to the press, and it gives you the whole idea that the press would have printed the secrets because they're telling us the truth always. So, you know, he almost went to the Times with all that information. That was just stuff we already knew already. So it was a total psyop. Now we have one guy over there being protected by our government, another one being kept from us getting back the hero, the Olympic hero. What is this? I think maybe both are fake, if I had to guess.
Or like this idea that like Russia can be like do whatever the heck they want. I don't know if that's for real either, you know. Are they not part of the Ottoman Empire? You know, they just have like carte blanche to just do whatever. We do Russia like how we do, or you know.
Yeah, Saturday Night Live has it right with that portrayal of Putin. You know, Putin's the maverick. You know, that just the badass. You know that can do whatever he wants, and most U.S. presidents.
Is that the Saturday Night Live show? I don't know. You can also alternatively not pay attention to anything that's going on in conspiracy land and just watch Saturday Night Live and just like understand it in its own way, and it will tell you everything as well.
They really came crazy, like dropping truths about the pandemic that I didn't expect. Sure.
Well, yeah, I know, but it's much more complicated than that. They get to say what they want to say because that's not true either.
No, they didn't tell you the full truth. They gave the version that people needed to hear.
They provide you the counter message, you know.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
They give liberals hope.
Like, you know, if things are get so bad that they can't eventually make a joke on someone they can never get that bad. Maybe that's like the gauge. Like if things got really that bad, then you can never make.
Are you on the Campbell Soup phone right now? Can you switch back to whatever 5G, not the string? I think the CAN technology is good though. I think it'd bring it back though. You know? It's just bad. It's just bad for Discord, but it's cool. It's cool that you have a Campbell Soup can that you can talk into.
Better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we should. It's too bad we can't eventually know how much of anything we're told is fake or real, because it would be fun to like wager on which ones, you know, actually figure out who was right. Like, oh, okay, they're all fake. It's all fake. Oh, that one actually was real. Well, I guess we'll give it a 50-50. It was partially real.
What about ones that like nobody's on too, like octopus men are real? You know what I mean? You're like, what? No, I didn't even hear about them at all. Like that's not even a thing. Yeah.
Would you say octopus are fake?
Octopus men. They're men. They're octopus men.
Oh, okay, like the Kraken men.
I don't know. Maybe they look different, but they have like some tentacle features. Maybe they're just like pink and slimy, real smart.
There
Stuff to
is like
handcuff them.
a personification of octopus in the Kraken form as like the fishmen that are going to come back and right the wrongs, and that's why they're totally within their right to be really shitty because they're trying to.
It's basic. It's just H.P. Lovecraft. That's all. Nobody really just to lose out.
Why wasn't there
What's it
ever
go
an
back to before that? Yeah, it's like H.P. Lovecraft and like Dungeons and Dragons, Mind Flayers or something.
Right. Was that
And
art
then
imitating
Davy Jones from the
art
Caribbean.
to begin with? J.R.R. Tolkien just totally basing all his shit on imagination? Not really. There's some truth in there.
That's just your imagination.
The Tartarians are very similar names to the Targaryens, so there you go.
Oh no, I don't. He's well, it's supposed allegedly, Tolkien is reading up, studying ancient tales, and he like wizards them together in this kind of way. And it's kind of capturing that Knights of the Round Table, mystic, Europe kind of feel. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it's like the you've seen the continents are arranged just like upside down England, basically. Right?
Oh no, that's like Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings.
I'm getting all my legends mixed up.
Yeah, but allegedly also, Tolkien's Lord of the Rings is retelling something. It's like reframing like history. It's like recontextualizing it and putting it in kind of.
I don't know. I had it right. It was Game of Thrones. Now that I think about it, if you look
It's
at the Game of
fucking
Thrones
both of
setup,
them.
it does
It's
match the
you're
island of England.
talking about the map. Yeah.
No.
Of
No,
course.
ask Cracker when he was confirming it the other day. I'm falling asleep on you, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh man, no.
It's my bedtime.
Yeah, I think the Kraken basically is conflated from different things. I think it takes in like Leviathan mythology, those tales. It also confuses it with the Gorgon snake-haired sisters and their shit. Because it's like it's Medusa's head
Is there an official myth? Is it all hearsay, pretty much? Kind of like
well, because Perseus is essentially like a version of Mitra.
God of the sea. Yeah.
So it's like, but instead of the head of Medusa, it's the head of the bull that he uses. So it's like a translated myth, sort of. But yeah, heads and stuff. It's crazy. But yeah, there's like a whole the Gorgon. That stuff's like.
Could the octopus represent like the Jubilee in some way, like the whole stretching your arms out to all countries in every which way to even the score?
I'm just saying, like, it's interesting to think about like the things that we are never going to think of that are real. Once in a while,
and the things they might make seem real that are just crazier than you'd ever imagine. Like some of the stuff, like the possibility of Trump enacting or being some kind of like antichrist figure, or the way that what's the lady, the lawyer that was talking about the Kraken and how it's going to be biblical with her conviction. I did kind of buy into that they might try to do that.
Well, no. I mean, I think that comes to it stands to reason because the whole Kraken thing, I think, is at least in the Greek mythology, that's the end of Clash of the Titans, right?
Yeah, and one of the pirate movies, right? Pirates of Caribbean,
Which is like
based on the mythology. This Clash of the Titans, which is
sense.
like it's the final war or whatever. So that's already like mythology, like before it was like a Hollywood script.
Yeah.
And
oh shit, 2 days left till that show almost I've ever seen on TV comes back.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
It's so good, way better than I thought it was gonna be. What's it called again?
Yeah, I forget.
His Dark Material. Terrible name. Terrible name.
Yeah, it's a terrible name.
Doesn't even do a good job of describing.
Yeah, I just said if you just watch the intro is interesting, and it does feature that plays into the story. So the intro looks interesting.
Tartaria, like the land of Tartaria, basically.
I think.
A lot of ways, but they had our ability stuff.
No, but like all that stuff with Tartaria and the dragons and the Targaryens and dragons and the Valerian steel and the steel and like all these things kind of match up. So it's like, a Song of Fire and Ice. Pretty big arc and all that, but it's like his writing concept is that like things are like songs, like there's like a round to them, that they repeat themselves or whatever. That songs are in this way, and so it's his the whole arc of Game of Thrones, he's just saying is like a song, It's like it goes like this, and it goes a little something like this. Game of Thrones.
Right. Then Tartaria in one hand.
Yeah, but in a way, that's all fictionalized, like stuff from like our actual history, except for dragons. Except for dragons, right? If people want to believe in dragons, I'm not gonna stop people that want to believe in dragons. Giant flying dragons.
There is a. I was. What was it? We were confirming there is an animal that uses its breath to protect itself.
All right, like I don't know, it's not like that. There's like smoke and fire coming out of nostrils of animals, but anyway,
or was.
You're missing the point. You're missing the whole point if you think it's literally dragons.
Maybe the dragon was always fake. Maybe the dragon was just a scary monster that they used to make out of seaweed to scare other tribesmen into thinking that they had dragons when they never did.
Well,
they didn't want some of the flying technology, so they had to disguise the technology with a rubber suit that looked like it was a beast, so no one would know they had technology.
That's a rubber hand. I can't believe it.
Right?
No, but the real deal is like, think that like the god Cain had just a bunch of dragons, and that all these dragons wound up being what other gods got called, and over time they just matured into their own outright religions. But I think in the earliest versions of it, all the minor gods are types of dragons. So riddle me that.
Really? I had no idea.
They're called like seraphs or like serpents, but they're often depicted with wings. So it's like, it seems like that's a part of the development of the pantheon that the Sumerian gods had anyway. And if then other things that are contemporary with that or spurned off from that should be kind of similar. But hey, I'm going to keep researching this because like one hit on that does not cogent
there's very good reason to think there might have been some kind of Dr. Maru shit going on too. They could have been crossing some big ass birds with some lizard type things.
Yo, what's up, guys? Does anyone know why I got? Does anyone know why I got? Check.
You're hot, Mike.
Does anyone know why I got muted?
No.
I said you were hot micing. Can you hear me? I muted you because you were hot micing. We were listening to you and your kid.
No doubt, no doubt. Good looking.
It wasn't that bad. We just Issa was talking and we couldn't hear him. The dragons were real, Jeremy?
Dragons?
You bunker? Yeah.
Bro, I don't know. What are they digging up? When they dig shit up in the ground and it looks like they got this whole skeleton, all in the right shape and shit of this fucking dinosaur looking thing. Like, is that not a real thing? Are those all fake?
There's more giants. If you Google giants being unearthed, you get more pictures that look like real pictures of people digging up giants. And you'll get up dragons of reptiles or dinosaurs. You'll get more convincing pictures of giants being unearthed.
Most of the reptiles though are small that they find, and it's only like a few of them.
Yeah, it could have been big reptiles.
I know, but it's more than likely that when they're finding shit, it's from underwater. Like that's why.
Think everything.
Like if you look at like if you compare the skeleton of like a pilot whale or like I think it's some kind of whale, and if you compare it to like that of a T-Rex, you can be like, oh, huh. Looks like they just flipped the shit around and attached the head and legs or whatever.
Yeah, rhinoceros is kind of a dinosaur-looking thing.
But yeah, dragons could have been real. They most likely were. There's a lot of depictions of them. I don't know.
Yeah, was it always a chariot? Like the way they use chariots in the sky, you know? Like maybe it was tech and they had ways of excusing it by making it look like a flying beast, disguising the tech with like animals. And that's where the myth came from, or like something stupid like a carpet.
Oh, we were definitely more advanced back then. They got history all fucked up, dude. I don't believe history for a second.
No, not too much of it.
Like, I don't know how long ago it was. It could have been, tens of thousands of years ago. It could have been a few thousand years ago. I don't know, but something weird happened in the past, and we didn't get the story straight.
Yeah, intentionally, obviously, it seems.
Like, I'm not saying we had computer. Okay, think if civilization crashed right now. Society collapses. Humans, we get bottlenecked, and now we spend the next, I don't know, 100,000 years, maybe 50,000 years. I don't know. Say 20,000 years rebuilding society and shit. How much would really be left from right now, after like 20,000 years? Would there be anything left? Would all the computers degrade and erode and shit, or would we? I don't know.
Like fuck no.
I don't think they would just dissolve into thin air if they weren't used. The computers would still be here unless there was some kind of plasma storm that actually melted everything.
Well, but just like flooded away or whatever, caught on fire. Be kind of. The Hoover Dam. Probably
when the ice age comes through, the story is it fucking grinds the ground down to like nothing. So like if there was anything and anywhere where the ice, they say New York was 2 miles under ice. So if there was fucking anything in New York, that shit would have got smit-ashed. Right? I don't know.
Kind of on the boat with that they used to have the big airships with directed energy weapons where they could pretty much melt everything if they wanted to at some point.
Oh, this reminds me. Did you guys see the new Graham Hancock thing on Netflix?
No. What's up with that?
It looked pretty good. I only saw the first couple episodes and shit.
Gage, you need to pick that diaper up off the ground, dude.
You're hot micing. Bro.
Why did you put that there? Well, why did you put that there, dude? No, I'm talking about.
I got him. I got him. Fucking everyone's talking to kids today.
Was that Biodu or something?
That was your fucking boy Dyslow. I can't even tell you guys apart sometimes.
Me and Dyslow?
Yeah.
So weird. I feel the same way about you and Dyslow.
Oh.
I know you're Dyslow, but what am I?
But yeah, that new Graham Crack thing on Netflix is dope.
Yeah, he's got some good diet woke information, that's for sure. I like him for diet woke afternoon tea, maybe sometimes.
I mean, he's a Glober and shit, but still though, he knows history's wrong. Same thing as Kent Hovind. Kent Hovind's a Glober. Okay, fine. He knows they're teaching the fucking evolution thing wrong. Like, these people got a lot of fish to fry. I don't blame them for not. I actually heard Graham Hancock go. People call him a pseudo archaeologist or whatever or something. And he was talking on Joe Rogan's, and he's like, "I'm not even sure this is a science. Like, I don't know if he's been listening to QE or what, but." He was like, I don't even know if this shit is science. This archaeology or geology. I forget what he was talking about, but
Yeah, you know what sucks about the flat? I mean, it doesn't suck, but I mean, there is a kind of, if you're a truther and you're telling things that aren't mainstream information, there was a point, like back in 2017 or even now, where it kind of seems like if you're going to tell the truth about things and you haven't gone flat Earth yet, either you're holding back for your fan base, or you're just not there yet, or it's kind of like a marking. It became a new standard of like what respect we have for whoever you listen to. It really did. Some of the people knew it, wouldn't say it. There was a couple, like Michael Tellinger finally came out and said the Earth is flat. He also was very open about not continuing to talk about it because he took such a hit with the fan base and the funding and stuff. But he didn't say it wasn't flat. He just said not going to include it as like a main thing I talk about for these reasons. Not yet, at least. But it really is kind of a standard for how deep you go down the rabbit hole. I stopped listening to most of those guys when when I found Flat Earth.
check. Yeah, I mean, these people got they got a lot on their plate, right? So if you're going against fucking evolution or whatever, some other kind of big thing like Graham Hancock is, where you got all fucking history wrong or something, like, how much shit can you really do? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to kind of specialize. Everyone's got their area,
Yeah, the guy's telling us all of history's wrong. Like, okay, he's not promoting flat Earth or he's a glober or whatever. So what? Like, I still think he's right.
Yeah.
Did he
There's some
actually say
interesting
that?
things. It's not like he has nothing to offer.
Did this guy actually say that?
Say what?
All of history? Did you say all of history's wrong?
Yeah.
I don't think all history, but I mean, as far as when it comes to like dating of the pyramids and all the megalithic structures and the whole lineage of what happened, like from hunter gatherers, and we just like the mainstream paradigm has it set up as so it's one straight line. We were monkeys, then we went to hunter gatherers, and we went all the way in one straight line up to right now, right? But that's probably not how it went because things happen. You get bottlenecked, it's called, where like a lot of people die off and then you have to rebuild. Like, he thinks that's what happened. Like, we were advanced, we got bottlenecked, and now we're like rebuilding right now. Like a cataclysm happened or some shit. That's like his idea. The Ice Age, when the Ice Age ended.
Most of these old cultures like talk about like when they showed up that just everything was covered in water.
Yo, whose idea is this, Jeremy?
Graham Hancock.
That guy, the journalist guy?
Yeah, he's a journalist, yeah. Pretty good. I mean, it's a pretty good theory. There's a lot of evidence that they were in communication with each other. All these or all these civilizations back in the day.
But this is what I don't understand. All of this evidence comes from the same people. It's people that study the same things. They're in the same groups. They all believe Earth is a sphere, this, that, and the third. But then some of them you believe, some of them you don't. Like, I don't understand.
Sorry, what do you mean? Can you repeat?
Like all of these, when Jeremy talks about Graham Hancock is getting his information from people that are part of the establishment, right? It's geologists or scientists that studied all at the same schools. They were taught the same
this is
things. They went through the
entirely
same indoctrination. They all feel
okay.
Earth is a spinning sphere. Why do you believe some of them and not the others? Like, how does that
So
work?
I see where you're going with this, but I think it's a irrelevant question, as everything which is claimed has to be digested very carefully in regards to what support is for this claim. So if someone makes a claim and can support it, it doesn't matter where he was educated or what he thinks about other topics, if it's just about this specific point and his claim and support, right?
Are you saying, like, why would I believe?
Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Well, are you saying, like, why would I believe his? Like, why would I believe his ice core samples or something, or the dating they get on their shit, and not other data? I mean,
yeah, exactly. It's exactly that, because they're using the exact same techniques the other people are using, but you believe some of them and not the others.
I could answer that question if Jeremy.
It's called creating an informed opinion. That's what it is.
Nah, it's not even that.
I mean, what dating? Like, I don't know. Can you give me a specific example? Because I don't know, like, if that's ever even happened. Or SE can go. Go ahead, SE.
Well, I've been looking at this for a while now, and it seems, Jeremy, around the late 1800s is when all this bull started. They started changing stuff. They started changing philosophical definitions. They started changing Euclid's stuff. They started writing all kinds of crazy shit. First World War happened around that time. That's when I think there was a great reset happening. And that's why they fooled. And the answer to the question is what Nate says. Sure, we all see the same things, Nate, right? Like, for example, man walks upon the pyramids, right? And he says, well, the Egyptians built them, right? That's one theory. But then when we look into it, we see, wait a minute, man. These guys had rocks and brass chisels. There's no way they did that. So that's why some things are not believed, Nate.
I think it could have happened, like they said. They could have, if you had enough people, right, with enough willpower to do this, I think the pyramid could have got done by people with copper chisels and ropes.
No way, bro. That is a guaranteed no way.
If you put enough people up against something, almost anything could get done. If you got enough manpower and behind
Not
it,
this,
like
bro.
you can do.
No, I checked out, for example, the ramp theory, right? You know the ramp theory where they say they build a ramp and they tow the shit up? Well, yeah.
The internal ramp?
One. The external one.
Oh, yeah, the external one's crazy. The internal ramp makes sense, though, and there's evidence for it.
Well,
I'm telling you, there's. I don't think it happened the way they said, but I think it could have happened. Like if we wanted to right now, we could go do that shit. Give me enough copper chisels or whatever, and a million people, and we go out there and build a pyramid.
No, you can't. Not even the internal things. I'll tell you why. How did they make the turns? You have so many men pulling the stones, right? How did they turn? How did they turn the rock?
Bro, like I said, you get a rope around a rock or something, and enough people on it. I don't know, bro. I feel like it could be done though.
No, bro, they did.
I'm not an engineer or an architect.
There's a guy. He moves like 20-ton rocks by himself.
Yeah, I seen that guy.
Yeah, we heard that. Yeah, but trust me, bro, to bring a rock 300 feet up in the air, it's not gonna happen with ropes like that. It ain't gonna happen, man.
They could have built a small ramp to start it off, and then build. I mean, all you needed to do was pile sand up, right? And you got a ramp. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I think it could happen the way they said with the chisels and shit, but I don't think it happened like that.
What if
No
it was
chance,
poured?
bro. I used to be into this pyramid shit. There's no way that slaves using ropes and stone chisels built those pyramids. No way, bro.
Have you
Well,
heard
the
of the
slaves.
theory that it was poured?
It
Like
was
poured
what?
cement. There's a theory that it was poured, that is potentially poured.
Yes,
Yeah,
I used to
Like
not believe that. Yeah. But then I saw this thing, man, and I don't know, man. It looks very similar. So there's the poor theory that might work, but still, even that, man.
So then,
20
is it
years.
that what you are in opposition is the idea that it's known for sure what happened? Like, it sounds like
Yes.
what you guys are saying is no one should act like it's settled as to how this was done. You know, right?
Yeah, that's my point of view. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they know how or when.
All right, so it's not settled. Okay, that's fine then. That's
Definitely not settled.
fine.
Not only is it not settled, for me, it's like 90% that it didn't happen with ropes, stones, and chisels. Giving the time frame, giving the fact that a rock had to be put up every 2 minutes nonstop for 20 years, I say it's impossible. Not that civilization.
Well, for me, it's a simple fact that you're not going to build your burial like the pyramid is a dope ass structure. That would have been your palace, right? You would have had other rulers from other lands coming up there, and they would have been like, "Holy shit, look at
Yeah.
where this guy fucking lives."
Come into
Not
my
look where this
office.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, not look where this guy got buried. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, every big executive and shit, they have this big fancy office. It's intimidating, and that's what you want to
Yeah.
do. You want to intimidate the people that are coming there. Like, look, I'm the man, and you're just a little peasant. Even though you're the king of another country or whatever, you're still just nothing. Because look at this shit. So I mean, it doesn't
You
make
know,
sense that you would. Go ahead.
sorry. I don't know. I thought you were done. Sorry, Joe.
No, go ahead.
Hey, new
You know, like,
perspective. Your cam's open.
like when big, great civilizations, they build wonders. Like
Clean your
they
room,
build
Dave.
wonders, they call them. Yeah.
Fucking slob. Dave, you're a fucking slob, bro. Jesus. What the fuck? How are you living, bro? Clean up.
Hold on. What's going on?
Dave's camera's on and we can see his room. He's a fucking slob, man.
Dave, do you know your camera's on?
I think it's none of our business how he's living, man. That's
Maybe disconnect him, Jeremy. I don't think he knows his camera's on.
I'm gonna.
Are you getting high, bro? What the fuck?
I'm coming off a little cold.
I'm high. Fuck.
I got high a minute ago, but I'm coming off a little cold. So yeah, you would have had the pyramid be like that shit would have been your palace. You know what I'm saying? There's no way you would have just built that as a whatever. I don't know what the fuck.
You don't think pyramids were where these pharaohs were buried, even though their coffins and sarcophaguses have been found there? Or what are you trying to say?
Not the Great Pyramids.
They're buried in the Valley of Kings.
Not the Great Pyramid. They never found a body in that, but not to mention they also got work.
Kings, man. Why would they have a special burial ground for the kings? Doesn't make sense, man. If you look at Egyptian history, they have a place where they bury the kings, right? And then they have these 3 huge pyramids. Why? Doesn't make sense.
Check. So
haven't they found tombs inside the Great Pyramids?
Oh, what about the mercury pool underneath? The giant pool of mercury they found.
They found that in China, I think. Yeah, but not only that, when it comes to the pyramid, we devolved when it came to pyramid building. That's usually not how things work.
Exactly.
If you get the timeline straight and you're not faking shit, like yes, NASA has devolved when it comes to human space travel since the 60s, but the pyramid builders, they also devolved when it came to building pyramids. Like that's not how building shit really works. You don't devolve, you get better at it. The other pyramids are crumbles. Some of them
That's
you
a
can't
good
even
point,
tell
bro.
some of the other pyramids you can't even tell they're pyramids.
Well,
It just looks like a
they
pile
say they
of rubble.
started with those pyramids. They were inexperienced, and they started. That's why that slope pyramid there, they screwed up on that one. I'm sure you guys are aware
If
which
you look
one.
at the dating, if you look at the dating for the pyramids, these other pyramids are all coming after the Great Pyramid.
That's right, but they say they changed it around and they say, look, it wasn't devolving. It started that way. You know, first they started and they weren't experienced, and then finally they got to the big pyramids. But like you said,
No,
it's the other way around.
Yeah, the Great Pyramids are dated before these other pyramids. Like they built the
Yeah,
Great Pyramids.
but Jeremy, in the Great Pyramids, they have been excavated and plundered. People have been inside, and they found tombs in there. They know that one of the pharaohs were buried in there, bro.
No,
We
they
don't
don't,
know
bro.
who
They didn't
we
find
don't
the
know who
pharaoh.
built it. We don't know who built it, but there have been tombs of pharaohs found in the Great Pyramids.
Yeah,
These
but
are
never did
burials
they found any treasure,
because they
any
were plundered.
things on the walls, or anything like that, that they were tombs. There's no evidence that they were tombs, bro.
Oh, there is Essie. There is evidence
How do we know?
that they were
How do we know
tombs,
the bodies
but they
weren't
just haven't
intentionally
found any.
placed there?
Okay,
You know,
that
I don't trust
maybe.
that guy. That guy that runs Egypt. That fucking the whole
Zaki Hawass
archaeological guy you
is the
see
guy's
on.
name.
Yeah. I don't trust that
Zahi.
fucker. He's a slimy bastard.
Oh yeah,
He's
big
Yeah,
very,
but
time.
I
very,
mean,
very shady.
if you guys have, I mean, if you guys are Egyptologists and you've been looking at this whole Great
Maybe you
Pyramid
should
thing,
look
then you
into
would
it a
have
little bit
known
more.
that in the 1800s, Napoleon had an expedition to Egypt, and his people went into the Great Pyramids. You know, that's the first recorded history we have of people in the West, in Europe, going to the pyramids and going inside the Great Pyramids. And when they went in, they found tombs there, but they found that these tombs had already been plundered. All of the gold inside the tombs was taken already, you know?
Yeah, here's what
They
I
didn't
think
find
happened.
tombs,
Just like,
bro. They found one thing
They
that
found
looks like a
tombs.
tomb in the Great Pyramid with no evidence at all.
yeah,
That yeah,
they've never
What
found a
do you
body in the
mean,
Great
bro?
Pyramid. Hold on, they've never found a body in the Great Pyramid. They found that one thing that could have been a box where they fucked up the saw cut on it. Either way, listen. Here's what I think happened. Just like the Aztecs, the Aztecs in the Americas, they went and found a city and it was just already built. So, like, I think that's what happened with the Great Pyramids. These people stumbled on the Great Pyramids. It was already built. They're like, "Yo, this shit is fire." They tried to build some. It sucked. Just like in the Aztecs when they built onto those walls, because some of it was fucked
exactly.
up. And some of the Aztec shit was fucked up, and they tried to rebuild it and like rebuild the walls and shit. And you could tell the different types of construction that happened. So I think that's what happened with the pyramids. They went and stumbled on these pyramids and shit, and they're like, "Oh, this shit is fire. I'm gonna fucking build some pyramids." They suck at it though, and they're just rubble now.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
that
that
I
That's what the evidence says.
totally agree with that. I 100% agree with that. That is what the evidence says. But you got to understand that the people that built, the pharaohs that came after, found the Great Pyramids and then built pyramids in their likeness. They knew that these pyramids were burial chambers. It's where the pharaohs before them,
No,
whoever built it before them,
You're just
buried
making that
their
up,
dead.
dude.
No,
So
Nate, that's
they
no,
speculation.
never.
that's why.
Not
All right.
accurate.
So if the people that made their own pyramids after the Great Pyramids, why did they bury themselves in their pyramids as well? Why make
They didn't
pyramids
find
where I'm going to
people.
bury myself when there's already this great giant pyramid here? Because they knew this great giant pyramid is where pharaohs before them were being buried. So they
No,
wanted
there's
to
no.
imitate
Well,
that,
it says
to
like
replicate that.
in the case of the Great Pyramid that would have been about 900 AD, and the Arabs would have been the first people to open it up to find that there was no mummy inside of it.
They
No,
never found a
The
body
Arabs
inside
would
the.
have not
But
been. There's
there's
been first
conflicting
people.
stories about this, and
There would have been people long before the Arabs. Long
so
before
again,
what
it's
we
just your.
call Arabs.
But there are funerary pyramids. They follow a slightly different geometry than all of these other things that are seen as like places of worship. Not necessarily like worshiping somebody's tomb necessarily, though. And it seems like a really grand effort to do so for these enormous ones, right? Funerary pyramids are much smaller. I don't know. Take what you will, but
Yo, they
there's
never
a lot of gray areas here.
That added nothing.
they never found any bodies in the Great Pyramids.
Yeah, we've never found bodies. We don't have any recording of bodies being found there. Definitely.
You don't
The
know if
first
people were buried
the
there.
first recordings we have of people going into the Great Pyramids were from the 18th century when Napoleon did his expedition. Before
only
that,
three
we don't have
pyramids,
writings of
but
anyone from the Western
but
world
he's talking about
going
funerary
into those
pyramids.
pyramids. We don't
So
have
that's the
anything.
distinction. You're talking about
Snacks.
two different sets of
Hold on,
pyramids.
Snacks.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, hold on, Stacks. Take a back seat there. So before Napoleon went there,
You
we have
can go
no
next.
writing
One at a time.
So you just
of
want to mess with us.
anybody
No, you
going
can go
into
next,
those
Snacks. Just one at a
pyramids.
time, please.
Am I not talking? So before Napoleon, we don't have writings of anybody going inside those pyramids to see what's inside there. But what we do know is there are other lesser pyramids built around the Great Pyramids. And those lesser pyramids were built by pharaohs we know about. We know who built these lesser pyramids. We know what they were built for and why they were built. Now, if these pharaohs built these lesser pyramids so that they could be buried there, and they built these lesser pyramids as an imitation of the Great Pyramids, a cheap imitation, why would they bury
All right.
themselves
Well,
there as an
did you not
imitation of the
know?
Great Pyramids if they didn't know that there were people buried in the Great Pyramids?
Did you not know all those lesser pyramids are connected to the greater pyramids underground? Like all this shit's interconnected. So how does that
Where did
how
you
does
get
that
that from?
coincide?
Yeah, I've never heard
It's
that, number
there's no
one. Number two, that's
yeah.
not answering my question, Dyson.
So there's evidence. There's evidence to support it on Brian Forrester's channel. He's done tours there. He shows it. All right. So it's a mystery, you know, to most people because they haven't heard it. But for people
Yeah,
that
I've
have
never heard
actually
about
been
this.
there,
Never
yeah,
heard about this
they're all
pyramid deal.
interconnected through corridors underground. So how does that coincide with your burial sites?
I would need to see this name, Dyslo. I'm googling
I've
this guy,
never.
but
All
I'm not
right.
seeing
So
anything on his channel as to what you were
all right.
saying.
So I'll pull it up and try to post it for you. Give me a minute.
Yeah, and I highly recommend Brian Forrester. Highly recommend this dude. Amazing. I think there's nobody like him on earth today. I don't care any archaeologist. And this guy has been to all these places like 50, 60 times. Yeah, highly recommend this dude.
Yeah, this guy actually looks legit. Damn.
Yeah,
This guy's
man.
been
No fucking around. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is pretty cool.
I've even had correspondence with him. He's easy to contact. I put my theory to him that I think one civilization worldwide, like I call them the melty rock civilization, that build the pyramids and all that. Anyways, I put that theory, my idea, I mean, towards him, and he says, "Well, he says you're onto something, but I think there was three civilizations." So Brian Forster thinks there's three stone building civilizations worldwide communication that communicated with each other.
Bro,
All right.
they didn't melt the rocks, bro. I'm totally against that.
Yeah, I'm just calling him that. I just call him that. Yeah, I'm
calling them that
here
because of the.
nor there about how they did that, man. I don't know.
Are you calling them the ones with the terminal or the handles? Is that what you're identifying?
Yeah, the ones that are protruded, they look like they're bulged out, and there's no mortar in between them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just because in like India, it definitely seems like they're some things are just poured from just rocks that are melted.
Yeah, it does appear that way. Yep. And there is a guy that did exactly that, and he mixed stones that are available in Egypt. And he put two stones next to each other, and there's no mortar, and it looks just like it, man. So I don't know. That is a possibility in my mind.
Like a furnace or something.
Yeah. I used to be totally against that. Like, no way they use cement until I saw that. And it's like, man, it's undeniable. It looks almost the same.
The video I saw about that, the guy sent out the mix that he made to different labs, and each lab said it came back exactly the same as the natural.
As the natural one, huh? Yeah. We're talking about the same thing. Yeah. So that's freaky right there, you know. But still, even that, I even incorporated that into my thoughts. You gotta imagine that they're pouring a brick, tons of cement every 2 minutes for 20 years. Even that, if it's a poured, it boggles the mind. I don't know, man.
Bro, it's not poured. It's not
Well, I'm
poured. There's
struggling.
no way.
I'm
There would be
struggling to find
evidence.
it. I'm struggling to find it, but the fact of the matter is if you go to his channel, maybe about a year ago, he posted a video where he shows himself going into these corridors, and he says that they're guarded by military personnel, and that he essentially paid off one of the military guards to allow him to go further into the corridor. And he said he walked about a quarter of a mile through this thing, and then he got to another set of doors with another military guard and asked him what's beyond it. And he said it's the same thing. It just keeps going and going. And they wouldn't let him go any further. But he said the military guard told him that they're all connected like this. And yeah, so if you look hard enough.
Yeah, apparently they say that not even 1/10 of the stuff we see in Egypt has been uncovered because the rest of it is underground.
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. 98% of it is underground.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, that is true. That is true. A lot of these tunnels and catacombs are unexplored because they're too unstable and too unsafe. You know, a lot like some of them are flooded. You know, you could
Nah,
be
these were
walking
pristine.
and the shit
This is all
collapse on.
pristine shit, dude.
Yeah, but
The way they
I'm saying the other ones that people haven't
Oh
gone
yeah,
in yet. It's the
maybe in
reason.
other civilizations, but over here with these,
No,
whoever
in
constructed
the
this site, it's all pristine, dude.
no, I'm talking about the Egyptian pyramids. Some of the tunnels under there, they are not accessible because they're flooded and they're too unstable for someone to go in. Like the space is so small, you got to crawl through it, and shit could just collapse on you, and it's a
He's
fucking
not
wrap.
talking about that, Nate. He's not talking about that. He's talking about
I know, but
I'm not
what I'm
talking
saying
about
is,
some of the
that have
past.
been locked, that are under lock and key, accessible, solid structures.
okay.
Yeah, but it's all military occupied, so it's not like
Yeah.
it's there for the public.
Right.
It's crazy, man, to think of 3 civilizations or 1 civilization thousands of years ago, because I think this is pre-Diluvian, pre-flood. Imagine now 10,000, 12,000 years ago, civilizations able to build these massive structures, able to go all around the world, to go to the Americas, to go to China. I mean, come on, man.
Well, they're
That's
finding
something.
that tons of the dating dates to the Younger Dryas or Pleistocene or whatever that is, right after the ice age melted. So it looks like Göbekli Tepe. There's a whole bunch of stuff they're finding now that's
Yeah.
dating to that
Yeah.
that area,
Yep.
that region of that place and time. So
Right.
what probably happened was there was a ice age melted, floods, cataclysm, boom. Now you got people trying to rebuild society. You know what I mean? And there's you got probably some geniuses running around. All their infrastructure's fucked up. They go live with hunter gatherers, try to show the hunter gatherers how to do it. I don't know.
But hey, Jeremy, like on Göbekli Tepe, they got all those like jaguars be hanging like on the tops if you've seen them like carved in there, and then it's all jaguar culture, you know, for the Mayas too. So like,
Yeah.
They were really big into
Well said.
they were really big into this I forget what the fuck it's called. It's a certain type of lizard. It's like a monitor type lizard. It's really unique. It's the one with that stubby tail that almost looks like its head, and it's
One that they
black
say is
with
like
like
a dinosaur. It looks like a dinosaur. That one.
yeah, it's essentially it's poisonous. It's got like poison glands, so if it bites you, like it's venomous and shit. But I forget what it's called. It's black orange. Maybe somebody knows, but it's really unique. And
Gila monster.
I guess yeah, there you go, Gila monster. And I guess it has like some sort of properties, like medicinal properties to it that they supposedly were able to exploit and use and to their benefit, that scientists today are still trying to research with the peptides and whatever is within its venom. But But yeah, a lot of their structures, their pyramids and stuff, were the heads of some of those what people were calling serpents and stuff were actually Gila monsters.
Wow. I don't even think it has venom. I think it has
They
like
worship they worship the Gila monster.
saliva around its mouth and teeth. I don't even know if it has like a venom
No,
like a snake.
that
dragons
would be
got
more like a monitor,
bacteria.
but the Gila monster actually has glands, and when it bites down, it releases the toxin from the gland within its jaw.
I'm thinking of the wrong monster.
Yeah, you're thinking of I forget what it's called, but
Is it the
yeah,
Komodo
Komodo
dragon?
dragon. Yeah.
I've been looking at
But
some
all
of the
this stuff
pottery
is
down here.
interesting, man. Like, think about it. Civilizations 12,000 years ago with technology to lift massive stones up like that. Yeah, that makes me go, hmm.
I was looking at some of the.
I don't think they put this much effort into building a fucking gravesite. And then the fact that they're all interconnected, it just kind of changes the whole notion of thinking that these pyramids and such were just built for the elites to be buried in. Like there's way more to it.
To
No,
me, it
I think
smells
that's
of a
exactly
power plant.
what they would have done. I mean, it's what our elites do today. They build all these monuments, to exonerate and what's the word I'm looking for?
No, they build
To make themselves larger than life. This is what egotistical maniacs
it's a
do.
tax write-off. It's a tax write-off for the
Well,
wealthy because a lot of people don't know. But if you have a grave site on your property, and you were to submit it as a cemetery, it's 100% tax free. That's
that's
why
not what I'm
Trump buried
talking
his
about.
wife. That's why Trump buried his wife on his golf course,
Yeah,
his
but
ex-wife on his golf course.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when they build these big statues and monuments in remembrance of themselves. Like the Lincoln Memorial and whatnot. All these big things we built to our leaders. It makes perfect sense that civilization full of very religious people, and especially having their leaders being the most religious, the biggest believers in these things, would build these supposed tombs that allow them in the afterlife to become gods.
I don't even think
Because when they were alive, they lived as gods. They saw themselves as gods.
I don't even think Mount Rushmore compares to what went into the endeavor of creating some of these structures in ancient times. So I don't think it's comparable. And even the Lincoln Memorial is doesn't hold a candle to some of these structures.
Here,
But
Nate, I
that's not the
posted a
point I'm
picture.
making, Daiso. You are totally missing the point. I'm not saying that the Lincoln Memorial or Mount Rushmore are as complex or, as amazing feats as the pyramid. What I'm saying is it makes perfect sense to me that egotistical maniacs that think they are gods in the flesh would build such a huge structure just so they could be buried in it. It makes perfect sense.
Oh, I agree. I agree with that, but not to this caliber of degree. I think there's way more to it than what meets the eye and what we're being told about it. I don't think someone's going to put that much effort into being an egotistical maniac to the degree that these people went through.
Can't even find a body.
You have a fair point, Nate. You have a fair point. But look, I posted something, right? This is what a king's burial should look like on the inside, right? They had a spot for that. That's not how the pyramids look inside, bro. If you were a king, you would put your picture, your deeds, your what you've done, all your great explorations on the walls like this here. There's
What
none
did
of
you
that
post
there.
it as?
Live chat?
Livestream 1?
Oh shit! I posted it in the wrong one. Hold on, my bad. Hold on. Here you go, bro. Here you go.
Okay.
That's
Where's
what the
that?
inside of a king's tomb should look like, bro. Like that.
Where's that?
Livestream 1?
No, yeah, but I'm asking, where was that picture taken? Like,
I'll
what is
show
that a
you the
picture of?
exterior. This is the Valley of the Kings, where they buried all the kings. I'll show you the exterior of it. It's fascinating. It's amazing. See, we're not just talking through our rear ends, bro. This is where they buried the kings. They have a place where they buried the kings. And that's not how it looks inside the pyramids, bro. Not even close.
Inside the Great Pyramids? Yeah, I totally agree. The Great Pyramids don't look like that inside. But I mean, the Great Pyramids are thousands and thousands of years older than all these other pyramids.
That's our
They're some
whole
of the
point, bro.
oldest
That's
we
that's
have.
my whole point. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, they're not going to look as nice and neat as these new ones. They're
It's not
old.
the meat.
They would
It's
have
not the meat.
eroded it.
Nate, the big pyramids can compare it to these structures, right? Because they're built nice, but there's no evidence of any kings in there. There's no writings. There's no drawings. There's no. I mean, you do see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. I get what you mean. There's no direct evidence that tells us these were tombs. But I would infer from the behavior of the kings that built these lesser pyramids that it's implied that the greater pyramids were tombs.
Look, your point is well taken. A megalomaniac king would do such a thing, right? Yeah, obviously. But the evidence
But
doesn't lead us there. Yeah.
yeah. But it's not just that. It's that these smaller pyramids, right? In these smaller pyramids, we definitely have evidence that pharaohs were buried in there. Now, why would those pharaohs bury themselves in the smaller pyramids, knowing that these smaller pyramids were built after the greater pyramids? These pharaohs were aware of the greater pyramids. They built their periods near the greater pyramids to resemble the greater pyramids as an imitation of the greater pyramids. So if they buried themselves in their lesser pyramids, they must have had the idea that inside these greater pyramids, there are tombs in there as well where other older pharaohs, thousands of years before them, were also buried.
I'll give
Wouldn't
you
you
that.
think so?
Yeah, I'll give you that. That does make logical sense all the way. Yeah, except there's no evidence of it, bro.
Yeah.
And
There's
there's
no direct
evidence
evidence. I'm with you.
Yeah. Oh, your idea is way off, Nate. No, it can't be, right? But it's contrary to the evidence we have.
Yeah, we absolutely have no evidence that no direct evidence that anyone was buried inside the Great Pyramids. I 100% agree.
Exactly. And we have a site which I showed you, which is where the Egyptians proof positive did bury their kings. Right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. 100%.
just follow the logic. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, but that's where the logic takes me. If we have these sites where there's 100% proof these pharaohs built these pyramids as tombs for themselves, and they built these pyramids around around the Great Pyramids, right? They didn't build them at the other side of Egypt. They built them right next to the Great Pyramids. They built them like the Great Pyramids. They didn't build squares or circles. They built pyramids. They were imitating the Great Pyramids, copying them.
Yeah,
And then they buried
absolutely.
themselves in there. Why would they bury themselves in these pyramids? Wouldn't it
Yeah,
be
you do
because
have a
they
point.
think, yeah.
You do have a point, Nate. Absolutely, 100%. You do have a point. Yeah, maybe they got it wrong, or maybe they figured,
Okay.
"What the hell, man? Like, yeah, this is a good idea. I'm gonna bury myself here instead of there," because clearly they knew where the other burial grounds were, right? Clearly.
Maybe. I don't know.
So even your
Or maybe
idea
there's
doesn't make
something to
sense.
that, or maybe there's just something to that design. And then when you look at the geometry, or the specific math involved in a lot of those pyramids, it's built at 108 36 36, which emulates the water molecules geometry, and yeah, it's perfect proportionality. So how the fuck were they able to know stuff at that time period. Like they're telling you more to the design than I think people are aware of due to academia and the educational system being just full of indoctrination rather than truth and logic.
I think this ratio also comes from understanding the 3, 4, 5 basic Pythagorean triangle, from which you then can develop a perfect pentagram, which would have in the inner angles 108 degrees and in the outer angles 36.
Yeah, it's the perfect proportionality. It's actually the only perfect geometry, the shape that we have in geometry. So I think they were saying something. It was a bold statement, or there was some other technological application that we're unaware of, and maybe we've been lied to, or they're just not showing us. But like if you look at a pyramid-shaped magnet, it has a specific field array, which is like almost like a point source, like rather than any other magnet. Like there's something unique about a pyramid shaped magnet where it almost creates like a focused laser beam of a magnetic field rather than a toroidal field.
Steps up from the
So who's
bottom
this?
and it creeps up like a platform magnet would. Like if you built a ziggurat magnet, like at every step, like the magnet flux is going to happen and all the cracks that are going on there.
It's the same in Minecraft. You can build a gold pyramid and then insta-mine.
You know, it's interesting also about the Great Pyramid. Like these guys were not just builders; they were master builders, right? You know, I'm sure you guys know this, but people don't talk about it. You know that the Great Pyramid has 8 sides and not 4.
Sure.
Yeah, each side is like slanted. Have a look at that, man. It's freaked out shit, man. It looks like it's 4 sides, but it's actually in the middle. It's like there. You got to see it. You got to see it.
It's almost a chevron.
Yeah.
Almost,
yeah, bro.
almost a Knights Templar.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I think this can be spotted when there's a certain configuration with the time of the year and the position of the sun, I think.
No, you're talking about the snake pyramid in South America, which one during the solstice it creates a snake on the steps. Maybe you're talking about that. But this, when they fly drones over it, when the sun catches it in a certain way, you can see the other sides. It's freaked out, man. Like they were not
crazy. I did
builders,
not know
they were
that.
master builders. Like,
Wow,
yeah.
that's pretty cool. I did not know that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things like under the ground, like New Perspective was saying. Imagine the stuff. We only know 2% of what's there. And the rest is protected under military guard. So, yeah.
That was nice low, by the way.
Oh, who was that?
Yeah, it was
Dice
Dicelo, not Dave.
Oh, Dice. Sorry, bro. Sorry. I got it right. So we're supposed to believe that a civilization with stones and chisels built an underground city and these huge pyramids, 300 feet tall, which were the highest in the world until they built the Eiffel Tower, I believe. Nah, no
What do
freaking
you
way am I
think
buying that.
happened? Like, what do you think could have happened? Like what's your hunch?
If I was to speculate,
Yeah.
I would say there was a highly advanced civilization. I think one, Forrester thinks 3, so I'll go with him. 3 stone building civilizations that were highly advanced, had capabilities to traverse the seas with ease, had the capabilities of lifting multi-ton stones 300 feet in the air. Basically, an advanced civilization that somehow, some way got got lost or wiped out or whatever. Just pure speculation on my part, right?
When you say advanced civilization, do you mean they were more advanced than what we thought they were, or they are more advanced than us?
Well, I would say they had at least the same capabilities as we have in construction technology. Let's put it that way, and navigation and boat or some sort of transportation that allowed them to go from one continent to the other. So either air transport or sea transport. Because they had to get to the Americas somehow, right? They didn't fly. They didn't flap their arms to get there, right? So
I mean, they just recently found out that the populating of the Americas was wrong. Like they thought for decades it was that Clovis First Society with the spear, those ones that made those certain spear tips. Like they thought it was those guys that came. Those guys came over to Bering Strait, and that's how the Americas got populated. They know that's whatever they definitely got the dating wrong now because there's a massive amount of evidence that has overturned that whole paradigm. And it took years and years to, like, there was evidence way back in the day, but they blackballed the guy. You know, you go against the mainstream paradigm, you get blackballed, no more grants, nothing. So the guy was right decades ago. They suppressed the shit out of him. And just now we're coming to learn that, yes, that he was right. They got all of history wrong, bro. Their dating methods are fucked up. They dated the Great Pyramid because they're like, oh, there's no one else. There was no other humans around that could have built anything before this date. It has to be.
Yeah, that's another thing. Brian Forrester specifically says that they're way older than what mainstream says. What are they dating it to? Like 12,000 years or something?
Something like that, yeah. Way back. It seems that's the magic number, 12,000 years, and magically that was when the Ice Age started to recede.
The melting of the Ice Age. You would have had rising sea levels. There would have been, and most people live near rivers and coasts and shit and lakes because that's where the food is. So you would have had a massive amount of influx of water. Their houses are right on the coast. Look how we build houses nowadays. They're right on the fucking coast, like literally right there.
Yeah, well, everybody builds in near water, of course. Why would you want to haul water to your city? Obviously, all the great cities are built next to water. I mean, that's logic.
Yeah, but even where there isn't water, like you can go to the fucking desert, and if you go down far enough, you're gonna find water flowing through cavern systems and stuff. And some of these cavern systems are bigger than you could think. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, water's everywhere, dude. You just gotta.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what I'm saying? Why would you want to dig if you can just have a flowing river right next to your village, right? But yeah, point well taken. So, and Nate posted that picture of the pyramid. Does that look freaked out or what, man? The 8 sides?
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, I had no idea about that. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, most people don't know this, man. Yeah,
the 8 sides on the pyramid. Yeah, it like dips in a little bit on each side.
Now look at the symmetry. Look how perfect that is, man. There's no freaking way they built that with chisels and ropes, man. No freaking way. No way.
I think it's possible.
No way, Jeremy.
It would have taken a lot of time, more time than they said. Okay, forget the 20 years or whatever they said. That's fucking ridiculous. I think it would have taken way more time and just a ton of manpower, and you're good.
Well, if you've ever built anything, you would know that once you start stacking weight on top of weight, things shift. They would have had to have counted for all this compression within the foundation, not losing integrity.
Oh yeah, what they did in the king's chamber, what they did in the queen or king's chamber, whatever it is, with the granite blocks, how they stacked them up and made the little the thing with them. Yeah, you would have had to have expert knowledge on building and engineering and architecture and shit. Absolutely,
soil compression. Yeah, all this stuff.
Well, they did it on bedrock. They carved down to the bedrock on the Great Pyramid. But I'm saying with the knowledge and enough manpower, I feel like it could have been done manually.
What about the
you do
giants?
that shit right now?
What about the giants?
Well, I mean, look at domed structures. Like that technology of construction didn't exist prior to the Moorish civilization. So like they were responsible for creating that architect, and prior to that, it wasn't available. So I'm just saying, like you would have to have prior knowledge to build something like this, meaning that you would have to have experience. So you're not going to just take some smart that's going to be able to foresee all the ins and outs of, building hazards and whatnot, and actually do it on the first try like that. So
Absolutely.
I'm just saying, man.
Check it out. You see what Sean G just posted?
Expert experience.
Oh, sorry, bro. I thought you were.
Yeah.
You see what Sean G just posted? If you haven't seen that, you gotta see this, man. A man with a freaking a hammer, a chisel, and a few spikes can split that huge rock there. You see that? That's a freaked out technique. Your point is well taken, Sean. But look what's behind the man. What do you see there, Sean? You see a big tractor?
But that doesn't. But that just all that does is make it happen faster. It doesn't mean it happened. It couldn't have happened because realistically, the excavator you see is only a advancement of something that was before it, and before that, and you're still able to move stuff. You're still able to build these large mega structures without having to have those excavators and cranes.
Yeah, but Sean, we'd find those marks, and that is an amazing technique. If anybody hasn't seen it, you gotta see this, bro. You'll blow your mind, right? How you split a rock with a hammer.
Find marks where?
On the side. You see those marks there on the side? They would have remained there on each stone, Sean.
Well, yeah, you basically you do it like you do with wood. Like you find the grain pattern, and you follow that grain pattern, and you create fractures, semi fractures, and they all just kind of add up. And then that pressure, that consistent pressure, with driving that peg through that hole like that over time, in a certain configuration by hitting it a certain amount of times. Yeah, it's pretty neat, dude. Like that whole shit is really cool.
And then you can make it as smooth as you need to in whatever shape you need to by sanding it with other stones. It's just about time. If that would be the only difference between them then and us doing it now.
Yeah,
so no
20
years, no way.
Can I say something? Because someone earlier said that the Moorish culture was the first to create domes. That's not true. There was even Romans had domes, right? So
yeah, check out the Hagia Sophia Church. That was the first massive dome put on top of a square. It was like a wonder of the world. You guys are aware of that church?
How old is the Moors?
Not as old as Rome. Rome is ancient.
Yeah, the Moors. They were the ones that conquered Spain, part of Europe.
Yeah, but the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
The Moors existed after the Roman Empire, right? The Roman Empire is an ancient empire, technically.
Way after, yeah.
Yeah, like actually, that video that Ali B just put in there, that'd be a perfect example of that guy being able to lift a 20-ton stone. And if you would have looked at that guy and said it without seeing how he does it, you would have been like, "That's impossible."
Yeah,
but
there's no.
They had the manpower, without a doubt, and their brains were just as good as ours. So I mean, I'm not seeing why they wouldn't have been able to. The same way we were building, buildings 200 years ago when we know we didn't have excavators. They were still building stuff.
Yeah, look, what Ali built is, what he showed is, I've seen stuff like that before too. And there's the guy in the sand castle and this and that. But it's one thing to move one stone like that and move it around, right? Using pivot points. And it's another thing to lift it 300 feet in the air and build that structure with, you got to see the difference, right?
Okay, now what if the method of which they did this is what confuses you? Okay, hear me out.
Yeah.
Okay?
Look, I'm not saying.
So in South America,
found all the Inca pyramids and stuff. They found them buried. What if instead of thinking they buried them, what if they built this? If they started at the bottom and they just started building a big ramp and started filling in everything they needed to, so when they came to the stones for the top, they were basically taking it up a slow grade instead of having to take it up like a grade of a pyramid and stuff.
We spoke about the ramp theory, and it was shown that if they were to build a ramp, it would require more stone than the pyramid itself.
Dirt.
No, you got this internal ramp.
You could use dirt. You can use.
Yeah, you would have just needed sand first of all to build a ramp, and you could have. They had this internal ramp, so you would have just needed a small ramp to get it going on the side, and then you could have. No, all you got to do is pile sand up, right?
Pile of sand? Are you kidding me, Jeremy?
Hey, just pile sand up.
No. That's exactly how it works. We do that in construction all the time. We use dirt as a ramp to exit a vertical or something. It happens all the time.
Pile sand up, bro.
300 feet ramp? A 300-foot ramp?
Well, no, it wouldn't have had to have been the whole size of the pyramid because you could have.
It would have been a lot bigger.
They had the internal ramp. They had the internal ramp. They had the internal ramp, so you could have just made. Sean, go ahead.
No, I'll stop. There's a delay or something because I wasn't doing it on purpose, Jeremy.
Maybe it's my delay. I'll be right back.
We need Rakia. Where's Rakia when we need him?
Well, because if they built a ramp on that outside, and let's say that pyramid's 100 feet tall, the ramp on the outside would have been 700 feet long. It would have the ramp on the outside would have been a lot longer, so it would have been less slope. You would have wanted it to be as gradual as possible. So that ramp could have been a mile for all we know.
Yeah, but Sean, you're not listening. It needed more material than the pyramid itself.
Dirt, yeah, but dirt there's a lot more in abundance there than there is stone.
I don't know, man. You guys have vivid imaginations.
No. That's just practical, just everyday application for construction. I can take a 30-ton machine up a gradual slope ramp, but I can't take it up a 2-to-1 slope. Same method.
Show me a 300-foot mound used in construction today. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll be right back because I've done it before. I'll show you a picture.
I gotta see this, bro. I gotta see this. Building a building with a sand freaking ramps and not a crane. Come on, Sean.
Yep. So I know you've got to see skyscrapers with like underground parking and stuff. Well, when in construction, they dig those out completely. And the only way to get the dirt out is literally to dig it and put the machines down in there. Once those machines are 60 to 100 feet below the surface, they have to get out somehow. So what do? We push the dirt to the wall and we just start building a big ramp. And then we just build it until we can start driving stuff up it. That's exactly
I've seen that. As a matter of fact, I seen that last year. They took a building down and they did exactly what you're saying. They had truck after truck with a slight ramp and they were bringing all the dirt up. But we're talking about 300 feet here, bro.
Yeah. And again, first of all, when we talk about the stuff we use now, we're talking about the speed of what we do it. Again, they didn't need to do it in a year. They didn't need to do it in 5 years. They could have taken 50 years to get the same
you're not.
result.
No, incorrect. Because they had to be built before the pharaoh died, Sean. Come on.
Wait,
no pharaoh. First off, no pharaoh is like buried in any of the Great Pyramids. Second off, the mud ramp theory is a good theory, but that's not the only ways they could have done it, right? They could have just ratcheted it up, and each time they moved it up an inch, slid something underneath, and then kind of just made a fucking tower underneath it onto the top. That's what they showed us. They literally raised a fucking block. It wasn't a big block, but like it looked like a good 500, maybe 1,000 pounds, and this little like fucking 120-pound guy outside of Machu Picchu, because they demonstrate how they built it, literally showed us how you literally like get a leverage thing, go stand back, lift it up just like half an inch, and then they slide a shit underneath it, and they just keep repeating it, sliding a new thing underneath it each time. and they raise like this fucking huge fucking rock like 4 feet in the air, just repeatedly doing this technique. Right? It took
They probably did it all.
yeah. So like all this like, oh my god, that's ridiculous. They could never do that. I mean, I seen them demonstrate it live. So
yeah, but bro, look at the time it took just for them to do that with what you're saying. Now imagine doing that.
It's called hard work.
Yeah, how long do you think those pharaohs lived?
It's called vivid imagination, bro. There's no way.
Montreal. How long do you think those pharaohs lived?
Well, look, back then, if you lived 50 years, you were an old geezer, you know?
Okay. Now, how many slaves do you think each pharaoh had?
The slave theory has been abandoned, right? The slave theory has been abandoned. There's no way slaves.
I just want to say something real quick, man. I don't deny the fact that you can manipulate giant stones with leverage and all these techniques. The problem is the precision at which they were configured. Even if you had like technology, like sophisticated stuff like we have today, like cranes and such, it's still a feat of a challenge to even configure those things to such precision.
Not today, not currently. It wouldn't be, not at all.
We can't build that today. We can't build that.
Guarantee we could.
Okay.
Well, do you have? And this isn't me trying to be snarky or nothing, but do you have experience in construction, doing these type of things, building things, and figuring out how to be able to get things done?
I got a general contractor's license, but no, I've never built something on this level or even close to it. So I can't say that I do.
Well, what field are you in?
I mean, it's irrelevant, but I've done a lot of stuff.
Okay. Well, it's relevant, but it's irrelevant because I understand why you don't want to. But as for someone who works in dirt construction, being able to do these things it's not a difficult thing. Even the precision part of it, we have enough technology that it'd be very easy. In fact, we'd probably be able to do it in 1/100th of the time it took them. I mean, it literally isn't difficult at all. If we tried to do it today like they did it, that would be when we can't figure it out. That's when it would take longer. That's when we'd be scratching our heads and trying to figure out what the hell and how the hell. That's the only reason. But now, technology, we're way too advanced for that shit. It's easy.
I mean, just to replace the door on Edgar Casey's Coral Castle took 2 40-ton cranes, and they couldn't even set it properly like Edgar did by himself, some little old man. So I'm just saying, like, that's more of a modern thing.
Well, whoever hired those crane companies wanted those things done fast, so they brought the biggest and baddest things they could. It didn't work. It happens, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't figure it out. And did they get it done?
Yeah, they finished it, but like I said, it wasn't as precise as Edgar was able to pendulate that door.
Well, how long did it take him to do it?
I don't know how long it took him to do it, but he was able to complete the whole thing in a very short period of time, being one person building all this stuff. And mind you,
how long? I mean, okay, how long compared to how long those cranes were there? Because again, at today's age, those things cost a whole lot of money. So someone was paying for it, and they wanted it done now. That guy, did he do it? Did it take him a month? Because I could see it taking a month or 2 months, 3 months, and him being more precise because he's doing it in smaller increments.
Yeah, I don't have it off the top of my head, but I would imagine it took him a few years to build that entire castle.
I don't know, but that's what I'm just saying.
It took him 28 years to build the Coral Castle, according to Google.
Okay. Yeah, see, so that door, he could have taken 7 years to do that one door. And those cranes were all trying to do that in an hour. There's a big difference.
Yeah, but I don't even know if the door works after they came and tried to fix it.
Okay, but the reality of it is all it took was 2 cranes to do what in an hour's worth of work that he did in years. That's just the reality of the same thing with the pyramids. It'd be
assuming the door works, yeah. Assuming the door works, yeah, but I don't know that it does.
well, if your whole basis on how they could have built it, or if we could do it now, is based on that one door, then I don't know what to tell you.
No, I mean, that was just a minor example, being how modern that this construction is, and less complex than some of these other structures we're talking about.
Yeah, but again, it's a whole different thing going. Whole different. I mean, realistically, I'm pretty sure whatever the Pharaoh wanted, the Pharaoh got. Here in the current times, doesn't work that way. So unfortunately, we have dumbasses that skimp on work, and we have assholes that really don't know what they're doing, and et cetera, et cetera. It happens. It's Lily's fault. I guarantee people died. I guarantee things messed up, and they fixed it and revised how they did it, and it got better. Again, they weren't stupid. If anything, they could have been smarter. We've dumbed ourselves down.
I got one for you, Sean. I got one for you, Sean, to figure out. Are you familiar with what they call the scoop marks in these building sites?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
How would you explain that?
Oh, easy. Wind, rain, sand, the whole nine. I mean, I can show you 1,000 other monuments that are done the same way that don't look like these, happen to look scarf marks. Because what you're talking about doing, those marks, I'm sorry, I wouldn't believe. It would be impossible for one of
Sean,
those machines to have been
ice
around
cream
then.
scoop marks in stone, Sean? Ice
Yes.
cream scoop marks in stone. How do you explain that?
Wind, sand, rain.
Wind,
You don't
sand,
believe me?
rain
Go
make
look.
scoop marks in stone. Come on, Sean.
Oh my, yes. Have you ever been to the Grand Canyon? Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I know you're in Canada. But just look, man. Wind, sand, and rain, they do.
You really think the Grand Canyon was created through erosion, like they tell you?
Absolutely. How do I know? Because I can see it from my naked eye. I can go back there today, take a picture, and then match the two pictures that I took 20 years ago with my dad, and you would see erosion. Sorry, that's how it works. You can build a mock.
Is Steve here? Steve, what do you think about
build a mock Grand Canyon and make that happen in your backyard if you'd like.
Not scoop marks, Sean. You're avoiding the question. Scoop marks,
No.
erosion.
I was answering his, but back to yours. Yes, 100%. Wind and all that does that the same. Because if it was the way you're saying, and I can show you more pictures of what actually teeth marks look like, and those aren't teeth marks. If you're talking about the ones with the wheels that grind, that machine is so large. I would love to see some type of artifact before I ever thought that a 170-ton machine was around back then. If those pyramids are still built and up, I would expect these megalithic equipment to still be around, at least traces of them.
Can you show me? Because this I'm not gonna let this go. Can you show me anywhere else where there's natural erosion that looks like those scoop marks? Because that's one of the things that made me think, bro. And I said, wait a minute, no way. If you can show me some natural erosion, Sean, that mimics that, I'll stand corrected.
Look right now.
Because even if you look at the Sphinx, right, the bottom of it, you'll see what looks like water erosion, and it's clear to see like what water erosion looks like. It doesn't look like uniform ice cream scoops. Like that, Sean honestly blew me away when I saw that, man. I couldn't believe my eyes. That's why I partially call them the melty rock civilization.
I'm gonna find that picture so I know exactly what we're talking about. It's the one in Australia, right?
No, it's the one in Egypt. There it is. Yeah, there's one of them. Yep.
Nice. Yeah, Brian Forster's.
Yeah.
Brian Forster's got some videos on these melted rocks, and he examines them from an expert perspective and says that it can only have happened through some sort of like a high energy type device or weapon. And he talks about the crystallization. within the molecular composition of that stone that's been melted, and how he says that you can only get that effect through high heat, which would have indicated some sort of high energy weapon or device.
Okay, whoever told you that is reaching real strong. First of all, I don't even know if I can entertain that. I can show you pit marks in rocks, and that picture you just showed, Montreal. I can tell you now, there's nothing scooping rock out like that.
I mean, it depends on the rock. I don't disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree that water erodes rock and will core through rock. I don't disagree with that at all. But it's all based on the composition of that rock. Certain sediments or rocks don't have that effect as fast.
Okay.
If
now,
any at all.
Here's the problem with what you just said. What type of rock is that in that picture?
I'm not looking at the picture. Let me see. The one that Numpty posted, or which one?
Yeah.
It's hard to say. It looks like it could be granite, but I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe
If
basalt.
you don't know,
I'm not sure.
I'm
not a geologist.
Well, that's the point of it. Your explanation for it could be's doesn't make sense to that's how they did it. If you don't even know what kind of rock it is. If it was granite, I guarantee you they're not doing that.
Sean, fair enough. I hear you on that. But what kind of rock do you think is scoopable?
Sandstone, cobble, coarse. What is it called? Starts with a B. Really dark.
You can scoop it with a machine like that and have this kind of.
Absolutely.
You're kidding me.
The rocks I just said. Absolutely. Yes. What?
Okay, show me an example. Maybe I can learn something today. Show me an example.
Okay. Let me have a video. I mean, I've dug in all those situations.
Show me an example where a man scraped the rock and had similar marks like that.
Hello. Okay. Was somebody asking about what type of rock this unfinished obelisk was?
Yes.
I was.
Yeah. So this is an unfinished granite obelisk. It was quarried in Aswan as part of a Nubian / Egyptian collection. So, yeah.
Sean, granite, one of the hardest rocks known to man.
Exactly, which is exactly how I know that. Say any machine that you could think of that's built today at all, because you're comparing the scoop marks, that would be able to dig and scoop out like that in granite rock does not exist. Why? Because it's so hard. What we would do is we get a breaker and start breaking it up, and then we'd scoop out all the cobble and the shot rock of it. And then you wouldn't have a smooth situation. It'd be all bumpy and broken up everywhere. So, I mean, what are you comparing it to? Because granite doesn't happen that way. If anything, you would sand granite down. You would scrape granite to do something like that.
Yeah, but Sean, it doesn't explain how.
I'll show you right now.
How ancient people were able to scoop up granite like it was ice cream, bro. You still haven't come up with an explanation for that.
Again, the picture Numpty did, right? You're talking about those, right?
Yeah, that granite pillar there. How did they scoop around it? Yep. How did they get that granite out of there? What technique did they use?
Okay, I'll tell you exactly. Probably, most likely, I don't know for sure, but if I'm thinking back then, they probably broke the rock up, and then with whatever process that I'm about to find right now, because I'm looking for it, they can smooth it, they can pit it, they can do everything with it. That's why I don't understand. You guys were already saying you watch videos where these guys take these megalithic boulders, split them in half, and then shape them. What makes you think they can't? They didn't do the same thing. Yeah, but it's gone.
Listen. You're right about that, and I complimented you. Remember, I brought you into this convo, right? I said, look at that picture that Sean posted, right? Because I seen that with my own eyes, and it blew me away, bro. But still, chiseling and breaking a thing in half like that, which we see with our own eyes, which we know is possible, does not equate to that scooping rock thing. It doesn't equate to that, bro. Because we can show one and we cannot show the other one.
I'm about to show you right now.
All right. Maybe I'll learn something new today. I mean, yeah, I'm open to that.
And this, again, very small, but it's you got to click on it. It didn't pop up like a picture I thought it would. But again, it's a granite rock, and someone has made a bowl out of it and did it by hand. So, and it has the exact same scooping as the picture you showed, right?
Let me have a look.
I'll take a screenshot of it. I'll make it easier so everyone can see it. So everyone can click on the link.
Mic check. My mic working?
We hear you,
Yes,
bro.
sir.
What's up, Ali?
All right, how you doing? Yeah, that's scoop marks, because I actually worked with granite when I done old cobblestone, so I had to cut, angles and granite and stuff like that, and you need a special hardened chisel for it. And looking at them, that obelisk or whatever, I don't know how you would, especially that many years ago. It's definitely strange. And I worked with granite. I've laid thousands of square meters of granite. The cobblestones and the big curbstones. I've actually cut them. And
like
I was imagining how I would actually do that. And you would have to, especially to get it that smooth, without it coming off with like big lumps, because granite's pretty brittle, if you know what I mean. So it breaks off and it's very hard to smooth. The only thing you could use with that would be either with some kind of grinding kind of thing or water. But I don't think you could chisel. I don't think they had the metal. I don't think they had the tools to chisel out that actually with granite.
No way, bro. Yeah, I'm with you.
Hey, Ali, have you seen like backhoes and excavators trying to dig into granite?
Yeah, but the thing,
have you ever seen them do a smooth path on it?
As I say, I worked with granite. Actually, as I said, I've laid thousands of square meters of granite, cut it in half, cut 45-degree angles, 30-degree angles, all that kind of, cut them in half and all that, and used chisels. And it does take quite, even today, a little block, maybe about 30 centimeters long by about 14 centimeters thick, kind of thing. It takes, you do look at the grain, but to actually chisel out sort of smooth, it looks weird. It looks like little wave patterns in it. And I'm just trying to work out how I would do it, because as I say, I worked with granite, so it's
I would say if anyone's done like wood carving, it does look like if you were taking chunks out of the wood, it looks like that. But at the same time, I don't see
but granite, Sean, to get it like that, right? See, first of all, the granite would like come off in flakes or splinter, right? Then you would have to smooth that out. But it looks like ripples. If you look at the edge of it, the edges are dead rough, right? And then it comes in it looks as if it comes in about 2 centimeters. Then you've got these smooth, wavy thing. It could, I could probably replicate it, but I would have to finish it off as in grind it or blast it with water. Use water and
that's a
high
good one.
pressure, really high pressure to make it as smooth as that. Myself, anyway, personally, that's the way I look at it. But I have worked with granite though, actual stonework. I do stonework and stuff like that. So, but it's still quite fascinating. Anyway, that was it. That was all. Even though I posted that guy lifting the blocks or whatever, that one guy lifting the blocks, I still don't see how they could get up. Like SE says, 300. It would have taken forever to lift. If they're 20-ton block, moving up 300 foot or whatever, because eventually it would be 300 foot. You would be at the top of this building, if you know what I mean. But that's it. I'm not, as I say, I don't know either way. I don't know either way how they did it. I'm still confused. But I've got a question, AC. Have you heard about the big? I read a book about 15, 20 years ago, and it was a guy. He was describing how he actually went into the Sphinx, and he actually went down steps, and there's a huge big lake underneath, right?
Yes,
and
yes.
We were denying it, right? Actually, they were sort of denying it. But now, just a couple of years ago, because that's what reminded me, just a couple of years ago, they're actually saying now there is a lake underneath there. I think it's that, what you said, there are places there that's actually guarded by the Egyptian military that you can't get in it. So, but that was just nothing to do with that granite thing. Anyway.
That's a very good observation, Ali, because we know from the weathering of the Sphinx, the base of it, we know there's water weathering there. And also, one of the theories is that the pyramids were a power plant with flowing water underneath as the mechanism. So, yeah, I can easily see what you're saying. Yeah.
I never knew that. I never knew that. But I know that running water, if, for example, if you get like if you turn your tap on and get one of the, I don't know what you call them. I'm not an electrician, but you test a circuit with. If you put it on, you there's a charge. There's electricity.
Yeah,
there's
that's my point. Yes, yes.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. As I say, it's all speculation. But I have to say, it's amazing how they actually built the buildings. All the buildings. It's a mystery. Anybody that says that they know what happened, it's all speculation because we weren't there. We never know, and we don't know. It's just pure speculation. These experts that come out, it's just, it's like space and stuff like that, and all that kind of stuff. It's just pure speculation. That's all.
Absolutely, and even the thing Numpty posted, right? How to carve a stone sink in 4 hours. It took him 4 hours with today's technology just to carve a little thing in there. Now imagine trying to carve out granite, freaking yeah.
Yeah, but the chisel, the metal. Oh, sorry.
What about if they had 100 people on that one stone?
Still, bro, think about it. They had to cut all those stones, 2.5 million stones. Come on, John.
Hey, again, like Ali said, I don't fucking know. I'm just trying to brainstorm it myself. But some of the things I'm hearing just don't make any sense still. That's the only thing I'm saying.
I used to think they were like the Sphinx. At one point, I was trying to work out, and it goes below the actual ground or whatever. I was just thinking maybe it was a big rock, a big massive rock kind of mountain, and they carved it like that. They actually carved it out of a big solid lump of rock. There was a big rock standing there already, huge big rock, and they just carved it out of that, rather than built it up. Same as the pyramids as well. I don't know. Yeah, we'll never know. You know what I mean? We'll never know. But it's a great subject. I love it. I love this subject.
Yeah, it's a great mystery for sure.
Did you hear about? Did you also? There was someone did a drawing. I don't know. It was in the 1800s or something. And someone ancient. I don't know whether it was Dionysus or what, or it was one of the guys with funny names for ages ago, and he actually described the pyramids that they'd written about it, or described it, what it was like, and a guy replicated. He did a drawing in the 1800s, and these pyramids actually had caps on the top, but like statues.
Yeah, white caps. Yeah.
It was surrounded. They reckon the Nile actually passed very close by to the pyramids, and he actually sort of drew out. He done it's like what do you call it? Not a lithograph. I can't remember what it was called. But they actually drew out. What it looked like according to one of these guys that had written about visiting Egypt and the pyramids, like, I don't know, maybe 1,000 years ago or 800 years or whatever it was, and he actually he took what the guy wrote down, and he actually did a sketch, an actual drawing of how it was looking. He drew the Nile next to it and all that as well. But the pyramids actually had big statues on top of it.
Yeah, and they also had white stone apparently covering them, Ali. Have you heard about that?
Yeah. Limestone, not limestone. What was it? It was.
It was some sort of white stone that it would shine for miles away, apparently.
Yeah. Cladded. It was like cladding that they
Yeah.
put down the roof. But that eight-sided pyramid, AC, that
Is that mind
was
blowing
a
or what?
find and a
Ali?
half, man. I never knew that. That's weird. Yeah. I'll need to hang on. Need to hang up.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know about that pyramid has 8 sides. Yep.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. I didn't know about that.
Yo, you got to watch Carl Monk the Code. He breaks this whole shit down, man. Like, it's crazy what he does in his video.
What's his name, Jeremy?
Carl Monk the Code. I've been telling people to watch this for years now. It's about a 5-hour long thing. He goes into all the megalithic shit. It's fire, bro.
Gonna check that out.
Yeah, it's you might find clips of it. Try to find like the whole 5-hour one, bro. That shit is dope as fuck. He like breaks down how they're all connected. All the megalithic structures are all connected, and because he's like, yo, you can find places by the design of the last one, like Stonehenge. You count the stones and divide the vertical ones by the horizontal ones, or like layers of a pyramid or dimensions of the thing, whatever it is. Like you can find out other sites by it's like built into all the other megalithic ones, other sites.
Yeah, and how about the? I don't know how viable this is, but I'm sure you guys heard when they look at the pyramids from above, it resembles a circuit, right? And now we know that underground there's tunnels, so it's mind-boggling the possibilities, right? We know the running water. We know they say that it could have created energy. Could have been some sort of hydro power plant or some shit. I don't know, man. I don't know. Definitely not a tomb. Definitely not a tomb. And what's with the 8 sides? Like, why would you go through the trouble of doing such intricacies, like 300 foot high, and you cut the sides in half? Like, why would you do that? Like, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever why you would add that complexity in there, except just to show off, or it's needed for some sort of power, some sort of, I don't know, angles, whatever. I don't know, man. It just doesn't make sense.
It's more structural.
It's what?
It's like twice as strong per side as it would be if it didn't have it.
A tensile strength. Yeah. Okay.
Like, so it could absorb vibrations or
maybe earthquake resistant. Because they say when you build irregular stone, like masons, right? We have equal masonry now. All the blocks are equal, but they say if you make different size blocks and place them irregularly, they can withstand earthquakes better. That's why those walls in Chichen Itza in South America are still standing.
Yeah, those weird walls that are all. But dude, those weren't melted. Those weren't melted though. Like, there's evidence that they were chiseled away.
Aren't those older?
You can see the marks. You can see the marks, bro.
That's not chiseling. No way, bro. That's not chiseling, man. Are you kidding me?
You can see the hammer.
It's all over the world, though.
Yeah, that's the killer of it. It's all over the world, everywhere. Japan, China, Africa, North America, South America, everywhere, every continent. Yeah, it is fascinating, man. I mean, truly nobody knows, I think.
Doesn't it ration that that's the oldest shit? And why are we thinking that the pyramids are even older than that? Or is it just like a particular type of way of working stone that only a few people use, but they used it everywhere? But we have no trace of who they really were. That makes sense too.
Yeah, well, like Jeremy was saying before, and I said it many times, it's a de-evolution of stonework. It doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like technology is supposed to get better as the years go by. But in this case, it goes backwards. It devolves. Kind of like the NASA Space Agency. The only technology that devolved during time.
But like as nice as like Stonehenge ever was, it wasn't like it doesn't even measure close to like other stonework.
Not even close, yeah.
Yeah, I just watched that video there. That guy carving the stone thing in 4 hours. He uses a diamond cutter saw and
Yeah.
and a little jackhammer, and then he finishes it off with a chisel. So I don't think, and he still took 4 hours. You know what I mean? So, but he did say he wasn't an expert. You know, he did say he wasn't an expert, but he was using a huge big diamond cutter. You know, a still saw with a big diamond blade on it, and he cut little lines in it first, and then he got a wee pneumatic little handheld, not a jackhammer, a CP9 you call them in English, a wee CP9. It's just, and then he done it with that, and then he cleaned it off in the end with a chisel. So, and he still took 4 hours. So that's not really a good example, really.
Yeah, with electrical tools,
Yeah,
right?
ST.
Yeah.
No, it was petrol. It was petrol diamond, a still saw, a huge big still saw. So it was petrol saw, a pneumatic drill, a pneumatic hammer. Yeah, that's a little pneumatic hammer, CP9 or something like that. And then
Yeah,
he
but
finished.
all these tools, Ali, did they need power to work?
Yeah, of course he did.
Oops.
Well, one of them's petrol.
Oh.
One of them you use petrol. One of them's you would need a compressor, you know, because it's an air. It's an air.
Pneumatic.
Pneumatic, yeah, exactly. And then a little bit of hand, but it still took him 4 hours. And you know, what was it? About a foot wide, a foot in you know, diameter or something like that. So, but there you go. It's still fascinating, you know.
Anybody that's worked in construction could look at this and say, "What the heck, man?"
Well, I worked at building stone walls, like granite stone walls. Also, like boulders. It's called Kempeston. It's like it's the big round boulders, you know, and you click them together. I've done all that. You know what I mean? So, as I say, it's my job. Well, it's not now because I drive for a living, but it was my job before. So, and it's still quite fascinating. There's something there. You know.
Yeah, you speak from experience. You've done this, and you look at it and you say, "Wow!" Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it could be done, but like for the size, you know, for the size that obelisk, that's definitely a strange one because that looks like you know, to get it that smooth, you'd have to grind it, and if it's granite, you would have to use, I don't know, diamond on it. Diamond's the hardest because granite, I think it's the second hardest compound or whatever it is, stone or whatever. And I think diamond, you would need to use some kind of diamond machinery on that because I don't know what kind of metal they had in those days. Anyway, you know, you would need to have some kind of hard.
They had brass, bro. A couple of strikes with a rock, and it would be deformed. It would last a few strikes. Yeah.
Yeah, you need that. You definitely need diamond because that's the chisels we had. The little hand chisels we had. They were kind of diamond. What do you call it? Tipped as well. And you battered them. I mean, I'm talking. You know, it'd take you a good couple of minutes just for me to sort of cut get a little granite. How they call them brostane? I don't know what they're called in English. But you see them on the streets. They're actually the old roads are made by them. As I say, they're usually about 20 centimeters long by about maybe 10 centimeters wide and about 12 centimeters deep because you've got to sink them down, you know. And it does take a few minutes to actually crack, and you've got to hit them in the right place. Otherwise, if you don't hit it, you know. Across the right part of the stone or whatever, it won't It won't split. It'll take ages. It'll just make dents in it, you know. But carving that, you would have to have some kind of diamond tool, I would imagine, because there's no metal. You wouldn't be able to do that with a normal chisel for granite anyway, because we had special chisels to use.
Yeah.
So
you can do it you can carve anything. You've seen how they did it with the sand and the copper, like they were carving into granite or something, or I don't know, something with just sand. Like you just rub sand. Sand will destroy anything.
Using it as a grinding compound. They were actually using rope. You could actually use ropes. I think some kind of rope, and you use the what do you call it? Sand. Yeah, I've seen that. But even that would take so long to do as well, Jeremy.
Oh yeah, it would take forever. It would take forever.
Yeah.
Sure, I think the dating and the timeline, the whole construction of it is completely wrong. So if it did take a massive amount of time, if it did take a massive amount of time,
pharaoh, then? Jeremy, what use is it for a pharaoh then, for a tomb? If it'll take longer than his lifetime to build,
I don't think it was a tomb.
Oh,
dude,
okay.
you don't build something like that. You don't build it. Yeah, bro. What? You don't build something like that to get buried in. Like not the Great Pyramid. Maybe the other bullshit ones that are rubble right now. But the Great Pyramid was not a tomb. They never found a body in it. There's something that may have been a sarcophagus, maybe it wasn't.
There was no hieroglyphs in it, Jeremy, either.
They didn't find any markings. Yeah.
No, nothing at all. Nothing, absolutely nothing at all. But all the rest.
I think there was one marking in it. I'm not sure.
Right. Because all the other ones, Valley of the Kings, if you look at the Valley of the Kings, what SE was talking about, you've got all the hieroglyphs, you've got all the pygmy carvings, all these ornate things where they found the tombs, but inside the pyramid, there was no, as I say, there was no hieroglyph. I don't believe it wasn't a tomb, I don't think, because it wasn't decorated as such. And as Nate said earlier on, but these are egotistical pygmy men. Well, certainly you're going to have your photograph in there. You know what I mean? Or a carving on the wall or something of you depicting your life, all your great achievements, or your wars won and how great you were and all that kind of stuff, guaranteed, because all the rest of them are like that. All these other burial chambers and that, they're all
yeah, you definitely would have wrote some shit in there and put some writings in there because, something.
Yep. I would think anyway. I would think. But they're definitely, I think they've got the age of them wrong. There's that theory that the Egyptians actually found them. They actually found them like that.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. Just like the Aztecs found that city in the Americas, I think the Egyptians just stumbled onto this shit and was like, "Oh, this is dope," and then they tried to copy it, and it come out as good.
Yeah, even the ones you're talking about, Jeremy, the ones in South America or whatever, they even say that you can tell the difference, that they were actually covered over or carved extra onto.
See the different construction styles, absolutely, in the walls. Yeah. It's blatantly obvious.
Yeah.
If you watch Forrester, he clearly shows many, many of them, and he says, look at the stones here, and look at above them, and look at above that. You can clearly see clearly.
Yeah, mainstream's not even denying it. There's two different construction styles there. It was built by totally two different civilizations, obviously.
Yeah, and clearly the stonework devolves over time. It doesn't evolve, it devolves.
Yeah, the first one's better. The first one's always better. Like, how'd you get worse? We got worse at it.
Exactly. That's undeniable.
Yeah.
How about this one, SE, right? I wish I'd kept it. The video disappeared, right? But it was basically saying about that it was regarding Antarctica. Anyway, I know it's a bit off topic, but it regards the same thing. And it's like all countries have signed in like an agreement, right? And that certain things, certain knowledge or certain things, discoveries, are not to be passed on to the public. I can't remember what treaty it was. It was loads of countries signed it, and for the life of me, I can't even find the video again. And it was only about 2 months ago I watched it. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I never thought of taking a copy of it. But and they named the treaty, but I never bothered looking it up. But it was actually where all countries have agreed that if they do find anything or blah blah like this, it's regarded as not for public information. Really? Yeah. But I can't remember what the name of the treaty was. The actual treaty, but it's like all governments, and this goes back. I don't know, maybe back to the 30s, the 40s, or the 50s, or whatever it was. But it's like an old treaty. I was totally shocked about it, but there's an actual treaty where if if something is discovered or whatever, it's maybe decided it's better not the public to know. It's like the Secret Information Act or something like that. But it's not that. But it was another treaty. So as I say,
are you talking about the tall?
Say again, you broke up there.
You cut out. He's in an airport hangar.
I was saying, are you talking about the general experiments, like the tallest tree?
The what's that?
He said, are you talking about the pyramids, the tallest of the three, I think he said?
Or which one that's not got the hieroglyphs in it, or what?
All of them. None of them have hieroglyphs in them, I don't think.
Yeah. No, I was talking about an act there. I know it was totally off subject, off topic there, but it was regarding that. It was a talk about that. I thought, all right, okay, so if it's to do with Antarctica, also maybe there's other things, because it is like a treaty, but
let me explain it to him. Ali, let me explain it to him. Ali said that they signed a treaty that if you find any technology, any stuff in Antarctic, you're not allowed to share it with the world. That's what he said. And it's fucking fascinating. Funny you say that, Ali, because I've always speculated, right? The Germans had a bunch of rocket technology more advanced than any other European country at the time. And they went to Antarctica and they had a base there. Now, that troubled the Americans so much that they send a battle group to Antarctica. So maybe they found, I've been saying this before I even heard what you said there, Ali. I think, could they have possibly have found some sort of technology there? I don't know. A sheer speculation.
Yeah, but it's possible. You've documented that the Germans did go to Antarctica.
Yeah, they had a base there.
They were in there. I think the late 30s. Yeah, I'm sure. In fact, I'm almost sure it's written down somewhere that Hitler had been down there, but the Germans definitely were in Antarctica. They definitely did go to Antarctica. That's
and
kind
the
of
Americans send an expeditionary group there. That's thousands of men.
What about that Admiral Byrd? Here's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Did you hear that one? That story that they said that they got attacked by these, or they were flying in an aeroplane over Antarctica. I think it was Admiral Byrd, and they got escorted in by these what do you call it, flying machines, and they went actually down and they met the German. He actually said they met the Germans, Germans down here actually, under the ice. And a wee add on to that, it's funny how that Admiral Byrd ended up in a loony bin, an asylum, and died in a mental asylum. That's where he finished his days, that guy.
I didn't know that.
That great adventurer. Yeah, that's where he finished his days, in a lunatic asylum.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, didn't he mention they took control of their aircraft and like guiding them in without like them having to operate their own machine, something like that.
Yep, exactly. The plane just started, and they were told, "Don't be scared, don't be scared." But they met he said they met Germans down there, Nazis down there, which I don't know. But it was strange anyway, him flying about there and and another thing, the biggest part of Antarctica that's not been explored is named after his wife. Part of the Antarctica, huge bit. Have a look at the map. It's on the. I think it's on the. Yeah, that would be depending. If you're looking from the top.
Ali, don't they have some mountains named after the Bilderbergs and all these rich people up there?
Say again?
I heard that they named some mountains and some ranges after Bilderbergs and these big names, big families.
Yeah, there's another thing, Schwabland. After Klaus Schwab. I don't know whether it's a thing, but there's a part of it it's called Schwabland or something. I think it was named after his dad or something like that, because his dad was that guy that's at that invented the World Economic Forum. I might be mistaken. It was just a wee.
Hey, I just wanted to say something. I wanted to say something in regards to what SE said about the Americans going up to the Antarcticas after they discovered that Hitler might have went there or something. That was an Admiral Byrd mission, wasn't it?
Yes, a couple of them actually he did, yeah.
Right. And do you remember what he said after coming back, why they aborted the mission? I think it was either paperclip or high jump. I can't remember which one it was, but they had to abort because they were being attacked by some sort of a craft that they said was capable of flying at extreme speeds, literally going from one pole to the other pole in a matter of, I think he said hours or minutes. I can't remember, but basically what he was depicting was like some sort of a UFO type thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He even said, and this is where the woo comes in, right? He says that exactly what Ali was saying, that or somebody else was saying it, that they were flying and then they got escorted underground, and they found this whole civilization there. Now I don't know how true that is, but that's
that attack that guy's talking about. Yeah, there is a thing of that as well, but I don't know whether it was Admiral Byrd that got attacked, but there was definitely an American. They had to flee. An American ship had to flee because they were getting attacked by whatever you call it, flying things. Yeah, I read that one as well. But I don't know whether it was Admiral Byrd or not.
Yeah, you see, we can discard all this as hearsay, right? But one thing remains solid. We're not allowed to go there. It's the only place on earth where all these countries signed a treaty that we're not allowed to go there. Now
you can get a boat there. AC, you can get a boat there. Come on now.
Yeah. You can go where they put the pole and stand there and take a picture. Yeah, but we all know that you can't freely explore, right? Yeah.
Well, there was a Norwegian guy, 20-year-old called Jarle Anderhoy, right? And he went down without telling the Norwegian. Everybody's probably heard about this, right? He went down the first time. There was a film. It's called Life on Board the Berserker, right? And him and two other guys went. I think it was like a 25-foot yacht or a 30-foot yacht, some mad thing, and sailed down. It's a documentary. But he went down there about 5 years ago in a bigger boat. It had more funding, and while him and it was a crew, him and his mate, when they were actually out on the ice shelf, when they were out on the ice sheet on their skidoos or whatever, the yacht that they were on that moored with the crew, the whole crew, I think there was about 6 people, it disappeared. It sunk. The ship, and they had to. It was about a day after they got onto the ice sheet. They had to get helicoptered off the ice sheet because of that ship. The yacht, I don't know whether it broke its moorings or whatever happened, but it sunk. and killed, I think, 6 people. It's in you can read in the news about it. I thought, well, that's a bit strange. What better way of stopping 2 people, because they were actually doing an expedition. They had everything. They had supplies, they had skidoos and everything, and he was going to head onto the ice sheet, and off he goes. He was going to take an adventure there. But unfortunately, the ship that he was sailing with sank. And the thing was, it was about 40 miles away from where they moored. Where they actually, they moored the boat. They too went onto the ice sheet.
Well, I think they actually had like 3 different attempts, and they were arrested on all 3 of them. They were apprehended, and then the last one is where he lost his best friends or something like that. 2 of his best.
Yeah, he lost the whole crew, and the thing was, the boat sank about 40 miles or 50 miles away from where they actually moored the boat, where the crew was waiting for them to come back, which was quite a mystery. And one more thing is, in that documentary, the first one that he did when he went down there with the Berserker, when he was down in Antarctica, you could actually see where he was filming. In the background, you seen a frigate, an actual frigate go by, a boat, a navy ship or whatever, sail past about maybe 200, 300 metres. And they were saying, well, I thought the army didn't go down there. I thought there was no military down there at all, but here was this frigate patrolling. So, when they say we're allowed to go down there and it's not military. And America, Russia, I think America and Russia are like, they don't even have a stake on it, a claim on it. There's places like, I think Chile, Argentina, Britain's got one. I think France has got part of it. But America and Russia, I think, are the only 2, which you would think was kind of strange that they didn't have, a part of Antarctica. Yeah. That's just little snippets there of information that I've read. So that's quite fascinating. Antarctica is quite a fascinating place,
Absolutely. Just the fact that we're not allowed to go there, that says everything.
That sort of ties up with the treaty I told you about, or heard about, or whatever. It kind of ties up with that, even though they say, yeah, you can come down and all that kind of stuff. And that guy that supposedly traversed across Antarctica, if you go and have a look at the route, the route he kind of stuck. He came out, I don't know, that little spike that comes out, and he came out on the right-hand side, and he literally, he didn't go right across. There's never anybody that's went from the base, I can't remember the name of the base, and straight across and right to the opposite end. They always kind of cut. Anybody that's actually went down there and said, oh, look at us, we're the first people to cross Antarctica. If you look at the what do you call it?
The route.
The route. It always ends up, and they always end up on if you're looking at it from the top, on the left-hand side of Antarctica. The same as that guy that got credited for flying from North Pole to South Pole and back up to the North Pole. If you have a look at his route, he never even went into the centre of Antarctica. He never even crossed Antarctica as such, from the top end to the bottom end. They always seem to come out maybe, I don't know, a couple of hundred miles, and then they take a sharp right and they come out on that end, but they never, ever, ever go straight across, taking the whole size of it, the whole length of it. So nobody, and anybody says that they've went from one side of Antarctica to the other. It's talking bullshit, because it's never happened, and you can check it out by the routes. The routes.
You know what's funny, Ali? These ballers, right? They can entertain infinite space, right? Infinite space. But somehow they cannot entertain land that goes on, right? They have to think of a ball, a sphere, right? Somehow they can entertain infinite space, but they can't entertain infinite land, or or a lot of land. Let's put it that way.
Well, that's where I'm at, AC. That's what I think. I think I don't mean infinite land, but I do believe there's more land there.
Yes.
There's more land
Yes.
there than they're saying, and that goes back down to that treaty I told you about, that not for public consumption or whatever. It's strange. It's strange, but it's a fascinating subject. I'm glad I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't give a shit. I'm glad I'm like that because I've learned so much about history and other things. So it's a lot more interesting questioning things than accepting things, right? You know what I mean? You just sit here sitting on your ass and just.
Hey, can we knock off all this science fiction bullcrap you guys have been talking about, like this Star Trek bullshit? And can
No. Sorry, Travis.
Yeah. No, real. What's the fallacy when like someone says, "Oh, we just know that that's true, so there's no reason for me to argue with you"? Like, what's that fallacy? It's not just like a hand wave dismissal, but it's just like, I mean, I want to think it's the fallacy of consensus because they're just appealing to, the consensus that assumes that it's true, right? So they're just
appeal to consensus.
Is that all it is?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Arguing with these knucklehead Christians who won't debate they won't debate the Bible with me. They're like, 2,000 years of church history. I'm like, okay.
You should leave them alone. You're too good at You've got an advantage. You've had an education about that, Travis. It's not fair. It's like bullying.
No. What's funny is the one guy who this is on Facebook. So the one guy who's posting this stuff, it's like I talked about it the other day, but I'll say it this way again. It's like I'm arguing with Sean G, right? This guy used no. What I mean is this guy used to believe what I'm saying the Bible is. He used to, and then he went back. Right? So it's like he used to believe the earth was flat, and now he's back to being a globe believer. So this guy has a couple of degrees, so he's not a stupid person. But it's just bizarre. I've interviewed him a couple of times. He's just anyway. I get triggered.
Maybe he's been traumatized because you find most people that are born again, or because I've known Jehovah's Witnesses. I know that I've had chats with loads of people, and always, especially the born again, they've had a trauma in their life, and then what happens is suddenly it's like, the only solution that they've had is if they've started thinking about God and they've went back to the religion.
Well, I mean, I guess that's the only thing that I can say. I'm gonna completely straw man the guy. Like, I've talked to him. Like I said, I interviewed him for my Bible channel when I had a YouTube channel that I put up content on. So, like, none of his empirical reasonings is like, finding out why a person goes back to the globe, and they simply say boats over the horizon. You're like, are you serious? Like, that can't be your reason. So it's got to be something else. Like he couldn't handle the pressure of losing friends or family members because just had to like, I just got to go back. I'm not willing to to lose this kind of anyway.
And the arguments, that's the problem is when you actually discuss things with these people that have went back or whatever. I mean, you're like that. Come on, man. Some of the arguments are so lame. They're really lame. And it's actually worth talking to them. It's actually worth talking to those people. More upset and think they're sad. Talking to those people than it is with people that have, they've believed it all the time. They haven't, got into it's quite sad listening to the illogicity of their arguments. You're like, wow, man, that's the lamest of argument. It's not even, I mean, yeah. It's a strange one. People are strange.
Let me just say something to Chucky Boy because he got triggered when I said infinite land. I didn't say there was infinite land. I said you guys can speculate about infinite space, but somehow infinite land seems like a mystery to you. I didn't say that it was infinite. Let's get that clear, okay? It's just a speculation.
I'm almost a infinite. That's the way that, for me, believing in the shall we say, flat Earth or whatever, is that's the only way I can console my belief there. I don't believe it just stops and then there's this dome or whatever. I do believe that it's like ice puddles. I think that was sort of suggested at the beginning. It's like ice puddles. You know, we've got our own wee system above us here, blah de blah. We've got the sun, and then maybe 10,000, 40,000 miles away, there's another wee pond that's been melted by the sun. So that's
so check this out, Ali. Sorry to interrupt you, but this is mind-boggling for me. We got Bacon and we got Chucky over here that cannot possibly imagine infinite land. To them, that's
didn't say that.
That's
Didn't say
crazy.
That's a straw man. I only
what are you
said
saying
that.
exactly?
I said that doesn't match a sphere. So if we believe that the Earth, so if we believe the Earth is a sphere, then it doesn't make sense for us to consider infinite land. But if I wasn't a glober, sure, I could consider an infinite land. I don't think that's inconceivable. That is conceivable. It's just not. Just doesn't match a sphere.
But on a ball, you'll never reach an end. There is no end to a ball, is it?
Yeah, but it's still finite. There's still a finite amount of surface, right?
Yeah, but it's infinite because it's not. There's no end to it, right?
That's not what the infinite land means.
You can't say, oh, the Earth starts here and it finishes there on the ball. It just doesn't.
I don't think that's what Essie means by infinite land. I don't think he says, well.
No. I'm talking to you. You said it because I believe in a ball, it can't be infinite. But a ball is, because you just keep going round and round on it. There is no start and there is no finish.
Yeah, I can agree that there is no start and no end, but the amount of land is finite, right? That's what I mean.
But okay, fair enough. Yeah, but there is no start and finish to a ball.
I agree.
Yeah, so.
Speaking of infinity,
speaking of,
go ahead, Essie.
No, go ahead, Jeremy. I spoke enough. Go ahead.
Speaking of infinity, they say that if you put an apple in a box, right, and you close this box and no molecules and atoms or whatever can get out, no matter can get out of the box. You got your apple in this sealed box. They say that if you leave it there for infinity, that eventually, it'll rot, it'll turn another shit, mold, whatever. I don't know, whatever. It'll start, decomposing or whatever. But they say if you just wait for infinity, eventually it'll be an apple again.
What? Who says that?
I'm not even joking.
Who said that?
Who?
I could post a video. Hold on.
That is the most ridiculous stuff I've ever heard in my life.
I got the video. Hold on.
Is it fair to use infinity for both space and time?
What is space and what is time? And what is infinity? These are things we cannot comprehend.
It all seems pretty loose. It seems just like what we don't understand. It's too big for us, so therefore we're just going to give it a name, infinity. That's like.
Well, that's exactly what they've done, the leaders in the past. Because
I found it. I'm putting it in the chat.
It's like junk DNA. They don't understand it, so they call it junk. And it's like, well, it's too far away. It's infinite. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's an upfront humanity. Junk DNA. Like, unbelievable. Like, the creator put some stuff in there that's not needed, huh? Yeah. And you, that boggles my brain.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat. That video of the infinity apple thing.
I got it. Wow.
Oh, is my mic
Unbelievable.
okay? I might have that lag thing. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're good. You're good, Jeremy.
It just shows you how arrogant and ridiculous humans can be.
Check.
Sounds good.
Yep.
It also shows you how ignorant and arrogant humans can be without an education.
Education can narrow you at the same time. You know, if you get stuck in academia and never to use applied science, you're just going to be a bookworm, and life may pass you by. Real life, you know, may expand. Our understanding of life may expand past the written curriculum. You know, of course it does. That's our problem with the university systems now.
I'm not talking about university even. I'm talking about high school. You guys don't seem to understand that level of biology.
It's not that we don't understand it. We don't have faith in it. You're faith-based.
This is the standard. This is the standard response of a baller that's triggered, that has no understanding of anything. He doesn't understand the model. He just accepts it and comes in and he says, "You don't have education."
Do I sound triggered? And do you have an education?
This is exactly what you did. You came in and you didn't come up with an idea. You didn't come up with a topic. You didn't come up with something against what we said. You just came in with an ad hom about our education. So you are nothing, bro. You're below nothing.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong because you're an idiot. You're an idiot because you're wrong.
You see? That's exactly what they do. This is a useless human being right here.
That's not an ad hom.
Nothing. Useless. Completely worthless.
Hey, let's not get into the insults and all the name calling and stuff. Come on, please, guys.
Do you have an education? Do you have an education in biology, SE? Even high school level?
What does that have to do with anything? Were we talking biology here?
Yes. Somebody brought up junk DNA. Wasn't it you?
Me. No. It was me that said the people that you believe in checked this so-called DNA, found something there, did not understand it, and had the gall to call it junk DNA.
So you didn't bring up junk DNA.
You belong to, bro.
They might as well call it infinite DNA, right? Just as easily.
Did you or didn't you bring up junk DNA? I see.
It's too far away for us to understand, right? It's junk
science. Did you bring up junk
DNA?
No, I did not bring up junk DNA. No, negative.
Was it Dan?
Yeah, I brought it up.
Okay. Do you have
I brought it up as an example of what we don't understand and how it's classified by academia.
And do they agree that they don't understand it?
They don't understand shit. They can't understand their black holes or gravity or anything about anything. They just claim.
I don't think biologists are worried about black holes. Do you?
We weren't necessarily talking about biology or education. Do you want to make a point regarding those things?
Yeah. Why did you bring up?
Why don't you tell us your glory in education and how you feel about something like infinity or junk DNA or something that's been classified casually that we could still be talking about in terms of research and development?
I went to high school, but I made myself a gyro and I'm going to eat that.
I'm sure we all have roughly the same education and none of it's directly in this field, right?
He thinks we can't see through his ad hominem attack. He thinks he's getting somewhere here. Dude.
I know.
Dude, you're playing checkers, we're playing chess. Get over yourself.
Let's just bring it back to whatever topic we were talking about, please.
To say about the conversation we're having here now. Anything constructive.
Yeah, let's just have the conversation, and I mean,
Jeremy,
let's not get derailed.
So, Jeremy, is it's funny because we were talking about infinity in terms of space, and then you switched it to time. Is it the same thing? Like we use the word infinity referring to distances, and next thing you know, you were using it for time. That's got to be a different infinity.
I mean, the thing is, it's all the same kind of concept, though, never ending. You know what I mean? And it's only a concept because nobody knows if this infinity thing is even fucking real.
Does anyone here believe in infinity? Because I challenge it myself emotionally. I don't. It just seems absurd, for a person.
Yeah.
To say, oh, it's forever. They haven't been there. They don't know about it. Yep. It's just easy to say. The sky goes forever. I mean, they thought the ocean went forever, right? They had to have. I mean, you had to have.
I mean, when it comes down to it, it's going to be just a belief, though. So, like, I don't believe in it. I could believe in it if there was some kind of evidence. I don't know how you would ever have evidence for that or whatever. So, I mean, I think in the end, it's just going to come down to a belief.
It absolutely is. Look, they believe in a big bang, right? That something came almost from nothing and spontaneous generation and life came on its own. That's their belief. Other people like me believe in a creator, right? So who's right here?
I mean, this infinity thing, it would be equal to like the creator argument almost. Like no one could, even worse though, because there's literally no evidence for infinity. Like what kind of infinity evidence do you have?
Yeah, you see, the way I see it, Jeremy, our brain doesn't have enough processing power to figure this out. It's like if I ask you, what is the last number? What's the biggest number?
Nine. It's definitely going to be a 9.
What?
Who created the creator?
9.
A 9?
That's
What do you
another
mean?
good question.
It has to be.
The
last
creator
number has
is
to be a
not
9.
created. That would make him a creation, not the
So
creator.
where did he come from then?
Last number has to end in 9 because I mean,
Why?
if you ended it in an 8, I can just put a 9
There's
after.
no from.
Bigger
There's no
number.
from to come from before the creator.
Yeah, they say the infinite regress thing, right? But even that is bullshit. Because
There's
I
no
don't.
infinite regress.
Hold
It's like the
on.
creator would be 1, i.e.,
Exactly.
start at 1, then go to 2, then go to 3.
Yeah, but
There's no
that's
infinite regress if you just have 1, like 1.
Yeah, but listen,
2.
bro.
Nothing was before the creator?
Our brain cannot handle this information because you can tell me infinite regress and you can tell me the creator was always here, right? You can use that argument, right?
Always. That means infinity years ago?
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
infinity.
That's
All right.
crazy.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
No matter what.
you're imposing finite fucking concepts on something that created those finite concepts.
Exactly.
So do
Right?
you think
Like
it's infinite there,
if the creator created the world and then you said like how does like it's your questions don't even make sense.
That wasn't Dicelo, that was Numpty.
Oh, Numpty. Sorry, Numpty. Do you
Like
think
when was the creator created makes no sense. If the creator was created, he is not the creator. By definition, he would be a creation, right?
has
so like
the
that
creator
is like a nonsensical question in
Cool.
and of itself.
But it's not. But it's
Awesome.
not really.
Yes, it is
No.
because there's two things. There's a creator and the creation. And for you to say that the creator was created would automatically put him in the category that he's not in. You're making a
I
category.
agree with that. I agree with that. But where did that being come from? See, it's not as stupid as they say infinite regression. No, if you really think about it, right?
The question is in reverse. From came from him. Not he didn't come from somewhere. Somewhere came from him.
Assumption, bro. That's
yeah,
an
all right. Let's say we accept it. All right, we came from a creator. Now, where did that guy come from? You can get out of it. You can just say infinite regress and come out of it and try to get out of it. But that doesn't answer the question. Like, where that guy was he here for infinity? Was he created by something else?
Eternal.
So infinity.
What does that mean?
It's infinity.
I never mentioned infinity.
No, it means our brain.
What does eternal mean?
Shit out. That's what it means.
What does eternal mean, Numpty?
It means like unchanging. Always there.
Always infinity.
Always, yeah.
Always infinity, yeah.
Like 1 + 1 = 2 eternally.
When you say always, I hear infinity.
Exactly.
Those are like synonymous, you know. So there's a problem on either side because even if you don't think there's a creator, you do think there's a creator, like the shit had to come from somewhere. And if you just say like even the Globers try getting out of it.
Doesn't come to be. Something that's eternal does not come to be.
Yeah,
so for you to ask,
so
for you to ask for something like how did something come to be that never came to be doesn't make any sense. It's like if I asked
the same way the Globers get out of it.
You say, asked, how did those birds? When did those birds get those gills? Birds don't have gills in the first place. It's not part of their properties.
Okay, so it's the same way. It's the same way the Globers get out of it. You say eternal or infinity. The God's just been there forever. And
Exactly.
the Globers have to say the same thing with their
There's
not
no
with their
forever.
Big Bang
There's no
thing
forever.
because they can't. Hold on. Because the Globers can't. Because the Globers can't say that this matter got created by their own rules. They have to say that, whoa, the matter's just always been here for infinity, just like the Creator.
In other words, humble yourselves. Nobody has a freaking clue.
There's
They
no
have to
forever,
start
right?
going on. They have to
There's no
start going on.
forever in the concept of
Yeah,
a
What do you mean? You
creator.
said the Creator was there always. That's forever, right?
Yeah, but there's no time, right? It's an eternal being, right? Like 1 + 1 doesn't occur. It's
So he's
a
always been there.
natural relation. 1 + 1 = 2 is a natural relation, right? One quantity plus another quantity always equals two quantities, and it always
Do you
will.
think
And it always it's. You could literally have no space, time, or anything. You could have no objects, but that would still be a true statement. You could have nothing, and that would
Okay.
still be a true statement. It's just always true. It has
You don't
nothing
have
to do
enough
with
Do
RAM,
you think
bro.
you
You
get out
need
of it
more
by
RAM to figure this out. We don't have the RAM. It's as simple as that.
No, you don't get out of it just by saying eternal. Like that doesn't. That's the same thing as infinity. Always. You said it yourself. Always. Always equals infinity.
No, it
Like
just
you have the
is.
same.
It
You're in
just
the same
is.
problem
It
the
just
Globers
is,
have.
bro. Always has a temporal connotation. Always has to do with the time, right? But these relations just are. This thing, it just is, right? If you said,
Yeah, forever, and it's been that way for always.
where did the
right?
creator where did the creator come from? I would just say it or he
It's
is.
been there always. Yeah, always.
Yeah,
right?
but that's a fucking another description, right? That's a description
Yeah,
within the
always.
bounds of times. Yes, within if something's eternal, it's been there throughout all of time, but it's also there outside of time, right? When you use the word
Oh, this.
always, you're speaking about time specifically. You're speaking about where is it within time, right?
No, I'm talking about no creator.
Always,
Hold on, I'm talking.
always has a connotation
I
of
thought you were done.
time, right? You're indicating at what point in time did this thing exist. Always means it's existed at all points in time. But eternal means
Yeah, there
it
was never
existed
a period.
eternal means it existed at all points in time and outside of time itself.
Say over and out when you're done. Are you done? We really should have a code word for when we're done because I legitimately thought you were done at least twice there. Anyways, yeah. So you say
I'll
it's
just go
always
thank
been
you.
there, meaning
I'll say thank you as my code word.
say peanut butter pancakes. That's my code word.
That's
We need
too
to all
long.
be on the same page though. Listen, just hold on. When you say it's always been there, meaning there was never a point when he wasn't there. That means forever. He's always been there for infinity. Like always. So you run into the same problem the Globers do when I challenge them on where the matter come from or the energy, because in your paradigm it can't be created or destroyed. So they have to just say it's always been there and it's just cycling through a loop and the Big Bang wasn't the start of it. It was just a big cycle or whatever. I don't know. But they have to say it's eternal or it's been there always or it's just been going for infinity.
They can't use a word such as eternal in the
It
scientific
just means
discussion.
always. It just means always,
No, it
right?
doesn't. No, it doesn't. Always
You
means
described
every point.
eternal as always before.
Yeah, I'm gonna clarify because I don't think you understand what I said. Always indicates every point throughout time, right? If something is always true, that means no matter what point in time you're in, it's true. Something that's eternally true, it's like a Venn diagram where the one circle is completely engulfed in the other. Eternal is a bigger circle. Eternal fucking always is a circle inside of eternal. Eternal means true not only at every point in time, but also outside of time itself.
Okay.
So when you use words like always, when you use like words like always and forever, that indicates it's inside of time. Eternal indicates something is true in and outside of time. Do you understand?
I get it. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you totally. The way it's described there. But now their problem is but that's why they've got this multiverse.
Say something. Can I just come here to say something is if something is always true, it's not necessarily eternally true. But if something is eternally true, it is necessarily always true. Do you
Okay.
kind of get the
All
relation
right.
there?
So, I understand. So there was this point where there was no time, right? There's no time and this being's there, right? So he didn't just pop up out of the blue.
When was
He's
it?
always been there before.
How
How do you even quantify? He's always been there before there was no time. Like that doesn't even. If there's no time, how does he? I don't know.
Oh, there's a before.
It's the same thing the Globers.
It's all
Before time.
speculation, man. It's all speculation.
Before time sounds.
Yeah, he was
sounds like
there
nonsense.
before time, and there was never a point.
Well,
my bad.
Yeah.
Hold on,
It's
let
more
Bacon
like out,
finish.
it's
Hold
more
on,
like
go ahead, Bacon. I cut
outside
him
of.
off. My bad. I cut Bacon off. My bad. Go ahead, Bacon.
Yeah, I was just commenting that before time sounds like it could be meaningless, right? Because before is like is within
outside
the
of would
timeline.
be a
Yeah.
better word.
Yeah.
Outside.
That's where the program breaks down, right there. Before
Yeah,
time.
it's not
That's where
necessarily
always there.
It's not necessarily before
the
or
creator
after.
was
Outside of.
So the creator was always there, meaning.
Sorry, Jeremy, man, your thing is fucked up.
I mean, this is a perfect example. This discussion is a perfect example how, like our brains, like what Essie was saying, our brains are not equipped to even conceptualize infinite eternity. What that guy says, it's all philosophical musings, man. Our brains are not equipped to think of what came before God or what came before time, because, well, before time, before stipulates time. There was a time, so time always seems to be in the equation, and we can't wrap our heads around it to explain it properly. Hence this conversation.
No, I can wrap my head around it. There's no time. There's this being there, and there's no.
It's like
I wanted to respond to the last thing you said. I was having a mic issue, though. I just real quick.
Go ahead.
Thanks, bro. Thanks. I only get a couple times to speak in before my mic fucks up. I'm having some weird issue. So there's this point where there's no time, right? And this thing always existed for before that. Like, so he's just always been there forever, even before the point where there was no time. Right? Is that what's going on?
Right. Time itself exists in the realm of eternity, right? You could say time itself is like a book, right? Inside of the room of eternity. And like the characters in the book are the people that live in time, like you and me. Jeremy and Noah would be characters in the book. We experience time as in we're characters doing shit in the book and living out our lives in the book. But like all of time itself and things outside of time, like God and things like that, live inside the room. They're not in the book. God would be equivalent to the author of the book.
Yeah, so we're sitting there. The book hasn't even been opened yet, right? And there's this being there waiting to open the book and start this time thing up. Right? And there's no time, like he doesn't experience time or something, you're saying? Like,
yeah, it's kind of impossible for a human brain to really fucking understand, but it's possible for a human brain to know. You understand? So basically all of time is like a book, right? You and me experience what we experience as the characters experience it in the book, right? But technically the whole fucking story, like you ever read a fictional novel? Their whole reality is not, it's just a book, right? They're experiencing time in the book, but as you read it, I mean, technically their whole story has been there the whole time.
Yeah. I'm honestly, I'm not buying this. I hear you. I'm not buying the thing where there was no time, because if that thing was doing something or thinking or whatever he was doing, he had to be doing it in a series of moments. You know what I'm saying? So
not
I'm
necessarily.
not buying this. He didn't experience time thing or whatever.
Well, think about this. Time is time is a conception of our existence inside of the creation, right?
Yeah, the book is
because hold on, let me finish. We experience time because the sun rotates around us or whatever, you know, we experience time because of the day, night, the whole cycle. He doesn't live in this cycle. He lives outside of the cycle. So how can he experience the time that we're experiencing if he's not part of it?
Okay, I'm not saying he's experiencing our time, but he would have had to have experienced time himself, because if anything happens, if you think, if you move, if you do anything, if there's any kind of thing going on, then there has to be a series of moments.
But think about this: how can you? What is a construction of time for us compared to what anything living outside of what we live in? Hold on, about what we live in constructs time.
Okay, can I say something?
Wait. I'm asking him a question, dude.
Think about our time.
Oh my God, that wasn't your time, bro. That wasn't your time.
Say it again.
Ask him a question. So
ask it again, please.
Jeez. So how can you quantify a time, right? Because time is a conception of what we experience inside this creation. If he lives outside of it, what type of time will he be experiencing?
Well, time, as we know, is just a series of moments. There's one moment, and then there's another moment, and time has passed, right? So he would have had to think, there would have had to have been a moment before he created time. So, what I mean, there's moments happening where he's doing stuff or whatever, something has to be happening. He's thinking of things or whatever. So there's moments are passing, even for him. And yes, it's not the same amount of time. Every zillion years here could be a millisecond to him or whatever. But there would have had to have been moments before he created time where he was like, I think I'm going to create time. Then a moment goes by and he creates time.
Yeah, can I say what I was going to say before it was Jeremy's turn or whatever? Basically, think about the analogy of you and a book, right? And so your time and their time have nothing to do with each other, right? So it could pass a million centuries in this world, but the whole lives of the character in the book, they're not affected at all, right? Because they're in a different timeline. There'll be no effect. And for you to say that, in the eternal world, there needs to be moments or time like we do have here in this realm, is not necessarily true, right? So we have
it is true because
if there's not a before and after, then it's not true, right? Before and after was
it's true because
determines sequential events. If there's no sequence of events,
there was a sequence of events though. There was him thinking, oh, I'm going to create time, and then boom, time gets created. There's a sequence of events right there. Then it just
how do you know he thought of it, then he created it?
He's just doing shit randomly with no kind of sentience behind it.
It's like if the thought and the action itself are one thing, right?
Yeah, time is not created.
Yeah, I don't believe that shit either. Time's just always been ticking, so to speak.
Yeah. That's almost like
I'm not buying that no time thing. But even if that is the case, the creator would have been experiencing series of moments.
Well, yeah, of course.
Is he not thinking about things? Is he not doing anything? It's just total stagnant
it's the thought,
nothingness.
It's the thought and the action, it's the thought and the action are the same thing. Like when I think to reach out my hand and grab a glass of water, the thought and the action occur at the same moment. There's no
so there's this creator. He never thought of anything before this one moment where he's like, boom, I'm gonna create time. He didn't think of nothing. He didn't do anything before that. Just boom, the creators.
But there was no moment before.
I'm gonna create time.
There's
there is
before where he.
there is like references of what a thousand years means to the creator or whatnot. Like it says 1,000 years is like a day of testimony.
Yeah, 1,000 years to him. We can run a simulation. We can run like 1,000-year simulation in like seconds, right? So like, yeah, it could, this whole time, if you want to say it, could be a millisecond in his his reality.
Yeah, just real quick, I'm probably going to be one of the few that you're going to hear me disagree with you, but that verse where a day is like 1,000 years, that is not what it's usually represented to be. That's not what that means.
No, I'm talking about when Adam was not allowed to live 1,000 years because it was like a day of testimony.
Right. So you have to take into consideration the content. Where's that verse coming from? Where's that quote coming from?
Let me look it up.
I'm not the one who cited it, man.
Let me look it up. God damn it. I didn't tell you to look it up. Hold on, Chris. I didn't tell you to look it up. I said, let me look it up. Holy shit.
You say the let me part. All I heard you say was look it up.
Maybe a millennia is 1,000 is a year. A millennia is a year. Maybe a millennia or 1 million hours as opposed to 1 million or something else.
Hold on, let me just wrap this up with Noah real quick before you guys get into some biblical shit. You see what I'm saying, Noah? Like, there's a creator, and he never did anything, never thought anything. Just boom. That was his first thought ever.
Well, yeah,
because time, and it happens instantly.
Because did indicates time, right? It just is. He
did something.
He is the creator.
And he never did anything, because if he did anything before he created time, there would have to have been a series of moments where he did that thing and then created time.
There's
this was his first shit. The creator's
like
here for all of eternity.
Like a book. Time is like a book, already written from beginning to end. Yes, us the characters in the book, right? Us the characters in the book experience time, but the book exists there. It doesn't change.
And the guy that wrote the book was like, I got an idea. I'm going to write a book. And then the next moment, he writes the book. And there's time for him also. It's not the same amount of time. It's not the same amount of time, but it is a series of moments nonetheless.
It's imposing human limitations on.
I agree with Noah on this.
You're imposing human limitations.
Human
on
limitations.
God, right? Yeah.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Just our simple.
You just said he had to. You just said he had
Brian's
to
here now. We'll finish this up later. Numpty. We'll finish this
Jeremy.
later.
You just said he had to think of it. Then he had to write it down. Then he had to whatever publish it. But here's the thing, dude. You wouldn't have to do any of those. Those are all human limitations. Those are things we have to do, right? For God, anything that you think would just be reality.
Yeah, so there was a moment where he wasn't thinking of creating time, and then he had the idea of creating time, and then it gets, I might have a lag. I'll be right back. I'm gonna be right back.
Just real quick.
We'll finish this up at some other moment.
The comment while he's gone,
because Brian's here, so.
Yeah, since the subject has changed.
You kept getting interrupted the whole time. I don't know why people act like they can't hear you.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing too. From me, it sounds like Noah's interrupting Jeremy all the time. But there might be a lag between Noah and Jeremy that we don't have.
We're having a good conversation. Man.
I have a mic issue right now, so.
Yeah, but the thing is that. Go ahead.
I was just trying to make a comment, man. I wasn't trying to change the whole subject. I just wanted to comment. I agree with Noah. I think it's obvious to see that it's something right on its face that we can't comprehend. It points to a creator, man. If we're characters in a simulation. It's part of the understanding. We obviously don't understand the whole functioning process. Obviously,
it's not great.
In order to think that they're, let me just make one closing statement, and then I'll back off, guys. And you guys can do it. In order for you to believe that there was this creator that didn't experience any time, you would have to believe that there's a creator, and then his first thought ever, or his first idea, or his first thing he did would have to have been create time. So you have the creator, and then boom, time. He didn't do anything before that ever, never thought of nothing, never did anything ever.
Right. No. The time always, like, the time is there in eternity. It's like, I'm trying to give you an analogy, as in, if
It's
we're
not going to work.
here and we're here standing in a room and there's a book in the center of the room, you could pause that moment in time. So it's like me, Jeremy, and Travis sitting there. Just pause it. Let's say we're in a realm where there's no time. It's just a hypothetical realm where it's just me, Jeremy, and Travis sat there, paused, and there's a book on the table in the center. There's no time in our universe. We're a paused, timeless universe. That's just one frame. In the universe of the book on the table, the characters still experience time. In fact, their time is not affected at all by what goes on in the realm above, our realm, in which we're sitting there and the book's on the table. Right? So there's an example of a timeless universe containing a universe with time in
Yeah,
it.
but honestly,
That's just an analogy.
You didn't respond to what I said at all.
What did you? Well, I don't know, bro. Someone came in between. What did you say?
Oh my god.
Someone literally came in between. I didn't get to respond to it.
No, Jeremy said what he said, and then you spoke. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think you addressed Jeremy really at all either. But look, I think the one thing that we can perhaps come to an agreement on across the board is that this is a philosophical conversation, right? What Noah just described can't exist. It's like a baller saying, "Well, imagine we don't have an atmosphere. Imagine we don't have time." You can't do that. You can't even show me what that would look like, because my experience of what you're showing me is time. You can't do it. It's like the wardrobe for Narnia, right?
It would have to be a frozen frame.
All right,
Travis,
Jeremy, can you
sorry.
repeat your question more simply then, and I'll try to directly
Hold
respond
on,
to it, because I don't
Travis.
know
Let me
what
tell you what
Travis
it'll
is
look
saying.
like, bro. I cut
Travis came in
Travis off
twice.
for you to go.
Travis came in twice and changed the subject. So I'm trying to respond to your original question, which you said I
Travis,
didn't ask.
finish it up.
The way that I understood Noah was like the wardrobe for Narnia, right? The wardrobe is just this static object. Within it, the story is going on. Without, the observers are experiencing their time. But within Narnia, that time is like 7 times faster. Like, you know.
Right. So you basically,
all right, fine. I'll address what Noah said right now.
Basically just
If he
explained.
stops, I guarantee he
Hold
won't
on.
though. He's
Yeah,
not
but
gonna.
here's the
I
thing,
know.
dude.
I know.
You're gonna allow people to
You can't do
dogpile
that, bro.
me and come from different non sequitur sections, and then you're not gonna allow me to respond to any of them. Go ahead, Jeremy. You ask your question, but I can't respond to Travis now too.
I'm going to address
the
what
problem
you
with all
said.
these non sequiturs. You said you had a question.
Even though you didn't address what I said, I'm going to address what you said. If you give me a chance, bro, hold on.
Right. So it's going to be two people criticizing me and then me responding once.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Yeah. So basically, there was just an explanation of how you could have a timeless realm containing a realm with time in it. That's all it was. It was just there to fucking give you the example of its possibility. I was not actually like, I don't know, your criticism was kind of a non sequitur. Like, I'm trying to fucking figure out what Jeremy's question was before, because this whole thing, me and Jeremy were having, and now we're literally off on a side tangent because of it.
Okay. I'm glad you got that out. So what I was saying was, you'd have to imagine let me address what you said. I'll actually address what you said last. There's two guys freeze frame, and there's a book on the table. The thing is, in order for that book to have gotten written or gotten on the table or anything to happen before that book, there would have been series of moments. And anytime you have series of moments where one thing happens and then another thing happens, you now have time.
Okay,
do you understand that?
We have to not die
do you
to understand infinity.
Second
respond?
time I've said
Can I
that, so
respond to
please
that?
address that.
Okay, so in the analogy, right, the figure sat there on the table. It's not a normal human. It's not a human at all. It's God, right? Not a human. So for the limitation of a series of events happening before the creation of the book on the table is a limitation that only exists inside our realm in time, right? The book could have just existed there in the room in the freeze frame. If the whole universe is just a freeze frame, there necessarily was no moment when it was not there and then there. It was just there. It just is there. There's no time at all, right? Like it doesn't have to necessarily have a moment when it's not there and then a moment it's there. If the whole universe is a freeze frame, the book is always sat there on the table. There's no moment. Well, there is no moment. It's just a freeze frame. The book is just always there on the table.
So the creator created time, right? Yes or no?
I found the
word
created the creator
created the word. Yes, in a way to speak.
Let me try to
the
wrap
creator,
this up. I don't know. He's
I'm
not really
trying
saying anything at this point. So
yeah, well, no, that's just a criticism. That's not even. That's kind of just a non sequitur. It doesn't even respond to anything.
I found the
creator. Listen, like in a way, yes, the creator created time, but the word
Okay,
created
cool.
indicates that it happened in the past, whereas there would be no past, right? The creator's always the same. It would just be the same thing always.
Yeah, the creator made time happen, right? There's no time, and then the creator made time happen.
No, the book. The time is in the book, but the book just exists.
The book is time, right?
Yes, and the book just exists there.
Okay,
there isn't a moment. There's no moment for the book not to be there. The book just always exists. It's always just right there in the room.
The creator made the time, aka made the book, right?
Yes. But made indicates.
So there was a point where there was no book and there was no time, right?
I would say no, but you see, you're when you say point, you mean point.
So there was no creation of time. So there was no creation of time, or the book has just always been there.
I think
there was a creation. Yeah, there was a creation, but the creation did not happen.
There must have been a moment when it wasn't there.
The creation is it being there, right? It's
before something's created. Let me explain to you how this
there
works.
Was no before something's created. There was no before. You keep asking temporal questions. You keep asking temporal questions about an eternal realm. Like, when was it not there? Well, in an eternal realm, it would have always. There's no time. It just is what it is. So you got to talk about what an object is, not what it does. Things don't do things in an eternal realm. They just are.
Well, I find the text.
This ain't really going anywhere. But before something's created, there's not there.
Before.
That's how something gets created. There's nothing there, and then you have something.
All right, so
go ahead, please.
So in Jubilee 17, it talks about when Adam died and his son's buried. It says he was buried on the earth and he lacked 70 years of 1,000 years. For 1,000 years are as one day in the testimony of the heavens, and therefore it was written concerning the tree of knowledge. So in other words, because one day you would die, therefore you would die. One day if you eat it, you will die. So that's why he didn't live that one day of testimony in the heavens. So I mean, so 1,000 years is like a testimony, one day of testimony in heaven, according to that, right? So, like I said, I don't think will time itself it's not something that pretty much. I mean, I can't. You can't say that time doesn't exist, right? Because you had to make this. There has to be something that hit. I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, Elbow. If you have a series of moments, that's time, right? When there was this one thing and now there's this other thing, or then, like whenever you say then, there's time.
I mean, it says in the beginning. Well,
I agree.
It's not like it's our time. I'm not saying it's our second for us is a second for him or whatever. It doesn't have to be like that, but there has to be just some series of moments. Like otherwise, the creator's first thing ever thought to do was create time. Creator, he doesn't do anything, just creates time. Like Numpty's book. You can freeze frame and say, oh, there's no time there, but you had to create the book. So there must have been a moment before when he did something to make the book.
Not necessarily. The book could have just. The book is.
You told me the creator created the book.
Yeah, in a colloquial sense, and then I clarified that created indicates that it has a past tense, and there was no past tense when he created it. It just is, right? There is time.
And just what? It's always been there forever?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, there was no day or night, right?
So if you're saying it was always...
Sorry, I mean, think about it, because there wasn't no day or night. He created day and night. So probably moments existed, right? So I mean, he lived eternity. So time wasn't really like something that was really something conceptual. Probably. I mean, it can't be something that wasn't conceptual, because he actually he had to know about it to actually create it, right?
Let me just please let me just address what Numpty just said. Say it again, Numpty. The time's always been there, that it wasn't created now, it was always there?
Yeah, it just is. You don't even have to say it, because always it makes it
and it's always been there, right?
Nah, saying it always is there is an oxymoron.
The book's always been there?
Trying to say it in a way that you guys would understand it, but no, an even simpler way to put it.
Time came before the creator then, man.
Yeah,
Most accurate to put it is time is. That's what it is. It just is.
Can he be time as well? I mean,
you would have to say time came before the creation of time, which doesn't make sense.
No, there was no before the creation of time.
You can, at best, you can say time was the first thing the creator ever did. At best, you would have to say the time was the first thing the creator ever did, because if not, there would have been moments. Even for him, there's a creator there. He does nothing. He doesn't think of anything. The first thing he does is start time going.
Well, what is thinking? Thinking is the process of holding
time,
thought.
right? Does it take time?
Thinking, yeah, but that's again putting human limitations on a god, right? Thinking is just the fucking like the action of obtaining and holding thought. But if something holds thoughts and just hold the thoughts, there's no time involved in the process.
Yo, nothing in this creator's world and wherever he's chilling at, nothing happened. There was no movement. He didn't think about anything or whatever. The first thing he did is fires up time. That has to be the first thing he ever does.
Think is in the past. He holds thoughts. Yeah. But he wouldn't think, because think would indicate that it happened in the past, or there would be no past for this being. Just like the book.
Yeah, no, there's no past, which means time is the first thing he does, because otherwise there's a series of moments that happens. I know, I understand this. This is what I've been trying to tell you for the past 10 minutes.
What he is and what he does is not necessarily two different things. There's no point in which he's doing anything, right?
There couldn't have been. Otherwise, there would have been a series of moments, and thus time before time. So yeah, he couldn't have done anything.
Right, that's why it is. That's why he is. I am who I am. Right? It's not I am who I was.
Yeah, no doubt. He didn't do anything. He didn't think of anything. Time was the first thing he did. That's how it went?
He holds thoughts.
He
So
just somehow knows what
you could
everything
say
is.
that he holds thoughts, right? So you could say that he's thinking, but thinking would indicate that he's doing something, and he doesn't do anything. He just is.
Yeah, but then you have to say nothingness is the predecessor.
No,
So then that means
there's no
nothingness
predecessor.
came
You just
before
say
time. Now you have a chronological
no,
order.
no, no, no. There's no nothing before because there is no before. He is not.
There was no moment before time.
To me, it proves a soul or a spirit. The fact we're
Exactly.
thinking outside of
There's no
ourselves.
before. So for you to come in here and say, well, there has to be nothing before time. Well, no, because there's before and after are within time. So there can't be nothing before time because those are concepts inside of time.
Time implies a chronological order to things. So there would have to be nothing and then time. Meaning nothingness supersedes, it comes before time. That's what that means.
Until creation, until things were created,
Nothing.
space or area.
No thing is not an actual thing. It's a negative. So for you to say nothing before time, yeah, there is nothing before time because nothing is not an actual thing. It's a negation. Because
Right, so what are you talking about?
before and after are inside the bounds of time. Yeah, so you're right. There is nothing before time because before is within time, not without of it. There's no before at all. There's not even a before.
So
say
it's
nothing
time's
before
always
So
time.
now you
been
have a
there.
regress fallacy, infinite regress.
Yeah, but
No, you
doesn't
don't have
always been
you
there.
don't have a
Hold on,
regress
real quick.
fallacy at all.
I don't think so. Doesn't time
time's
Because there's
turn
no
always been
before.
there.
For you to say there's something before time in and of itself is an oxymoron, right? To say there's anything before time, but nothing is
The
not a
fact,
thing. It's a negation. So you're technically correct when you
the
say
fact we can't.
nothing is before time, but nothing is not like an empty void space. That's a thing. No, nothing is no thing. No properties, nothing.
The fact we can't distinguish or separate distance with time or space, area, whatever you want to call it, with time, shows there's something going on beyond our comprehension. We weren't made to comprehend it. It's obvious, even to us, it's obvious that we can't comprehend it.
There would
So
have to
that
be
points toward a
such
creator
things.
in itself.
There would have to be such
It's
thing
easy to
as no
comprehend.
thing. There would have to be
No,
such
there
thing
is
as nothing.
no.
No, it is easy to comprehend that we're not made to comprehend.
Confusing himself. He's confusing himself. Nothing is not a thing, by definition. Before and after are properties of time.
Is it possible to have the absence?
When you're outside of time,
Is
you
it
don't
possible
have
to
those
have the
properties.
absence of a chronological order?
Yeah, so
there is no
before time. Hold on real quick. If there is no nothing, if there's no before time and it was always there, that's infinity.
It's not even always there. It just is.
So now it's not always
I shouldn't
there,
have
bro.
misspoke.
You're all over the place, Noah.
I shouldn't have misspoke earlier because you're getting confused because always has a connotation of time to it. But using the word even the word always wouldn't make sense because always indicates time, right? Always is also within time. So I shouldn't have said that earlier. I confused you. I'm sorry.
You're saying there was never a point.
I was trying to articulate myself, and
Come on, man.
I feel like the more simpler I put it, the easier it is. So I don't even use the word always. Always is also within time.
Yeah, you got to use a code word when you're done talking, bro. There have been so many times today I started talking where I literally thought there have been times where I tried to cut you off. But anyways, if you have time and there's never a point when there wasn't time, that means it was there forever because there was never a point when there wasn't time.
There's no forever. Time just
There was never a point when there wasn't time. It's been there for infinity, forever, always, whatever.
There's no infinity. There's no infinity. There's no forever.
How do you say that?
Except time's been there for forever because it was always there, right? That's forever. There was never a point when there wasn't time, right?
Time just is.
Well, it says in the beginning.
I don't understand. I don't understand if you realize that how far around in circles you've been going this whole time over this thing, because you told me it was created. No, it's not created. It was always there.
Right, but the whole time, if you were listening to me, I was clarifying as I was using those words, as in saying, "Oh, this word always has a connotation of time, so it's not even a really good description." If you were listening to me, I said that multiple times when using the words before. So I'm just not going to use those words, and I'm just going to say time is, just to simplify it more for you. You don't even have to say the word always.
I'm not
always
confused.
Yeah, but that's ignoring.
I'm
that's
not
ignoring
confused.
the word beginning.
All right, reset right now, and I will just answer questions directly and not explain anything to you. Because you said I'm running around in circles.
I definitely need you to use a code word when you're done talking.
You say I'm running around in circles, and then if I say you're confused, you get angry. But wouldn't I be justifiably angry if you said I'm running around in circles? So just
think about this, Joe.
Let's reset.
I'm honestly getting angry because you keep interrupting me. But I mean, maybe I'm doing it to you. I might have a lag. I don't know. That's very frustrating. First of all, second of all, I'm getting a little mad because you're running me in circles by saying all these weird things like the creator created time, and now you're saying no, the creator. We're not going to just reset all the bullshit circles you ran me in for the past 20 minutes.
Well, you don't want to run in circles, so let's start from fucking a square basis.
Dude, this is all our misdefinition of time, people. All this because we misdefined time because of the fucking physics. Think about this. Time can't happen without space or area, whatever you want to call it. Now, think about we're describing time like it's something like duration or length. Let's say length. Like, you don't have to have fucking length, bro. You have to have something to have the length. Without the something, there is no length. That's how we should be talking about time. The fact they misdefined time. And I agree with Noah that you can't have nothing. And you can't have one thing without a counterpart. Like, even if there's a ball at the edge of our universe on the other side, even if it was nothing, we'd still call it something. We'd call it empty. So the way we define it is fucking wrong. And that's what's got us arguing.
Okay, let me just address Jeremy real quick. If you think we're running around in circles, I'd have to conclude that you're confused because I've been on the same point the whole time. I've been trying to make the same point the whole time. My position really hasn't changed. Just the way I'm trying to explain it has changed. And if the way I'm explaining has changed and you're not understanding it, I would have to conclude you're confused. And if you're confused, I would like to simplify the conversation and just start fresh because... Yeah, or else it's just going to come into a thing where you just yell at me. You can just, or you will just become you just yelling at me.
Too. Yeah, I want a quick summary of what you think is going on.
Go ahead. Yeah, break us off with a quick summary. Anyone could go back and see the circles that just happened. But go ahead. Why don't you just clarify everything for us right now, please?
Time from beginning to end just is what it is. That's it. God.
Was there ever a point when there wasn't? Was there ever a point? I need you to use a code word, bro. I might be lagging. Let me reset. I'll be right back.
No, it doesn't sound like
time is not a noun.
No, you make some very long pauses in between sentences. It constantly sounds like
sorry,
you're good, Jeremy.
On a hike and I'm like breathing. I'm not trying to fucking pant into the fucking microphone.
No, I know. I'm just mentioning that because I think
back to it. Let's get back to it and not get sidetracked. No, hold on a second. I don't know why your mic. Hold on.
You just cut bacon right over.
Going on.
Yeah, I was just mentioning that.
Go ahead. I have a mic issue. Clearly, I'll just sit back and mod. Go ahead.
Well, I just mentioned that because I think that's one of the sources of why the conversation is going the way it is. Because many of those long pauses you make sound like you're done, and then Jeremy tries to respond, and then you continue, and you guys speak at the same time.
Yeah,
and this is like frustrating for everyone.
It's annoying as fuck, man. I'm gonna just mod though. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just gonna make a quick summary then. Basically, time from beginning to end is God exists eternally outside of time. Thank you. That's my statement.
What is time? Is my statement. What is time? Why don't you guys start there before you go on mystifying it, bringing it into reality, talking about it? Yeah.
I would say it's a series of moments. But so there's never a point, there's never a point.
It's a measurement.
I clearly have a mic issue. Go ahead, guys.
I heard you, Jeremy, but I didn't hear the question.
It's like asking, what is the length of space? What is the length of space? What is time? Is not a noun. It's a measurement. Nothing more, nothing less. You can't have. As soon as he created objects or whatever you want to call it, matter, there was instantly time. Before it, there couldn't have been time. So no time, no space. As soon as he created it, he lives outside of that.
Jeremy heard my statement, so yeah. If you want to ask any questions, you can.
I wanted to respond. I don't know. Say your statement again. Maybe I'll get a chance to respond to it. Probably not, but go ahead. Try it again.
Okay. So time, the series of moments chronologically after each other, from beginning to end, just is. It exists.
Okay, cool. So there was
God,
never.
And there's the second part. God.
Can I clarify that?
God exists.
Can I clarify something, or you want to keep going?
One more.
Right, go ahead.
One more sentence. Just one more sentence. And God.
Yeah. You don't want us to figure out your position. That's what's happening. Go ahead.
It's a 2-sentence explanation. Okay, that's all it is. Time. The series of moments from beginning to end exists. God.
Okay, and there was never
exists outside.
Definitely needs clarification. You don't think that sentence needs clarification, dude? Come on.
Well, I don't know why.
No, it doesn't, bro. Does length exist?
I can't understand why I can't get through my 2 sentences, which is the entirety of my statement, without being interrupted.
Probably because of the long pauses.
Well, maybe if you didn't interrupt the long pauses.
I want to know your position.
He's not
so
interrupting.
damn bad right now. Tell me your position right now.
Right. So time, the sequential chronological moment exists. God exists outside of time. That's it.
That's what I was saying. So you don't say does length. Time is a quantification. Quit acting like it's a noun and calling it something. That's like saying does length exist outside of objects, man? Length. You don't ask does length exist?
Jeremy was trying to respond to Noah. As soon as Noah
I thought he said he was going to mod. My bad. I thought he was modding.
Well, but after he said that, when Noah was making his statement, Jeremy was the one that tried to respond in between his statements.
Well, nobody was talking, bro. I'm done. I'm done. Sorry.
All
right. Yeah. Jeremy just left, so he's back. I don't know if he's gonna try to respond, but I feel like he was the one that should respond to that. Sorry.
Yeah, but let me just make a statement. Jeremy, no disrespect, bro, but your mic thing, it's causing a lot of havoc, bro. Seriously, you gotta fix that, bro. Because you're a major part of this, bro. And it's unacceptable, bro. Come on.
Hey, Jeremy.
I know, thank you. I've said 7 times that it's been causing serious issues. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, bro. Come on.
Yeah, but I mean, if everybody would allow, the gap. Jeremy always, when he comes in and hears somebody talking, he'll stop, and then everybody will stop, and then Jeremy will go back to speak, and everybody goes back to speak with him. It's just
like
I'm not blaming him, bro. But
they just don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck. Even if they know you're trying to get in, they don't care.
Yep.
That's not a fair statement, bro. No, sorry. No, Jeremy, that's not a fair statement, because if you have mic issues, right, and day after day the same problem happens, it's like you're causing problems, bro, whether you're doing it intentionally or not. Like, we just wasted half an hour, and every day we waste half an hour on your mic issue, bro. Come on. Like, not against you, bro, but you got to fix it, man.
Bro, no doubt.
Like, you're a major part of the convo, right? And if every 2 minutes you got a mic issue, you got to go out, come in. I mean, it's frustrating.
The issue, there's a whole separate issue. Some people decide to start being louder when they hear someone else talking. I do the opposite. When you hear someone else talking, just be quiet. That's it. But people don't do that. They just get louder.
Let me just wrap it up. If time's always been and there was never a period when there wasn't time, then that's infinity. Always been here forever. Point when it wasn't.
No.
That's infinity.
So length has always been here too, right? There's never been a.
Hold up. Let me respond. No. Time has not always been here. Time just is in the eternal
So there was
realm.
a point. So it hasn't always been here, and there was a point where there was no time.
No,
It's a
there was no
fucking
difference
measurement.
there was God fucking damn it. There was no difference in any points with anything inside of the eternal realm. There was no 2 points. There is no time in the eternal realm. It hasn't always been here. If we're speaking from the eternal realm's perspective, it just is.
Can I just say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I think time is, if we talk about from a perspective of a creator, time is a frame that he has created, like a painter was painting painting a painting, and everything that is within the painting, including you, is within this limited frame, which means he is the one who created timeline, which also means he is the one who created the beginning of time and also has the power to create the end of a timeline, which means everything that is in infinity or his dwelling place has nothing to do with time, because he would first of all not limited himself, and there was never a beginning or end, because there is no reference frame for it, because there is no timeline that is created. So that means if you would be dwelling in that infinitive state, you would have no there would be no awareness of any beginning or end or time losing or time gaining. It doesn't exist because the frame is not created in that realm of infinity. So
allow me to say my closing statements, man. These are my closing statements on the matter. Y'all are talking about time like it's something. Time refers to stuff. Without the stuff, there is no time. Time is a measurement. It's like asking, is length always existed? What the fuck is length? If length has always existed, you can't have length without the things it's referring to. Like he just kind of hit on it a little bit. We're misdefining time. You're acting like it's something outside of space, of matter, where there was no time. Time is nothing but a measurement. You know, we're misclassifying the word like it's something. Time is nothing but a measurement. You say when you think of time, think of fucking length. You don't say length has always existed.
I can imagine that infinity must be beautiful, because there was and will never be any awareness of time, of any beginning or end. We have been born, since we have been born with the understanding that everything has a beginning and everything has an end, especially, you know, when it comes to our life has a beginning and has an end. So there's a distinctive law, we can call it even a law, that rules above everything, which is the frame of time. And whoever created this frame, he will probably be smart and would have not put himself in there, because he's the author of this frame, of this law of time, which means, yeah, when you're gonna live for eternity, eternal life, it won't be boring or anything, because there has never been a beginning or end. There is no you will not feel the way you are now thinking about eternity, or feel about like, I don't know how to explain it, because I mean, I haven't been there yet, but it's
Never
kind
has
of
anybody.
exactly, but it's kind of what I imagine, right?
Could be the most torturous thing ever. Could be hell.
No, it can't be, because you have there's no frame, there is no time frame, no law that you're under in eternity. In eternity, there was never a beginning or end. It was not created. The creator has created it in this frame that we're living right now. There has been a beginning of all things, and there will be an end of all things. but it's up to him. So his dwelling place is definitely a place where he for himself has no reference frame of time. You know.
All right, now I'm talking more like from a temporal creature standpoint. You know, if we are inserted into infinity, that could be hell.
Yeah, but when you have been given a new body, a new perspective, a new self, kind of, you will have the understanding of, you know, that there won't be any thoughts or feelings about how much time has passed in eternity, because there's nothing to pass. It's just being there. You're just existing.
Right, but you can't be you. You can't in any way, shape, or form be you anyway. You will cease to exist because you, as a creature trying to exist in this infinity, it's like I said, it's just not you again. You don't go to heaven. You don't go to infinity. You cease to exist, and this infinite being is there afterwards. You're your soul.
I can't wait, man. I can't wait for that place of being free from this body and being with my Father in eternity. No, I can't wait for that, man.
You see, that's you thinking like a human again. You think you're going to go in there and go spend time with Dad?
I'm just gonna be his again for eternity. That's it.
I can't visualize how that happens. You know, like
That's
if
okay.
I go in, if I'm going to spend, first off, I don't know if I'd even want to spend eternity with my dad.
You don't
Not
need
that
to.
I didn't like him.
He gives you free will to
I loved
choose,
him and
right?
everything, but infinity doing anything is the most torturous thing I can imagine.
Yeah, because you're still thinking of in the
well,
frame reference of time. But once you're in a state where you just exist, which is eternity, you're just existing next to the creator, you will never have any thought. There will be not one thought about thinking, oh, what am I going to do with my time? No, we cannot imagine the blessing and the grand scale of things that he is going to provide for the ones who love him. I mean, if he lets the sun rise even above the most wicked things on this plane, just think about what he has in store for the people who love him. You know, we just have no knowledge. Me myself, I don't have knowledge about what he has prepared. Right?
It sounds something like he would just absorb you into the infinite.
But that's not what he has promised, right? I'm pretty sure.
I don't know what he's promised. I've never heard him promise anything.
Is that even the biblical view? I thought you're supposed to get like resurrected.
Yes, you're gonna get
resurrected. I mean, how do you describe to somebody though? Let's assume that God is real, that He's trying to tell us something. How do you tell a finite being what that's going to be like? It would be a challenge because he describes being resurrected, which kind of implies that it's you again, and you're again created as a temporal creature, going to meet mom and dad and go live with the loved ones and go to parties and whatever else. And so there is no real description of what it is.
So the thing is, for me,
I don't think anyone goes to heaven biblically.
So for me,
in the Bible, I'm pretty sure. Wait, hold up. I'm not done. Sorry if I'm pausing. I'll just say thank you when I'm done. Okay. I don't think anyone goes to heaven in the Bible story. Isn't it at the end of time, everyone gets resurrected, and the ones that are bad, they're resurrected, and then they get a second death. Second, i.e., they died once, were resurrected, and then die again. Second death, get thrown into the lake of fire. And I think the people who are good just get to live on earth with Jesus for like 1,000 years in something called the millennial reign. So
then what happens?
I don't even think going to heaven. I think like Satan is released or something, and then like God lets like a new Jerusalem come down or hover down or something. I'm not too sure, but I don't think it's actually biblical to say anyone goes to heaven.
Right, but what happens after you get the 1,000
You're good,
years?
Jeremy.
Again, these large periods of time like always drive me nuts because it's like, you let a whole generation go by not hearing from Jesus, and then next generation does get to hear, some kind of an event that helped them with their beliefs and stuff. And then, you have the flood, and then thousands of generations go by. But now we got this new 1,000 years. Do people live? Do they live like they live today, 80 years, and die every?
No. When everyone's resurrected, they're given a new body, right? So everyone all at once at the end of time, Jesus is supposed to come back and like basically destroy everything and fuck everything up. And before that, there's like demons and shit, like fallen angels raining on the earth. But like basically, Jesus comes back because everyone's like, shit's went to fucking hell in a handbasket. So he comes back and basically fucks everything up, and then basically raises everyone from the dead. They all have They all have new bodies. They're not human bodies. They're like different. I don't know how they're different. It doesn't really specify. They're more spiritual. I know that, but it doesn't really specify all the exact details about these new bodies. Then he judges them. Or God judges them, I think. And basically, God judges them, and all the fuckers who are like deemed not good, those fuckers with the new bodies experience a second death where they're thrown into the lake of fire, whereas the fuckers who like basically got through like the proceedings in the court and like you're a just man, you're righteous, they get to live in their new bodies on like a new earth, and Jesus comes and lives with them for like 1,000 years or some shit. So yeah.
Then what happens?
I think the devil, like Satan, is loosed, and then God defeats Satan.
Oh wait. So you get 1,000 years of relative bliss. Then you get judged, cast into the fire. Blah blah blah. I thought that was the 1,000 years that we were talking about. Was after that tribulation or whatever.
Yeah, after the judgment, the millennial reign, I think.
Right. So now they got that millennial. Oh wait, say that again.
After the 1,000 years, after the judgment, I'm pretty sure is the millennial reign, right?
Right.
Because everyone who's going to be around Jesus for 1,000 years has to be like pure and shit. That's why all the other ones get fucking cast into the lake of fire beforehand, and then they're all sat there.
So now that 1,000 years ends, it seems like there's an opening there that like totally undescribed, which is we get judgment. People get cast into the fire. Now we get 1,000 years with people getting to chill with Jesus. Hey, how you doing, bud? Cool. Let me stick my finger in your hole. And then all that fun stuff. And now that 1,000 years elapses. What happens then? Does the devil come back again and start it all over again?
Basically, sin and evil and unrighteousness basically reaches a high, and that's what triggers the judgment, right? Just like when in the Old Testament cities would get too fucking horrible, God would destroy them. Or the world got too horrible, he destroyed it with a flood. Basically, a similar thing happens. People become unrighteous. Sin is everywhere. People are fucking everything up. God comes, destroys that, judges them. And then for 1,000 years, they're with Jesus. And during that destruction, Jesus basically destroyed all the fallen angels, all the demons, and all the people who are unrighteous are cast into the lake of fire. So basically, after that, only Satan and like death itself or something are the only last two like sins that are around, but they're like bound for the 1,000 years that Jesus is reigning. So basically, after the 1,000 years is done reigning, like death and Satan is unbound, and then apparently Jesus goes and slays them too. So I guess they get slayed separately and last with all the others. Like basically, they're all underneath.
That's the bizarre thing. I really find so strange. It's like, okay, Jesus is this big tough guy. He's going to go kick their ass. Why doesn't he do it now?
Free will. Everything in history is
free will is gone. After that, free will's gone. So I'm not sure what you mean. So why not?
Now. We have free will now. Everything in history is done so that the people who live in history have free will.
You know why he's not doing things directly?
Because after the judgment, people aren't going to be able to sin anymore, right?
Oh, so then what was the whole point of allowing him to sin if you're going to take that right away from him?
Free will? No, the people who basically get through the judgment won't be able to sin through their own choice. They'll be the type of people who don't just sin, right?
Okay, just the absolute pure.
So there's going to be no.
I haven't seen any of those.
There's going to be no sins.
I haven't seen any
after the
people even
judgment.
close to that.
That's why
The
it says
reason-
Jesus. That's why Jesus defeats all the fallen angels, all the demons, and all sin, except for death and Satan himself. During the fucking apocalypse / judgment, all of them are defeated, right? Except for the last two, and everyone who makes it through basically has to have like no sins, no demons, no nothing. They make it through, and then they get to the other side, and they're gonna live in a sinless, like perfect world for 1,000 years.
No.
And the 1,000 years is up. Satan gets his karma, I'm pretty sure.
No, you still have sin during the 1,000 years. So, and you also, yeah, you still have sin during 1,000 years. And just to be clear, to know where that is in Scripture, you could have, Zechariah 14, and what you'll see there is during that 1,000 years, all the nations, all flesh must come to worship. Egypt must come to worship, all flesh from every land. And if they do not come to worship, then they will die during that time. So there is death also. There is no death on his holy mountain, which is in Isaiah chapter 11. But there's death throughout all the earth during that time. People do die during that time. There's people being born. Not everyone's going to adhere to coming to worship as prescribed by the prophets and the scripture. They're not going to do it. And at the end of the 1,000-year reign, Satan is of course let out, and he goes and he deceives those four corners of the earth, and they come and gather against the holy mountain, the holy city. And when they gather against it, fire comes down out of heaven and consumes them. So that would be the end of that. Now, it's not to say that after that 1,000 years is over, there's going to be a different place that we're all going to go. No, the earth was created to be inhabited. It's going to be inhabited forever. Jerusalem's going to be inhabited forever, and that's the way the scripture goes.
The thing is, why?
Are you sure about that?
The thing is,
yeah.
there was
that
the
different from Revelation, bro.
The thing is, there was a question why he takes time to do certain things, and it's actually we can see this during Noah's time. He gives time for the people to repent, and he also gives time to have all seeds that he has spread out, as if you imagine the creator as a farmer who goes out on his field and he spreads out all the seeds that have yet to grow. They have to grow, and whichever is going to be weed is going to be separated. So yeah, it takes some time, and that's why it's not everything is happening directly. And on the other hand, it's his ways, right? It's his creation. Whatever he's doing, it is his thing, I am his creation. You are his creation. He has all the power and will to do the things how he imagined them to do, or how his will is them doing to do them, if that makes sense. So, but because he is a very loving God, he gives time for people.
I mean, we got the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right? And we're all having this great, grand learning experience, and the free will and what relationship really is instead of religion. I think what you said there is really on point. There's a lot of patience with the Father, and
Yes.
he does have all these seeds that he's planted, but there's also seeds that's been planted by the adversary.
Yes.
But yeah, again, going back to that 1,000-year thing, and it doesn't matter if you believe in a literal 1,000 years or you just believe in so many years of a reign of Messiah on the earth, where he rules the nations with an iron rod. There is going to be death during that time, and there will be sin during that time also. Not everyone's going to adhere, and that's why he points out, if you do not come and do as prescribed, you will die. That's what he says in Zechariah 14, among many other places. But yeah,
He is even so graceful that he will send angels. And that's why we have this whole UFO thing going on and all the apocalyptic movies that we have programmed with, because we don't know, many people don't really know what the description of real biblical angels are, and people would easily dismiss them as being aliens or demonic entities because they look so. I mean, in the Bible we can read often that people were scared when a messenger/angel were in front of them, because they are indeed, from what they have been described in the Bible, a bit scary if you see them the first time. So before he's gonna come back to burn this place, so to say, there's gonna be even angels giving people still the chance to repent, because they're gonna warn them. But because we have been already programmed, many people will not even listen to the angels, because they will classify them over the TV and whatnot as being, extraterrestrial UFOs, demons, whatnot, and people will dismiss the message of the returning and the destruction that's up on the earth, until people, I think, literally stand in front of the Creator, before the second death. Then they will actually realize what time they have missed, because they had not the love of the truth to be saved, but had pleasure in unrighteousness, and were heavily deceived by these dark forces that are creating an imaginary world, and that just goes hand in hand with the heliocentric model and with these predictive programming of alien invasions and so forth. And they make them look pretty similar to the angels of the Bible, the chariot wheels and all that stuff, on lights in the sky and whatnot. It's literally, it's the whole plan by the adversary. I mean, he knows the scripture better than I do. That anyone in here knows the scripture. The adversary knows exactly what he needs to do in order to get as many people deceived and away from eternal life.
God
kill
knows
them.
what to do to make it not happen.
He gives you every possibility, man.
What I found funny
saying that they look like demons, that's kind of an interesting thing, because now how do you tell if this is Satan's demons or angels then?
Remember when Joshua said, "Are you for us or against us?" when he seen this angel with a sword standing in front of him. There's many ways to go at that avenue, but what I find very funny is people who come up with things like the earth's going to be burned up, so he has to get his people out of here, and they have to go to heaven first before he burns the place up. And I just remind them, don't you know that story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego who walked in the furnace? That they were protected from the fire. So yeah, there's so many things to speaking on this timeline and what's going to happen during the 1,000 years. And I heard the gentleman say, earlier, no one's going to heaven to dwell there forever, or however the teaching goes. That's not in the scripture.
I thought it was pretty clear that you're going to go up to heaven at one point. I thought that was pretty well stated.
Well, I mean, you would have to find a verse that tells you you're going to heaven. I mean, you can't have things like, he's on his way here and you're going to meet him in the air, but he's on his way here, right? So people talk about the resurrection all the time, and that's when the coming of the Son of Man happens. So he comes, and the coming of our Lord and the gathering together to him. I do not want you to be ignorant, brethren. It's going to happen, simultaneously. His coming and the resurrection happen simultaneously, which is why they meet him in the air. But he's on his way here to take rule and to sit on his throne for 1,000 years, or how many ever years you want to apply to that scripture and not take it literal. But that's what he's come to do. So no one's going to heaven, and his reign will be on the earth. Maybe the highest part of the earth, but it's going to be on the earth.
The thing that he keeps, I still can't even get his slightest fathoming on is, again, the number of generations that go by between major events. There's going to be these select few groups of people who've had the choice to make a decision during one of these great tribulations, the flood, blah, 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 leaving Sodom and Gomorrah. That wasn't so big, but, but there's people who've been given these choices at these magical times. What about all the people in between that didn't get any of these choices?
Well, have you ever heard of the spirit of the law? Just because you don't have something written in front of you, no one has any excuse, right? We all know right from wrong, even from childhood, even from 2 to 3 years old. If you're going to steal your brother or your sister's candy and pull their hair and your mother or father catches you and you've never been punished before, you know you're doing wrong, right? So no man has an excuse. That little voice on the inside of you, what people call the conscience or the spirit or your mind, which is not physical, that's the part you need to listen to. And everyone knows, everyone has it in them. There's no excuse. So it's not that they have to see the written word, it's that they have to hear it. And some people say, well, what about deaf people? I'm not saying hear as in just with your ears, right? Hear with your mind and understand what I'm saying. So people can have a relationship with the Creator without the written word in their hand. And to say we're going to go back in history and say no one had a relationship with him and they never heard from him, that's kind of ridiculous, because if we're just going by mainstream, I would say that's a lie. He's always had a remnant. Even Elijah said, I'm the only one. And he says, and Yah says, I have 7,000 just like you. What are you talking about? So, yeah, never think that there was any time in history when the Creator didn't speak to his people.
Did Elijah exist, North?
Some men
Did
spoke
Elijah
to the.
exist?
So
Go ahead.
North, I just wanna for
I
1
didn't mean to
second.
interrupt there.
No, I just wanna say, in Philippians 3:20, for example, it says, "But our citizenship is in heaven, and we eagerly await a Savior from there, the Lord Jesus Christ."
Yeah, your citizenship is written in heaven, but heaven is coming down to earth. We pray that, his will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Your citizenship is written in heaven in the holy city, the New Jerusalem. But the New Jerusalem comes down out of heaven from God, and that's in Revelation. It tells you that. This kingdom that's to be established upon the earth is spoken throughout the prophets, and it's spoken about in Revelation, and it's spoken about in the Gospels and in the epistles. So
Yeah, but
when you
that's
see when your citizenship is written, in a certain place and you're not there yet,
I
is
understand.
the place coming to you, or are you going to the place? Which is it?
Okay, I understand what you're trying to say now. Yeah. The thing is, for me, how I'm gonna get into that place, it doesn't really matter if it's coming to me or not. I can just be sure that I'm a part of it, right? How it's going to be laid out, happily enough, I'm not the creator, so he's going to do the work as he always done. He has done all the work, even in order to save everyone who chose us to, right? He has done the work. He has finished the work. And so I understand. I now understand how you're saying. I misunderstood you, because I thought you would be saying that there would be no heaven. There would be like, no eternity, so forth. And that, now I understand much clearer what you try to say. You're talking about this comic-y kind of thing we have been all taught, that we just ascend through a cloud layer and then we're on the clouds of heaven or something like that.
Yeah, no man has ascended to heaven. No man has ascended to heaven
Right.
except he who descended. But here's another thing to think about. Messiah said this. He said, I'm going away to prepare a place for you. In my Father's house are many mansions. He said these things, but one key thing he said was this. I go to prepare a place for you so that when I return, I may receive you into myself and you may be where I am. So
I'm going
to return and you're going to meet me in the air. I'm going to set my kingdom up here and I'm going to rule the nations with an iron rod. And some of you are going to rule with me. And some of you are going to sit on 12 thrones and you're going to judge the 12 tribes of Israel. When people talk about judgment, they don't talk about all these other things that are very detailed. The 12 who followed him are going to sit on 12 thrones themselves and judge the 12 tribes of Israel.
Zodiacs.
So there's a lot of things going on.
Zodiacs, yeah.
You know what's wonderful? Why I'm very happy about it. I have a few things that I have dreamed that I really can remember, right? And especially it's visions, biblical visions, that I can like replay in my head as a movie. I can't do this with anything else. besides these things I have been shown, right, when I was asleep. And there's like one thing I've been shown was me floating above like the forest, and I could see the tops of the tips of the trees, right? It was like I don't know, these typical Christmas kind of trees. What was the sort of tree called?
Evergreen.
Yeah, and I saw the tip of it, and I was floating above that tree, and below me I saw all the past friends when I was yet not saved. I had a lot of friends. Now actually I don't have actually any friends, to be honest. Because, yeah, it's just the truth, you know. I had so many friends, man, when I was used to go
I know the
partying.
story. Well, I think we know the story.
Yeah. So I've seen the people left behind. I mean, that's just what I'm just telling you what I saw. You know, the old friends looking at me from the ground, and in the distance I've seen like yeah, it was kind of like blue beams of light. Where I would think, I can't say it 100% because I didn't see other people, just saw me in that instant. But I see these lights of beam, and in the distance I saw, and I saw the same beam going over me, you know. And that's just it. After that, it was out. That's the only thing I said. I didn't see how I ascended further from the trees. I just saw my friends there on the ground looking at me, and that's it.
It's like
and
you
another.
Yeah, it's like you. One second. It's like you sort of a premonition of you having to leave your friends behind in some sort of way, and on this greater journey you're on. I think lots of us can relate to that as well, Clay. That you do lose family, you do lose friends, you do lose loved
Yeah, I
ones.
lost all my friends, man.
You're not trying to hurt them, but they're just
No.
objecting or reacting in a certain way to your yeah.
I lost all my friends, but I gained one friend who, you know, never
I'm your
makes me
friend.
feel
I'll be
lonely.
your friend, God.
Yeah, no. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. But I mean, I've never felt lonely since then, right? I had a time when I was still bound to this worldly ways, and when I was addicted to so many things, especially drugs. I told my friends, if I ever gonna lose you, I'm gonna kill myself. I can still remember that sentence, telling my best friend, "Yo, man, if I'm gonna lose you, I'm be out. You know, I'm gonna use a knife and kill myself." And as you can see, as a proof, you know, since I have Jesus in my life, I have never felt lonely. Not one day I felt like, man, I gotta go back to my friends. Man, I need people around me. No, not once, not one day.
So
that's truly, you know, that's
amazing.
the thing I
So
highly appreciate.
Maybe in a sense, Clay, you did die. So we're told we have to be born again. We're born into this world of
Yeah, I
equality.
died. I died definitely,
So
man.
you know what I mean. So do you think that maybe? Do you think that we have a destiny? Do you think some people are chosen, others aren't, or do you think that ultimately we will all be collected up into the same sort of?
Unfortunately, I think that that some people have not been like. I don't see myself as something special, anything. I mean, I didn't choose to be saved. I didn't do any prayer, sitting down and saying, "Hey, God, I want to be saved," or what. He did it on free. He chose me on free will. He came at one night and slammed me to the ground, and he showed me the edge of death because I thought I would be dying. Okay, my heart felt like it would fail me in every instant. And after these days, he just showed me these two ways I could go. Either you go this way and keep on doing what you're doing, smoke your marijuana and cigarettes, and be with your friends, do the party thing, pop some pills and whatnot, and you're gonna die in that misery, or you're gonna come with me and left all these things behind. And I chose the options, the two options that he gave me, and through free will I decided to leave it all behind. And he did all the work. Like, he, from one day to the other, he made it possible to for me leave all that stuff behind and change my complete persona. And that's just wonderful. And the thing is, it aligns with so many other people, right? We have people who killed other people who came to Christ. We have people who had worse addictions, you know, addictions that you can't imagine. People full of hatred or coming out of other religions, all saying the same thing, that they now praise Jesus Christ for completely renewing their mind, changing their life. putting everything upside down.
Clay,
in a positive way.
maybe Clay, just as you had your transformation, maybe that sort of not similar transformation, but in a similar way, greater way. I mean, that transformation is awaiting all of us. I actually think this is maybe what Kanye West is about. All of us conspiracy people, and of course here we're landed, Clay, hated by almost everyone universally. I don't mean hated, but we're flat earthers. You're ridiculous. You're what do you call it? A Luddite. You're back in the Stone Age. So you're sort of rejected by everyone. But maybe that transformation awaits for everyone. And maybe someone like Kanye West is actually affecting this transformation. He's not convincing us of anything, seasoned conspiracy people, with some level of relative awareness, but he is exposing the culture, the vast majority of people who maybe never looked into conspiracy to these deceptions, which will maybe instigate some sort of change of mind, change of thought. If one but changes their mind, the whole earth can change. Didn't Jesus say that, or something like that? But you know what I mean. Maybe that's the greater plan in play for all of us.
I mean, the thing is that I come to the conclusion is that at the end of the day, whether I plant a seed and talk about Jesus as much as I can do, right? Talk about the great things he has done in my life or for others and so forth, or talk about scripture and usual, it is still the Creator who touches one's heart or changes one's life. And I don't know what path or way he has prepared for everyone else in here, or what his what his will is with other people, right? The only thing is, from what I always hope for with all the love that I have experienced from him, that other people will experience the same. That's the only reason why we crazy Christians, why we crazy saved ones, maybe go out of the street and annoy people with this message, because we have been given an entrance into a love that is so undescribable that we want everyone to experience it, right? That's the only reason why we're so annoying, maybe for most of people, but it's actually just because we want everyone to experience the same thing. But again, like I said, at the end, it is his decision to whom he chooses and to whom. I'm not his secretary, right? I can't tell you why this person does not know Christ and why this person knows Christ and why this person is a Muslim, why this person is a Buddhist. I don't know their ways, you know what I mean? My ways is also, my saving story, so to say, is completely different from the guy from Mexico who also loves Jesus but has a completely different story, right? So he works in so many mysterious ways.
If you're not a servant, Clay, what is your relationship to Jesus?
I mean, I am his servant, but I'm not. I'm saying I'm not.
You're not his secretary. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm a part of the body of Christ, right? What my specific function is, I personally think it is really being here on the internet, because I think many people are also on the internet because they're just searching for something. And I always in my life, since I was a very young guy, I begin with 9/11, I have always searched for a truth that would satisfy me to a point where I can say, okay, now I found it. Now I can lay my foundation on it and have a healthy life living upon that knowledge.
Okay.
And I've never found it in the world, right? So the only
one second.
Let me finish so it makes sense, right? The only one who gave me that satisfaction, that filled this black hole that always was trying to gain more information, was trying to find the finalized truth, that was him, right? He who has come from the truth that came down from heaven and was crucified. And that's just that put me on a foundation that is unshakable. I mean, I can have millions of people standing in front of me and telling me that I'm completely wrong and I'm stupid. Well, it doesn't matter. It will never change. I can't fall off that foundation, right? And that essentially just I don't know. That's the love, the happiness, the joy that it is with him.
That's wonderful. Let me tell you, that's a wonderful story. And can I say that conspiracy land, when you delve into it, 9/11, actually the date itself associated with the potential birth of Jesus is also the beginning of the new day in the Coptic calendar. But 9/11 made such a... What's your bottom line on 9/11? How many people died on 9/11, Clay? I'm just interested now. I'm not questioning. I just want to know where you're at because I'm certainly aware of where I'm at or where I'm not at. Anyway.
Oh, I think 9/11 was an occult. Let's make it easier. It was like again what the Satanists try to do. They try to fill the cup of wrath to make the creator do something, right? They think from their ill actions of killing mass people, killing children, whatnot. They think they can, provocate. Is that the right English term? They think they can provoke the creator. That's what they actually. That's the whole essence of their being. They want to fill the cup of wrath to finally see. They are also people that are searching for something in life, right? All these people that end up in Satanism and whatnot, they're just heavily deceived. But at the end of the day, they actually they have been created for knowing the creator, but they have deceived themselves to go into the deeps of darkness to act from a
but hang on, please, 1 second. That's why I asked you the question. So what happened on 9/11? For me, 9/11 was a hoax. It was a symbolic hoax, but it was still a hoax. There was no one who died. There was no plane crashes. Of course, there are different consequences, as we know, but that's my bottom line, as people are familiar. That's why I was asking you. I mean, do you think that there were horrific events that happened that day?
Yes, I think the towers definitely got vanished in thin air. I mean, you can see the
no
video.
No one is doubting that, but I'm not doubting that level of it. I'm just talking about the presentation over the television and the official narrative, or even the official conspiracy narrative. So you think that 3,000 people perished on that day?
Hey Clay, let me know when you get free from Pete. I got a few questions for you, man.
Yeah, no, it's easy. I will free him up momentarily, bud, and it's not free from Pete. It's a good consideration.
I actually, be honest with you, I don't know the official number of how many people died, but I just know that the whole thing in itself was a planned satanic ritual, a setup. Once again, like many other
I say you
we have
don't
seen
know
in the
what you
past.
think you know, then maybe, because if you haven't come to terms with what's obvious, which 9/11 was a symbolic hoax, well then already you're relieving yourself of this satanic idea that people would kill their own, the Americans or the Zionists would kill their own 3,000 people, let's squash them without any concern for anything. So if you want to know in your own soul, whether it did happen or not. It's like Sandy Hook, or it's like any of the latest bullshit shootings. You need to alleviate your soul from that undue strain if you believed in official stories, and this is what being born again is, to see things differently. So anyway, off you go, North. Off you go. I was just asking him because he said it was such a what do you call it?
Yeah, it opened my eyes to understanding that government and official statements and stories are not the only thing you should look at. Just blindly trust it. You should always look at every possible information you can get your hands on, and then create a picture about what the official narrative is, if it's the truth or not. And I, for myself, found out what they have been telling us about 9/11 is not the truth. Especially looking into the predictive programming again that has been done prior to 9/11 with the wrestling campaigns, and I mean you all seen the predictive programming, or most people in here. So for me, it just
hang on, Clay. So North wants you. I'll leave shortly, please. It's okay. North wants you to let him know when you're finished with me, or more so when I'm finished with you. But I will just say to you, bud. I will just say to you, you have the internet. You have the same access to information that I have. And 21 years later, we are now at 9/11. And 9/11 was a fucking hoax. And 9/11, no one died. The buildings sure were gone. The whole block was taken down. But it was greater. Once you see through the literal, then there's a greater tale being told. I'm absolutely certain of it. And the ultimate effect is probably our own tale. But if you haven't got there and consider these things, I don't know where that leaves you, bud. I really don't. I'm a bit confused for you, actually.
Yeah, I personally don't really understand what the point is you're trying to make, but it's okay. I can leave it.
Well, if the Satanists are not as satanic as you may think, and that will change your mind somewhat, because you're accepting this information and you're basing your greater sort of quest upon realization of these greater motivations. And I'm just saying to you that if the facts in inverted commas themselves change,
I
then your
told you what
mind
the
necessarily has to change in accordance. So I'll go on mute now, and
Okay.
I'll leave North come back in. So North, please come
All
back
right.
in.
I like how Azalea above me has also a picture of the Sesame Street character.
I didn't notice your picture as we're waiting for North to come in. I didn't notice your picture. Is it a Sesame Street character?
It's Elmo.
Elmo.
Yeah, on
Elmo,
another
find it.
on another Discord, I call myself Elmo Learns.
Elmo's fire. Hmm. I don't know why North was so impatient. I guess I did. I broke in on the conversation. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that. But there's I'm not sure who you are too much, North. But I do have respect for what you have to say, and I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation with Tay Undersea.
So while North is not here yet, let me tell you about the second vision I had, and it was actually right after. Oh wait, let me tell you. Let me tell you this way. So I had a vision of me going through a street, and everything actually was completely destroyed. Like literally all the houses, one stone was not being up on the other, and everything was in fire, and completely, like as if you would burn down a whole district or something. And I was walking through there, and it looked kind of out of a horror scenario, or like horror dream. But the weird thing was, even though I've seen actually burned bodies of people, everything felt peaceful, as if finally a heavy burden that was upon the place that I'm walking in was lifted and gone. Like it was like a peaceful. I mean, it sounds crazy, right? You look at these dead bodies and destroyed houses, but for some reason I knew that this dream and vision was not of the evil one or anything, because there was nothing that scared me. It was like a vision of the aftermath of his judgment, and nothing felt like I was just walking down the street, seeing everything destroyed, people laying there in front of the house completely burned. But I know it sounds pretty much probably very evil to some people in here, but for me it was peaceful to walk through that street. Okay, not because I had pleasure in seeing this, but nothing of it scared me. It was not this kind of scary, like I don't know how to explain it. It's such a interesting vision.
It reminds me of it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. We have to wonder why he feels fine. It's like that's what just your words there reminded me of. Is that you see everything burning down, but maybe it represents the burning of the old. Now you're at peace, moving into a new. You are of a new awareness. So everything old has to go. So maybe it's something like that.
I mean, I could interpret many things, but I think when I have a vision, I take it literally. And for me, it just showed me that there is a distinctive need for cleaning up this place, if that makes sense. Like there needs to be, the farmer needs to burn the weed, right? He needs to separate the things that have brought him fruit from the things that need to be separated. It's just, I mean, it's the same way as when you so
wheat from the chaff in the Bible terms.
And that's what I've seen in that vision, and it just showed me that
now Clay, this is very interesting that you talk about that. So we separate the wheat from the chaff. You're aware of what do you call it? Michelangelo, the Sistine Chapel roof, the creation of Adam. Are you aware of the picture? You know where the Lord God is reaching out to Adam, fingertip to fingertip.
Yeah, I know that picture. Yes.
Okay. Now I would encourage you not to stop there. Look beneath Adam. You have a different setting on the left, a different setting on the right. So bring up the image and look directly beneath Adam.
Yeah, I have
and then
it
also
up.
look directly beneath Lord God and that melting pot. It's so informative. I don't want to take up time from anyone else. And where is North? Please send North another message because I don't like the thoughts of me having sent him away because I sort of interjected and I was insistent. So I don't like that thought because I like North. I like what he has to say. So. But yeah, please look up that image, bud, and consider
I'm looking at it right now.
Adam and what's going on beneath Lord God as well, because I think it's most informative, and it's got to do with separating the wheat from the chaff as well. Just says separating the useful from the unuseful. The unuseful gets burned. That's the idea here. But yeah, we look beyond the surface and we see what's bubbling beneath. See a very, very different setting beneath Adam, as you will beneath Lord God and his truth, which is a very violent setting to begin with, a very needy setting. But anyway, yeah, that's just something that occurred to me there. Lord God, by the way, has 6 toes in that representation, would you believe it? And everyone inside, Lord God and the troop, I call it, maybe the 12 signs of the zodiac. Lord God is itching for, all of them are itching for touch the finger. Touch the finger. Just touch the finger.
Wait. Are you saying God has 6 fingers?
God has 6 toes in the creation of Adam, Sistine Chapel roof.
Yeah, but
Lord
the
God.
thing is, you need to understand,
okay, yeah.
this is a painting created by a human being, right? And it says in the scriptures, we shall not create any image of any kind regarding this on earth, right? So,
but then hang on, you're incorrect then, because that's exactly what most Christians do, is adorn idols in the word form, the written form, the pictorial form. Which is in the story of Jesus. That's why I asked North earlier on, did Elijah exist? How do we know Elijah existed?
It's about drawing pictures, for example, or carving statues and making them the
Michelangelo didn't
idols.
exist, bud. Michelangelo himself didn't exist. What about that one? What about those apples? Michelangelo.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying.
Here's the decoding of him. One moment. Here's the decoding of it in the name. Michelangelo, Mangelo. Angel is in there. He is said to have painted like an angel, but has been ugly as sin. He was ugly as the devil himself. So, yeah.
I'm just saying. I find it's a nice drawing, but I'm not gonna associate it with anything, especially not with the image of the creator. You know.
Well, I'm not saying it's the creator. I think this is Lord God, but Lord God in that representation has 6 toes, and it's almost he's reptilian if you zoom in on the face. There's a whole different setting, and I guess a chat to be had about this, but I was just encouraging you to look at the peaceful setting of Adam and what's beneath. I would especially to encourage you. What's the gender of the people beneath Adam? Can you anyone tell me? You don't have to tell me right now. What's the gender of the people at the calm side beneath Adam?
What do you think about the reptilians?
Yeah.
Or
I've seen someone's eyes turn to slits on 2 occasions.
Yeah, I mean, we live in the days of Noah, right? The blood has been perverted again, which means, yeah, there can definitely people be around that have a perverted DNA, which in other words is Dan, and maybe it's the tribe of Dan. But that's
hang on a second, Clay. Now what you're doing is
that's just speculation.
One second, please. You are guilty of. You said that we can't adorn images or anything like that, but the word itself, the picture paints 1,000 words. The word itself is capable of being idolized, and this is what I'm not saying you do it. That's why I mentioned you adorn the word.
You confuse me, man.
Image in your brain.
I don't want to be mean or anything, but the way you say things, it's a bit confusing to me.
Oh,
like they're like
so you say the Bible
together.
It's not to adorn images, not to put too much meaning or too much significance in. I'm not saying that, but in images in general. But word itself is a representation. When a word is listed, or when a word is detailed, it forms a certain picture in your own mind. For instance, a blue giraffe. I'm just after getting you to think of a blue giraffe. You can't help it. You know what I mean? The word has its own power, but if you are going by the word, then in a sense you are also guilty of adorning idols. You're fabricating pictures within your mind's eye, your brain, according to the word written. So you know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's your faith. Then your faith. I'm not saying that this. I'm not denying your spiritual experience or your greater connection. But when we put faith alone in the word, then we got to wonder who writes the word. I'm not saying it's not true, but all of these different questions. How will we know if it's true or not? That's my point here.
Okay.
You don't have those greater experiences, inclinations. Good point. It's a good point.
Yeah. Anyways, I just find it fascinating to think about that there's still genetic perversion going on. I mean, we have seen in the past 2 years, right, that they're still playing with the blood. So yeah, definitely a lot of scripture being fulfilled, especially in the past 2 years with genetics. Yeah.
I think that
so rather if reptilian,
it's all happening now, but that's what I think. It never happened in the past. It's all happening now. Moses never existed. All these biblical characters never existed, and it was written for now. That's what I think.
I mean, no, the Bible is distinctively talking about the past and the present, right? And the things that has yet to come. So that's why I think it's so important to read it. Which doesn't mean you're going to understand it. That's the other thing, you know. But
how are you going to know if you understand it or not? Then who are you going to go to?
I'm just saying, in general, when you read a text, it doesn't there could be the possibility of you misunderstanding it, which I think many people do nowadays regarding scriptures.
So, but how do you know then that you're on the right track? What interpretation do you allow? What influence do you allow to put you along the right path? That's all. I'm not asking or in judgment.
You might not like this answer, and it might not satisfy you as for being a satisfying answer. But for me, it is the alignment of the Spirit, which is the Holy Spirit I received regarding the revelation that comes with it through the hand of the Creator. He gives me revelation. He makes me understand.
I love that answer. I actually love that answer, Clay, because I already said it. Well, I said, what about the people who had no similar revelation as you have of the Spirit? I actually said that at the start. What do they do then? Surely then they're guilty of idolatry because they're adorning the Word, but they don't have this real immersion into the experience. What would you say about that?
See, they get into the waters of where I would again say I'm not the secretary of him, so I don't know what he has imagined as for the ways of other people's life, right? I don't know what he thinks about your way, or what he has prepared for you or anyone else in here,
Jesus
right?
is my best friend, by the way, bud, and I mean that.
That's great, man. That's wonderful, actually.
So, yes, but I probably mean it in a differing way than most would appreciate. But I mean it. I absolutely mean it.
Whatever way it might be, it's up to you, right? You know if you're in a relationship with him or not, right? Yes.
And I'm not.
That's something. A relationship is always personal, right? A relationship is nothing that you, even if you write a book about it, it will never be presented in the authenticity of the relationship that you yourself are in, right? So no matter way I would talk about the relationship I have with the Creator, it will never satisfy someone to the point where they would say, okay, I understand this relationship, or okay, I believe him, or whatnot, right? It will always leave open questions or other things. So that's why I'm saying, regardless if I would write a book about my relationship or the things that happen, it will not change the point that I'm trying to make, because the point is, at the end, it is his will and his desires of how the way or what he has planned for each individual that has been born into this world, right?
It's funny. My screen name here is Je suis Dodo, and of course you just take Jesus, you put the I back in Jesus, and you get Je suis, which is I am. It's funny. It's funny how everything it's almost like everything is already made, and it was unmade only to be reestablished again for specific purposes. Of course, we're immersed completely into in the dark, if you want. We have basic things to go by. I think that the language of the heart, just go back what you said, no matter how much you write in a book or try to explain your experience, your spiritual connection to your newfound way, you won't be able to express that. English isn't the language of the heart. I guess maybe that's probably written before. Love is the language of the heart. Love is the language of the heart, but it's there for everyone to appreciate. But you can't appreciate it via the word alone. You can't. So you have to have this sort of co-joined experience. I'm thinking, just along your lines, in order to strengthen that word, to validate that word. You know what I mean? If you're just going on the word alone and the hope without any intervention, well, then anything could be true. You know what I mean? This is what the internet has done. You get to how many conspiracy stories are about Jesus? And don't get me started talking about one of the conspiracy stories, which is Jesus and Mary Magdalene departing France, having a child called Sarah. My own son's mother is called Sarah, which means queen. My son's name is Stephen, which means crown. I wouldn't have known that. I didn't know that at the time. But yeah, this is just one of the conspiracy stories, and there's many others as well. Jesus went to India. Jesus did a switcheroo with Jesus faked he's dead, etc. This is what I'm saying about relying on the word. When we come to the internet now, all of these different texts are available for us. But what do we make of it? To rely on the word alone, we'll never know where we're at. And that's why I think we're told not to adorn idols. You know what I mean? There has to be a co-joined sort of experience to maybe help interpret the word better and understand our relationship to the greater creator and the greater son, if you want.
Mm-hmm.
And in that sense, that's what I mean. In that sense, now you can look at the creation of Adam in a different light. You'll see it in a different way, I think. I think you will. Not you, but I think one can only see it in a different way. Because there's a different story in play than when we were solely, I guess, literalists. I don't know. Just following a literal story. What the heck do you care about a man 4,000 years ago in the desert? How can you relate to him? You can't. How can you? Can you? Whether it be Moses, Abraham, it's just a story in your mind. Not you, but I'm not getting passionate about this with you. But surely it can only just be a story in our mind we go along with, and we're encouraged to either take on board, or maybe we left we jumped overboard ourselves. But you know what I mean? It can still only ever be a story unless we have direct experiences in our life, in our being, in our existence, which will help to not confirm the story, but give some greater solid foundation, some timeless foundation to all of these stories that apply more now than ever. Actually, all that ever applies, Clay, is now, right now, right now, right now. Sorry, I keep going. Right now, right. Everything else is a memory. Right now, right now. You know what I mean? So all there is the continuous now. So everything has to be applied to you, who you are right now, and in this greater setting. That's my conclusion of it. They're all making the story is dictating then that the Bible is coming true, coming to fruition. You know what I mean? Because it's all laid out that way. But make no bones about it. We're here right now. It has to be a concurrent story. Has to be. No other way about it.
What's the name of this? Sergeant Pepper and the Lonely Hearts. It's called The Lonely Hearts, right?
What's that?
What's the name of his band? Sergeant Pepper and the Lonely Hearts.
So Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Very good. Don't get me started on that.
You have to watch this video. I just tagged you in it. Bro, I literally started freaking out towards the end of it like, oh my God, Dodo is right. You have to watch it, bro. I tagged you.
No way. No way. I am right.
But there's tons of connections. Bro, if I just skim all music, I will find the parallels. I know I can. It's so easy now that I know what I'm looking for.
Now you know. Yeah, now you're on the fucking road. So Paul/Fall, who's at the very center with the hand over the head, he is the dodo. He's the one who's been replaced, the divided state, ultimately representing our greater divided state. But the dodo is the Gleason's map. The fool on the hill sees the sun going down while the eyes in his head see the world spinning round. Anyway, the dodo is the Gleason's map. The dodo is the tree. So the stump of the tree, you cut the tree and you draw out the stump of it. Well, you get something like the dodo. Well, what's the tree itself? Dodo, Paul / Paul McCartney, leads to Aristarchus. We have George Harry's son. The star is the sun is the star, and then we have Ringo Starr. John Lennon is the Jesus-like character. Jesus is the tree of life. Ringo Starr, George Harrison, Harry Starr, cuz.
Hey, check this one out. I just thought of this one, Pete. So you got Lonely Heart Club, and you got Large Hadron Collider.
Oh, yeah, I see it, yeah.
LHC, Lonely Hearts Club, Large Hadron Collider. I don't know.
Electric. Did you take note of the 2015 Economist cover magazine I posted, the cartoon? So you have the
I remember that image. I don't have it saved. I remember the image.
I didn't hear you, bud.
I remember the image clear as day. Well, obviously.
Very good. So,
I don't remember.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. All I was pointing out then was, well, it's unbelievable, bud. Unbelievable. First of all, the cover is reminiscent of Sgt. Pepper's, and where we begin on Sgt. Pepper's with Paul. Actually, I'm going to post you a link in chat where Sgt. Pepper's was solved. This was a good few years ago, and another forum. This was where the Paul is Dead forum. I'm going to put a lot of the images are missing, but I think the thread is definitely worth reading still. But yes, in the 2015 Economist cover, which is all about flat Earth. This is when Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer made their appearance, or like Flat Earth really took off. So it's all about Flat Earth, and you, just for others, and there's the image. And it's so reminiscent of the Beatles. But here we have, look at the character Putin, P-U-T-I-N, Putin. I just posted it in chat. Look at him with the dead hand over him, or the hand over you is just it references a dead man, but also references in this particular puzzle that I'm talking about, references where we start. I don't want to get too deep into it now as well, because
no, dude, he's wearing the crown. He literally has the crown. The hand represents the Hamza. He's illuminated in this picture.
But okay, there's lots of interpretations you can have. This is what I'm saying is going on here. We look at Alice overlooking the greater setting. All the cartoon characters are to the fore. All the, are to the back. All the world leaders, they're the true puppets. So now we got to think in a different sense. It's like a puzzle, like a follow the line, connect the dots puzzle, and look at the Pied Piper on the left. And Putin's knuckle at beneath where they're intersecting and pointing you in a certain direction. So the solution to this, right? And I've given it to you there. Just posted the solution is in the red box. As you draw the lines and make the connections like a child, we get to the red box, which is the solution. And you know what the solution is? It's Mauritius and the dodo. I swear to you. I don't mean like the swear. It's Mauritius and the dodo. That's half the story, though. And remember, we're looking.
What is that yellow ghost that everything points to? What is that?
That's the prophylactic. That's a condom which references Reunion Island. If you look at the ghost eyes and the book he's holding, which is a holiday destination, that's Mauritius is referenced there. But the ghost eyes are Mauritius and its neighboring island, Reunion Island. The ghost represents, it's not a ghost, it's a condom. It's a prophylactic.
Reunion.
But, yes, Reunion Island, Mauritius. Mauritius, the home of the dodo bird. So the answer to the riddle is Mauritius and the dodo. Now, that's only half the story. And remember, if you're doubting that this is a flat earth puzzle, it's a flat earth puzzle on so many fronts. If you were around in 2015-16, Patricia Steer had the Beatles guitar which is on the left here, bottom left corner, up on her wall. She never played it, but she always just had it there for some reason. Mark Sargent is represented on the right just by Alice's feet. Do you remember the microphone he used to have? But it's a flat earth puzzle, because if you look at the center stage, it's the turtle. And the turtle, if you zoom in, is missing something. It's missing its payload, and that payload is the elephant. You've got to find the elephant, and you've got to find the disk Earth. So, this is what we're being told here. What's fact is fiction, what's fiction facts. Cartoon is more real than any of the cartoon characters that are presented to us. So now we look at the greater representation of the universe, which is the turtle with the 4 elephants at the top with the disc on top. So the disc fundamentally just represents the layout of the land as it juts above the waters. So if I found the elephant is to be found as a reflection on the floor beneath the panda's legs. But leading to the trail then put in with the Pied Piper. And what did the Pied Piper do? He removed all the rats backwards, a star from
I gotta stop you.
land. Yeah, okay.
Dude, Reunion Island. I need more context. What is that?
Reunion Island.
Yeah, what is Reunion Island?
If you look at the ghost eyes, Reunion Island is a neighboring island to Mauritius. If you look in the south, actually we're giving more clues. If you look at the rugby ball next to the panda's feet, we're also pointed towards maybe the general location. Also, if you look at what's that in the sky, is it the sun, the moon, is it the earth? Who knows? It's a two-faced thing. We're also pointed in a certain area, which is in the Indian Ocean, and it actually directly points to Mauritius or Reunion Island. So they're the southernmost islands, not southernmost islands, or southern islands in the Indian Ocean, isolated and alone. And yeah, once again, Mauritius is the home of the dodo. The dodo never existed in any other place. So that is the solution to it. And I just said Paul McCartney is the dodo as well. So that's why I was saying.
Oh, Mauritius is the home of the dodo bird. Okay.
Yes, so that's the answer, the dodo bird. Mauritius and the dodo bird. That's the holiday island. Reunion Island is a neighboring island. That's what a condom, prophylactic, it involves. You can't have a condom without sex or reunion. Well, you can, of course. I had them for years. I never got to use them. But you have them for a thought anyway. They'll be functionless without that reunification in mind. I just thought I'd mention that only because you were talking about Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, and the whole cover here is designed on that. And remember,
well, let me tell you why.
I
just need a minute to explain why.
Yeah, go on.
So I'm watching the video. It's all about Cabbage Patch Kids and repopulation, and the idea that a lot of our grandparents, like I guess I don't know about personally, but a lot of older people from the 1800s claimed they were orphans. And then it's going on to say how the idea that storks would pluck babies from a cabbage patch and bring them to, it's like an idea that they were cloning kids after some kind of flood, and this is like the repopulation to restart a society.
Re-inhabit the earth.
The whole idea is that they were just giving out kids. And then that hit me. I was like, holy shit, Lonely Hearts. It's almost like not everybody has a significant other. That's the Lonely Hearts Club. That's like the Cabbage Patch Kids. I don't know. I'm making a weird connection, but
no, don't worry about weird connections. That's excellent. Heart is an anagram of earth, and it's also an anagram of ether. So it's a lonely earth club, and this is what Tartaria is about in a sense. And you notice the way tar occurs in the very center of Aristarchus. But yes, if our whole fucking existence only goes back a few short 100 years, as far as we know it anyway, what does that mean? What does that mean for us? What does that mean?
I don't fucking know.
That's what I'm saying about the Bible. I was actually saying this, Electric. I'm looking for the link on to post you now. Maybe you'll go through it. Maybe you won't.
I'll send it to you again right now.
That's what I was saying to. Clay. Is that like could these characters exist in the Bible? Even if they did, are you not guilty of adorning idols by what? You don't even hear their words. You just hear words written about them. How are you going to know what to believe or what not to believe? And I think that is a greater question for all of us to consider.
That's a good point. He said, she said.
Yes, and now that's why I said I'm not taking away from Clay. I think there has to be in conjunction with your education, if you want, some sort of interaction, some sort of revelation. And I have personal interactions myself. Not to make of it its fullest extent, but I know that coming to Flat Earth, anyway, I already knew that there's a greater, higher power in play. Was I affected in some way? I think so. I think so. But who will believe me? How am I supposed to tell my story and anyone sort of listen to it? I say I'm not bothered. I'm not. It's not that I'm not bothered, but I'm not reliant on it. It's like what Clay said. It doesn't matter. You tell your story. People will scoff at you. People might take you seriously, but it doesn't really matter. Your story is your story. That's why I said about the language of the heart. You know. But I think you'll enjoy this. But if you're only new to this, though, I mean, it's. Now here we go. It's the solution to Sergeant Pepper's. The problem is though the fucking dickheads took away all the fucking images, so it's made 10 times as hard for you. But there's so many great connections established here. I'll post it in chat. There's so many great connections established here. And remember this. Actually, I have so many other things to say, but remember this: that the Beatles are a fabricated band from start. People talk about Paul is dead, replaced. Well, all the Beatles were fucking replaced. All the Beatles were. They're a fabricated band. So if there's a greater script going on, what is the most famous album in history? Well, it's listed as Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. I just posted that there. So the solution to Sgt. Pepper's Enigma. Nothing is real. Paul was replaced. Very good. Again, all of the missing images, I don't know how you're going to find them. I would recommend, if you can find them, look at the images in conjunction with the words, because there's such a great connection made. That the cover of Sgt. Pepper's is made into a chessboard, actually. And yeah, it leads places. But I read that years ago. I didn't have any idea. I wasn't a flat earther at the time, and I didn't have any greater establishment to it, even though I knew there was a direct what do you call it, focus, or there was direct intent behind the artistic work. So yeah, I have much more to say about that. Ultimately, Alice, this is only a secondary thing. The Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is a walk through Alice in Wonderland. So we got it back to Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass, and who wrote it? Electric. Who's the author of these two most famous books in history? Well, I say the two most famous books singularly. They're the most translated books. So you have the three most translated: the Bible, Works of Shakespeare, Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass. Why Alice in Wonderland jumps to the front is because the Bible has 66 books, Works of Shakespeare about 40 books, 40 plays, but Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass, two books. Who wrote it? Charles Dodgson. He was said to have a stammer.
Who wrote it?
He was no. Hang on. This is my point. He was said to have a stammer, and he was nicknamed Dodo Dodgson because he was said to have a stammer. His literal nickname was Dodo. He was said to be Dodo.
No
the man
way. Get out of here.
But
Really?
I'm not getting out of here. That's true. And he was said to have
Charles Dickens?
related most to all
Charles
the characters
Dickens?
he created. The Dodo.
Did you say Charles Dickens? Which author's nickname is Dodo?
Dodgson, yeah.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Which Arthur?
Lewis Carroll is named. His name is. He was a chaplain. Lewis Carroll. His name was Charles Dodgson. He had a stammer, but so he was nicknamed Dodo because when he pronounced his name, it was Charles Dodgson. Which is a stupid story, but yeah. Otherwise, he was a Dodo.
Oh my God, dude, that's
author
a crazy
of
connection.
Works. Yeah.
So he wrote Alice in Wonderland.
Yes. And I have more to go on this, bud. It's the greatest fucking treasure hunt ever. Of all the imagine like the Beatles. Imagine having the #1 version of a Lonely Hearts Club Band. If it's listed as a #1, album in history, and that would be worth a fortune. It'd be worth a thing or two. The thing is, with Alice in Wonderland, as I put it above the Bible in that context, is the most translated work. So work for work, they'd have to be listed as the most significant. But out of all the initial, there was 92 artwork pieces, etchings that went along with it in great detail. One etching was lost. Out of this most famous of books, of the original etchings. This is like what do you call it? Carved for early production. Carved the characters in wood and just print them onto the page. One, just out of all the rest of them, one was lost, and you'll never guess which etching was lost. Never guess.
I don't know that.
It was fucking Alice's encounter with the dodo bird.
Oh shit, that's fucking wild.
I'll post you another link, bud, and I'm saying to you, none of these characters fucking existed, but it's a treasure hunt, a trail left for us to follow once we have the proper context. I'll post another link for you in chat to let you know that
Dude, I think you're right.
I'm not bullshitting. And here's a better one. I fucking found the missing. I fucking found it. Found the missing treasure. I've detailed this before as well, but there you go. There's a post in the chat there to show you I'm not bullshitting. It's not my fucking treasure hunt, although it is. But
Now I see why you say Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney are dodos. I fucking get it now. And that sounds crazy just saying it like that, but it's not crazy.
Hey, here's a good one. Hey, Paul McCartney knows who I am. Knows who I am. I know it. Tom York knows. Michael Jackson knows who I am. Michael Jackson faked his death and came back as the Five Alive Dodo. That's not me saying that. Tom York is nicknamed the Dodo. Radiohead.
I've never heard anyone else say that, Pete. So why is it not you saying that?
Just posted fucking links. You've never heard that Tom York's name is not the Dodo. I posted links already. Posted link. Michael Jackson coming back as the Five. I posted all these links, Howard. You know it. H.O. Ward. You know it.
Yeah, I've got to look at those.
Yeah, but you've been looking at shit for years and you're still a ball earther.
Yes, sir.
I'm more to see. You know I'm more. That's why when I say I could write 5 books and this stuff, I'm not fucking kidding you. I'm not fucking kidding you. And the connections are. I'm actually looking at the Twin Towers right now. Would you believe it? On the thing on my wall here. There's the Dodo. But the Kid A was the soundtrack to 9/11, the movie presented to us. That's what I was asking Clay. What's your bottom line on 9/11? If you're not on board the hoax, 9/11 being a symbolic media victim hoax, at this stage, I don't know what to say to you, man. Have none of you heard of Simon Shack or IPS or Let's Roll Forums or Fakeologist? I mean, nobody likes of Howard wouldn't have had. Anyway, once you accept that it was a movie, it was the greatest blockbuster of our era. Every great movie has a great soundtrack. The soundtrack to 9/11 was Kid A from Radiohead, and song number 10, sung by the Dodo Tom York himself, parting song, is called Motion Picture Soundtrack. I swear to you this is true. I have to stop swearing. I tell you this is true. I sang that fucking today as I was busking in Limerick. The last song I sang, Motion Picture Soundtrack by Radiohead. Tom York. Another Dodo here fucking saying it, singing it.
That's fucking interesting. I'm reading this shit about Alice in Wonderland right now.
I found the image, bud, and I'll tell you what the only difference was. If you're inclined to take this seriously, I think you should take. I think all of us should take it fucking deadly serious because it's our story ultimately. If you're inclined to take it seriously, what the difference was between the initial etching, which is more refined, more detailed, according to the link I posted there. They change it to electrolyte or something, some sort of metal etching so what happened? It would allow greater publication numbers, right, of the book itself, but some of the detail would be lost. But as that bullshit story goes, all of the etchings were lost. Then 91 of them were recovered, and one was still lost to this day. And all versions up to a few years ago were posted or were printed with this in mind. So I found the original. I found it on a site called Sabian.org, just completely random. I didn't go out fucking digging, or I wasn't like Indiana Jones or anything. I found it on the internet. But difference it made.
Holy shit. Wait a second. All right, I gotta compare and contrast something right now. Is that really the same fucking animal? Hold on. Yeah, that's the Alice in Wonderland creature. That's the same fucking animal. Look at this. You're right, dude. This image from magazine is alluding to Alice in Wonderland, 100%.
Yeah, but you don't know. See, because I got more to say.
Look at what I just posted. So, the original artwork for the original Alice in Wonderland Through the Looking Glass book.
Listen,
right now.
Hey, hang on, please. Let me just tell you, Electric.
Look at that illustration from the original book, and look at the fucking picture from the Times Magazine cover.
Yes, I have side-by-side postages of it. What appears is a face underneath the dodo's wing. When they say the walrus's paw, it's a walrus moustache found underneath the dodo's wing. I don't want to go further as well, bud, because it gets really fucking mind-fucking.
This is fucking my mind already, dude. How much work do I got to do to understand this?
Say to me, how can fucking Paul McCartney's face be underneath the wing of the dodo when the dodo etchings were created, 1850s? The Beatles 100 years later. How the fuck could a face be? Well, because the Beatles are fabricated characters. They are movie actors, and they've been made up to look that way. That's the point. That's the whole point about this, right? But that's a deep point. It's a pretty deep point.
And the beetle, that's from the Edgar Allan Poe. The story of the Golden Book.
Yes, right. So you're looking at the solution to Sgt. Pepper's. Yes, yeah, Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Poe also wrote The Raven. Very interesting. Very interesting.
I don't totally agree with you, Pete. That's taking the great mystery away from our realm. To say that they are all actors. Yes, they are actors, but in the real realm, not replaced.
Huh?
Oh no. Paul/Fall.
Yeah.
No. Hang on, Lightwater. Paul/Fall was definitely replaced. The guy who's there now is not the same guy as the original guy.
Oh, I don't know about this.
I don't agree, but I'm not going to expand on it further. But I think at the moment he was declared dead, he was lighted.
His new perspective is he here. I already pointed this out years ago and I think it might have been my find. I'm not sure, but anyway, I pointed out years ago. The caretaker of the Paul McCartney childhood home was a guy called John Halliway. That's the original Paul. That's the original Paul. The guy who's there now, I already know by the tells. There's a few tells. The one thing the original Paul walked like and there was a few Pauls, but the one we all know, he walked like he got off a horse. He has these bowed knees. The other guy walks straight up and down. There's another tell as well. The current guy, he has a little tick to him, which is when he's playing music, when he's intent, you see him sticking his tongue up to the side of his mouth, up in his gums. I noticed this because I recognize this because a friend of mine, Morris O'Brien, for years used to do that. When I saw him last, which is a long time ago, but it was a tick, it was a giveaway sort of sign. But I'm saying that this is no revelation. We were always meant to figure this. We're always meant to figure these things out. That's what I say. It's not hidden away forever and someone just revealed it. No. There's all deeper layers, like an onion. There's deeper layers to everything. Something obvious is obvious. Can I just say Paul McCartney who's the dodo, has a daughter called Estelle. Estelle. He also married a one-legged person, which was, what's her name? I can't remember her name at the minute, but there's the stump coming into it. Estelle is star.
Oh my God, to represent the stump? Yo, don't even do that, bro. Don't do that to represent the stump.
Oh no, Heather Mills. The dodo married an amputee called Heather Mills. Heather Mills came on then, conspiracy land. Well, if I was to tell you what I found out, the world would change in the morning, and it's not infidelity or anything like that. Another leading sort of thing. So following the clues, but no, that's true according to the story, into the timeline story. He did marry Heather Mills, who had a stump, which lost her leg, but he also had I wonder. Oh, I think he had his daughter Estelle before Heather Mills, before he was with Heather Mills. So yeah, no, definitely. So, but Estelle is star. I say the dodo leads to Aristarchus. So you get a tree. So imagine the tree in your back, right? Now cut it. Now draw what you see as you're looking down on it. A plan view. Pretty similar. That's what I think is going on. It's a reference. It's a further reference. It's a lot, though, isn't it? It's so much. But maybe that's the purpose of all of us here. Maybe that's the purpose of all of us.
It's literally like a puzzle in shambles. That's what it is. Over like probably 50 since the Beatles. Man, who knows how much they've added since. You said Radiohead, but how many current bands could be a part of this?
Radiohead is the top band in history, bud. Top band. Actually, here's a great one. Michael, so the baton has been passed on. Fall, it was the Dodo. He bought Michael Jackson bought the Beatles back catalogue. Michael Jackson returned as the Dodo. Now Michael Jackson is dead. Who is the band's band in this day and age? It's Radiohead, and lead singer of Radiohead is Thom Yorke. I tried to look in at a point any connection between Michael Jackson and Radiohead. Because the baton has to be passed on, there has to be some connection. So maybe I'll have to think about that as well. Do a bit of research. Again, I'm sure maybe I connected something, but yeah, the Radiohead now are the most significant band in history. That sense, in this greater sense, definitely, absolutely, definitely. The Greenwoods, as by the way, are brothers in Radiohead. So we have Thom Yorke, the Dodo. I didn't nickname him that, and I think more interesting is his name is also given as. Let me type it in case you don't believe me. Howard, this is for you. In case you don't believe me.
Well, I'm looking. The best I can find, the Five Alive Dodo was a dancing cartoon character that was like a mascot for the Five Alive juice drink. So how do you associate that to Michael Jackson?
Okay. I already posted these links loads of times, Howard, and.
I mean, I'm limited. I'm because I'm driving. I can never
Can I
open
give you a
and look
little
at
context
links.
of how complicated this really is? Like I was watching a random video about Cabbage Patch Kids and repopulation, and just the idea of the word stork and like connecting it back to what Stark meant when you were describing it. Like it was just like, oh my god, there's like way too much to explain.
It's all connected, man. Everything is fucking connected. Stark, the House of Stark, Arya Stark, Game of Thrones.
Yeah, Arya Starkus, and then you have
is the tree. The Dodo is the cut tree, the face of the cut tree. Howard, I just posted you 2 links. The second one you'll be interested in more so because it talks about 42 things you didn't know about Thom Yorke. And here's the thing I was going to make. I'm more interested in, not that I'm more interested, Thom Yorke is a Dodo, but he's also nicknamed Salamander. Salamander. What's the first thing? Howard, you especially. What's the first characteristic with Salamander?
Shalom.
That would occur to your mind. What's the first thought?
I think of a critter that lives in the creek that I used to play with. We called them horny toads. They were salamanders.
Well, what have you got up to in your spare time? It's up to yourself. What did he call you?
I don't know. That's what I think of. I think of the little critters we used to play with in the creek.
Here's what I'm saying about. Here's what I'm saying. Here's the almost decoding of it. I'm not going to. Please don't think me. Fucking look at that fucking guy. He thinks he knows everything. No, that's not my character at all. I'm just simply relating a story. A salamander. If you pull off its leg, it will retreat away and it will grow back its limb. This is the same. This is the stump. It's what it's about, isn't it? But yeah, that's the connection there that I've established.
Oh my god! Because okay,
the tree has been cut, and then we have the dodo. It's the stump. If you imagine taking a bucket, a big basin.
Who calls himself Salamander?
The dodo is the stump.
Thom Yorke in that link I just posted. It's about number 6. Look down for the nicknames.
That's crazy.
God damn.
It's a very Yorke.
Yeah, that Thom Yorke would be the lead singer of Radiohead, who had the Kid A album, which was the soundtrack to 9/11, which happened in New York. Come on, there's lots of different clues. Down. That's what the salamander. That's why I think so. That's how it connected dodo. You understand it, right? Maybe this is what peace on heaven and earth. You know what I mean? Is heaven still at war right now? Will heaven be at war as long as the earth is at war? And it's only when we can bridge the two, we can understand our connection.
Dude,
heaven.
This Economist magazine cover. It is in fact pointing to the dodo. Like I see it now.
Nice one, bud. Nice one. And here's the point, though: the turtle Missing the elephant is missing the disc. The disc represents.
Well,
the
you see the
and
person
hang on,
playing
please.
the flute?
The dodo is the Gleason's fucking map. There's more to it, of course. There's more to the story. The Gleason's map isn't correct. What are you going to do? Argue with Zanuck till the cows come home?
Who's playing the flute right there? What character is that supposed to be literally?
That's the Pied Piper from the what do you call it? The German fairy tale, I guess. If you don't know that, it's about the rats. The rats were invading a hamlet in Germany. So just a basic story. And the villagers couldn't fucking... it's so brilliant, this is... So the villagers couldn't get rid of the rats, no matter what they tried. One day this Pied Piper came in and said, I can get rid of the, what do you call it, for you for a certain fee. And they said, okay, yeah, we're desperate, we'll do it. And he did that. He took out his flute. He took out his flute and he played a tune and he followed, all the rats followed him and he led them down to the river where they all drowned. When all the villagers, when they were cleared of their problem, then he went back for his payment. Maybe it was in gold he was looking for. I think it was some sort of piece or whatever it was. They wouldn't pay up. So here's the key to it. He played his tune and he led all of the children of the village away. And do you know where he led them away to? Into the core of a mountain, into the heart of a mountain.
Stop right there. Have you heard the story of
We're already told. Hang on one second. We're already told. Remember from No Forest on Flat Earth that mountains are actually the stumps of like the Devil's Tower, the stumps of cut trees. So we, the children, are led back into what our roots. Yeah, back to the tree.
That is literally the story of the Greek god Pan. He was leading kids into the forest with his flute and doing nasty shit. So he challenged Apollo to like a music battle. And he lost, and he had to retreat back into the woods to remain there. But that story is so similar to the story of the Greek god Pan.
Yes, it's similar, and you can be sure they're all connected, but I was just telling you the story of the Pied Piper. That is the official sort of. I didn't express it too well there, but that's the official basis of it. But yes, I think you're right, but it seems a bit inverted, doesn't it? The Pied Piper was the wrong one here. So if Pan, we had the pandemic, of course, recently. Pan's a very Pan-American, but Pan's a very interesting name. But yes, the Pied Piper was a good guy. He cleared the village of rats, and rats backwards a star. Anyone remember Antonio's Super Rats? Super Rats backwards a star. I be us.
Dude, no.
And hang on, please. Star I be us. Consider it for a second. Star I be us. R-I star C-H us. Oh,
so just random association, Pete. You can come up with any narrative you want.
It's not.
Just through random association.
No, it's not, Howard. Antonio,
it is.
Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, the most famous man and woman on earth. If the flat Earth truth comes out, and it seems to be coming out slowly because Kanye West is associated with Kyrie Irving and also Owen Benjamin, two flat earthers. Are we just waiting for Kanye? 2 out of 3. If the flat Earth truth comes out, then Patricia Steer will be Miss Flat Earth. Put up in a pedestal 10,000 times higher than Einstein, man of the century. Same thing with Mark Sargent. That's all there is.
Yeah, but saying rats is star backwards is just random association. There's nothing else you'll find it. I mean, you're the only person that. I mean, it does spell star backwards, but what does it mean? There's no literature. There's no association. Nobody writes about it. Nobody has any definition or meaning of it except for you.
You can't look it up, can you, poor Howard? He can't. That's why he's still a bowler.
What he means.
He can't look it up.
What he means, Pete. What he means, Pete. If mainstream doesn't put it in the books that he believes in, he's not going to trust what you're saying. He's not even going to think about it because it's not in his mainstream book. That's what he's telling you right now. Just listen to him.
Dave is
mainstream nor anywhere else.
You're
hearing it right here, didn't you just hear it?
Yeah, mainstream nor anywhere else.
You would never agree to this. Never in your life.
Not without not with no evidence. No, Rocky.
You said it. Yeah, not if it's not written down in any of my books that I read. Yeah.
No evidence, Rocky. Evidence.
He's giving you evidence. He's telling you different stories. He's telling you how it's connected.
His evidence is random association.
Okay, random associate me and my name with anything. Since you think it's so easy, go ahead. I'll wait.
I don't spell your name backwards. What does it mean?
It don't mean shit, so you can't do
I
it.
know exactly, Rakia.
But that name spelled backwards does do it, so it's not random then, right? So you were wrong again.
Yes, but your name also, Ricky, means
Not
something
wrong
very
again.
specific. Oh, hang on, please, Howard. Your name, Ricky, also means something very, 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 very specific forward. It has a complete context in a biblical sense, but also in a flat earth sense. So you know what I mean. Its own significance is there, presented to everyone.
No, my point was Howard said you can take anything and just make it into whatever, and you can't. I mean, you just literally can't. It's very hard to do. When things do come up like this, it is kind of an aha, wow, that is kind of coincidental. But when you put all those coincidentals together, it starts to build on itself. That's something Howard can never admit to.
He knows more than what he lets on, of course, Dave. Let me just say this though: would you agree that if the if the flat Earth truth came out, it seems to be leading that way with Kanye West, right? Because he's associated with Kyrie Irving and Owen Benjamin, who were both flat earthers, and all flat earthers know that the fucking stationary Earth's surface is flat. It has to be, at least by extension. But yeah, with the different context, then would you agree, Dave, that Patricia Steere and Mark Sargent are put up on massive pedestals? If the people of the Earth found out that the Earth was in fact flattened, they'd then be looking back for heroes to put up on pedestals, and who'd be greater? Can you suggest any greater female hero or male hero than Patricia Steere and Mark Sargent? If you can, please, I'd like to know.
I never heard of them.
Have you been in a box? Underground?
Maybe. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Who are they?
I thought so. You smell bad.
Well, I've heard of Mark Sargent.
Mark Sargent, prepper. Mark Sargent Electric told us he was a prepper. Mark Sargent, prepper, Lonely Hearts Club Band. It's a reference to that. Pete Shea is the only man on earth who follows these fucking clues. I'm telling you, how many few flat earthers are there to begin with? But that's not to say that I'm making the clues or I'm making shit up. I'm following the connection. Patricia knew this. Mark Sargent knew this as well. Mark Sargent. That's
I want that dude's birth certificate. I want to know he was born with the last name Sargent before we go ahead and say he's a part of the Dodo conspiracy.
It's bad. These characters are created for they were born for the role. The point I was trying to make was, can we get our minds right about this? If the flat earth truth comes out, these people are put up on absolute. Patricia Steere, Mark Sargent made it on fucking Netflix. I didn't even watch that video. I know all these people are actors to begin with, but that's okay. But my point is, in the eyes of the world, and they will be the heroes. They fought against. Mark Sargent made it on every fucking continental television.
Oh, you think he's gonna be? Oh, yo, that's actually a good argument. You think he's going to be the person that they allowed the narrative to spread from? That kind of makes sense. I mean, if they insert a show and they say, okay, you're going to be the person that confesses the truths that we've done before.
Now, here's the point, though. Why I mentioned Antonio Subirats, what did he do? He came in, and he broke up a burgeoning love affair between Miss and Mr. Flat Earth. Subirats, then, it turns out he accused Patricia of being a transgender. So we won't go into all of that sort of stuff. But the point is that if Patricia and Mark are massive characters in the greater narrative of history, once the Flat Earth comes out, then Subirats has his role to play. Absolutely, definitely. He's the third man. He's the third cog. Now, Subirats had his Book of the Sun. He had his Book of the Sun, and what a great man he is. A great mind. Very capable. Yes, he had his Book of the Sun. All is reversed. Subirats backwards is star IB us. It's not even a star. I say it's S star IB us. And then I say, well, the dodo leads to RI star cus CHUS. Now remember, if you think the letters don't count, then you think words don't count. CHUR, CH is church. Christ is CHRIST. So the point is that the words count. So star I be us, RI star cus, you can see RI star CH us, you can see that there's an equivalence here. But Howard will write it off as just random. Maybe there's some vague connections there, but I'm giving you the context. Flat Earth is I'm talking about more. I know Howard is playing his part. I know
I gotta ask. I gotta ask something now. Well, never mind.
I'm saying though, this is the logic behind it. These characters are ultimately significant in this greater emergence.
I'm thinking about this, man. Like, I never would have expected Battle Rap to get infiltrated by some like higher up or some kind of like, you know, shadowy figure behind it. That's now like when I watched Battle Rap for the past 20 years, there was things that you couldn't say, and now people are like everything's changed. Never mind. I don't know what I'm getting at. Sorry.
What is it? Schizo hour now?
Hey, we are 20. Hey, there's room for schizos, dickhead. We are an open forum,
Hey,
24 hours,
judging.
7 days a week. Shut your mouth.
I wasn't judging.
I was joking. I know you're joking.
I mean, if we're talking about what names mean, let's talk. What does my name mean? What do you think? I specifically like my name because of the fact that it has, in my experience, has had multiple interpretations.
Jedi 818.
Well,
818 is to be or not to be, bud. That's what I think. Red Eye Jedi. That reminds me of Hal from 2001: A Space Odyssey. A Jedi, of course, is Star Wars. Star Wars. Aristarchus was certainly in the wars. The tree was fucking cut. So, what it means to you, though, I don't know particularly, but I can give you
That just sounds like Judea to me.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if you have your own motivations, I don't even know you, bud.
No. That's fine.
But
you don't
why
have
would
to
you
know
expect
me
to come in and decode
you were
reasoning?
talking about names and you know, everything has meaning, right? And so you were deriving all these meanings or
Yes, from characters who are put in the scene or the setting. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know who you are. You know, I'm not saying everything does it. Your name will have meaning to you, right?
Yes.
Right. And of course it does. I was just giving you what I thought, initial thoughts. I'm not saying I fucking know it. I don't know you. But Red Eye, Jedi, very good. 818 is to be to me. If you write down a capital letter B and a capital letter B back to back, you can see how does 818 intermingle there, to be or not to be. So the reason I said Red Eye 2001 Space Odyssey, this is the HAL at the center of the monolith, right? Which is HAL, the advanced computer. And well, Jedi is associated with Star Wars. A star, what is a star? This is the question, isn't it? So wars, a star was in the wars. Fair enough. I say that. Well, a star because it was in the war. It was cut. The tree was cut. The felled tree of life. Oh, that's all. I can't. I don't hope. I'm not a fucking. God. No, I can't. I don't know you. How am I supposed to know
I
you?
know, but I like to. I enjoy your.
Nice one, bud.
How you I guess you have an interesting mind.
My own screen name, I gave out the reasoning behind it. I know it's very interesting, Jisoo Dodo, but Peach is my name. Why do you call yourself Peach? It's people could say it's an anagram of sheep tea or I drink piss or something like that. Well, fair enough. But Sheehan is the family name and Shay is my nickname. So Peach, my channel name. And why I call Jisoo Dodo? Well, when I came to Dodo and I set up a YouTube channel, yeah, the character, it was all about the Dodo character. First of all, last of all, can I say that understand that I know that the Dodo bird didn't exist. I know for 1,000% fact the Dodo bird never existed. So therefore, there's a different story told through this this creation. You know what I mean? That's my bottom line. I'm not saying I'm right about anything. How can I, coward? Sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that. Howard. Left lane, I have to be wrong because he can't Google what I'm saying anywhere. You can't get any information in other places. Well, what am I supposed to do about that? What am I supposed to do about that? Does that mean it doesn't have any significance? Well, Howard, you're a ball earther. Believe any old fucking shit. You know what I mean? I'm saying that there's a greater fucking rhyme and reason to our existence, and there's clues left down for us. It's a game of
Doesn't
clues.
Sergeant Pepper Lonely Hearts Club? Don't they?
Was Mark. One second. The Mark Sargent tells us his story rise to fame. He what do you call it? He had a dream. He was inspired one night, and all of the clues came to him. And then he made it on every international not every international, but on the main international English-speaking television channels throughout the earth. Mark Sargent made it on there on the mainstream. That's lucky. There is. Don't get me wrong. I love.
Do you know
Mark.
about
Patricia. I love Patricia. I love these characters, but I know that they're characters. That's the point here. They're characters.
You know about Les Claypool's Frog Brigade? Pretty sure that's supposed to be like a spin-off of Lonely Hearts Club.
Oh, I don't know about that, bud. I don't know about
There
that.
could be a whole nother little rabbit hole right there having to do with Primus.
Okay, bud. How many times have I said I'm the shittest researcher going? I really am. I'm the shittest researcher going. But I think that the one thing I do have is that I have a greater context for my thinking. Aristarchus is to be found on the moon. Creator Aristarchus is listed. Remember, we're coming to flat Earth now, right? So all we see is the rest of the skylights in the back, great distance, and we have the moon and the sun. Obviously, it seems to me that their reflections are associated in some great way, right? But Creator Aristarchus is listed as the most mysterious creator on the moon, the most mysterious object in our universe, according to modern science. Now, neighboring to Creator Aristarchus, would you believe it? The two craters, one is Crater Prince, one is Crater Herodotus. Aristarchus is animal Christ's aura. Christ is the son of the king is the prince. Prince is the king of kings is Jesus. Herodotus on the moon is Herod in association with Christ. We have that biblical tale. They're the trio. Actually, let me just tell you this. I reckon that Aristarchus is the father, the prince is the son, Crater Prince, or Crater Aristarchus, Crater Prince, and then Crater Herodotus is the spirit, the Holy Spirit. Because if you look at Crater Herodotus, it's like a void. It's like a void adjacent to Crater Aristarchus, and Prince then is sort of like half of the father in a sense, half Crater. It's very interesting. So this is how it connects with everything. It's a greater story connected. So that a Lonely Hearts Club would have lots of follow-ups. I'm not surprised, bud. I'm not surprised. But I think the context is wrong for pretty much all of any delivery. Although I do hold that lots of people know the truth. But yeah, you know what I mean. The context is wrong. Our thinking and what we make of it. That's what I mean. People are all in the know. People are all in the know. What's the point in this, actually?
I'm starting to feel like this is the greatest puzzle ever put together, bro.
What do you think that it is? It's the greatest puzzle in history. I found the greatest fucking missing treasure in history. I'll stick to that. I'm happy with that. And that is finding the missing dodo etching, missing original wood etching of the dodo, where the face of Paul McCartney appears underneath the dodo. Underneath the dodo's wing, as Alice, after all of Alice's tears, she meets all the animals, the menagerie of animals. After all of her tears, she flooded the place, and they were looking for dry land, and the dodo took charge. And he created the Caucasus race, where they all run around the central pivot in order to get dry again. That's fantastic, isn't it? That's something else. It really is a fantastic story. But I will just say one thing to you, anyone listening, wondering what the fuck anything means. What the fuck? Anyway, I will say one thing to you, though. That's why I say Michael Jackson knows me, or Paul McCartney knows me, or Tom York knows me. They're actors on the stage. They've been maybe let into the secret. Who knows what their origins are? Who knows what they know? But they are playing their part in this greater script. Patricia Steer knows me well, of course. Patricia Steer, when she left and what do you call it, erased her whole personality from the internet, everything gone. I'm the only person she named as being responsible. She said others were responsible. She named me particularly by name. I'm going, for fuck's sake, what's that about? What's that about? When I heard the controversy that Antonio Subratz and Patricia Steer, wonderful people, early flat Earth doors. I've been flat Earther since about 2013. Looked into it about 2011, but wonderful people. I was sucked in by it. But suddenly this revelation comes out, or this accusation comes out that Patricia might be what do you call it? A transgender. Hey, hang on there. What's going on? I want to fucking know what's going on here. I love you both. What the fuck is going on? Someone has to be a dastardly liar. Someone has to be. You know what I mean? So I sort of did my own investigations and yeah.
You know, I didn't want to bring this up to you, man, but I think it could have to do with what region of the world you're in. Like, you're in, like, I feel like a hot spot for the origin of these stories.
And you know the fucking. Are you honest? Will you say you're on an honest quest here? Yes or no?
Am I on an honest quest?
Yes. Will you?
I don't know
Will
what
you
I'm on a
declare
quest
that
for.
you're on
I'm
an
on a
honest
quest for the
quest?
truth. I don't know what that is.
What did you say?
I'm on a quest for the truth. I just don't know what it is.
But you're on an honest search, right? Your heart is always in the right place at every moment.
I would like to think so, yeah.
That's one. That'll do. Then, doesn't matter where you are. This is the thing about the internet, isn't it? Doesn't matter where you are. You are that you are, and all of the same clues are there for all of us. So we put the context together for our thinking, for our being, and we can see that everything is laid out. And actually, do you know what I think? I actually think at this stage that this shit is easy for us. Remember, we came from being heliocentrists, big bangers. Most of us were atheists, and we had X number amount of years to live. That was it. There was nothing on either side, all sides. Coming back to flat Earth, now at least we have in potential the Bible. Offers us the potential of it, but maybe we already are eternal. Maybe we already are outside of time, and we live forever in a sense. Then, within that new context, I'm saying that all this shit is easy for us. I think it has to be. We're in a fallen state. So yeah, I think it has to be. If there's a greater sort of reason for us being in this fallen state, you know what I mean? And there was a clue, our clues laid down for us to rise out of it. I'm saying that, yeah, that's the category the dodo fits into, is this venture we're in. Yeah, making these connections. You can only get to the significance of the dodo when you get to beyond globe Earth. That's all. Michael Jackson knew it. That's why he died when he died. He didn't die, of course. He didn't die. But that's when he officially died when he died.
I got a lot of research to do, but I don't know where to start when it comes to this puzzle. Maybe I should just go listen to some Beatles albums, see what they're talking about.
Listen, but that's why I piss people off so much. And I really don't mean to. But it's because it's so specific to me, isn't it? What I'm saying now. There's no one. All one can do is listen. You know what I mean? So I do realize that, and I don't mean. I know I've been talking for ages, but I don't mean to piss anyone off.
No problem. It's just funny how, like, I'm going to be able to connect lots of things to this puzzle now.
Can I just say I have further to go. I have much further to go in terms of that's an external story. But ultimately, everything connects to our story. This is why heart and earth are anagrammatical. The heart is more significant. So the story of the division externally is just reflecting our internal story of division. Male from female, self from self, spiraling fashion down the spine. That's the thing that we can all relate to. So I would just say to anyone out there, yeah, it's your story. If your story involves asking questions of yourself, go for it. But realize that there's nothing new under Aristarchus, nothing new under the sun. So the best we can do is follow the clues, follow what's laid down, and, well, make our own inimitable way home, possibly. H-O me, Howard. Howard, H-O word. Home, H-O me. We got to understand the letters to understand the words and how it applies to us. That's what we got to do. That's what I reckon. H-U-man. So in other words, H-U-man. So we have our left side, our right side, skeletally wise, and we have the bridge between the heart. That's what the H is. We've got to figure out which way to go. Do you need to go down or do you need to go up? V is down. If you think about the H and bring the two uprights together at the bottom, you get V. This is what Eve represents, Mother Earth. If you bring them together at the top, you get A. Adam. This is Adam, why he named the animals. You name the animals from your mind. You don't name them from your groin.
Right.
So that's what I would say, and I will go on mute, I promise. And sorry again for muting people, and I'm sorry for talking so much, but yeah, it's your story, our story. Our story. What else? And if you want to revert to someone else, they haven't been around. Where were you when we needed you? You know what I mean? As our own life story progresses, the only person around is you. Therefore, I think all of the stories delivered to us have to be about you, us. We are you. Which is Maru, Mount Maru, me are you. Very good. If you're a male, you're Adam. If you're a female, you're Eve. That's all. By the way, Johnny B is in the house. Someone with power. What? Johnny B has loads of power, but someone with power might please unmute Johnny B, my friend. If you behave yourself, John. Johnny B is a great man, by the way. He's King of Iceland. And just in case you didn't know, Electric, I'm actually King of Era. Do you believe that? I'm asking you, do you believe that?
What's up? You know.
It is true. It is true. And I respect you as a fellow king. You're the highest
Hi.
authority.
You trying to kick me in the face?
Oh.
You're trying to...
Not at all. I guess I'm trying to give you a big hug or something like that.
Hey, Jeremy, you're hot biking, bro.
Hey, Jeremy, unmute Johnny B immediately, dickhead. If Zanuck and Chirality and all the rest of them, Ibromance, all the rest of them can talk for hours on end. I need to unmute Johnny B. Give him a chance. He's a flat earther who's fought the harder fight over the years more than anyone else. So we're all equals here. That's what I would say. Johnny fucked up then, that's on himself.
Hey, you know, I just realized I didn't smoke today because I woke up, it was raining, and I ain't have weed, so I didn't leave my house. I ain't smoke yet. Maybe that's why this shit is making more sense than it ever did.
Well, funny enough, I've been smoking away. I've been smoking doobie at the window, drinking a beer.
Very good.
Yes, but listen, bud. I have much more to say as well, but I'm just repeating this. If you don't believe me, PJ channel. If you want, I don't recommend my channel to anyone. It's me sitting down. You know the way I've been talking here. Would you believe that Electric? Probably what is it? Maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours have gone by since I've been talking, and maybe you've been here. That's the way I can talk on my own channel. So I can talk for 8 hours, but I don't recommend it because I don't even listen back. But I certainly talk about all of this stuff and more, but I don't recommend it. But yeah, if you don't believe me or you never heard of my channel, Pete channel, you see a picture of Dodo Bird. That's what I was asking. What does it matter? What does it matter though? What are we out here? Are we on a personal quest or are we on a sort of communal quest? I wonder.
You could spend your whole life wondering.
When Johnny B is muted, Gio, if you're listening, please unmute.
Do you
Johnny
think
B.
unmuting Johnny B is a good idea, Pete?
Hey, Jeremy, please unmute Johnny. Don't be.
Can I hold you responsible for his actions?
We absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. What's going on? Wait.
Absolutely. And if Johnny fucks up, mute me. You can mute me instead. There you go. Now, John, off you go, bud. Not off you go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pete. I love you. Something to speak with respect.
Oh, my friend. Very good. You're welcome, John.
For the whole channel and everything. Really, we are talking about the sun speed and the perspective also. We are talking about many things in the same time, but we don't understand everything is working together, and all things that we are living in has a conversation together. So if we have something that is vibration, everything is about vibration, temperature, and everything. If you don't have a temperature, you don't have a life. If you don't have this, you don't have that. If you don't have this, you don't have that. But if everything is have something together, yes, you have something. Then everybody's happy.
Everything is in balance. But John, what do you think
A
of the thought?
Life is just a big Hummer, isn't it?
One second.
Harmony. It's just like a music,
John, yeah, exactly, John. What do you think, though? So all music comes from John is a master penis, by the way. So don't.
Are you talking about penis or something else?
You have a massive penis and you're a master penis at the same time.
Everyone is talking about penis. I have a bigger penis. Nobody has
we keep it up. Let's keep it off of genitals, guys.
Hang on, please. The reason I mentioned that, John, is all of the music comes from your one keyboard. What if all of these different effects are coming from a singular source? You know what I mean? So it's the one thing that's generating everything. When we talk about temperature, pressure, we have all of the different sort of broken apart component aspects in mind alone without taking the greater picture into consideration. So I think this is probably very significant in a sense. What do you reckon, John? There's one source to everything, and what we think in terms of pressure, temperature, weather, just changes like that is just got to do with a variation of one thing that is generating everything.
Yeah, I think you're just saying what I was trying to say. You're just putting it in the...
Okay, very good. Very good. Thank you, John. That's why I mentioned your grand piano skills. Because every song, every beautiful thing that you create, every beautiful that you replay comes from the one thing. But there's many different divisions with 88 keys. But there's many different combinations within the keys itself, which add up to something wonderful, which is a beautiful song. But the point is that it's all made out of the one thing. Yeah,
I can also say you can freeze your thoughts in time if you make it in the vibration, if you make it in the tone. Everything is about tone also. Everything has a tone. Everything in the life has a tone. You might not hear it and have a different vibration and so on. But everything has a tone.
John, that's so brilliant. 1 second, John. That's so great. John, that's so great. We hear about, and John is from Iceland, but we hear about sort of depression being predominant in northern countries. Sweden has the biggest suicide rate in a sense, actually, yeah, that I mentioned that. But yeah, because we're reacting to external conditions which are oppressive or otherwise. I think, John, this is what we have to do as individuals, is to raise our vibration, understand that we're under an influence, an oppressive force, which is the ether. That was never, it's not that it's not positive, of course, it's life-giving, but we were never meant for it. Now what we have to do is to realize our association or our position within or under the greater ether, and then raise our vibration, John.
Okay,
Increase our love, and then you'll increase your aura to resist the influence from without. Okay.
Yes, Pete, you're talking. You were measuring. Talking about the ether. It can trigger many because it's like a something that we have to debate.
We love Ether here, John.
But
listen
to me. But listen to me, guys. Listen to me, guys. So the ether is about the background. Volume for everything to be able to go from A to B. What I'm talking about? I'm talking about background medium. Background medium that gives ability to go from A to B. That is so fucking. How do you can send radio waves if it is no medium to go and make the waves?
Hell, man.
Yeah, he said medium, Jeremy. In case you didn't understand, Johnny, that's brilliant. And people
Dude,
here
no
have
one
heard
understood
your
anything he
experiences
just
on the
said,
North
bro.
Sea, John.
This is
Well,
bad.
Jeremy,
Everyone, many understand. If you don't understand, I can clarify. Maybe other can also say what I'm saying. But I'm talking about medium, background
Johnny, you need
medium.
to practice. You need to practice your. You need to practice your English a little bit. It's very hard to understand you.
excellent, John. You need to stop practicing your
I
emergency.
can talk like American
what he was
if
saying?
you want. I'm trying to talk like American then. Okay, I'm talking about background.
Yeah. His English is good. He's doing the best he can, Jeremy. Come on, bud. You need to exercise more patience. The patience you have with Kosho or Zanuck. So,
Is he saying like life is just a big Hummer? Is that what he's saying?
well, humming is very. But John, if you want to, what do you call it? I don't think anyone asked you specifically. Maybe there's problems in people.
I moved it because I speak so bad English.
John, you're doing You're doing great, bud. I can understand everything perfectly. But people here don't know, John, that. Well, hang on, Jeremy. This is very important. Lumineous ether was associated with the globe Earth as ether is associated with the flat Earth. But John, everything comes from the North Center. But you have your own experiences at sea, talking about this massive influence at the North. You know, people don't know this though, John. People don't know what you're talking about. And can I just clarify, John, as well? When I was talking about the depression rates at wintertime in Sweden or you know higher altitude countries, or not higher latitude countries, if you want, I was talking about the more oppressive. Course, when you have an ether that's pressing down so much, then you have this more inclement, you have this more colder weather, which we associate with the north and the south as well. So I'm talking about our relationship and our energy in association with the prevailing energy. Yeah.
Pete, I will take over now because you're wonderful talking. I will also say people don't understand how to look at the sun and see how the sun is moving. And you can see the whole 360 degrees going around you. And you see how the colder it gets, the far the sun it gets. So listen now. If the earth is circling and seeing the sun and spinning around this axle, then it's impossible. It will never happen. You will never be able to see the sun in a very circular things. That's not without any angle. If the sun is, if the earth is moving or something like that, then the angle will change. No, it's not happening. We see the sun go around us, above us, whole circle. And you guys, you think the sun, because you're in America or somewhere else, because you don't see that, then you don't understand it. I'm telling you,
John, I feel you're talking to the ball earthers here as well. Let's for a moment assume we're talking to flat earthers and beyond. Ball earthers are
talking with you all.
Hang on, John. We can all hang on, John. We can all experience the same reality, but our interpretation of it is key. What is the sun, John? What is the sun?
Oh, that is a big question. What is the sun? The sun is energy, and it's that sun that you're seeing is absolutely apparent sun. It's not the
So what
real.
is it, John? We need more. We need more. Jeremy needs more.
Experience the sun going 360 degrees around me. Sorry.
I don't. It goes over the top of me. I can
But
see
this
it
is
about
not
half
for
the time.
ball earthers. I said that. I was asking. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean.
And I think the sun is cold. Also, the sun is not
Cold.
heat. It's not,
Although it
it's
burns your
not-
skin, it'll burn your skin, but it's cold. I got you.
Yeah, but the sun is the
cold.
sun
It is
itself.
cold.
The phenomenon of the sun is not hot. It's very, very cold.
Wow.
John, what is it? Howard, don't be bullshitting here, bud. We already know you know.
I'm
much more
not.
than you
I
know,
just
John.
think it's amazing that he said the sun is cold.
Okay,
That's just
okay. What's the
amazing.
best answer? What's the best answer you've heard from a flat earther as to what the sun is? Remember, Howard, you don't know. You don't know. As you're driving along in your truck over the years, you don't know what you don't know. So yes, you have the ball earth in its full
I'm not.
completion. You have its sun. Now, 1 second, please, Howard. What's the best offering that you've heard from any flat earth over the years as to what the sun might be? I know it's bullshit, but can you give the best of the bullshit?
I don't. I'm thinking seriously, and I don't know. I'm not sure that I've heard an explanation that is parallel to what I think the sun is. But I mean, I've heard a lot of different things.
But what's the
And
best?
I've heard others say something about it being cold. But
I can give you a clarification if you want. I can give you.
But I want to know. Yeah, I would like to know why you would say something like that.
Don't be worried about that. 1 second,
Yeah,
John.
I can give you.
1 second, John, please, because I asked Howard a specific question. I asked you not what you haven't heard anything that was convincing. I asked you what's the best answer that you've heard over the years. I have said for years the sun is cold. I've said the sun is a reflection, for instance. Is that a good answer? Because I've replaced the vacuum of space with waters, right? And I've replaced the non-boundary between pressure and non-pressure with a surface, an energized sort of surface, which is creating an invisible boundary. So we're looking at reflections in the sky, and the sun is ultimately a reflection, a focal point, like with a magnifying glass. Okay.
Yes, so a reflection requires a projection of some sort. What is the source of that reflection?
That's the North Center. North Center, yeah.
A magnifying glass. I was doing this trick today with spotlights in the ceiling, and I was sitting there and I had a magnifying glass, and I turned the magnifying glass, and I was able to replicate certain things that we see in the sky.
You just
where's
you
the
can ask me
magnifying
a
glass?
question again, and I will answer you if you want to listen.
It's Euler's coin. It's Euler's coin.
Hang on, John. What is the sun then? That was the question. Not what it appears. What are its characteristics? What is it, John?
Okay. The question is, and because I have a bold claim, the sun can be cold, and people want to get answers for that. I understand that, and I will gladly explain.
Oh.
And now I will explain.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because the sun is some kind of supernatural, because we cannot explain it. But what we know is the sun is giving heat to the earth. But the higher you go, the colder it gets. And the higher you get to the sun, the colder it gets. So the
John,
heat.
you're not saying
It's about, listen. I'm not finished.
That's not
it's
correct.
About, listen. Everybody, listen. It's about reaction. It's about reaction. A reaction to the earth and what's coming from the earth, and it's about electronic is sending electronic pulses. That came from the sun. Electronic pulses that will change in the life that we are living in that will make a heat. That is the heat. It's not the sun itself. It's the reaction.
Hey, listen, on a cold day when the sun is up really high in the sky, you don't feel the heat. Therefore, something is telling you what? Is it the ground
No, relax. Don't try to be silly.
But John, you've got to answer the question more forthright, in a more direct way, then, because it's not what the sun appears to be, or not the sun what it affects, or hotness or coldness or any other adjectives like that. But what is the or descriptive terms? What is the sun itself? Is it a reflection, John? Tell the world here. Is the sun a reflection?
It's like of course I have a mind of it, but I will not explode it because I can be terribly wrong, and in my mind I have to be
your truth, Johnny.
Very right what I'm talking about. Therefore, I will not spread of something and then I will talk about something else.
Okay, so let me ask you a pointed question.
Everybody will say, "Yeah, Johnny, you're just thinking about things."
Let me ask you a pointed question, Johnny.
I will not do that.
So you look up at the sky and you see the sun. What gives you what in your mind gives you the right to say, "Oh, that's hot," or "Oh, that's cold"?
I'm just telling you, I will never say that I have not thought through it very, very gently. I have done that.
John, the people who can't hear you, they think that you're a rambling drunkard because they can't understand what you're saying. And I say, no, it's not. Johnny is.
Well, are you drunk? Let me just ask
John, then you have to be more.
Are you drunk?
You have to be more. 1 second, please. John, you have to be more succinct and to the point. I asked you, PJ asked you the question, what is the sun? If you can't say, if you know what the sun is, but you can't say, which is I think what you're going about doing, that's fair enough. But just say it quickly and say it easily. You know what I mean? Just say it, yeah.
Okay, the sun is an energy that is a cold energy that's using...
Been drinking Hennessy?
Electric
Cognac. Johnny, are you drunk right now? Just real quick.
Is there something wrong with being drunk, Jeremy?
Are you drunk right now, Johnny?
Who cares?
John, do you want to answer if you want?
Why are you asking me that question? Should I ask you every time I'm talking with you, are you drunk? Is something wrong with you?
He's a disrespectful.
You don't have a fucking mind.
John, he always thinks you're drunk, even when you're perfectly sober and you're talking. He thinks you're drunk.
You sound like a drunk all the fucking time. Should I ask you every time you're talking about that?
But come on, okay. What's the sun, Jeremy? What's the sun? Jeremy, let's move it around then. What's the sun, Jeremy, in a flat earth setting? What's the best suggestion anyone has heard? You've heard. For what the sun
not what I've heard, and what I think it is just this thing in the sky that gives off heat.
That's definitely hot. That's a ball earth.
Definitely hot. What do you mean that's a ball earth answer? That's what we observe, you sick maniac.
The heat come from the earth. The reaction to
the
sun.
1 second, John. Hey, you're a flaccid fucking flat earther, Jeremy. So that's the furthest. You're a bit flat earther for years.
What does that mean? What is a flaccid flat earther?
Your thinking. That's the best answer you can give.
Let's not devolve.
That gives off heat.
Let's not devolve. Let's stick to the conversation.
It's on point, though. It's on point, bud. Is that the best answer you could really give?
To stick to the conversation and not add
on. It doesn't give off heat as well. It heats the medium that we are in, which is the air. When we get closer or further from the sun, then we feel more or less heat. But the heat is a byproduct of the original frequency and vibration that's coming from. That's why John says the sun is cold, Jeremy. But I think you're diminishing the conversation more than Johnny B would ever do, Jeremy. Can't answer fucking straight up.
I don't think it's cold. There's no indication that it's cold. The sun comes out, we get hot. I mean, I don't know.
But it's radiating the ground. When the ground temperature gets hot, then it gets hotter and it gets hotter. So you need relationships like that. To me, it seems that the sun and moon are just electrodes, or anode and a cathode, which is and one is sending the signals to the other one, and it's getting hot by doing it. But
and the higher you get, the colder it gets also.
Not true. No, that's not true. It actually goes cold, then it goes hot, and then it goes cold, and then it goes hot up to 4,000, 5,000 degrees.
No, it gets colder.
No. If you look it up, you'll realize that our what we call magnetic aberrance or whatever. There's no magnetic issues in the sky. It's simply thermal. It's simply you're going through 4, 7.
What are you talking about? It gets colder and colder. It's a rating of colder and colder.
Go Google it. Yes, it gets colder for the first 50 kilometers or something like that. Then it goes hot. Google it, bruv. Google it. I know you don't have Google and stuff like that in Iceland, mate, but
Oh, you think everything is on Google is right?
You've
got a lot of things. It's a fucking bullshit on Google.
Yes, but it's different pressure. It's different pressure, so you can't compare an experiment on the ground to up in the sky and say it's the same thing. You've got to adjust your variables, mate. Exchange.
Realm, can we just get a basic answer from everyone? We heard Johnny's answer, which was, John, in fairness, your answer was a non-answer. Jeremy's answer was an answer, but almost along the lines of John's non-answer. Well, the sun is something in the sky. Well, something to begin with, Jeremy, right? It's a problem, but something that's hot or provides warmth. Fair enough. Pretty obvious. Realm, what is the sun? I have a definitive answer. All I can say is I have a definitive
energy thought that is in a quantum locum. Is in the pattern that's in a infinite pattern of
the sun isn't. The sun relies on us to come to. It's something that has accumulated together that can process hydrogen into helium, but it's neither one or the other.
Oh, fucking stupid! In a vacuum.
Well, how do you know it's a vacuum? Like, fucking hell, you're repeating the same shit.
Yeah. That is your fucking fantasy. It has to be in a vacuum.
No. Why would there be a vacuum? There's hydrogen.
You're denying your fantasy because it's not fitting anymore.
Hang on, John. We'll have time to criticize or to comment, pass remark on people's answers, and I'd love other people to come in as well. Realm, what is the sun? What do you actually say? What's your answer? What are you saying the sun is? Not what the sun gives or the sun seems to do. What is it?
It's a plasma of a certain type of something. That's
okay. Thank you, bud. If that's the best your answer you can give, that's fair enough. What's the source of it?
An accumulation of gases or something. That like things like it's radiation. It's a form of radiation like uranium-238. Okay. Yeah, it's something that can constantly replicate itself by taking and exchanging. Anything
is it hang on, John? Is it a body in the sky? It's a thing in the sky. You were talking about, Bellum, right?
Of a liquid form.
Okay.
And it's one of those elements.
But hang on, please. One second, John. Apologies now. But this is
I was not saying anything.
It's one of the most brilliant questions, John, that we could ask. But it's of a liquid form. I can fucking get with you here, Raoul, but the thing is, what is your worldview? What has replaced the vacuum of space then? We'll see 100 other questions to have to develop. What is the vacuum of space as it's been ingrained within our minds for infinity, it seems, since we were young. So the vacuum of space, something different is in play. What is the bounds? What is beyond the bounds?
Beyond the bounds.
What are you saying, Pete? You're talking too much. Too many words.
You're looking at an umbrella that's upside down, and you're probably looking at a type of Westworld situation where it's just been fucking created, mate, and they've just fucking let us get on with it. They let the public decide.
And you know what an umbrella keeps back? It keeps back waters. That's what I've actually described the outer barrier as being very like umbrella-like, and I've done this before. But here we have. It's like a mushroom. So think about a mushroom, John. cut it down a sort of a vertical cross section. Now you have the outer barrier, but now you have an inner one as well. So we're
No,
under the inner barrier where we have the highest point at the north, at the equator. We have the lowest points then at the southern and northern peripherals. This is why we have the more inclement weather. And the sun is a reflection is my answer. All of these
We are not talking about the weather at all.
Emanating
It
from
has
the
nothing to
north
do with the
center.
weather.
the equator is the furthest from the troposphere by 10 miles, you know, compared to it reduces down towards the poles. So the equator is furthest from the troposphere, which is I can't describe it at the moment, but I would imagine that there's something saying.
There's two barriers.
Yeah,
the outer barrier is encompassing everything, and the inner barrier is it's like the Tesla fucking symbol. The inner barrier that we're under then has its own particular arrangement.
Yeah, but the Tesla symbol is a segment of a motor, and it's many other things.
That. Not asked to believe. Oh, you're an official story believer now. Many people
No,
died in
no.
9/11 realm.
No, but if you get a mushroom and turn upside down, everything's upside down, isn't it? So everything that you think is north is aligned the way it is. Turn it upside down, and that's what you look at. If you look at flat Earth, that is flat at the bottom and a curve over the top. Turn it upside down, you're going to have a flat top, and you're going to be in the curve.
But you don't believe the Earth is a flat. Is a flat. How can you say it isn't?
Earth is not flat, John. Stupid to
What
say
did
Earth is flat.
What did I just say? I just said if you get a flat Earth.
It doesn't matter if it isn't or what. He's saying it can't be.
And the only way the Earth can be flat is in relation to the spinning ball or the ball Earth. Earth.
Yeah,
we haven't defined what Earth is, John. What is Earth?
No. I am asking. I'm asking how he can say he is living on a ball.
I never said that. I said to you, you can take a flat idea, which is a flat line, and then you make a semicircle over the top of it. So you've got a spherical cap looking type of scenario, but not spherical cap, no. A half circle, a crescent, or whatever you want to fucking semicircle.
You see what I posted in chat there, You see what I posted in chat? It's actually an anchor upside down. Now, John, everyone seems to have no patience, though. We've all been in this for years and years and years, and everyone seems to have no patience for the, a deeper level conversation. That's what I'm upset about.
If you get your Tesla symbol,
any questions though? Realm has been vague. Johnny, you're being vague. Does anyone else want to chime in and tell me what they think the sun is?
I'd like to chime in. Yeah, can I get a word in? Sometimes, okay. Sure, yeah. So what I think the sun is, it's fucking bright.
Yeah. He is the only one is absolutely right. The sun is bright.
Oh, that's not right. That's not right.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's not right.
Not, it's not right over the night, but...
Oh, John, as we perceive the brightness of the sun...
But over the days, it might be right.
We perceive the brightness of the sun... John, I was talking there, bud, and I know you heard me. And John, listen, we perceive the brightness of the sun just in the same way we perceive the heat of the sun through a medium. Which is ultimately ground level water, thinning out as it goes up.
If you want to be very, very serious about this concept, it's not concept, it's reality that we are talking about. It's not concept.
I posted the anchor the opposite way purposefully. What do you call it? Johnny, please now, I'm asking you this. You gave your answer. I haven't actually given an answer, in fairness.
Neither has Larry.
Neither has Larry. The sun is bright. No, none of you have given any answer. So can we go? The next person who's in here listening.
No,
what you think the fucking sun is?
No, Pete. I will give you the answer if you just if I get some time to do it.
Yeah,
but nobody will listen.
Said it's energy. Go on.
Can I?
Go.
Please do, John. But please tell me what the sun is.
Yes. There we go. I'm telling you, I'm selling you the cold soul. It's about the radiation. It's about how interaction with the gases and everything. And we are talking about energy from the Earth. That is,
Thank you,
the Earth
John.
is given. That's given a lot of heat, and the energy interactions, and the poles give. I'm not talking about the poles like you're thinking you're living on
You think that the
a
sun
ball.
is actually
I'm talking
energy
about.
from the Earth?
I'm talking about poles that is interacting with energy poles. I'm talking about poles that's over the Earth all the time. Is a quantum locking energy, and I will tell you, it's icy cold. It's so cold. I think the sun is so fucking cold and quantum locking. And therefore, the sun is
John, I
going.
didn't ask you about that. You already
You have
said
to
that
know
answer.
what I'm saying. You have to understand what I'm talking about. The sun
What
is
is it?
in quantum locking because the sun is ice cold.
What is quantum locking, please?
1 second, please. You're not at John. You're given
Quantum
attributes or
locking is
characteristics of the sun. You're not
because
saying what
of
the sun is, John.
magnetic and very, very cold things.
What is it, John? Is it a ball in space? Is it a ball of fluid, like Realm says?
Can
What's going on?
and can move without nobody have to just need the first move. They can move forever.
John, let me ask you a question. Do you have?
If it's everything is cold and everything is in the same
You're not
temperature.
saying anything, actually, bud. You're actually not saying anything. You're not saying anything.
You have to look it up, then
John.
you know what I'm talking about.
John, I don't know why you're interrupting me now. You're describing attributes of the sun, but I asked you, the question is, what is the sun? Quantum locking, fair enough. We understand how things behave differently. I have an explanation for that, or thought on that, actually. Why does quantum locking occur when you remove all heat? Heat is just a transfer of energy through a medium. When you remove that's heat. That's a different matter. What is the fucking sun? Realm says it's a ball of fluid in the sky. What do you say it is, John? You're saying the energy comes from the ground. What is empty space then? If there's a
I cannot give an answer for everything, but if you want me to guessing, you want me to guessing now.
Yes, I do. I want your best guesstimation as to what the fucking sun is.
So I was trying to say
the sun is very, very small and is apparent behind.
It's a fucking reflection, John, isn't it?
Reflection and
you shine a fucking magnifying glass against the bathtub of water
different size,
and you make an indentation in the watery backdrop, isn't it, John?
Yo, this feels like an interrogation where the guy didn't do it, but you're getting Johnny to admit that he did it. There's a very, very weird vibe to it.
Jeremy, you didn't know that Johnny's grandfather told him that the Earth was stationary and flat when Johnny was 5 years of age. You didn't know that, or you probably did, because Johnny reveals this information. But Johnny comes from an elite family, and Johnny is a Freemason himself, Jeremy.
I was trying to say earlier
I'm
that
looking for straight fucking answers because I don't want to be wasting my time, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I could be writing a song right now, which I probably should be doing.
So I was trying to say earlier that you've got a plasma form, and there are elements that their solids are lighter and that their solids float on the liquid. Ice is one of them, but that's not what I would want to use. There's other things, other elements that do that, 2 or 3 at least. Gallium, when gallium is activated in a water solution and you electrify the water, the gallium forms into a sphere.
Tell me more about this gallium. I'm very, very interesting because I know about gallium. I will know what you know about gallium.
Well, obviously, if you increase the density of the water by adding salt or sugar, would you naturally get the gallium to float?
Yes, you're absolutely right. That's very interesting.
So this I'm a chef, so I understand the temperatures that we need
Not
to
a
melt.
shit. You're not a shit, Realm. You're okay. You're decent.
I'm just saying it true, man. I think we've taken all the information they've given us. We think their equator is 40,000 kilometers. No, we don't, but we do, and this and the other. We've taken all the information they've given us, and we're arguing about it. And it's like we have to look at it from.
You're arguing about it. You're not answering up front. You're not answering. What has replaced the vacuum of space? Can someone answer me that question? What has replaced the vacuum of space that the picture was given to us? Now the picture is taken away.
But gallium is not the answer. The gallium is not the answer, but it's a very, very good point I have to take in.
All earthbound ingredients, John, which is happening against the sky.
Every gas, right? Every gas, when it gets to its coldest point, is going to turn into a liquid, which looks like water. And then you've got all those layers of things there, from the gas form and the liquid form, which creates a barrier between each layer. And therefore, when you're looking at something, you're looking through Jason's Technicolor Dreamcoat in a way, aren't you? It depends what angle you're looking at it, but it's
Joseph. Joseph's Technicolor. Jason, what did you say? Jason, it's funny you mentioned Jason. I was just thinking about Noel, ringing Noel.
I'm not so sure. I'm not sure I was right about that in the
end. You've got the nautical, which is the north, and you've got the cross.
More bullshit all around.
The sun. The sun. What is the sun? The sun is.
You went on to say that the sun is a plasma.
Nobody can answer what the sun is.
What have you replaced the vacuum of space with? That's what I'm asking you when you're thinking.
If you're in a container, then there doesn't have to be a vacuum, does it? Because you've only got a certain amount of equilibrium. Vacuum doesn't. Nature abhors a vacuum, so the nature will destroy a vacuum in any way possible, so it can create a equilibrium. So there's no vacuum unless you create it in your small little container. Therefore, the only thing that is there is all the gas and all the elements. And whatever you do to one thing, it exchanges into another thing, but you haven't changed the boundary. When the equal, the plus and the minus, everything is equilibrium. So whatever you do to one thing, something else replaces it.
I'm telling you, you're talking now all the time for minutes. Every fucking minute you was talking, you're not saying anything. You're not saying anything. You're not describing anything. You're just talking.
Johnny, what element?
You're not describing anything. Johnny. You're not giving me anything. I'm telling you. If you say no against it, then
what
try
elements?
To do better.
What elements float in their solid form on their liquid form? Then if you figure that one out.
Okay, we have to start from beginning. What are you talking about in the first place?
Mercury. What does mercury float in its size? Yeah, John. So you take an element from the periodic table.
No.
You have it in a liquid state, and you have it in a. John, you're not in your own. Hi, John. You're not in your own Discord now, so you don't have sway. I was talking. Like John. I was only clarifying what element he was asking from the periodic table floats in its solid form on its liquid form. Imagine you thought about water, for instance. Can you think that's not an element, but that's along those lines. Can you name? He has obviously something in mind. So can you think of an element in its solid form that floats on its liquid form?
No, but I understand what you're talking about, Pete.
I feel my life has been wasted, John, and I really feel it's been wasted by you more than a lot of people. Although you say that the source of the sun emanates from the earth, I agree with that.
I'm not saying that because I'm against you. I'm just saying nobody understands what you're talking about. You have to do it better. You have to describe it better.
Yes, Realm. What have you replaced the vacuum of fucking empty space with? So we're all new flat earthers or new beyond globe earthers. The infinite fucking empty space is wiped away. What have you replaced it in? And you're further thinking, is it a difficult fucking question?
It's hydrogen and helium fighting against each other in a area.
What area? Is the area infinite? Is it an infinite setting then?
No, I think you might have a vacuum beyond. You might have a vacuum beyond anything, but that anything, fuck knows, mate. Fuck knows. It all depends on what.
Fuck knows, mate. Fuck knows. Yeah, my mind never went there. Yeah,
yeah,
fuck knows, mate. Unless you get the fucking backdrop for your picture, unless you have a
Oh,
piece of white paper to paint your painting against, you have nothing, bud. You have nothing.
Within where we are, there's no vacuum. But then, what is beyond where we are?
There is
you don't understand what we are
vacuum
talking
realm.
about.
1 second, John. There is a vacuum realm, and a vacuum. All that we describe a vacuum as a vacation of atmosphere. There is a vacuum because the closer you get to the higher levels, the more the air is evacuated. Now, I know there's different circumstances as you go higher again, but that, if anything, can be described to be a vacuum, is a vacuum, which is the evacuation of atmosphere. You're not serious about in all of this.
If you were to get the order from the ground to the lightest, and then you go backwards as you keep on going higher. So possibly the highest point is like carbon dioxide or just air. You just reverse.
How are you talking like that? How can you talk
nitrogen?
like that?
Johnny, what is nitrogen? Realm, what is nitrogen?
Because everything gets higher and so on. It's about density. It's about density.
NOS. Nitrogen and NOS. It's high. It's high. You know, you use NOS in cars. Nitrogen oxide. So it's highly. It's a hell of a lot denser than oxygen, isn't it? If you think about it, because if it's got a hell of a lot.
Johnny B is wrong. It's about density. Of course, it's about density.
Yeah, but if our atmosphere is 80% nitrogen, how flammable is that if you just compress it?
What is that for a question? Flammable is not a question about it. We are talking about the pressure in the atmosphere, in the dynamic atmosphere. That we are talking about, nothing else. What are you talking about?
If you use oxygen in a tank or like an engine, you get so much horsepower. But if you use NO2, you're going to get a shit lot more horsepower. Therefore, there's a lot more oxygen in nitrogen than you think.
You don't understand how a dynamic atmosphere fluid is about.
You have to think about something being surrounded by something else, yeah? So when you're thinking about nitrogen...
What are you talking about? You're not staying on topic. You have to be real. You cannot talk about something else not relevant to what we are talking about.
John, the reason I asked the question was ultimately because of my own thoughts on it, right? Nitrogen is associated with soil, fertilizer, etc. If we have creating our realm, we have some sort of interaction between what we're on the ground and what is going on beyond, which I hold, my answer is, what has replaced the vacuum of empty space? Well, waters have. So there's some sort of energized barrier which will emanate and express throughout the interaction. That's why I think because the energy is coming from the ground, that's why the atmosphere that we're
the energy comes from the ground
because it's coming from the ground. Where do we get the oxygen from? The water beyond. Where do we get the hydrogen? Because we have this, interactive force.
Hey, fucking hell, mate! You fucking nailed it on the fucking head, mate. There's no fucking vacuum.
It's about interaction also. But we have to understand how this interaction will appear.
Oh, it's a liquid, isn't it? There's no vacuum. It's a fucking liquid. Therefore, argument solved.
No, it isn't. It's not only about that.
Yeah, but what type of liquid? I think it's a saline, a salt water liquid, like the oceans of the earth.
Yeah, but yes, it's a liquid. The whole room is liquid. Yes, it's right. But
Hydrazine is hydrogen and nitrogen combined. So it's it says high salt content, pH level, blah 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 blah. It'll probably match what you're looking for.
Yes, but why are you? So how can I be perfectly right when you're not? Why didn't you tell me that it's okay? Okay. See, I had to come in and tell you what I thought it was, but I'm just interested in hearing what other people think it is.
Yeah, I'm wondering. We are put out from every normal learning and knowledge of the reality. Then we get bizarre response. Controversial response. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's a controlled response. It's a controlled sort of ingraining into our brains what everything is. This is my point about coming to flat Earth. We have to almost not erase everything completely. We definitely gotta fucking reverse or look at everything that's delivered to us as truth in a different light. We're going to erase it. We got to use it inverted. If we think that the lie that's given to us is purposeful, well then it has to be built on a core truth. And therefore we have to be put ourselves in a different situation. We have to be in a different setting than what we ever thought. And I guess that's what it's about for us come to find, John. I think it is. And maybe all these interactions, helpful, not helpful, who knows? What's the point in all of this, John? Why are we talking with each other here now, going over basic stuff, basic thoughts?
I don't know. It's some driving craft to take the truth through. That's it. I think it's, of course, it's a game, and I love it somehow. Therefore,
we hate it as well, though, John. We hate it as well at the same time, right?
Yes, we hate it. Of course, we hate it, but we are doing it for the people that don't know. We are doing it for the people around us.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Johnny B is more famous than Kanye West. Johnny B is more famous and consistent than Kanye West, who could never talk. All these characters, Elon Musk talking about flat Earth. He's the opposite. He's putting things into space. We are all more famous here than those people. They don't amount to shit. They don't amount to shit. Although I'll place myself in a different category. Johnny already admits openly he's a Freemason. He comes from a rich family in Iceland. Lots of other connections admitted by other people. But yeah,
yes, just like Elon Musk is also Freemason, as you know.
So, can I ask everybody here, have they noticed that there's a shortage in helium generally?
Have I heard that there's a shortage in helium? Yes. Have I experienced a shortage in helium? No, I can't say I have.
So the only way they can penetrate space is if they pretend to be made out of hydrogen. Then the hydrogen layer will let the spaceship through. And if they can gather all the resources of helium, they can make something out of helium solidified to access that final layer. What do you reckon?
Was it like helium-3, right? Or something like that?
I reckon there's something else. Whatever. Yeah. The lightest compound, is it? Or whatever it's called, isotope or something of helium. So if we can get or unless helium is what the sun needs and we're just running out of helium. The sun can't make helium fast enough, and we just need to cut back on that.
Literally, man. Realm, why are you taking it literally? It's all fucking symbolic talk. Why are you taking it literally? You gotta understand the interaction forces in play. You gotta understand the forces in play and settle on the Middle East. You can't leave anything vague. You gotta settle on something and then continue to build your picture. But why are you acting as if it's not important?
It's symbolic.
Because we are building our future. I worked out that the magnetic equator alignment, which is the true terrestrial, whatever you want to call it, is actually moving east at a rate of 360 degrees in 1,776 years. Bang on. Right?
That's very good, man.
That's very good. What the fuck? Because if we don't understand where we've come from and where we're going, we can argue till the cows come, whatever the saying is. But it seems seriously, I'm doing a video on it, and it's the first video I've done where I actually give a shit about what my viewer is going to see. because it all fucking connects up with the old maps are showing that the prime meridian itself, which is the magnetic prime meridian, is moving east at 22 kilometers a year, and it works out at like, you know, give or take a few, you know,
What
a few.
does that matter though?
So if our sun's dying, or if it's going higher up in the sky, therefore it's melting the poles because it's got more reach, or whatever shape we're on, then we have to know how long a cycle is. And I would say a cycle is 1,776 years. 1,777.7 recurring if there is a more...
I better get prepared. Okay, yeah, go on. I was going to say I better get prepared for the next cycle. When is that going to kick in?
Well, if we're already 136... Oh, fuck me, I've got to do my maths again. 24... from 1776 to 2022, or 2015, because that was the last declination map that I had, inclination map, which shows the wave. The inclination map of the world shows you the sine wave of the movement, and then you see that, and then on all the old maps with the two circles that you see, you'll see the sine wave is moving east because the center between the two circles changes. And then they jumped from 23.5 exactly west, and they jumped to the east 23.5 degrees.
Yeah, but how does that matter? How does that matter to you?
It should matter to all of us, because our future is going to we're preparing for our future. So the thing we started past go in 1776.
Yes, but that's what, okay, and this is why this year is so important with Pluto returning. So you're saying that this transition is imminent then? It's not. That's why I was asking you, when is this cycle ending, repeating, or re-beginning? Is it this year? Is it next year? I think it has to be 2024 at the latest, I think.
There's 5 alignments. So if you have 1,777.77 years to the first set, and you work in the circle of fifths, which you should know, in music, so it goes in the circle of fifths, and then it'll repeat a cycle in 8,888 years. Times that by 3, you get 26,666, and then you can kind of mold that into 100,000 or something. But it's definitely, we're not proceeding west, mate. It's bullshit, because the time fucking frame they've given us is too slow. It should be like 6 or 8 minutes faster a day to line up with a 22-kilometer shift eastwards.
Rian, why are you sounding like Gleam? Are you Gleam?
He's not Gleam.
Answer the question. Can you?
Well, I mean, you said 6 minutes. They claim the sidereal day. Are you familiar with the sidereal day?
3 minutes 56 seconds. It makes a day 23.93. I would say 3, but it's 3.93. But I think it's even quicker than that. And when you speed those things up, you watch the ratio of everything going east. We see the retrograde possibly because those things are moving in a pentagon fashion. So not necessarily a square fashion, but a pentagon fashion. So it'll go away and towards, making you see the retrogrades and the progrades. There's no precession. It's a precession. And you see that on all the old maps. They weren't using sidereal time. They would have used something east v west. Because if you're at a slight angle, which the sun is at the moment at 2.5 degrees to the equator, easily worked out by measuring how long it took on the equator to jump from 0 to 0.01, which is like 100th of a degree.
I have a presumption you are Gleam. You're not fucking real. Just say yes.
I'm South African. Is your friend South African?
South African. So
I'm South African. Is he South African? Yes.
No.
Yes,
no, he.
But you're not in South Africa now, Realm, right? You're in England now, are you, or something?
Yeah, but I'm South African trained. I grew up. I was born there, and I inherited the old culture before it changed in the 90s.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. Are the southern is the southern skylights reflections of the northern skylights to the best of your ability to answer?
It's the same thing.
Here,
I think
yeah.
the same thing from a different angle. 45 degrees and 45 degrees makes 90 degree looking at the same thing. One's looking from the side, one's looking from below.
Very good. That'll do.
How are you living in South Africa? Are you
He's not there. He's not living there now, John. He's South African trained or birthed or born, I guess.
Okay, he's not living in South Africa. Okay.
Yeah, but I know enough. I know enough about the history of South Africa. I know enough why places are called why they're called. I know enough about the gold rush.
I don't think you know fucking shit. You just think you know.
Yeah, but what's Iceland got? Iceland is just like this fucking piece of piss in the middle of the fucking sea, mate. That they just fucking.
What? You know everything.
This is country.
Everybody knows everything about Iceland. There's no question about it.
I reckon they fucking interbred the motherfuckers there. They got the fucking reindeer to fuck the people which were prisoners, yeah? They sent them to a fucking island they couldn't escape from, fucking cold, and you watch their motherfuckers fuck each other, man. And then they're fucking...
Reindeer fucking people. What?
It's a lot of fucking. How many have you been fucking now?
All right, listen. Let's get back to something worthwhile. Can you?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. Can you unpack your northern and southern sky association? Go through that again slowly.
You're breaking up. Just so you know.
Just a little bit. I mean, unpack my northern-southern sky observation. So what you said?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, that's what I said. Realm, did you hear me?
1 second. I asked Realm because of his South African influence, are the southern stars and the northern stars reflections of one another? So when we see this sort of pattern, as you've seen many times, Howard, is there this direct connection? We're dealing with reflections. And he said, ultimately, I think you said it was, but it depends on also your perspective from the ground view and where you are, what you're looking at.
I was hoping for a little bit more. Yeah.
Well, but the comparisons. I keep on thinking of a moat. You know, like the bottom of the inside of a donut, and then you've just got all this static fluff, all that dust that you pick up in your house, but it's floating up in the sky and it's just going round in a moat. You know, we're at the bottom of the moat that's going round the center of. But obviously it's not liquid, but it's whatever energy.
So again, part of my question is, shouldn't we be able to find Ursa Major in the southern?
Yes, Saint Pierre posted it today, Travis. Saint Pierre posted a very image of that today.
Yeah, in the north I can see a cross, but it's at a different angle to the cross. You know, like we have this this movement in England called the YMCA. YMCA.
Johnny laughed. Johnny knows well about that.
On the buildings,
Johnny.
On the buildings, they've always got a cross line. It's like, so people can see there's hope. But actually, right from the.
Right now, man.
You're fucking driving. Don't drive over. He is fucking driving. He's getting crazy.
Anyway, so if one person can see the cross from a distance, a white cross or light in the distance, it's going to look different to someone that's standing underneath it. You know what I'm saying? So in the northern hemisphere, it almost looks like you stand underneath it. Yeah, in the southern hemisphere, you're looking at it and it looks bigger and wider because you're looking at it on the big screen. You know.
Yeah, but you guys have to understand what ether is about. Ether is about the ground background medium, not any force, anything that's forcing anything.
No.
That's the medium. It's like a
not true, John.
Glue
John,
for everything to be able to go through.
By the whole Earth. That's not true,
Ethereum.
No, 1 second. John is not true. John, what you're saying is not true. Because listen, John, that is luminiferous ether. That's the thing that was given to us by the spinning ball Earth in the heliocentric or the greater galactic, as known at the time, surround. It was this stationary medium. Which, John, I wasn't finished. It's this stationary medium to which everything pervades, right? That it's sort of like in Earth itself, inertial.
Yeah.
Now, but John, here's the thing.
How
In
do you
flat
think
Earth
they
setting,
can get up
we
to
have
the
ether
global
in
medium
motion.
and everything?
Okay.
It's
Okay. Sorry.
because of it. It's because of something is true and something is cuckoo, and that is true. Is a background medium. Yes, that's true. You cannot have anything, anything if it's nothing behind it.
Yes, but I'm not saying there's nothing behind it. I'm saying that ether, in terms of flat Earth ether,
that is the ether.
With...
Hey, Pete, think of a sugar candy floss machine. There's a rotor in the middle that's spinning out sugar at 300 degrees, and then you're taking a negative grounded stick, and you're going around and you're twisting the stick that's grounded, and it's naturally just picking up the fluff as it spins round. You've got
candy.
Yes,
candy
I have
floss
you, bud.
machine.
I actually, hey, Realm, I actually vocalized that. That's what I thought of, the candy floss generator, as to what's going on at the North Center. But what is generating the barrier then, which separates us, or is it already a created, firm, fixed, and solid barrier, a rikia, a firmament? Is it something that's fluid?
But you're not giving any ground, Pete. You're not talking about the ground. You're not talking about the behind. What's behind it? That's
the magnetic equator is that barrier, so the thermals don't cross the magnetic equator. So whatever stays in the north stays in the north. What happens in the south stays in the south. You know what I'm saying?
But it doesn't. It's not. That's not the case. It depends on where the sun is in relation to the north and the south. And at equinox, the sun is at its highest point.
No,
everybody knows now a sun can be cold. Now everybody has learned some lesson.
I said that years ago, John. I fucking said the sun was cold years ago.
Pete, you know the old. Do you guys remember the old Dutch lamp on the dining room table? You could pick it up from the ceiling and pull it down. You remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The lamp.
Yes.
Swag lamp. So that's your sun and your moon just going up and down. A bit like, what fucking pendulum.
Everything is about interaction, not directly.
Very good.
Nobody is directly hot or cold. It's about interaction. Nothing can be hot because of itself. It has to have some interaction to be hot or cold.
Yeah, but if you've got this thing dropping down into a bowl and then coming out of a bowl, then you're going to just get a height movement, and everyone's thinking that they're seeing such and such, but actually all it's doing is just going towards us and away from us.
Yeah, okay. Then all the elements. We are talking about elements. We are talking about elements also. We are talking about something that's happening. That gives heat, that gives power, this gives something. What are they talking about? The green power. They are talking about the growth.
Hey guys, can I jump in for a second? All right, one sec, real quick, Johnny. I just want to get kind of a read of the room. So basically, Waterworld and Matthew Learns are going to do a debate. So just want to see what some of you guys think. Like, should we do it here in live stream 1? The thing is it's just going to be them two debating. So, like, if you guys want to carry on a conversation,
no worries, Gio. Listen, just give us another 45 minutes and we should be done. I'm kidding. I'm going to bow out right now, Gio. And
we can also just
I've had already, honestly.
We can just run it in live stream too. I just don't think they'll like if everyone's up here, they may not have as many listeners. If they don't mind as long as it's recorded, they don't mind if it's in live stream too. But I'm just kind of wondering. I just want to get a read of the room.
Do it here, Gio. We've had me, Johnny, and Realm have had enough time, and we're grand. So do it here, and maybe
I'm not finished. Pete, I'm not finished.
Yeah, Johnny. Hey, Johnny. I think we should do it here, and everyone exercise the mic discipline. And let's hear the show.
Thank you, Howard. That's what I said. Let's allow Realm and Johnny to make their closing statements, but that's what my point of view. I don't need to make one.
Yeah, I've got to shoot, man. I've got to shoot.
All right, we'll do that. Yeah, you forgot. Okay, we'll do that then. We'll start it in about 5 or 10 minutes then. Up here.
Nice one.
And I will say, stop muting me because I'm not talking like you, because I have accents and so on. I understand that it's very annoying, but
It's okay,
I'm just
John.
talking about what I'm talking about is the green energy is absolutely true, but it's using in a failed manner, and everything that's happening to the earth is going down and everything is a bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. What is the green energy? The green energy is the power from the earth, interaction with the polar that we have above us. That is about.
Love it,
But
John.
I'm telling you,
Can I just say something before Realm comes in? Very briefly, and it'll just be to comment on what John said. Yes, John, the green energy, green is the color of the heart. The node of the heart is F. But there's only one color in the rainbow, and that is green. That is green. When we see it experienced through atmosphere, through a medium, mostly water, it's water everywhere in there's various forms, then we get to see the different gradients for either side, either side, right? But here's the other point. The green flash, as we look at the green flash over a flat earth with new eyes, now we're getting to see the true color of the energy which is emanated from the earth, reflecting against what's above and beyond, and delivering our salvation to us, our energy, our life to us. So I'm done. Gio, thank you very much for all of the time.
and I will also say I apologize for my bad English, but if we talk more, I will get better.
You're great, John. You do fucking great, and people should take more patience to listen to what you have to say and question you more deeply as well on certain things. Let Realm finish up now in his point of view, and then get back to the Geo main schedule.
So I'm thinking a bird bath, right? And then you've got the Galileo thermometer, which is all the planets that come down and they go up and down depending on what the temperature is. Each liquid or density of each thing moves like a Galileo thermometer. I would think that when those things come closer to Earth, they heat up more because the Earth is the generator, the induction, probably a bit like a wax lamp type of scenario. And it's just all in one container, an equilibrium, I guess.
That's not bad. That's fun. That's fun. Honestly, this has been and fair play to Geo and the whole fair play to having the ability for us to talk across the world on these more in-depth topics. We've already lost Einstein years ago. Do you know what I mean? But thank you, Geo, and I really appreciate it. I've been talking for ages, and I appreciate everyone who's lending me an ear and everyone who's had patience to put up with me and respond as well. Thank you.
And off we go, Geo. Take it away.
Yeah, sounds good, Pete. Yeah, man, awesome. Sounds good. And so